Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Aaron doesn't seem surprised by my arrival. The Supreme Mage Gu smiled and looked at the man who had caused him so much confusion, and said with a hint of surprised. Actually, I was quite surprised. Aaron nodded, gesturing for her to sit down. I always thought you would arrive earlier. Although he's only been with Marvel for a little over a month, he's had a very fulfilling time. He punched the god ego. Kicked the fire giant, dominated the 9 realms, and intimidated many forces on Earth, logically speaking. Kamar-Taj couldn't possibly have missed him. Aaron was prepared to be greeted by the Ancient One, or receive a warm welcome from the Time Mutation Bureau. However, what he didn't expect was that. It's one thing that the Time Mutation Administration didn't come. But let's just pretend it's not a sacred timeline. But Kamar-Taj remained unmoved by the commotion he caused. Could it be that he's not purely a magical being? So they're too lazy to investigate. Guya sat down, and a glass of wine suddenly appeared in front of her. The secret brew of the Celestial Palace. It seems I'm in for a treat. She picked up her glass and drank it down. It's very mellow, with a sense of intimacy that brings you close to nature. Were the ingredients for this secret brew made by the spirits of light? Aaron looked up at her. Didn't you already know? Guya remained expressionless. I know nothing. Stop pretending. Aaron, of course, didn't believe such nonsense. Everyone knows that the Ancient One often peeks into the future, examines the past, and occasionally travels to parallel universes to discuss things with her other selves or borrows energy from those dimensional demons. With the Time Stone, it's incredibly difficult for anyone to truly kill her unless they themselves decide they don't want to live anymore. Guya saw the secret brew reappear in the empty wine glass, and without hesitation, he raised the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Since you enjoy drinking so much, why don't you represent Earth and attend a banquet in Asgard? There are countless secret brews there, as well as specialties from various races such as dwarves, light elves, frost giants, and Vanaheim. Aaron chuckled and shook his head. The Ancient One revealed an expression that didn't seem fake. The frost giants also attended the Asgardian banquet. I thought Asgard and the frost giants were still irreconcilable enemies. Aaron let out a soft hum and leaned slightly forward. Guya's unusual behavior left him somewhat puzzled. Did the Ancient One not know about the banquet? Did she not know Loki was in Asgard? Could he have guessed wrong, perhaps for the past month or so? The Ancient One hadn't been on Earth, but rather traveling on other planets or worlds. After a moment of contemplation, after drinking a cup of wine that had been transmitted live from the banquet, Aaron went straight to the point. Enough with the nonsense. What brings you here? Guya shrugged. To be honest, I don't know what I want to do either. Guya looked up and said, because I don't know what you really want to do. I came to see you because I noticed you've been resting these past few days. You're insane. Don't tell me you've fallen in love with me. Aaron felt a chill run down his spine at this point. Aaron vaguely realized why the Ancient One was behaving so strangely. Excluding the possibility that she is a fake Ancient One, there's only one possibility: Guya wasn't lying. She genuinely didn't know what had happened in the past month. Or rather, she lost the ability to foresee the future. What have you been doing this month? Aaron asked, changing the subject. The Ancient One's answer was straightforward. I'm looking at you. And I'm looking at the future. But I've discovered that none of the countless possible futures I've envisioned include you. I've seen Tony Stark snap his fingers and die. I've seen Hulk snap his fingers and resurrect everyone. I've seen mutants wipe out their race. I've seen the gods revive and the earth perish. But I didn't see you. Or rather, your timeline has disappeared. Guya's expression remained calm. But if outsiders heard what he said at that moment, it would be enough to cause a huge uproar. It's as if our world only has the past and the present, with no future. I keep watching you and comparing it to the future. I try to capture your message, But it's always gone and never comes back at this point. Guya couldn't help but break down in her composure and asked, "What exactly is your background? How did you do that?" Although the Ancient One was human, her thinking had transcended that of ordinary beings, reaching the realm of gods, and even surpassing planetary gods like Thor. This wealth of experience accumulated over the years allows her to face everything with equanimity. Even death. Gu Zhai thought he would not be shocked by anything. Until she saw Eren after, everything has changed. All the paths she knew had vanished. The timeline she originally chose also went astray because of Eren's arrival, leading to a different branching point. Even more bizarrely, the future timeline of this universe has disappeared. Or rather, it's hidden by some powerful force. No one can find that timeline. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,540,3,311 certainly. There is an even more terrifying possibility. Eren has reached the realm of all worlds where the past, present and future are one. He is unique. Yet he exists simultaneously in all points in time. But the him at these points in time is the him of today. Guya had to consider this possibility. There's something she didn't say. This world only has the past and the present. However, Eren's past and the timeline cannot be changed. It cannot be resolved. After trying many possibilities, the Ancient One arrived. She wanted to meet Eren now and see if he was still someone she couldn't approach. Fortunately, Eren was easier to get along with than I had imagined. How did they do that? Eren thought about it and realized there were only two possibilities. One is the future self who transcends everything, thus unifying the past, present, and future, unaffected by cause and effect and unbound by time. The second possibility is that he currently has no future, but the characteristics of the primordial forge make him unique. After all, the primordial forge originated outside the true fourth wall, even transcending the narrative level, and its theoretical potential is limitless. If such a thing existed at different points in time, then all the heavens would instantly explode. Guya had anticipated Eren's silence, even she herself. Doesn't she have many things she won't tell others? Guya smiled in relief. All right, I was impolite this time. Then Kaiyan Zhao will punish himself with 3 cups. Guya drank 3 cups of the secret brew in succession, revealing a look of lingering enjoyment. Eren was very suspicious. Was the Ancient One rewarding him? And why had she descended upon him 3 times right in front of him? Since you seem to really enjoy the Light Elf secret brew, perhaps you could try the Ice and Fire Twin Heavens, as well as the Dwarven tribe's secret delicacies. Eren raised his hand, and the wine glass in front of the Ancient One vanished silently. At the same time, 3 other glass wine cups appeared. Guya didn't stand on ceremony and started to taste it. Eren's left hand, which was under the table, was holding a half-finished glass of wine, which was the very glass that had been smeared with Guya's saliva. Of course, he certainly didn't have any unusual fetishes. In the blink of an eye, the wine cup in his left hand was swallowed and melted by the primordial furnace. With his current strength, his entire body could be a furnace. He just happens to be used to using his right hand. The primordial forge is as powerful as ever. In a few breaths, countless streams of light flowed down his arm and into his entire body. Discussion in the blink of an eye. Eren felt that his entire body had undergone an unprecedented and enormous change. This change surpasses any previous enhancement, resulting in a leap forward in his overall strength. Dark power dimensional teleportation. Grand unified field transdimensional divine body. Eren's eyes gleamed, his heart pounding with excitement. The power of darkness allows him to freely manipulate the power of the dark dimension and use the Dormammu calendar without any effect. In fact, theoretically, Dormammu could do what he could do as well. The dimensional teleportation feature integrates all the teleportation abilities he had previously mastered. If he so chooses, can easily mobilize the power of darkness, cosmic energy, or his own energy to teleport across universes, traveling between various parallel universes or dimensional spaces. Moreover, compared to teleportation magic like Kamar-Taj, his ability is much more convenient and simple. He can teleport with a single thought, of course. The specific effects can only be determined after practical application. However, compared to the latter two abilities, the power of darkness and dimensional teleportation are somewhat inferior. A unified arena, a transcendent divine body. The former allows him to be like a true god, freely manipulating the structure and matter of the universe. Given enough time, he could even create another galaxy. The latter makes him almost invincible in the real universe. They are virtually immune to any form of physical damage and can freely transform into dimensional demons, instantly ascending to the status of multiverse beings. In short, if Eren could find an unclaimed or established universe now and defeat the demon god, he could completely take its place and become a top-tier demon god like Dormammu, who ignores time and devours universes. As expected of the Ancient One, this harvest is enormous. Eren sighed. He knew, of course, that this was not because the Ancient One was powerful, but because of her extensive knowledge. Only after extraction in the primordial furnace, combined with Eren's previous accumulation, could such a huge harvest be achieved all at once. The success of this major tournament is basically due to his past efforts. Before, Tadej was just one step away from victory. And now the Ancient One is that opportunity. Most of the other abilities are thanks to the wisdom of the demon gods of various dimensions. The magic that Guya learned were all the special abilities of demon gods from various dimensions. Through a series of backroom deals, subsequent mages gained the authority to use these spells. Fortunately, it was the Ancient One. Her knowledge was diverse, and her long-term accumulation of knowledge immediately benefited Eren. If it were any other mage, Eren's improvement would definitely not have been that significant. Speaking of which, just how powerful am I now? Eren pondered for a moment and realized that even he himself couldn't accurately estimate how strong he was. With normal power, shaking the cosmic structure like the Milky Way shouldn't be a problem. With ultimate power, it might even destroy the universe. Currently, his most important means of output are the Great Unification Force and the Divine Phoenix Core. Furthermore, he can freely mobilize and absorb any cosmic energy, thus maximizing the conversion of these two main output methods, especially the former Rinto damage. The strongest defense is the superdimensional divine body, which combines powerful physical defense, the ability to neutralize attacks based on the laws of matter, and super regenerative abilities. Even attacks at the cosmic structural level would pose no threat to him. Moreover, even if you can't win, you can leave at any time via dimensional teleportation. Of course, the most convenient way is undoubtedly to instantly transform into a dimensional demon god. He too will lose his freedom. For someone with unlimited potential like him, this choice was not wise, just as Eren was pondering. Sitting directly in front of him, Guya, who was enjoying himself with a drink and a woman, was completely numb. She blinked, then blinked again. He put down his wine glass, sat up straight, and looked at Eren. What's wrong? Eren had a guess but still asked stare. Ancient constantly, Mr. Eren, what did you just do again? As you can see, I am right here doing nothing. Eren said casually, his wine glass swaying slightly. He didn't say anything. After all, he was indeed drinking. Guya remained silent. Is it just an illusion? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although she couldn't see exactly what Eren did, she could clearly sense that Eren at this moment was completely different from the one a moment ago. If we say Eren was still alive then, giving people a sense of kinship, now, Eren seems to have suddenly elevated himself to another dimension. High above, looking down on all living beings, that aura. Guya's expression was strange. Mr. Eren, if I may ask, are you a dimensional demon god? Eren raised an eyebrow and said seriously, do you think a dimensional demon can be as free and unrestrained as I am? With a thought, the Imperial armor instantly dawned upon him. Almost at the same time, a mysterious aura emanated from the armor. Guya's expression changed drastically. This is The celestial group's dimensional armor, wrong. Some are different, some are the same. The Ancient One clearly knew of the Celestials' existence, and may even have had close interactions with them in other regions. The armor worn by the Celestials is not made of any material known in the real universe. It is dimensional armor composed of pure power, a special type of armor that transcends reality and reaches another level. Aaron's armor also contained dimensional energy. It is somewhat similar to the Celestials, but also different. However, they can all be categorized as dimensional armor. You're from the Celestials. Guyi had just said it when she realized it wasn't right. The aura of Asgard. There was also a faint, lingering aura of darkness. No, what kind of monster are you anyway? I always thought I had encountered a wide variety of forces. But you've brought me a whole hodgepodge. It all went into my body at once. Aren't you afraid it will burst? Aaron's existence was beyond Gu's perception. She could only detect a few of the most sensitive forces. However, these abilities are just the tip of the iceberg for Aaron. Just sitting together gives off a terrifying aura. Like facing a demon god, a monster, a true monster. I finally understand you truly are the god of miracles. Guya remained silent for a long time before speaking. Aaron touched his head armor, and his hands and head seemed to melt away like liquid, revealing a handsome face. This action further confirmed Guya's suspicions. She had never seen the Celestials do this before then. Gu one cup after another of drinking. The 1,000 words in my heart ultimately turned into a sigh. Aaron's expression remained unchanged. He was not surprised by the Ancient One's actions. If the Ancient One alone could see through his confidence, then he would have no prestige at all, to put it bluntly. Tung One is nothing more than a lackey of eternity and Vishanti. Their strength is decent, but in the context of the multiverse, it's just so-so. I've heard that Kamar-Taj contains many magical books and artifacts. I wonder if you would be willing to let outsiders browse through them. Although he had already taken a huge cut from the Ancient One, Aaron still wanted to go to Kamar-Taj to see it for himself. What if there are other powerful forbidden spells, magic, or magical artifacts? For example, the legendary Book of Vishanti. It's definitely a treasure of at least the single universe level. Aaron tried to use the all-seeing eye to find the dark book left behind in the outside world. But the dark book clearly had a special power that could effectively block the dark book. Similarly, the Book of Vishanti is not so easy to find. It's not hard to understand if you think about it. Neither Sithon nor Vishanti are comparable to Heimdall or even Odin. The artifacts they meticulously crafted must also contain special abilities. Heimdall's all-seeing eye has its limits, but Aaron's all-seeing eye can still be improved. He had a premonition that once his body's energy reached a critical point, his all-seeing eye would also undergo a complete transformation as his body evolved. At that time, not only will the dark book be exposed, but even Sithon and Vishanti will have nowhere to hide. The Ancient One smiled and said, of course. Kamar-Taj welcomes all righteous magic lovers if you come. I will personally show you around Kamar-Taj. As long as you have any requests, I will do my best to fulfill your request. It's a deal. Aaron was waiting for these words. Gu nodded slightly, then his smile froze. She seemed to be locked onto by something in the dark just now. That was not some demon god, but the power called Oath. She looked at Aaron, who said directly, I thought you knew I also had the ability to make vows. Gu, yes, I really don't know. Why make such a fuss over such a small thing? Am I a person who breaks promises and lies? However, Aaron then said, don't look at me like that. It's just that your credibility in the multiverse is really hard to trust. Demam flashed through Guya's mind in an instant. He actually blurted it out. Slander, this is blatant slander. Guya's expression was serious. My reputation is well known. I have always fulfilled my promises perfectly. As long as I can do it, so is it really something you can't do? Like losing a hand or foot or your health. If Dormammu heard this, he would probably cry out in despair and faint in the toilet. Noticing Aaron's strange gaze, the Ancient One became increasingly convinced that Dormammu had leaked the information. This has caused enormous damage to her reputation. Dormammu is responsible for this, excuse me. I suddenly remembered I have something to take care of. Let's talk another time. Guya came in a hurry and left in a hurry before she left. Aaron asked, do you know about the Time Mutation Bureau? Gu was stunned. He turned back to look at Aaron. His expression even more strange. No, where are they? They died in their mother's womb. You did it. The Ancient One is gone, Aaron thought for a moment. He had just transmigrated and already defeated the Time Mutation Management Bureau and Kang. Who was behind them? Tis a possible enemy one, however. Kang was too incompetent. He logged off hastily before even making a move. The boss has completely lost his identity, so the only options for time-related technology are to find other universes' time-related technologies or obtain the Time Stone. Aaron thought for a moment and concluded that with his current physique, he should be able to support 6 Infinity Stones without any problem. But before that, Aaron was eager to test his current strength in particular. The newly added integration feature is a unified force. At this point in time, Aaron looked directly at the sky, and in the next instant quickly flew into the sky. In just a short while, his speed increased to 1,000 times. 10,000 times that of Mather. As he increases his energy output, his flight speed quickly increased to near the speed of light. At this moment, SHILD headquarters. Nick Fury rushed over upon hearing the piercing alarm. Before even entering the monitoring room, someone asked from a distance, what's going on? Aaron again, yes sir, oh shit, I knew it. Nick Fury sighed, it was that old man again. Can't you just shut up for a bit, what is he doing? Aaron is leaving Earth at nearly Mach 700,000. Based on the straight line distance, his destination might be Saturn, oh what? 700,000 times Mach. Nick Fury was instantly awakened. Okay, maybe we can call him Amazing Boy. Although it sounds outrageous, it's not surprising when you think about the possibility that Aaron might be Superman. He instinctively grabbed the pager in his pocket. Ever since he learned that he had become the head of HIEL, Nick Fury has felt insecure and carries a pager with him everywhere he goes. Looking at Aaron, she responded to Captain Marvel. Nick Fury's expression shifted rapidly. Aaron, what exactly are you trying to do? Why is everything you've done so incomprehensible to others? Nick Fury's mind was racing. Aaron, now transformed into light, merges with Captain Marvel's figure at this moment. Both of them were so powerful. They were the embodiment of light, mysterious and inspiring despair. However, the two are fundamentally very different. Carol can also travel at near light speed, and even at light speed in space. But Carol's thoughts are not hard to guess, moreover. Her heart is more focused on the universe. So Nick Fury doesn't need to worry about Carol posing a threat to humanity. But Aaron was different. Although Aaron doesn't appear to pose much of a threat on the surface, after all, what supervillain enjoys using power to intimidate their enemies? But if you say he's not a threat, then he did something like the massacre at the Alkali Lake Dam site. Most importantly, his strength is unmatched. And he has always stayed on Earth. Even if he does nothing, he is the biggest threat on Earth. Compared to Aaron's, Nick Fury would actually prefer more people like Carol. As long as you flatter her, she'll be happy to be your friend. Even if it doesn't win her heart, but Aaron's. Sir, Aaron is missing, Nick Fury snapped out of his daze. Where did he go? I don't know, I'm looking for him. The scene kept replaying the moment Aaron disappeared. Other energies appeared for a brief moment, but their nature cannot be determined. Wait, Aaron's back, he's, good heavens. He's traversed 1 billion kilometers in an instant and appeared near Saturn's rings. The moment he appeared, the same strange energy aura reappeared. Perhaps he has mastered some kind of warp drive ability, allowing him to teleport rapidly through some kind of subspace. Nick Fury listened to his men's speculations without changing his expression. He's too lazy to care about these things anymore. When Aaron fought that alien in New York, he used a long-distance teleportation ability similar to a wormhole. It's likely he's using the same tactic this time, right? I don't think Carol possesses this kind of skill. Nick Fury couldn't help but compare the two again. He had no idea whether Aaron or Carol was stronger. What if? What if Carol can't beat Aaron either? Should we call her back? Nick Fury was pondering. His men exclaimed again, "Oh my God, steady yourself up." Always yelling and shouting. Have you forgotten the spy principles your teachers taught you? Nick Fury was furious. This batch of subordinates was the worst he had ever seen. If Hill were here, such a big mistake would never have happened. He looked up, wanting to see what Aaron was doing. But when he looked up, oh shit, what is he going to do? Ignoring the strange looks from his subordinates, Nick Fury stared intently at the screen with his only remaining eye. Aaron had now reached Saturn's ringser, more precisely. The skies above Titan. Titan is Saturn's largest moon and the second largest moon in the solar system. Larger than Mercury, which is a planet. Titan has another name. This is Thanos' homeland. However, thousands of years ago, Thanos' Eternals, the race on Titan, perished due to excessive resource consumption, leaving only desert and yellow sand on the planet. Thanos also left Titan and went to the center of the Milky Way to begin his career as a member of the Cosmic Family Planning Commission. Aaron's purpose in coming here was certainly not simply to see the desolate Titan. Looking at this planet with depleted resources, Aaron had a sudden thought. Suddenly, a large chunk of Saturn's rings split off and surged toward Titan in the distance. Comets and meteorites from even further away also surged in under Aaron's control. They were roughly mixed together with Titan by Aaron. The power known as the Great Unification Force, driven by Aaron's will, forcibly transformed Titan into a new planet. The Great Unified Force is the fusion of the four fundamental forces. It can transform into one another and draw power from the particle level to accomplish various things beyond human comprehension. Aaron attempted to master this power by modifying Titan. He drew inspiration from the dark energy that exists in the universe, and his mind raced with one possible idea after another. In his mind, Titan constantly changed shape, its mass and volume rapidly increasing, sometimes erupting scorching lava, sometimes pouring down torrential rain, in places unseen by outsiders. The Grand Unified Force acts on different regions of the satellite, affecting different particles in each region. No, it still won't work. Perhaps I should have sculpted this planet with greater care. Aaron meticulously crafted Titan as if it were a work of art. He was modeling this planet's formation process, like a creator god transforming it. The surrounding energy is constantly converging into the satellite. Let this long-dead planet be rekindled. Titan is alive. It has achieved a new life. But Aaron was still not satisfied with this. His brain was racing, performing trillions of calculations simultaneously. He became increasingly adept at using the grand unifying force, from individual stars to neutrons, protons, and even quarks. Throughout the process, he created a periodic table similar to Earth, but also created many more strange elements whose purpose he did not even know. This place is full of precious materials such as vibranium, adamantium, and Uru metal. Thus, Titan was transformed from a barren, dead planet into a treasure trove containing countless resources, enough to make even the gods covet it. Aaron then used the Grand Unified Force to create an artificial jump point above Titan. This created a stable wormhole. It can reach directly into the Earth's atmosphere. He also calculated and modified the magnetic field and gravity near Titan. This would allow Titan, which is undergoing tremendous changes, to orbit Saturn using the Earth's revolution and rotation periods. At this moment, Aaron was like the creator god who created stars and planets after the gods appeared, bringing light to the universe. Although Aaron had not fully awakened the power of the gods, but at this moment, his control over the rules of the universe is in no way inferior to that of any god. 1.3 is almost there, but something is still missing. Aaron gazed at the artwork he had created, lost in thought. That's right, life. However, with my current abilities, Aaron shook his head and gave up. Although his mastery of the Great Unification Force has now progressed from beginner to expert. But it still can't be considered all around. The evolution of life requires a much more complex process. Even if this planet is suitable for human habitation and becomes a second, more perfect Earth, it will still take millions of years to mature, perhaps. I can speed up this process, Aaron thought of someone. He possesses a vast amount of biological data from the universe. If all that data could be fused together, would it be possible to unify the power of Earth? How to achieve a simplified version of all-around capability. F***KU, Aaron has terraformed a planet. What is he going to do with it, become the planet's lord? Nick Fury, his eyes bloodshot and his expression weary, sat in front of the computer, watching Aaron transform a planet into a blue planet the size of Earth. Ever since witnessing Aaron effortlessly control countless cosmic stars to converge, Nick Fury immediately isolated all the dozen or so people at the scene. Only he and Coulson were left to take turns guarding the area. The two of them took turns guarding the moon for a week, watching helplessly as Titan underwent a dramatic transformation. If someone else were to look at it with a telescope at this moment, they would be surprised to find that Titan has become Earth's twin sister. Saturn's rings and the surrounding universe are largely empty. However, what is even more surprising is that, logically speaking, with such a significant change, Titan should have deviated from its orbit, moved further away from Saturn, and possibly even been captured by Jupiter. The balance among the planets in the solar system will also undergo subtle changes. It may even have some impact on the Earth. But their fears did not come true. Titan did indeed move away from Saturn for a while, but it soon began to orbit Saturn again to the uninformed. At first glance, one might even think they are looking at the Earths. They look so alike. Both groups of 23 people had a guess in their hearts. Titan may have the potential to become habitable. Aaron single-handedly transformed a planet into a habitable planet that requires no further modification. The thought of this possibility filled Kefri with profound shock and fear. Can Carol do it, my foot? If Carol can do that, he'll eat shit, sir. Coulson snapped out of his shock. However, those eyes were incredibly dull. The image of Titan kept flashing through my mind. Nick Fury took a deep breath, his handshidden behind his back. Trembling uncontrollably, set this file to top secret. No one except me has permission to view it, including Pierce. Coulson nodded also. This is something you absolutely must not tell anyone. Coulson opened his mouth, but sir, Titan will be discovered by other astronomers and astronomy enthusiasts sooner or later. If we don't tell, who will know that Aaron was behind this? Heaven knows, Earth knows, you know, and I know. Nick Fury's tone was icy, filled with murderous intent. Coulson instantly understood, then hesitated and asked, should we do it that way? Those dozen or so people can't be spared. I don't want Hydra to know about this. Nick Fury has absolutely zero tolerance for this. He knew there was a possibility that there were innocent people involved. But he would rather kill the innocent than let one guilty person go free. Aaron's threat level is now classified as a separate level, until it's clear whether Aaron used technology or his own power to accomplish this monumental feat. Nick Fury would rather praise Aaron highly than provoke him rashly. This is an old man if we can't afford to offend them. Can't we at least avoid them thinking of this? Nick Fury turned and went to find the Kree rock, this time. Even if Pierce tries to stop him, he's determined to take it away by force. He said even if Jesus came, it wouldn't make a difference. At the same time, Asgard Rainbow Bridge. Odin and Heimdall's eyes flashed with golden light, and they stood side by side for a week, remaining silent for a long time. They did not leave the sculpture until the golden light faded. Odin felt a stiffness in his body. I'm getting old, I can't keep up with the young anymore. I'm even feeling uncomfortable after standing for just a short while. Odin shook his head and smiled bitterly on the surface. He lamented that he was not as good as Heimdall, but in reality, he lamented that he was not as good as Aaron. Father of the gods, seeing Odin's aged appearance, Heimdall was somewhat worried about his condition. Odin waved his hand dismissively, haha. Eren has already awakened the power of a god. Creating stars is just routine for him, nothing special. Odin, with his back to Heimdall, had a face that was almost contorted in pain. Eren is only 22 years old. What did he eat to grow up so fast? Is this the monstrous potential gained after accumulating the physical attributes of numerous gods? That's a bit too much. Destroying a planet is not too difficult for the Heavenly Father. But creating a planet would be 10 times more difficult. Odin could see it too. Eren had perfectly mastered the fundamental forces. His movements fluid and effortless, there's no mistake. He has already mastered the power of unification, Asgard. With its magic and Uru metal, has earned the reputation of being an eternal paradise for the gods. Using magic, he took a shortcut, achieving the pinnacle of technology in the universe. Without a doubt, magic is the fifth force. Beyond the 4 fundamental forces, it is powerful enough to even distort reality. But this does not mean that the power of the unified state is weak. Although it is the rule of the material universe, once mastered, it possesses the potential to become a powerful deity surpassing the pinnacle of the universe. He thought he would have to wait a long time for this day, that he might not even see it until he died. But I never expected this day to come so soon. What a monster. Heimdall was somewhat relieved to see that Odin was in a stable mood. As expected of the greatest father of the gods, his mind and insight are truly amazing. Father of the gods, about this matter, I will personally inform the guests from the 9 realms at the banquet. Odin was about to leave when he suddenly looked up at a certain spot in the sky. 230, his pupils widened, and he could no longer control his expression. A twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Heimdall was quite flustered when he first saw Odin and immediately looked over. BBs, that's a wormhole from Titan. He actually affected Asgard's gravitational field from such a distance. Furthermore, they used other forces to hide the wormhole. If it weren't for the huge energy fluctuations that occurred when the wormhole was first created, which alerted Odin to the anomaly. Even with Asgard's technology, it's unlikely they could detect the existence of a wormhole leading directly to the solar system. He imagined a scene while on Earth. Eren created a massive black hole in the center of Asgard with a single thought, which instantly swallowed and shattered the palace. Odin fell silent instantly. His eyes were filled with a deep sense of despondency. This former wave has been completely swept away and left to languish on the beach. But soon Odin turned his head and thought for a moment. When a crazy idea popped into his head, no way. Eren is such a prodigy, we can't just let him go to waste. He suddenly remembered that he had a daughter. Rather than gambling that Thor's offspring will inherit his perfect potential and become even smarter, why not try a different approach? Wouldn't it be better to directly introduce superior genes? Odin was drawn to this crazy idea. He thought about it over and over, and the more he thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. Thor has excellent blood, but his mind can be a bit unreliable at times. Eren is more outstanding, smarter, and stronger. His potential is terrifying. He will surely become one of the greatest gods in the universe in the future. If Eren and Hela could have a child, Asgard will surely become a true cosmic paradise with eternal technology in the future. The Aesir will become the greatest of all gods, perhaps. In the future, they might even be able to rival the Celestials. But the problem now is, Hela has been sealed away by him for over 2,000 years. Will things be done according to his wishes? After careful consideration, Odin's expression hardened. No matter what we have to try, my life is nearing its end. If I can use my remaining time to lay the foundation for the eternal gods of Asgard, then it will all be worthwhile. Odin found Frigga and explained some things to her. Under Frigga's worried gaze, donning the destroyer armor and wielding the eternal spear, he opened the portal alone and stepped into the sealed land. Right now the earth was just a dusk, Eren. Having returned from Titan, dealt with the pile of documents accumulated by the Aaron group. He then resumed his life as a time management master. As the sun was about to set, Aaron and Mary Jane emerged from the dressing room of the luxury clothing store. When they left the shopping mall, Mary Jane was carrying all sorts of packages, her steps faltering, but she nestled happily in Aaron's arms. "Okay, I'll have the driver take you home." Aaron noticed two figures in the distance and patted Mary Jane on the shoulder. Mary Jane hummed in agreement. Their skin was rosy and tender, so moist it looked like you could squeeze water out of it. With every gesture, she exudes the aura of a mature woman that commands respect. Needless to say, Mary Jane is the woman with the most mature, womanly charm among Leyland's women. Since taking her virginity a few days ago, Mary Jane's mature womanly charm has suddenly emerged. And they were very cooperative and hardworking. Aaron's appetite was whetted, however. You can't eat this kind of delicious food all the time, or you'll get tired of it. Occasionally, you should try something different. For example, a secretary, Mary Jane, seemingly oblivious to Aaron's actions, turned around, suppressing her discomfort, and with her last bit of strength, stood on tiptoe and took a bite. He then swayed and wobbled as he got into the Rolls-Royce. He was escorted home by a female driver who also acted as his security guard. Aaron, on the other hand, walked straight in one direction. Approaching a man and a woman, looked down at them and said, "You've been following me all afternoon. Was it interesting?" The man was a tall, overweight man who wore glasses and was at least 50 years old. The woman was wearing a thick coat and was completely covered up except for her face. Wearing a hat would probably attract the attention of the police more often. Upon hearing Norland say this, the man trembled instantly, beads of sweat even forming on his forehead. He quickly bowed and apologized. "Dear Mr. Aaron, I'm sorry to bother you. We didn't really want to do this, but we really had no other choice. I am Bill Foster, professor of quantum physics at the University of California, Berkeley." Ava Star looked at Aaron nervously, pursing her lips as she said, "I am Ava Starin, agent of SHI. ILD, codename Ghost. We've come to you seeking your help," Bill added. "We really meant no harm and didn't want to bother you, so we were following behind you." Aaron glanced at the two men and said expressionlessly, "I know that's why you've been able to survive until now." He looked at Ava. "Didn't Nick Fury tell you that I hate being followed?" Ava turned pale instantly. "I'm sorry, I've only seen you once at Fury's place. I saw that you possess quantum phase abilities, so." Bill wiped his forehead. He hadn't felt this much pressure even when facing Nick Fury. Why did Aaron's mere presence inspire such profound awe in him? He suddenly regretted his rash decision to come to Aaron. But there was nothing he could do. As a quantum physics professor at a branch campus, it would probably take him a lifetime to make an appointment to see Aaron through proper channels. Mr. Aaron, you are the god of miracles, the most intelligent man in mankind. And the Aaron group is the greatest company. Please, please save Ava. She's just a child, she's innocent. If you don't intervene, Ava will be disintegrated by quantum forces in no time." At this point, Bill was already in tears. Ava lost her parents when she was just a few years old and was also affected by quantum energy in the experiment. Her body was on the verge of collapse at any moment. "I tried everything, but I still couldn't solve her problem. Right now, you are probably the only one on the entire planet who can help her." Aaron's eyes flashed with golden light as he checked Ava's condition. Her genes are affected by quantum mechanics, making them completely different from those of a normal person. She needs to constantly replenish quantum energy to maintain normal bodily functions. If quantum energy cannot be effectively replenished, then she will have to stay in this specially made battle suit for the rest of her life, until his body completely collapsed and he died. Aaron looked away, showing no compassion for others' suffering. "Why should I help you?" She looked at Avaho, said eagerly. "I can work for you, I can serve you. I received guidance and training from SHILD. From a young age, I mastered various combat skills. and successfully completed multiple missions alone or leading teams. I'm willing to do anything you need. Ava had already prepared herself mentally. After that quantum experiment failed, her life was never the same again. During her more than 10 years at SHILD, she had no childhood and no sunshine. Besides exercising, I spend my days carrying out tasks. All she wants to do now is solve the problem. She didn't want to suddenly collapse into quantum mechanics and completely lose all trace of her existence. Aaron was the only solution she could think of, anything. Aaron raised an eyebrow, including murder and arson. Ava was taken aback, hesitated for a long time, and then gritted her teeth and nodded. She's not inexperienced in killing people. As an agent with quantum phase abilities, she's actually accomplished just as many missions over the years as Hawkeye and his team. However, she had her own principles and no loyalty to SHIELD, so she did not gain further trust from Nick Fury. At this point, Ava hesitated and asked, is it okay to kill those who deserve to die? Bill tugged at her sleeve and Ava quickly lowered her head. Aaron's stern face suddenly softened. Don't worry, they all deserve to die. I'm just testing your abilities. So I'm giving you a task first. Upon hearing this, Ava straightened up and listened attentively. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the Asia group will gather on time to learn from Maria Hill how to be a qualified secretary and assist them in completing all their work. Any questions? No problem, Ava answered instinctively, but then realized what she meant. Wasn't the story about murder? Why is he suddenly going to be a secretary, however? Aaron didn't give her time to ask questions. His right hand rested on Ava's hair. The primordial furnace is activated. It directly melted the quantum energy within Ava's body. Quantum mastery, similar abilities have been detected to have merged, giving you a deeper understanding of quantum power. He recorded the energy within Ava's body and then directly injected more quantum force into her. In the blink of an eye, Ava's body, which was in a state of collapse and emptiness, was instantly filled by Aaron. It's packed full, making you feel very fulfilled. Ava opened her mouth in surprise. Work hard. If you do a good job, I might even be able to completely solve your problems in the future. Even if you want to give up this flawed ability. That's fine, Aaron patted her on the shoulder, gave her a pep talk and then strode away. Ava stood there, stunned, completely unprepared for the problem that had plagued them for over a decade. Aaron solved it with just a flick of his wrist, moreover. Judging from Aaron's words, he could even completely solve her problems. After a brief moment of excitement, Ava's face was filled with conflict again. Bill, who was processing Ava's information, couldn't help but ask in confusion, Ava, are you happy? Ava scratched her head, looking bewildered. I'm happy, but I don't know how. SHIELD is not a benevolent place. They took Ava away and made a special suit for her, intending to turn her into a sharp weapon. All a weapon needs to do is kill. Learning is out of the question, as she never actually went to school. Compared to a secretarial job, Ava would rather commit murder and arson. Ava thought about it and decided to go online to see how to become a good secretary. Then I saw a post from a user named Black Cat, which had a lot of likes and comments. To be a good secretary, there's only one rule: honest. You've succeeded when you can understand and put into practice the saying. When there's work to be done, the secretary does it. When there's no work, the secretary does it. Ava continued reading. The comments were mixed, with both praise and criticism. But overall, more people agreed. Many users whose profile pictures are of glamorous older women or successful middle-aged and elderly people have expressed their admiration. Ava was stunned. This is what a good secretary is like. At this moment, she saw Black Cat users posting again. Ava thought for a moment, then added the other person as a friend, wanting to ask them for some advice. As for the other side, after Aaron left, did not return to the villa immediately. Instead, they went to a remote place. Thoughts can transcend millions of light years. Not long after, a familiar golden light descended from the sky. Loki approached, carrying a pile of stones as if he had found a treasure. He smiled broadly and said ingratiatingly, "Uncle, this is what you asked us to find. We commissioned Heimdall to search the 9 realms 3 times over, and finally gathered all the legendary giants. This is the core of the mountain giants and the storm giants." Loki handed the still warm body to Aaron. Aaron then melted down the giant's core. Power of the primal giant, you have gained the full power of the primal giant. Able to draw power continuously from fire, ice, ocean, earth, and storms. Excellent, the power of the giants is now in our hands. We're one step closer to the 9 dragon balls. Aaron was very satisfied, he discovered. There was no incompatibility between the power of Odin, the power of Thor, the power of the giants, and the power inherited from the spirits of light. Instead, they strangely intertwined with each other, showing a subtle tendency to merge into one. This discovery convinced Aaron that perhaps the unification of the 9 realms would give birth to an even more powerful force. He looked forward even more to collecting all the 9 realms. What changes will occur after the power of the race is unleashed? At this moment, Aaron saw Loki's expectant eyes. Thought for a moment and smiled, "Loki, you did a good job. This is your reward, keep up the good work." Aaron casually flicked out a ball of light that surged into Loki's body. In an instant, Luo's already powerful physique was further strengthened. Furthermore, Aaron perfected Loki's frost giant physique. They can cast ice magic as if it were second nature, however. Loki wasn't very happy after sensing the changes in his body. His uncle, can I just ask for a blessing and not this ability? The blessing of a Valkyrie. Loki rubbed his hands together. Trying to ingratiate himself, Aaron turned to look at him. Are you sure for you right now a blessing is meaningless? This is the complete power of the frost elementalists. Even purer than Laufey's in terms of bloodline purity. Laufey would have to address Loki as an ancestor. If Loki were to obtain the box of ice, he could even transform into a frost giant version of Surtur. Loki nodded repeatedly. Uncle, Loki was born an Asgardian. And I will die an Asgardian. I would rather never use the power of the frost giants in my entire life. At this moment, Loki's expression was more resolute than ever before. Although he was Laufey's son, he was rejected and abandoned by Laufey shortly after birth. If Odin hadn't found him and taken him in to raise him, Loki would never have had the chance to live a long life. Loki was indeed somewhat misled. But he also knew a principle: the kindness of raising children is greater than heaven. And the kindness of giving birth is greater than man. Not to mention, Asgard also has heroes like Aaron. Loki is even less likely to feel a sense of belonging to the frost giants. He was proud to be an Asgardian, and proud to be Aaron's nephew. Seeing this, Aaron stopped trying to persuade him, and a ball of light appeared in his hand. At the same time, a majestic voice rang out. In the name of the father of the gods, I, Aaron, bestow upon you the glory of Asgard. Loki knelt on one knee, his face filled with reverence and excitement. The power of blessing will surge into the body. In that instant, Loki felt as if the kings of the Aesir were watching him. Loki's eyes welled up with tears. This was the recognition he had always dreamed of. The glory he had long awaited. Loki has finally become a true Asgardian. Although this was not Odin's approval. But from this day forward, who will dare to mock him as a frost giant? He's the first male Valkyrie in the Celestial Palace. Haha, my silly brother, you never expected this, did you? I've become the person you most wanted to be. While you're still dreaming of becoming a Valkyrie, I've already made it a reality. Loki was very proud, and felt lightheaded because he was rich. He finally beat Thor once and couldn't wait to have a serious talk with him. Thank you, uncle. Loki expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Aaron waved his hand. All right, you can go now. I'll contact you if there's anything else. Doesn't Aaron know what Loki is thinking? The body is here, but the soul has long since flown to Thor's side. Loki was so excited that he skipped and jumped away. Aaron shook his head helplessly at Loki's childlike behavior. Aaron returned to the villa unlike in the past. Aaron is really ready to get down to business today. He is researching dimensional teleportation and stellar projection. When I first saw Steven and the Ancient One's souls projecting out of their bodies into other dimensions in the Doctor Strange movie, I was amazed. Different worlds, different dimensions contain completely different rules. He was eager to see those completely different landscapes. At the same time, he also wanted to explore the Transformers universe. There are many good things there too. Who wouldn't want a transforming super cool and loyal bumblebees? However, the multiverse is so vast that it is dazzling. Aaron discovered finding the Transformers universe from among countless universes on your own is extremely difficult. Thinking of this, Aaron contacted Guya directly via mobile phone, Exist. However, after a while, the message just came from over there, Mr. Aaron, is there something you need? Aaron sent another voice message far away in Kamar-Taj. The Ancient One looked at her vibrating phone, then looked up at the magic engraved with various runes. Silence fell for a moment. We are monks. Shouldn't we use the communication methods of monks? For a fleeting moment, Guya wondered if she had truly fallen behind. Despite thinking this, I still awkwardly picked up my phone and started using it. And beside her, Librarian Wang and Archmage Mordo stared blankly as the Ancient One, dressed in a mage's robe, struggled with her phone. The two looked at each other, both speechless. It's over. The Supreme Master was playing on his phone. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj are up to date with the times. There is an independent network here, and apprentices can also use their mobile phones to access the internet. But everyone's busy cultivating immortality. Who still has time to play on their phone? Furthermore, revealing the magical world is forbidden, and most formal mages rarely come into contact with the internet. Especially the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. They had never seen the Ancient One use a cell phone or computer. However, right after the Ancient One left for a while last time, everything has changed. It became unfamiliar, it became strange, no, to be precise. Guya has been acting quite strangely for the past month. He talks to himself every day, looking completely bewildered. Surely it's not dementia. Wang and Mordo carefully stood guard beside Guya. They vaguely heard things like parallel universes, Transformers and bikers. The two remained completely bewildered. After a long while, Guya put down his phone and continued meditating. It means there is no explanation whatsoever, then. The two saw the Ancient One once again lost in thought. Mordo and Wang exchanged another glance, their minds filled with questions at the same time. Aaron shook his head in disappointment after questioning. The Ancient One also did not know the location of the Transformers universe. However, the Ancient One assured him that she would consult the Sorcerer Supremes of other universes and would reply immediately if she had any information. Upon hearing this, Aaron had no choice but to temporarily set aside his plans to explore the other universe and turn his attention to another goal, Supreme Evolution. Supreme Evolution is a mad scientist who is obsessed with genetic engineering technology. He called himself the Creator and aspired to create a perfect life. To create a utopian world without war, conspiracy, or selfishness for hundreds of years. He has been collecting genes from species on various planets, one of which is Earth. He became fascinated with art, music, and literature on Earth. He was deeply captivated by it. He believed that Earth was a race full of potential and the blueprint for his imagined species. So he secretly compiled a list of all the creatures on Earth. They secretly conducted countless biological experiments, even creating an anti-Earth biological experimental field that was more similar to the Orc Earth. Also, Rocket Raccoon of the Guardians of the Galaxy is also a creation of the highest evolution. Even the sovereign race, who claim to be perfect beings, are nothing more than the experimental results of supreme evolution. It is a tool for them to amass funds. With the ability of the highest evolution, Aaron estimated that the other party had collected most of the blueprints of common organisms on Earth. However, given that the other party has also collected the genetic material of organisms from many other planets in the universe. It's absolutely worth Aaron's personal trip. Aaron subconsciously wanted to use his all-seeing eye to search for the location of the highest evolution within a universe of 867. But then I thought about it again. Instead of searching for the supreme evolution, which may be lurking in some unknown corner, it's better to go directly to the sovereigns. When he killed Ego, his mind automatically updated the cosmic star map. Among them are the coordinates of the sovereigns. At this point in time following the coordinates, Aaron immediately spotted Sovereign with a thought. Aaron instantly arrived at the Sovereign Palace. The Golden Guards patrolling the palace were stunned to see Aaron suddenly appear. But they quickly realized what was happening and all their weapons were aimed at Aaron. "Stop, outsider, who are you?" Aaron glanced at the crowd. And the guards froze in place, their golden skin darkening slightly, all gripped by immense fear. Their minds were instantly plunged into absolute darkness. There is no light, no sound, and even the senses of touch and smell are taken away. The golden men screamed in terror in the darkness, the intense loneliness and cold constantly eroding their remaining willpower. In just a few seconds, some people broke down and sat on the ground. Some people were even scared to death by the darkness. Aaron frowned. What a weak golden man. He didn't actually kill him. It was just a common trick involving the dark force field and the power of fear. However, the psychological quality of these golden men is so low that it shocks people's worldview. As warriors, they collapsed and died instantly in the face of darkness. Aaron ignored the collapsing guard and waited until more people arrived. They headed straight for the Golden Palace. Aaron stormed into the hall alone with a gun. High Priestess Aisha, sitting on the throne in the Great Hall, suppressed her fear and mustered her last bit of courage. "Stop, outsider. This is the territory of the sovereign golden men, the most perfect beings in the universe." As soon as he finished speaking, the few golden guards in the hall tremblingly raised their particle guns and aimed them at Aaron. Two maids also appeared, flanking Aisha as if protecting the High Priestess. But their trembling legs betrayed the fear in their hearts. "A perfect creature. Huh? Does that mean I have to kneel down before you?" Aaron looked at Aisha with amusement. The latter, stung by Aaron's mocking gaze, quickly turned away. After realizing his own cowardice, he mustered up his courage and tried harder. Following Aaron's instructions, in theory, bowing to higher life forms is a basic courtesy. But you can make an exception. Aisha spoke the most cowardly words with the most severe courage. "Oh, really?" Aaron suddenly smiled. "Then you can kneel down." Aisha and the others were stunned. Aaron no longer concealed his life force. That superdimensional divine body that transcends reality. That miraculous combination of genes makes Aaron one of the most advanced life forms in the current universe. "Listen, I am the ultimate life form, the elemental master. The surrealist, the ruler of darkness, celestial being. The master of the 9 realms, the phoenix dominator. The god of star forging and Aaron. The master of the crystal palace. You have nothing but kneel before the ultimate life form." Some unable to withstand the terrifying, immense pressure emanating from the level of life itself. The guards instantly collapsed to their knees. Aisha's maids quickly prostrated themselves as well. Only Aisha remained sitting on the throne. She struggled under immense pressure. It exudes an aura of power and might, like a gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge and the bright moon shining over the great river, regardless of how strong or arrogant the other is. Seeing this, the maids and guards were filled with shame. He felt he had insulted the honor of the sovereigns. He felt a deep admiration for Aisha. As expected of the high priest, his composure is truly unmatched. However, Aisha was on the verge of tears, especially when she noticed Aaron's gaze. She trembled with fear. "Wait for me to get up and get ready." It wasn't that she didn't want to kneel, but that she was already suppressed on the throne and couldn't get up. Aaron approached step by step, each footstep seeming to pound heavily on their hearts, almost making them breathless. Aisha watched in horror as Aaron approached step by step. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Don't come any closer. Please, please don't come any closer. Aisha's exquisite golden face turned slightly pale. Faced with Aaron's unbridled vitality, her laughable confidence in her perfect genes vanished instantly. Swept into the dustbin of history when Aaron came to Aisha. His footsteps stopped and everyone held their breath, not daring to look up. They allowed Aaron to bully and manipulate their high priest. At this moment, the gold-digging people outside realized what was happening. They rushed in, eager to drive out the damned intruders. Aisha glanced out of the corner of her eye toward the exit of the main hall. Her eyes filled with anticipation, faster, faster. This second felt like 100 days. As the anxious wait continued, the golden-clad people swarmed in and then, thump, 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 they knelt down in rows, just like the maids in perfect order. Their faces filled with terror, that's it. Aisha despairingly withdrew her gaze. Aaron reached out, lifted Aisha's chin, and slowly and forcefully raised her face. He looked down at her terrified eyes like a god high above. Where is the highest evolution, huh? Were you looking for us, Aisha? Who thought she was about to reach the end of her life, felt a sense of joy that came after all her misfortunes. Supreme evolution, as Aisha was trying to find the right words. Aaron slowly leaned closer and whispered in her ear. The warm breath pattered against my earlobes, but instead of any romantic sensation it felt icy cold. As if I had fallen into an ice cellar, Yesha. You don't want anything to happen to your Piplido, you. Aisha's pupils constricted sharply. The Supreme Intelligence is their creator, capable of easily controlling the life and death of the sovereigns. Because he was very familiar with the genetic makeup of the sovereigns, he could easily create a gene virus that could cause biological extinction. But now faced with Aaron's terrifying divine power, after weighing the options in her heart, Aisha felt sorry for the creator. But for the sake of her people, she had no choice but to sacrifice him. The ultimate evolution must be currently anti-Earth. Although I don't know his exact location, I can contact him. Aisha quickly said, I will use the excuse of finding P to ensure that Supreme Evolution, Sidai, arrives immediately. Please, please don't hurt us. On behalf of the people of Sovereign, in the name of the High Priest, I pledge my loyalty to you. Aisha's mind raced, and she quickly realized that this was both a crisis and an opportunity. Aaron has arrived since they are powerless to resist. They might as well close their eyes and enjoy themselves to the fullest. Aisha, what are you saying? You can't replace the Sovereign. We, the Sovereign people, will never be slaves. Aisha looked at the remote-controlled drone that had just flown in and whispered. They are from the Council and have the power to check my decisions. They have the right to mobilize the Sovlan drone fleet. And I can stop them immediately. No. Aaron turned his head to the side end in a flash of his eyes. All the drones spontaneously combusted without fire, instantly disintegrating into dust. Immediately afterwards, a noisy commotion came from outside. Help. The council chamber is on fire. No need to come, the council meeting is complete. Aisha felt incredibly dry-mouthed. The council that had been giving her such a headache, had it vanished into thin air just because Aaron turned his head. Glug tilde. The only sound in the silent hall was the beating of a heart. You know what to do, you'd better find out where he is. Understand, Aaron lifted her head and spoke softly. As Aisha blinked repeatedly, Aaron released her. Aisha immediately began to contact the Supreme Intelligence. After informing the other party that they had captured 89P13, Aisha quickly inquired about the specific coordinates, which were then personally delivered by the Sovlan unmanned fleet. The Supreme Evolution located in Og Corporation has no doubts. He immediately revealed the coordinates of Augur Company. His heart filled with eagerness. He longed to see Rocket Raccoon, the animals he both loved and hated again. Just as he was lost in his reverie, suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded on the biological warship. Supreme Evolution's expression instantly darkened. He glanced at his female deputy beside him and said, "Go see what happened." Upon hearing this, the female deputy immediately contacted the outside world. "This is bad. We've detected a powerful energy fluctuation right beneath our feet." The Supreme Evolution scoffed, "What powerful energy?" thinking to himself that he would fire the person in charge later. He figured it was just a surge in energy levels. Nothing serious, we didn't know. The energy meter went off the charts in an instant. It's off the charts, is it broken? The ultimate evolution is still in the works, then. Chaotic footsteps and shouts came through the channel again. Intruders assemble in the lobby immediately. Damn it, Aisha has betrayed us. Oh no, what kind of monster is that man? Another series of sounds of battle rang out. But they quickly ceased. The channel was eerily quiet, as if it had suddenly lost connection. The people in the control room all sensed something was wrong and looked toward Supreme Evolution, awaiting the next instruction. The Supreme Evolution's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. Had Aisha betrayed them? It seems the sovereigns cannot be allowed to remain. Contact guards in other areas and immediately proceed to the main hall to investigate and eliminate Aisha and her accomplices. Have the field operations troops stand by. We're leaving for Sovereign Planet immediately. I'll make it awash in bloods. The Supreme Evolution harbored a deep resentment. He hated being betrayed more than anything in his life. The nation especially tolerates the betrayal of its creations. The last person to betray him was 89P13, who disappointed him and tore his face off while fleeing. The highest evolution in order to remember hatred. Used a stapler to firmly nail down one's face. Now Aisha has also led the way in betraying him. Although he doesn't understand how Aisha came to Og Group so quickly. None of that matters. Because the sovereigns will be wiped off the map of the universe. The Supreme Evolution remained confident of victory and showed no signs of panic. This is his stronghold, no one can do anything about it. Forget Ayush even if the Mad Titan came. He'd have to walk sideways, boom. A violent explosion came from underground. The Supreme Evolution roared. Who told them to use high-powered bombs? All my treasures are stored here. Tell them all to be quiet. The female deputy immediately contacted the outside world. But strange things happened again. The guards who had just been able to get through have lost contact again. For some reason, everyone felt a deep sense of unease. This problem seems quite serious. Deploy the Abrix behemoths. The Supreme Evolution declared without question. The female assistant immediately began to operate the equipment. The Ablix is an extra-dimensional monster capable of traversing dimensional space and feeds on massive amounts of energy. After being captured and transformed by the Og Group, they became more controllable and more powerful. Right at this very moment, the distance from the main control room lobby by several passageways. Aaron led Aisha slowly through the passage along the way. Everyone who got a certain distance away was plunged into absolute darkness and icy fear. Countless illusions appeared there. The more evil a person's heart is and the more extreme their behavior, the more terrifying the illusions they will see. Unable to control their thoughts, they kept fleeing in the darkness. Their faces were contorted in agony, and they looked utterly miserable. Until I was scared to death. Aisha felt a deep sympathy for what she saw. Are you afraid? Are you pitying them? Aaron replied without turning his head, looking at Aaron's back, and not caring whether he could see her or not. Aisha quickly shook her head. No. Hess, it doesn't matter what you think, I don't care. Aaron's tone was chilling the moment they raised their weapons against me. The outcome was sealed. Aisha wanted to say that some of them were not armed personnel. Aaron seemed to hear her thoughts. When they take up arms on the battlefield, they are no longer the unbound. Aisha was unable to refute his words. But when she thought about how these people were conducting all sorts of biological experiments for the sake of supreme evolution, she suddenly felt that they all deserved to die. Aisha looked up. Actually, I think everyone here is a bad person. Let's just kill them all. Aaron paused. Good grief. I thought you were a saint. But it turns out you're even less extreme than me just then. The roar of some kind of giant beast came from ahead. As the ground trembled, the three-headed Abrix behemoth smashed through the copper and iron walls and roared as it pounced on Eren. Behind them was a group of mercenaries armed with various space weapons. Aisha instinctively raised her gun. But Eren merely glanced at her. The scorching high-temperature rays swept across smoothly. And both the Ablix behemoth and the mercenaries fell like wheat being harvested. Aisha took a deep breath. So cool. Boss, the defenses in Zone C have been breached. Patrol Teams 6, 9, and 12 are on their way to the battlefield. The 6th squad has lost contact. The 12th squad has lost contact. Abrix the behemoth group has lost contact. Sector D has suffered massive damage, with approximately 30% of the area damaged. The bioarmor in Sector C has been breached. Creating cavities, 9th squad has lost contact. All 12 teams in the vicinity have lost contact. Boss, the entire front line has fallen. The female deputy in the control room looked at the screen full of piercing red warnings. And sweat broke out on her forehead, her voice trembling slightly. The heads of the Armed Forces Department, Biology Departments, and Logistics Department exchanged glances, then scanned their surroundings behind the Supreme Evolution, searching for a way out. The Supreme Evolution appears calm on the surface, but is secretly on tenterhooks. He was not afraid of invasion. Over the past hundreds or thousands of years, he had seen all sorts of people. The reason why the Cosmic Aug group has been able to develop to this point is not because of its cunning, but because of its strength. He has several hundred inhabited planets under his direct command. They can mobilize hundreds of millions of troops at any time. Even when facing the Mad Titan, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. However, what happened today was far too horrifying. So, can anyone tell me exactly how many enemies we're going to face this time? Will it be a joint attack by all the space raiders? Or a Kree hero leading a large number of Kree elites in a powerful assault? Or could it be that the Mad Titan is just passing by and looting? The Supreme Evolution asked with a dark expression. How much time has passed since the attack began? Is there 3 minutes? Why couldn't his men even delay? Judging from the route, the enemy seemed to be leisurely strolling towards the main control room where he was located. Without stopping for even a moment, the journey was smooth and unobstructed. If it weren't for the occasional explosions and warnings of damaged warships, he would have even suspected that there was a mass surrender at the front. That's not scientific. However, no one present could answer the question. Well, this battle was like mowing the lawn. Our forces assembled a large army and charged, only to be wiped out in a single encounter. Our side then assembled elite units, including space behemoths and mercenaries, only to be swept away by the enemy in a single encounter. The opponent pushed straight through, destroying towers wherever they could, breaching gates wherever they could, and instantly killing anyone. They charged all the way to their own high ground and were about to destroy the crystal. Wait a minute, you think this is a game? Even if we were to deploy thousands of pigs, it would still take several minutes to catch them. Does that mean all the massive amounts of galaxy coins he spends every year are just to support a bunch of useless idiots who are worse than pigs? That would be worse than raising a fleet of pigs. HMPH, get ready. I want to see if the enemy really has 3 heads and 6 arms. The Supreme Evolution stared intently at the explosion-proof cabin in the main control room. Are they here? As soon as the words were spoken, the explosion-proof hatch, several tens of centimeters thick, suddenly turned bright red before the group could react. A ball of flame burned through the door, and the fire continued to spread until the entire door was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The Supreme Evolution clenched his fists, his pupils dilating sharply. How is this possible? At this time, Eren led Aisha slowly through the large hole. All the senior executives are here. That saves everyone time. Let me see. The database password is... The members of the Supreme Evolution were taken aback upon hearing this. and glanced at Aisha, who was following closely behind Eren like a submissive wife. The Supreme Evolution glared at her. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the enemy consisted of only two people, no. One person in the eyes of the Supreme Evolution. Aisha is not even a complete person. After determining the number of enemies, without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a dazzling bolt of lightning. The lightning bolt covered dozens of meters in an instant. But halfway there, it suddenly turned around and headed straight for the highest evolution. The latter was shocked and quickly operated the device to isolate the lightning. You've got some skills, can you control lightning? But I'm not that weak. The Supreme Evolution immediately spread its 5 fingers, manipulating the repulsive force in an attempt to control Eren. Stop fooling around, I'm doing serious business. Eren frowned. The Supreme Evolution wanted to provoke him. But his power was merely like a gust of wind, making Eren's hair fly. Very crude gravity technology and electromagnetic force. I suggest you switch to toy manufacturing. The market for your small toys should be pretty good. Eren completely disregarded the Supreme Evolution's armor functions and casually offered a suggestion. He has already mastered the Grand Unified Field. How could he possibly be fooled by the crude gravitational and electromagnetic technologies of Supreme Evolution? The Supreme Evolution remained expressionless. He was a great being known as a god, and Eren's words were undoubtedly a crushing blow to his dignity. What are you all standing there for? Get up there. While ordering his subordinates to take action, Supreme Evolution directly activated the regional gravity device. Attempting to teach the opponent a lesson, however, the moment gravity hit Eren, it was counteracted by another anti-gravity force. No matter how much the Supreme Evolution increased its energy output, it had no effect on Eren, so this is the password. Eren found the genetic database code from countless memories, and then began to organize other knowledge. You're spying on my mind. The Supreme Evolution finally realized, wait. You want to access my gene pool? Although he was furious that Eren had stormed the company headquarters without warning. But at this moment, Supreme Evolution had to remain calm. He said gently, buddy, although I don't know who you are, we can definitely work together. You want my genetic database? No problem. I'll give you access to the whole thing. And I know of many more planets. If you help me, I can get you anything you're interested in. Since you can cooperate with Aisha, why not cooperate with me? I can offer you more of what you want. I am stronger, more powerful, and richer than her. With your power combined with my wisdom and wealth, we will be invincible together. We will become the kings of the new world, the creators of this universe, and achieve even greater glory. Shut up. Eren was intently examining the mind of the Supreme Evolutionary, trying to see if the other party had any backup plans. However, the other person kept nagging and whining. And although it was impossible to disturb him, it was still very annoying. Enough, shut your mouth. The Supreme Evolution wanted to say something more, but found itself unable to speak. He frantically covered his mouth, only to find that it had already closed up. Seeing this, the subordinates of the Supreme Evolution were even more terrified and dared not make any move. The Supreme Evolution realized that Eren didn't take him seriously at all. They even treated his memories and spaceship as their own backyard, free to come and go as they pleased. The Supreme Evolution's eyes blazed with fury. This is outrageous even if you are powerful. You shouldn't insult a creator and angel. Let's die together, MMM. The Supreme Evolution subconsciously wanted to activate the spaceship's self-destruct function. However, when he had this thought, he was horrified to find that his body was no longer under his control. At this moment, he suddenly realized when Eren arrived, his body and everything else no longer belonged to him. "Lo, you demons." Eren was examining the memories when he sensed the other person's mental activity and chuckled. When you commit inhumane acts against countless creatures, arbitrarily strip them of their names, and treat the life of a planet as a biological garbage dump for wanton destruction, Why didn't you ever think that you yourself were the devil? Must I am their creator, I created them. And naturally I have the right to control their lives. And you are an unreasonable robber, a devil, Aaron. Without glancing at his memory, Julie replied. I'm too lazy to reason with you don't deserve to listen. Having said that, Aaron stopped paying attention to his inner thoughts. When you encounter such a hypocritical person, no matter how you try to reason with them, they will not listen and may even deliberately ignore you and continue to argue. For this kind of person, the best option is undoubtedly to delete and block them all at once. The Supreme Evolution was still making aha and moo sounds. But no one responded, until Aaron had finished browsing through all of his memories. He looked at Aisha, it's up to you. Aisha was stunned by what she heard, she looked at Aaron. Then at the Supreme Evolution that couldn't open its mouth. He hesitated for only a moment. She then raised her gun and killed the Supreme Evolution. This mad scientist who called himself the Creator and God has thus come to an end, Aaron nodded in satisfaction, signaling her to continue following, ignoring the others, and went straight to the biological gene database. Supreme Evolution is very confident in itself, believing that the OG group is safe and reliable. All the gene banks collected over the years have been placed here. No backups, nothing missing. Aaron entered the biological gene database according to the memories of the Supreme Evolution. Remove the super USB drive used to store data. Direct smelting. Aaron wasn't sure if smelting this kind of data would work, but he had no other choice. The genetic data from so many planets combined is simply too much for this mothership to contain. To be honest, although Supreme Evolution has questionable character, it possesses exceptional talent in biological genetics. He meticulously recorded and stored every piece of genetic data. It is very well preserved after smelting. The primordial furnace reacted for a few breaths, then a thick beam of light surged from his arm into his entire body. Aaron felt that his body and soul had been elevated once again. He's evolved again. In complete omnipotent power Earth version, similar abilities have been detected to have merged control of wind, control of lightning super simulation, matter recombination. You have mastered all the mysterious rules within an Earth. You can freely transform into any object, organic or inorganic matter, ionic or chemical static within the Earth. You can freely control everything within the planet and arbitrarily transform all life and all things according to your will. It worked. Aaron was overjoyed. Although it's only the Earth version of the weak omnipotent power, the mere mention of the word omnipotent is enough to show how extraordinary this ability is. Aaron glanced at it. All the abilities of objects forged from the very Earth have been incorporated into this omnipotent power. In other words, he can now easily control all things of the 5 elements. Control lightning, and control storms and ice, even the creation of all things. If he so chooses, he can reopen Pandora's box and embark on a path of great evolution of life. Moreover, this ability is universal. Theoretically speaking, if he has enough energy, he can do something similar to a true creator, creating all things or using the power of all things. Aaron carefully perceived the changes within himself. At this moment he was like a star. It can clearly perceive all external states. The periodic table, countless elements, countless special organisms. His brain suddenly generated countless logical concepts. This will better assist him in using this power. This feeling is so amazing. Aaron opened his right hand, his gaze deep and unfathomable. A star suddenly appeared in my palm. It is evolving at an astonishing speed. If you look closely, you'll find that tiny life forms have even been born on this star. But the next moment, when the 5 fingers come together, everything vanishes like a bubble. From this moment on, the world is in my hands. Aisha didn't understand, but she was deeply shocked. As an observer, she felt more. Aaron was right in front of me. But suddenly he became ethereal and unreal. Just looking at the other person seems to flood my brain with countless pieces of knowledge. The various numbers and symbols and the intertwined lines. gave Aisha a terrible headache at the same time. A heavy sense of oppression surged over her, causing her to kneel down involuntarily. Oh my God. Is he the true creator compared to Eren? Aisha felt as insignificant as a grain of sand. It was only then that Eren noticed Aisha's movements and subconsciously suppressed all his aura. This is the aura of a deity. Just looking at it is enough to dazzle even drive people mad. Because it represents the logic of everything in the world, and the most fundamental essence of the world. Imagine how terrifying it would be if the boundless knowledge and logic of a star were compressed into the body of a 1.8-meter-tall person. The smarter a person is, the more easily they will fall into this trap and become hopelessly addicted, until they go completely insane. However, Eren was able to control himself perfectly. After he calmed down, he returned to his normal appearance. But Aisha still didn't get up. She's on a pilgrimage. As a sovereign, she has an inexplicable obsession with the degree of genetic evolution. They worship evolution and perfect genes. Eren, as the ultimate life form, is their god. Aisha was now completely convinced. Her face was inexplicably flushed. Eren noticed Aisha's condition and his expression turned strange. He suspected that if he were to return to sovereignty, he wouldn't need to do anything. Simply by displaying his life force, he could easily gain a planet full of fanatical followers. Great and ultimate deities, please accept our loyalty and faith. The people of sovereignty are willing to serve you for generations to come, until the universe perishes and all living beings are annihilated. Aisha said this. She couldn't imagine any life more perfect than Abraham's. If this level of life form cannot be described as ultimate, then who does? Aisha even somewhat disliked her golden skin. It turns out that in the entire universe, only Eren's yellow is supreme. It is the ultimate of everything. Aisha's humble request. Eren thought about it for a moment and then agreed. Anyway, he doesn't have to pay anything, even if he refuses. The sovereigns will spontaneously come to believe in him at Aisha's call. The ultimate goal of the sovereigns is perfection. The ultimate, and Eren represents the direction in which the sovereign race will evolve. Even if he never bestows blessings, they will still worship him willingly. I accept your faith, Eren's voice echoed in the air, carrying an irresistible authority. Aisha's body trembled slightly, her eyes flashing with fanaticism. Great God of sovereignty, please issue your first decree. And with people of sovereignty, we'll offer everything to prove our people's loyalty to you. An imperial decree, Eren casually remarked. I need you to collect all species not recorded in the AUG group's records. Remember everything, of course. I will do my best to preserve myself and strengthen myself. I don't want to be left with nothing but ruins when I return to Sovereign next time. Aisha didn't understand, but she wouldn't ask. Because God's will is above all else. God said, and that is the truth. Even though the sovereigns hate taking risks and rarely have contact with the outside world, for fear of getting themselves dirty and endangering their precious lives. But if it is God's will, the sovereigns might just become the most insane and valiant warriors in the universe. I will obey the decrees. Eren waved his hand and sent Aisha back to Sovereign. He himself was teleported to the outer perimeter of the biological mothership. Place your hand on the spaceship's wriggling biomass hull. The spaceship was completely melted down. It was on this day that the planet Sovereign has undergone earth-shattering changes. Did Eren's casual remark transform this timid civilization into the most insane civilization in the universe? New York. Eren, accompanied by his harp and his secretary Gwen, drove along the roads of Westchester. Gwen sat in the driver's seat, awkwardly maneuvering the steering wheel. His eyes kept scanning the rearview mirror and the road ahead. His muscles were tense, and he looked ready to do something big. Eren noticed Gwen's unusual behavior. Gwen, didn't you say you could drive? Gwen's attention was still mostly focused on the road ahead. And after confirming several times that there were no problems, she replied, actually, I only got my driver's license 2 weeks ago. But don't worry, I'm very talented at driving. My dad says I'm a top-notch driver. I just need to spend a little more time getting used to it. Gwen sounded less confident towards the end, and a hint of embarrassment lingered on her face. Aaron instinctively tightened his seatbelt, even though he was certain he would be unharmed even if he collided with a train. But he didn't want tomorrow's headlines to read, President of Asia Group involved in car accident, a scandal that would make headlines. Isn't your father a policeman? Why don't you ask him to train you more? Aaron also remembered that Gwen's father, George Stacy, was the New York City Police Commissioner, which would definitely be considered a wealthy middle-class family in the United States. Aaron was unaware that George didn't like him at all, after he made those defamatory remarks in front of so many people, saying that New York was unsafe. The local police department even considered hiring a lawyer to sue Aaron, although the matter was ultimately dropped. But many police officers certainly wouldn't have a very friendly impression of Aaron. Later, a certain unscrupulous media outlet went even further, claiming that the New York State Police Department was wasting taxpayers' money, a sensationalist statement. Recently, the New York Police Department is arguably the most stressful department. When you walk outside, people point and whisper about you. As the director George Stacy's perception of Aaron, the instigator of all this and the related media plummeted. And this dissatisfaction, Gwen reached her peak after joining the Asia Corporation as Aaron's secretary. 500 unverified rumors circulated that Aaron's secretariat was part of his harem. George has repeatedly expressed his desire for Gwen to leave the Asia Group. Gwen naturally didn't want to give up this great opportunity. The two sides had several arguments about this. These things Gwen never told anyone else. She has always been diligent and focused on her work. Every day is very fulfilling. Moreover, I learned a lot at work. Her perspective and knowledge are many times better than before. Would you be willing to give up such a great opportunity? If you study for a few more years, after leaving the Asia Group, he could probably easily be hired as the general manager of any other medium or large-sized company. When Aaron talked about his father, Gwen glanced at Aaron's eyes subconsciously, then quickly looked away. My father is very busy and may be called out on duty at any time. So I don't want to trouble him. Gwen didn't tell the truth. Gwen didn't want her to drive for Aaron at all. It's best to minimize contact with Aaron, so as not to ruin his tender and delicate beauty. Aaron nodded upon hearing this in his memory. George Stacy was definitely a good police officer. Overtime was a daily routine for her. And even after being promoted to chief, she was often on the front lines, still wearing a long red dress. Interjected. Why don't I drive? My driving skills are pretty good. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, affirming indeed. It's quite good. Jean rolled her eyes at Aaron and quickly pulled her skirt down to cover herself, preventing Gwen from seeing the alluring scenery beneath. She shifted her body, moving a little closer to Aaron to make the movement easier. Gwen, oblivious to the commotion in the back row, said firmly, "No problem, leave everything to me." Gwen was focused on driving. Aaron was also focused on driving, while Jean was distracted by the car. More than half an hour later, a sign reading "Private Property, No Trespassing" appeared beside the highway. On the other side, there's a sign welcoming you to Xavier's Academy of Geniuses. Seeing this, Chin blushed and slowly pulled Aaron out. We're almost there. This is the professor's territory. Gwen exclaimed in surprise. Is the capital really that rich? This is New York, where land is incredibly valuable. In the past, Chin would have answered with pride and honor. But now Chin shook her head. Among us sits the world's richest man. What does this place amount to? As she spoke, she glared at Aaron, straightened the hem of her skirt, and tried to restore her composure. However, having just experienced such matters, she was now completely inexperienced. She is in no way inferior to Mary Jane in terms of mature charm. Perhaps it's because of the Phoenix. Chin is very enthusiastic and proactive. Even in that short time, Chin's face turned as red as if it had been burned. Gwen then noticed Jin's unusual condition and quickly opened the car window, wondering why Jin had such a high fever when it wasn't hot today. Not long after, the three finally arrived at the gates of Xavier's Academy of Geniuses. The outer perimeter is surrounded by a wall more than 2 meters high, and there is an iron gate at the main entrance. Through the iron gate, you can see a manor in the distance. Xavier School was originally Professor Charles's ancestral estate, which has been passed down for over 100 years. After several renovations, it can be said to be the most luxurious private school in the world. Chin took the initiative to introduce the situation here to the two of them. This is Chin's second home and she knows everything about it. An alternative elite school, Gwen understands. In a way, that is indeed the case, Kin nodded and said. All the logistics staff here are recruited from outside. If you have the chance, you can try the food here. It's definitely no worse than those high-end restaurants. Here, you can taste local delicacies from all over the world. According to the professor, he hopes that the children here can enjoy the same treatment as children outside. Gwen couldn't help but complains. I don't think most people outside get this kind of treatment. Even though Gwen's father is the police chief, her family's financial situation is not bad by any standard in the world. However, even she never enjoyed this treatment. 014601323 Chinese letter 123,593,401 Aaron shook his head and said, the living environment here sounds good, but there are too few students. Why not consider enrolling more children? Aaron glanced around and realized that such a large school estate only had a little over 100 students. There are more ordinary people than students just responsible for the logistics of the entire manor. Chin hadn't thought there was a problem before, but after spending a long time in close proximity with Aaron, she realized the inappropriateness of Charles's decision. I would suggest to the professor that we admit more children from disadvantaged backgrounds. At the same time, it will allow him to make more allies and improve the school environment. Many plans and schemes flashed through Chin's mind. These were all highly feasible solutions that she obtained after exhausting all her resources and signing countless unequal treaties that humiliated and deprived the country of its sovereignty. She also sent it to Charles in the form of a letter, in short. It boils down to this: make as many friends as possible and as few enemies as possible. Unite as many people as possible with whom you can win them over. 1,000 friends are never too many. And one enemy is never too few, that's all. The problem of mutants cannot be solved overnight. Since Aaron did not offer any clear support, all Jean could do was improve the poor living conditions of the mutants. Chin was pondering Charles, along with the X-Men and all the mutant students, gathered at the academy gates. Mr. Aaron, welcome to Xavier's Genius Academy. Snap, snap, snap. The students clapped and craned their necks to look at Aaron. Wow, Mr. Aaron is even more handsome than he is online. His aura is so unique, so manly. I feel like I'm falling in love. Is this Mr. Miracle? It's said that his wealth could cover the entire city of New York. Hey, do you think Mr. Aaron is such a genius that he can create a cure for our disease? After these words were spoken, everyone in the room fell silent for 2 seconds. Some were pondering carefully, while others were pleasantly surprised. It sounds like a very unlikely possibility, but Aaron is Mr. Miracle. What he has done, isn't it all a miracle? According to the media, Mr. Aaron is a miracle and he is best at creating miracles. He is omnipotent. Charles stopped laughing. Scott turned around, his face sour, and said, the X gene isn't a disease, it's a gift from the creator. The speaker is a highly distinctive level 1 mutant. Beneath the thick clothing lay a dense layer of wild animal fur. This led to him being called a monster when he studied at other schools. He talked about it so much that sometimes he even felt like a monster himself. Scott, don't scare our children. They are the future of mutants, Charles scolded him. Then looked apologetically at Aaron. Mr. Aaron, please excuse the commotion, please come in. The children have been waiting for you for a long time. Aaron nodded, slightly waved to the children. and entered a large hall amidst cheers and applause from the crowd. Charles couldn't help but smile when he saw the children's enthusiastic discussion. Aren't they very energetic? I rarely see them so excited. Thank you, Mr. Aaron. It is your arrival that lets them know that there are still people outside who do not reject them. Aaron is now a global celebrity, and his arrival is undoubtedly a shot in the arm, making the mutant students incredibly excited. After all, they get to interact with Mr. Miracle up close face-to-face. Upon hearing this, Aaron said meaningfully, "Then shouldn't you do more similar things?" Charles paused in his smile, glanced at the children, then remembered the letter Chin had sent and slowly nodded. I have carefully considered the possibilities of these issues, and I am very grateful for your advice, Mr. Aaron. You are our first friend and will always be our friend. Aaron nodded non-committally. Friend. Let's just say we can. How could Aaron remain unmoved when Chin went to such lengths to please him? Of course, Aaron isn't a saint either. He won't completely stand up for mutants. While he can use power and strength to protect mutants, but he cannot protect her forever. Mutants ultimately have to rely on themselves. If you can't stand on your own 2 feet, no amount of help will help. They're not my children and nobody owes anyone anything. If the time is right, I will offer some assistance. But I suggest you think more about what you should do next. Aaron's implication was that he could help as much as he could, but he shouldn't expect to continue helping the poor indefinitely. There's a saying that's quite good. As a person, you must rely on yourself. Charles nodded. As clever as he was, he naturally understood what Aaron meant at this time. A woman who was completely covered up rushed out from the side. Charles frowned and said, Anna, don't do anything rash. Upon hearing this, Aaron realized that the girl was actually Anna Mary, the Rakshasa. Aaron always felt that something was missing. I glanced at his forehead and suddenly realized what was going on. At this time, Anna did not have her signature white hair. To his surprise, Anna was much prettier than she appeared in the movie. Moreover, at 16 or 17, she was already bearing abundant fruit, almost ripe for the picking. And Anna's abilities are quite good too. She is also one of Aaron's most important targets this time. Mr. Aaron. Anna's face was flushed, a mixture of anticipation and fear. Aaron smiled encouragingly. Miss Anna, is there anything I can help you with? Anna felt embarrassed by Aaron's smile. She took a deep breath and hesitated. I've heard that the Osborn Asian group controls the world's most powerful biogenetic technology. If the Asia group claims to be second, then no one dares to claim to be first. Aaron raised an eyebrow, already knowing what she was thinking. Upon hearing this domineering statement, the kids in the audience gasped in surprise once again. Even Cyclops Scott, who disliked Aaron, had to admit that it was the truth. Even the Institute of Mutants research in this area is not as good as Aaron's. The little rascal's face turned even redder. Like a red apple. So, can you develop a drug that neutralizes mutant abilities? You little rascal, Charles started to say. Aaron then said, actually, it's not impossible. What? Real? The former refers to the mutants led by Charles, while the latter refers to Anna and some mutant children who are dissatisfied with their poor abilities. Mr. Aaron, you mean? Charles turned his head to look at him. Aaron asked doubtfully, don't you know? The Watson Corporation is determined to develop a cure for mutants. And I heard they've reached the 10th critical moment. The relevant technologies have made significant progress. Watson Corporation, Charles frowned. This is troublesome, really. Upon hearing Aaron's words, the scene immediately erupted into chaos, resembling a noisy market. Having superpowers is a cool thing, but if you're unlucky and awaken a terrible superpower, that's not a good thing at all. William Stryker's son, master of illusionsis, a typical example. Without a matching mindset to wield great power, the end result is the destruction of his family and his own demise, reduced to a living drug and a machine devoid of self-feelings. For example, the mischievous Anna in front of us is killing a rabbit after touching it with her hand. She had to wear gloves and cover herself up completely. And even dared not date, no one dared to approach her. Everyone sees her as a 4-0 vampire who takes the lives of others. But if mutants with advanced abilities like Storm and Magneto could awaken them, then everything would be fine. He's handsome and stylish, many people would want him. However, fantasy is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Most people are not the main characters. Their superpowers make it difficult for them to get by in real society. Anna never expected that her tentative remark would yield such a great result. So my illness can be cured. These words brought Charles back to his senses. Charles, who had originally planned to attend class first, immediately changed his mind. Children, I'm going to have a talk with Mr. Aaron. Would you like to go back to the classroom first? Aurora, Scott, you take the children and leave first. Charles smiled gently, but it was a forced smile. He suddenly remembered what Aaron had told him about the importance of allies and friends. In that instant, he understood if he had enough friends. He should have known about the progress of Watson's project long ago and made preparations in advance. Instead of being so passive as we are now. The other children were told to leave. But Anna walked up to Aaron and said in a clear voice, Mr. Aaron, do you think the problem with mutants is a disease or a gift from God? Aaron shook his head, neither. Anna was confused. Charles looked over in surprise. He had a feeling that Aaron was about to say something extraordinary again. Sure enough, Aaron's next sentence caused them all to crash simultaneously. As far as I know, your situation is very likely related to the gods. All of this is an experiment by the gods, Tenjin. Jean and Gwen, who had been watching the drama unfold, were shocked because they remembered one of Aaron's many titles, The Celestials. P.S. Sorry for the slow post today. My parents-in-law came over, and I didn't start until 4 or 5 p.m. Here's the second chapter, 5,000 words. Within Charles's office, Charles the Beast and Aurora Scott all gathered together. Aaron sat in the main seat, with Gwen and Chin sitting on either side of him. In addition, there's Anna and Loganth Wolverine who brought her there. Mr. Aaron, could you elaborate on the intelligence you possess? Charles looked worried, increasingly uncertain about the future of mutants. Watsonton Corporation's antidote, and the gods who created mutants, Beast, who had just returned from the Department of Mutant Affairs, paused for a moment upon hearing the word Watsonton. I've heard about the Watson Corporation's antidote. I heard they've made a key breakthrough, and it won't be long before they develop a drug that can address the mutant problem. I always thought it was a joke. As the only mutant beast working in the government, he has better access to information. But because of his mutant identity, he was destined to be unable to gain the trust of others. In a sense, he was merely a balancing point used by the higher-ups to maintain stability at the mutant school. However, Aaron's intelligence sources include top officials and HILDS, so if he wanted to, there wouldn't be much that happened on Earth that could escape his notice. No money is needed, just one new student ID is enough. The key technology that Watson acquired is actually a mutant with the ability to suppress mutants. When any mutant enters his vicinity within a certain distance, the X gene will lose its ability to be expressed and will temporarily return to normal. What Watson Corporation needs to do now is to prolong this suppression effect as much as possible. Once successful, a single injection will be enough to turn mutants back into ordinary humans. Aaron snapped his fingers, and the information was transmitted to the office computer. Omorlo immediately stepped forward to examine it. Upon seeing the confidential document, those present reacted with a mix of emotions. Some were pleased, others frowned, and still others became wary. Logan scoffed, "We're not sick, we don't need treatment." Aurora thought so too, but when she noticed Anna, her expression darkened slightly. If they only selectively allow mutants to receive the injection, that would be fine. But I'm worried they might force everyone to receive the injection, which could lead to violent conflict. Mutants like Anna would naturally be eager to receive the injection. Many mutants may think that mutant abilities are cool and that they are a gift from God. And even if their mutant abilities are terrible, they are unwilling to lose them. Charles also thought of this. I'm worried about Eric at 23. Once he finds out, he certainly won't let it go. I know him. Eric will definitely gather more mutants to confront the Watson Corporation head-on. At that time, the mutants' situation will only get worse. The beast looked at its long blue, wild-like hair and fell into deep thought. He desperately wanted the antidote to work. But considering the mutants' perspective, he also hoped that the higher-ups would be a little more lenient in this operation, even though he knew the chances were slim. Anna then asked curiously, Mr. Miracle, can you also create a similar antidote? I heard you can solve Mr. Gray's mutant ability problem. During a conversation between Omerlo and Scott, the topic of the zither came up. After learning that Aaron might be able to solve the problem of mutant abilities, Anna became interested in him. That's why she took the initiative to come up and ask in front of so many people. She longed so much to live like a normal person, instead of wearing gloves all day, wearing thick leather clothes, covering their bodies completely, and even wearing scarves. Maintain a distance of at least half a meter from other students. She can't wear a bikini no matter how good her figure is. It's useless. She can't be in a relationship, especially at this tender and sunny age of 18, when hormones are surging. But there was nothing she could do. She didn't want a platonic relationship that lasted her whole life. A purely spiritual connection without any physical intimacy. Aaron looked at her with feigned confusion. You really want to lose your mutant abilities? Anna nodded repeatedly, raising the gloves she wore even in the sweltering heat. I can't touch anyone, because I'll absorb other people's life force. Aaron beckoned her over. Although Aaron already knew about Anna's abilities, he was still willing to test whether he could now be immune to Anna's absorption. Anna walked briskly up to Aaron, her face full of confusion. Aaron reached out and touched Anna's smooth face. A flicker of panic crossed the latter's eyes. Don't do this, I'll hurt you. The others also looked tense. Logan was about to step forward when Charles raised his hand. Wait a minute. Even Charles himself didn't dare to approach Anna. Although her abilities were uncontrollable, they were surprisingly strong decks. Ororo looked worried, Mr. Aaron is a man who is good at creating miracles. Don't look at him with the same eyes you would an ordinary person. What? Charles had deliberately gathered intelligence on Aaron. According to some people's memories, Aaron was more mysterious than they had imagined. Anna's absorption ability is indeed strong, but he doubts whether Anna really poses a threat to Aaron. Charles held his breath and everyone stared intently. When Aaron's hand touched Anna's cheek in that instant, Aaron felt some kind of force absorbing his energy and life force. Aaron raised an eyebrow. He did not use the original furnace and intentionally controlled his body to be made of steel. Then try out the effects of different abilities, Mr. Aaron, don't speak, just feel it carefully. Aaron interrupted her worries, acting as if nothing was wrong. Focus on controlling your mutant abilities. Don't worry about me. Anna nodded, both pleased and fearful. This level of contact would have drained anyone else dry long ago. However, Aaron was so strong and fierce that even though her body kept demanding more and more, it did not affect his willingness to share. No matter how much she demanded, this man remained like a raging bull, strong and fiery. Feeling the warmth on her cheek, Anna instinctively grabbed Aaron's right hand, wanting to fully experience the feeling of being touched by someone. Not long after, Anna's face flushed red and she felt completely filled. There's so much of that. She had never had such a fulfilling experience. The body became extremely powerful with boundless energy. She instantly transformed from an ordinary human to a godlike being, surpassing even the Hulk as time goes by. Anna got pregnant. No. I can't take it anymore. I think I can't go on. Is this the best we can do? Aaron shook his head inwardly. And with a thought, the characteristics of his superdimensional divine body covered his steel body. At the same time, a stream of light flowed down his arm and across his entire body. Absorption, similar abilities have been detected. Energy absorption. Life force absorption. You can controllably and actively or passively absorb energy, almost all forms of energy. Abilitas life force memory. Various acquired abilities, including non-regulatory muscle reflexes, and even emotions from others or the outside world. Aaron was particularly surprised by the results of the primordial forge. Isn't this just a weaker version of the primordial forge? Of course, this ability is greatly limited because it cannot eliminate the repulsive effect between different energies. Absorbing too many impurities will do you more harm than good. Furthermore, the abilities absorbed from others will also have their weaknesses copied. The primordial forge was different. Just like his relationship with Anna, Anna cannot perfectly control her own abilities, and the abilities she absorbs are time-limited and will disappear after a period of time. Furthermore, in the comics, she even has no control over absorbing other people's memories and the emotions associated with those memories. If she's not careful, she could become a completely different person due to excessive absorption. Or she may develop multiple personalities, to the point that she can't even tell who she is. Aaron, however, overcame these disadvantages that were detrimental to him, and this ability became even stronger and more complete. Aaron thought to himself, the perfected devouring ability will probably rise directly to the Omega level. In a manga, West would definitely be a top-tier fighter. At this time, Anna suddenly realized that she could no longer absorb any life force or energy. This sense of disparity gave her a jolt. Anna, thinking that Aaron had been drained dry by her again, quickly looked up. He met Aaron's bright eyes. Aaron, who is alive. Perhaps it was because their energy properties were similar that they produced some kind of special chemical reaction, making Anna feel very close to them. That one moment, Anna realized she was in love. The warmth of skin contact I've never experienced before. Tears could no longer be controlled and burst forth from my eyes like a floodgate opening. She then buried her face in Aaron's arms. She greedily inhaled the man's scent. Ignoring her full bodice, hurriedly took off her gloves, threw off a thick coat revealing a bulging leather jacket, and hugged Aaron tightly. His hands roamed over Aaron's back, occasionally touching the back of Aaron's hand and his heart. This hungry look. This made everyone present twitch at the corners of their eyes. Charles coughed repeatedly, however, Anna did not react. "You little rascal," Logan shouted loudly. Ever since he met the little rascal in Canada and brought him to school, Little Rascal has always been obedient and considers him a good friend. But now Anna is ignoring him. Logan's lips twitched, and he found Aaron increasingly unpleasant to look at. There's no way around it. Aaron has a beauty like Gwen by his side, and he's also taken away the most beautiful piano in their school. And now he's even lured away the little rascal. You're a walking succubus. Scott instinctively looked at Jean Grey, eager to see her reaction. However, Chin did not react at all, as if she had not seen it at all. Seriously. You don't mind at all? Looking at the increasingly beautiful piano, which exuded a strange and indescribable charm, Scott felt as if his heart had been struck a blow. He felt that Aaron was only slightly better than him in terms of both looks and personal charm. Absolutely only slightly. It's just that Aaron is richer. Why would Jean rather share Aaron with other women than even glance at herself? Where exactly did he go wrong? Anna, let go first. Be mindful of the consequences. Aaron patted Anna on the back, and Anna belatedly realized what he was doing and quickly let go of him. She didn't look at Logan and Charles, but instead subconsciously looked at Gwen and Chin. The former was somewhat jealous, but didn't show it on his face. The latter, with a kind and friendly smile, smiled slightly at her envy. It does not exist. Aaron's resources were astonishing. Only women who had truly fought against him knew how terrifying they were. Anna looked up, her watery eyes meeting Aaron's. Did you heal my body? Aaron shook his head. Your mutant abilities can currently only affect living organic life forms. If the other party is a robot and energy life form, or some other supernatural body, it will be difficult to have any effect. Anna nodded, seemingly understanding. She didn't understand, but all she knew was that Binglan could remain unaffected by her. Of all the people she's met, only Aaron possesses this ability. Was Aaron her destined other half? The blush that hadn't yet faded from her fair face deepened even further. She quickly came up behind Aaron, staring blankly at his back. Lost in thought, completely unaware of Logan's twitching lips. Aaron looked over and asked, "Is this gentleman having a fit?" Logan snapped back to reality and returned to normal. Those wolf-like eyes were filled with intense hostility. However, Aaron said, "If you're sick, you need treatment. I can make the decision. Hospitals under the Aaron group can give you a 50% discount." Logan kept grinding his teeth. He could feel his claws clenching. Charles shook his head helplessly upon seeing this. "All right, Anna's matter is settled. Perhaps we can talk about the Celestials." Charles's words brought things back on track. The cloying, sweet smell of romance that filled the air gradually faded. Scott and Logan stared at Aaron expressionlessly. But their minds were not on the gods at all. "I don't know much about the Celestials and mutants." Aaron waved his hand. A magnificent and beautiful scene appeared before my eyes. It was a magnificent giant, with a blazing star being nurtured between its hands. The 623 gods are the cosmic gods. They created light and drove away darkness. You can understand it as they created stars, making it possible for life to arise in the universe. The scene changes. A colossal god descended to Earth. He towered into the clouds, larger than the highest mountains. At his feet knelt countless people dressed in simple, plain clothes. The gods came to Earth many years ago and left behind special recessive mutant genes in some of the original humans on Earth. And this gene is what you call the X gene. This was just an experiment by the gods. They soon left Earth and began new experiments. The scene shifts again. The gods left Earth. However, some humans have emerged with special abilities. They are the ancestors of mutants, passing down the X gene lineage from generation to generation. In a way, mutants can indeed be said to be God's favorites. Although they are not God in the general sense. Everyone present watched the breathtaking scenes on the screen while digesting Aaron's tale of the gods. My thoughts drifted to that ancient era. What impressed them most was undoubtedly the Celestials, who were even larger than stars. What a magnificent existence that is. Chin opened her mouth, but considering the situation said nothing. The gods created the sun and created humankind. Aaron is also a member of the Celestials. So Aaron created humankind. The thought that I was with the God who created me. Chin involuntarily squeezed her fleshy legs together. "That's so exciting." Gwen, standing to the side, looked at Aaron with a flicker in her eyes. On this day, she completely transformed from an ordinary person into someone extraordinary, having experienced the vibrant and diverse real world of today. Gwen feels she can never go back to her mundane past. Gwen was filled with mixed feelings. She was wondering how she should face Aaron, her boss, in the future. For some reason, she always felt that her future fate would be inextricably linked with Aaron's. Charles and the other mutants remained silent for a long time. "Have the gods left our world?" "He abandoned us." "Why?" "We are clearly their creations," Aurora murmured. Aaron looked at her and said in a low voice to those gods, "Earth is nothing more than an insignificant grain of sand in a sea of sand. Their eyes are on the stars and the ocean. Don't fantasize that the gods will come to save you. They don't care." The air felt even more stifling. But Chin-Jele's eyes were bright and piercing. "Yes, those gods don't care, but I already have another god." Noticing Chin's affectionate gaze, Aaron turned his head to meet her eyes and smiled slightly. He did not reveal another cruel truth. The gods do care about the Earths, but what they care about is Tiamat within it, mutants. Perhaps they've long forgotten. On the day the gods are born, mutants will face destruction. And Charles muttered to himself, his once bright eyes gradually becoming cloudy and confused. The good news is that they are indeed God's favorites. The bad news is that God has long since abandoned them. These so-called darlings are nothing more than a bunch of experimental equipment. The gods see us as guinea pigs, and so do the politicians. Are we destined to always be guinea pigs? Damn it. Logan bared his claws menacingly and scratched the wall next to him, leaving a deep scratch several centimeters deep. Who? Suddenly hearing a woman's voice, Logan looked to the other side alertly. Charles snapped out of his daze. Phantom Cat, come out. After saying that, a girl wearing a black leather jacket and with long flaxen hair emerged from the wall to Logan's side. I'm sorry, Professor, Phantom Cat said softly, head bowed. Charles apologized to Aaron. This is Katie Pride, codenamed Phantom Cats, who has the ability to pass through walls. I know her, she's very capable. Aaron looked at the Phantom Cat with admiration. Upon hearing Aaron's praise, Phantom Cat burst into laughter. But the thought of being caught eavesdropping made him unable to laugh. Charles shook his head and praised her. Her abilities are far inferior to yours. Aaron smiled but didn't say anything. He genuinely thought highly of Phantom Cat. In terms of potential Stormscott, and even Professor X himself may not be as high as Shadowcat. Phantom Cat's abilities are not that bad. In the timeline of Reverse Future a few years later, she made an indelible contribution to the fate of mutants. He was arguably the best support player on the field. Her ability to travel through time is a concept-level power. Theoretically speaking, she can pass through any object. This includes walls with specific forms, and even time which has no physical existence. In Days of Future Past, she used her time travel ability to send Wolverine's mind back several decades to prevent Mystique from assassinating Traskowski. Therefore, the higher-ups did not approve of the Sentinel program, thus altering the timeline and giving mutants an alternate future. Even if Aaron guesses that this future is more likely a branch of the timeline, the original future has not changed. But at least one good timeline has emerged where mutants are alive. This is because Phantom Cat has not undergone systematic training. If trained by Aaron's, Phantom Cat's ability to travel through time will only become stronger. Perhaps it can travel through time and even through space itself. Certainly theory is theory, but this ability mainly depends on the X-gene potential of the Phantom Cat itself. If she could truly travel through time and space, then she would also have a place among Omega-level mutants. Think about it again. If we could fuse the abilities of the Phantom Cat, how powerful could Aaron possibly become? Seeing Aaron staring straight at him, Phantom Cat's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head shyly, barely revealing her toes. Charles's heart skipped a beat when he saw Aaron's action. Could it be that Aaron has taken a liking to Phantom Cat's molecular mimicry abilities? But is the Phantom Cat only able to pass through some objects? Is a purely support ability really that important? Charles shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind. He looked kindly at Shadowcat. Katie. What did you just hear? Katie fidgeted with her fingertips, nervously saying, well, I just overheard some things. For example, the Celestials. The Watson Corporation's antidote. So you listened to it from beginning to end. Charles remained expressionless. This news is very important. Please don't tell any other students, okay? Before they could come up with further solutions, information about Watson and the Celestials must absolutely not be leaked. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause unnecessary turmoil. Phantom Cat nodded, glanced at Aaron again, and quickly lowered its head. All right, go to Anna's side first. Charles does not use his mental abilities indiscriminately, especially when he's around Aaron. He has to be extra careful about his image. So can we continue our discussion? Charles asked tentatively. Aaron glanced at the time. Half an hour had passed without him realizing it. I think the children can't wait. Upon hearing this, Charles, though eager to ask more questions, could only nod helplessly. Right. Perhaps we could start by giving the children a unique lesson in biological genetics. However, after Aaron took the stage, Charles was surprised to discover that Aaron hadn't taught any business genetics courses at all. Instead, it was a mental health lesson for the children. 45 minutes later, when Aaron stepped down from the stage, Charles was still in a daze, looking at Aaron with a puzzled expression. Aaron bluntly stated, "Don't you think what they need most right now isn't profound biology lessons, but rather psychology lessons to help them process their emotions?" The large classroom was filled with more than 100 mutant children. The oldest among them is no more than 17 or 18 years old. The smallest one is only a fraction of the original price. Even if Aaron explained the most basic biology, they wouldn't understand. Charles opened his mouth, looked at the cheering students encouraged by Aaron, and nodded. "You are a distinguished guest, and everything you say is correct. I never imagined that you would be so gifted in biology. And even in psychology you have such a high level of expertise." Aaron smiled. These days, who doesn't take more courses and get more doctorates? Otherwise, you won't even have the confidence to talk to people. And you might even be looked down upon, right, Hulk? Logan and Scott remained silent with stern faces, their pace slowing as they lagged behind. Critical hit +1. Aurora scratched her head and pushed her wheelchair to the side. Chin smiled, perhaps because of her mental abilities. Her brain was highly developed, and she held 3 doctoral degrees. Gwen seemed thoughtful. She was currently pursuing a degree in biology. Did that mean she would need to obtain another doctoral degree? Fortunately, the problem isn't too serious. Charles, sitting in his wheelchair, coughed twice and unconsciously straightened his chest. 014601323 Felu 133,013,140. 1. He is called a professor, not only because he is the principal of Xavier School, but also because he has earned multiple doctoral degrees. This also includes biology and psychology. The Beast nodded unconsciously. "You make a lot of sense. I've heard that Mr. Tony Stark has multiple doctorates, and Bruce Banner in particular has 7. Even with my brain undergoing 2 mutations, I only got 6. He's truly a genius." Even the Beast admires Bruce Banner. "Well, I'm still a bit inferior, indeed." Aaron went a bit too far with what he said, but at this moment it actually makes some sense. Besides students like Gwen, there were 7 adults present, half of whom held 2 or more doctoral degrees. Suddenly, 3 people felt extremely uncomfortable. They remained silent, heartbreaking. Logan felt his hands start to itch again. The urge to kill someone is impossible to hide. But Aaron didn't care. He was just stating the facts. This is the Marvel Universe. Aliens are as common as dogs, and gods roam the earth. How can you even interact with other people if you don't have multiple doctoral degrees on your head? What will you say when Bruce Banner claims to have 7 doctoral degrees? Aaron recently obtained several doctoral degrees through connections. Not many, only 8, just enough to outshine Bruce Banner. Moreover, they are all genuine degree certificates. Without any exaggeration, with his exceptional learning ability, he could easily master the knowledge required for doctoral courses in almost all disciplines except for philosophy, especially after mastering the field of weak omnipotence. Subjects like biology and chemistry held no secrets from him. It's just a matter of whether he's willing to learn and whether he's willing to take the knowledge. If he wanted to, those so-called academicians and pioneers would be inferior to him in these aspects. After all, he possesses cosmic-level knowledge. Although those people were intelligent, they were limited by the current level of civilization. And even if they devoted their entire lives to it, they could not compare with Aaron, not to mention. His vision has long transcended that of ordinary people. He now looks directly at the essence of matter. As they walked, Aaron suddenly stopped. "Charles, do you believe me?" Charles looked up. "Of course, you're Xavier's best friend. Just tell me what's on your mind, I won't hesitate." Aaron raised an eyebrow. He thought to himself, just take that with a grain of salt. There are no eternal friends in the world, only interests. If you trust me, I need a blood sample of all mutants. Charles coughed twice, suddenly regretting agreeing so quickly. He said calmly, "What are you thinking, Aaron?" His expression unchanged, said, Perhaps I have a way to study mutant genes and thus create a targeted gene-enhancing drug to eliminate genetic defects in all mutants, enabling them to better control their powers and even integrate into ordinary populations. Charles's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Others looked over too, especially Anna and the Beast. The Beast asked in surprise, "Mr. Aaron, have you figured something out?" Aaron smiled but remained silent. Chin's heart stirred at that moment. If anyone present truly believed Aaron possessed this ability, it was undoubtedly her. Ancient gods created mutants. And Aaron was also a member of the gods. Perhaps he has mastered similar technology. Moreover, Aaron is a legend in the world's biomedical field. If anyone is most likely to do this, there is no doubt that it is Aaron. The Beast and Charles exchanged a glance, neither able to fathom Aaron's meaning. Chin quickly said, "I believe in Aaron, he's amazing. Don't forget what Li Lun's other title is, Mr. Miracle. God of Miracles." Charles and the Beast felt a chill run down their spines. Yes, Aaron is best at creating miracles. He could even touch Anna without getting hurt. At this moment, Charles suddenly felt immense regret. He shouldn't be conflicted or shouldn't hesitate. And he certainly shouldn't question Aaron's motives. The other party is the God of Miracles, the president of the Asia Group and a legend in biology. It's an honor for such a celebrity to take time out of their busy schedule to help mutants research gene-enhancing drugs. Thinking about it this way, Charles felt like slapping himself. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Aaron. I'll go back and collect all the students' blood samples right now and send them to the Aaron group as soon as possible. Charles spoke quickly, fearing that Aaron might change his mind. Aaron earns millions every single second. Delaying the other party's time is equivalent to several times the wealth of Charles. Thinking of this, Charles immediately gave Ororo a piece of his mind. The latter nodded in understanding and turned to leave. Scott wanted to say something, but Charles glanced at him and immediately shut his mouth. Seeing this, Aaron waved and got into the car without looking back. They seemed completely unconcerned about the mutants' blood data. Charles felt even more guilty. Aaron had sacrificed billions to teach them at the school, share vital intelligence, and was even willing to sacrifice hundreds of billions more to research gene-enhancing drugs for mutants. He was aware of the agents, but he was suspicious of the other party's motives. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. He slammed his hand on the wheelchair handle and yelled, "Shit, I'm a real B***************************************************** Professor. Scott and Logan, look over here." Charles shook his head, looked around and asked, "Where are Little Rascal and Phantom Cat?" Logan looked around upon hearing this. Scott then looked into the distance. "Professor, it looks like they got into Aaron's car." Charles paused for a moment then said, "Don't worry about them, stay with Mr. Aaron, they're safer there than we are." Logan watched as the Rolls-Royce disappeared. Then his two claws shot out, and the wolf chopped down a nearby tree. Damn it, where did I go wrong? In the back seat of the car. Aaron wasn't surprised to see Anna and Phantom Cat getting on the bus halfway through the journey. Anna asked cautiously, "Mr. Aaron, may I come with you?" As the first person Anna could truly touch, Pierre holds a very important place in Anna's heart. Before her ability problem is completely resolved, perhaps Aaron was the first and only person he could have close contact with. Therefore, only Aaron could allow her to experience all the wonderful things that a normal woman can experience. If you want to follow me, you'll have a lot to learn. The Asia group doesn't keep idle people from now on. You'll work under Gwen and learn how to be a good secretary. Any questions? Aaron asked earnestly. Anna glanced at Gwen's, who was focused on driving and didn't have time to turn around. She nodded solemnly and said, "No problem, I'll do my best." Aaron nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this, then looked at Phantom Cat, who was refusing to get off the bus. "And what about you? You brought Anna up here, are you going back now?" Kitty the Phantom Cat glanced at Anna then said seriously, "I want to follow you too, be a real normal person. Although life at school is quite nice. But Phantom Cat would rather appear freely in the sunlight as a normal person. Dima Zhao, in addition, she was very curious about Aaron. When she sneaked into the office to eavesdrop, Katie noticed that Aaron had noticed her immediately. But he didn't expose her pretense. If it weren't for Logan's unintentional claw strike at the end, Charles and the others might not have even noticed her action until the very end. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Charles dared not use telepathy in front of Aaron. Under normal circumstances, 014601323 Felu, 133,013,141. Charles is surrounded by a mental field at all times. So even if the Phantom Cat suddenly sneaks in, he can detect it immediately. Oh, in that case, you'd better work hard. You should still be in high school, right? I'll arrange for you to study while adapting to the work of a secretary. Upon hearing this, Katie and Anna immediately collapsed. Really, they still have to study, can I not learn it? Anna whispered, I hate those people. They treat me like a monster, and I might hurt them too. As they were talking, Anna suddenly had a brilliant idea. How about this? I'll start learning after I've resolved my skill deficiency. Before Aaron could speak, she added another sentence. Double doctoral degrees, okay, then it's a deal. Aaron grinned, looking at her with amusement. I didn't force you to do this. Don't forget the promise you made today. Anna immediately sensed something was wrong. It seems she dug her own grave, seeing this the Phantom Cat, who was about to speak, was very glad that he hadn't. Meeting Aaron's gaze, she immediately patted her chest and promised, I will definitely study hard. Anna looked over, shouldn't we stand together? Phantom Cat gave me a helpless look, but I can't exactly jump into the pit with you. Anna wanted to cry but had no tears. Aaron then reached out and pinched a white hair on the Phantom Cat's head. With a gentle pinch between the thumb and forefinger, the white hairs instantly disappeared. Anna blinked, looking at Katie with envy. She also longed for Aaron's gentle service. As for Aaron, he watched the stream of light flow into his body. Power of time travel. You have mastered the power of time travel, enabling you to traverse almost any object, including but not limited to physical entities, most forms of energy and some concepts, including time. You can also project your own or others' consciousness into the past or future. Be wary of creating time branches. One, good heavens, it's a huge hit. Aaron's pupils contracted slightly. His breathing became slightly heavier. But no one noticed Aaron's subtle change. Many thoughts flashed through Aaron's mind. For a fleeting moment, he had the illusion of browsing the past, peering into the future and traversing everything. No, that's not an illusion. He can now truly pass through almost any substance. This kind of crossing, it can be phase crossing at the physical level, or blurring through almost any real-world object. It's somewhat similar to quantum phase capability. This is also the basic ability that Phantom Cat controls. However, Shadowcat's phase crossing has a weakness when she is in a phantom state. She can breathe but when crossing matter earth-water, she must hold her breath. This greatly diminished her abilities. But Aaron was different. He had long since evolved the ability to breathe without needing to, and his superdimensional divine body further freed him from the need for breathing. This means that Aaron can remain in his intangible state indefinitely if he wants, making him a super-enhanced version of Albedo Uchiha. If facing an existence of equal level, he can even materialize and grab the opponent's heart or brain, instantly killing them from the inside, of course. This ability can only be used against beings whose physical strength is not greater than one's own. If you're facing someone with a stronger physique, just throw other objects into their brain and crush it instantly. Besides, Phantom Cat's ability to project consciousness was also limited later on. She can project other people's rituals into the past timeline. But the longer the projection lasts, the higher the physical requirements for the person being projected into. For people with average physical condition, the teleportation time would be at most a few days to a few months ago. Only someone with super healing abilities like Wolverine could be transported back decades in one go. Aaron, however, did not share this concern. With his current physical condition, he could travel to 1,000 years ago without any problem. What Aaron wasn't there at that point in time? Then create one out of thin air. As for whether projecting other people's consciousness will have any side effects, that requires practical verification. Thinking and thinking, Aaron suddenly realized a possibility. If Phantom Cat uses his consciousness to travel through time and return to the past, then it is very likely that a new branching point will appear. What if I were to use it? Aaron's eyes flickered. According to the Ancient One, his past, present, and future are one, and the timeline he belongs to cannot be seen. It is also impossible to touch, so here's the question. If he were to project the consciousness of another person, 33, back into his own timeline, would it still create a time branch? Or would it truly alter the past of his own timeline? No, that's not right. Guya means that even the timeline before 2010, before I arrived, will be affected by me. Even if Kang was killed by me. So there's another possibility. My time-traveling abilities might not be able to take me back to the past either. Aaron pondered this, increasingly feeling that it was worth a try. He is the primordial furnace, he is the primordial furnace. If even you can't travel back in time, wouldn't you just be making things difficult for yourself? Aaron grew increasingly impatient. He planned to go back and arrange things properly before conducting the experiment. However, when they arrived at the gate of the Asia group, they saw two gatekeepers from afar, Thor and Loki. Loki's attire was no longer the monotonous dark green Asgardian leather of the past, but had been replaced by the legendary Valkyrie's silver-white armor. He was also holding a pirated dragon fang sword in his hand. Of course, this thing was also commissioned by Loki to be forged by King Eitrich of the Dwarves from the sharpest teeth of the fire dragon of Muspelheim. Eitri had no intention of paying attention to Loki. He just wanted to drink at the banquets, however. When Eitri learned that Loki had received Aaron's blessing and become the only male Valkyrie, she made an exception and spent half a day helping Loki get the longsword. Compared to the genuine dragon fang sword, his weapon is still lacking the blessing of the God King. However, even so, when Loki donned his silver armor and carried the dragon fang sword, he certainly made a name for himself in front of Thor. At this very moment, outside the gates of the Asia group, Loki stood tall and proud, a smug yet provocative smile on his face, his disdainful gaze sweeping over one passerby after another. He would occasionally tidy up his spotless, bright white armors, then grip the hilt of his sword with one hand, deliberately revealing the dragon fang sword, of course. Loki often treats Asia Group employees and outsiders differently. He would nod at the former, but the latter, sorry. You'd better pay your respects to the second prince of Asgard. Thor's greatest dream was to join the Valkyrie army. However, the Valkyries are a thing of the past. And as they grow up, they learn that the Valkyrie Legion consists entirely of women. And there is no possibility for men to join. Salbin has already given up on the idea, but unexpectedly, Loki actually became a Valkyrie. How could Thor not be envious and jealous? Looking at Loki's flamboyant appearance, Thor was so envious that he wanted to reach out and touch him. However, Loki ruthlessly slapped his hand away, wasting Thor. This is an honor bestowed upon me by Uncle Aaron. Don't touch it carelessly or you'll get it dirty. Thor leaned closer and whispered, Loki, did you really accept your uncle's blessing? Loki raised his eyes, envious aren't you? Too bad you'll never achieve such glory. Thor retorted, unconvinced, who says so? It's just about contributing to Asgard. I'll definitely become a Valkyrie through my own efforts. Loki sneered, just for Asgard, my foolish brother. You don't even understand the order of things. Yet you want to compete with me for my affection. Lacking any sense of propriety or political acumen. He deserves to be a common soldier his whole life. Loki raised his head, smiled and nodded at a woman wearing an Asia Group name tag. Then ignored Norman's secretary and continued waiting outside. Given their status, they could easily have entered the VIP reception room and enjoyed VIP service. However, Loki righteously rejected the proposal, stating that he was a warrior and would rather die standing than sitting. He preferred to help Uncle Aaron guard the gate and protect the Aaron group from external threats rather than stay inside. Thor agreed that it made a lot of sense after discussing it. Tian Kui stood at the door and waited for Lai Lun to return. Norman and his secretary, upon learning that the two were Aaron's nephews, naturally knew they couldn't afford to offend them. Norman's secretary also stayed there, respectfully receiving the two. So much so that passers-by were curious about Lokisol's identity. When they learned that they were Aaron's nephews, their eyes lit up even more then. Loki hitched a ride and enjoyed the treatment of a big star. Human envy and admiration made him feel elated. In his view, this was entirely due to the celebrity treatment he received after becoming the Valkyrie. At that moment, Loki's eyes lit up. He immediately abandoned Thor, who had no insight or political sense, and rushed towards a luxury car. He proactively opened the rear door of the car. "Uncle, please get off the bus." Loki spoke enthusiastically, while also smiling and nodding to the others in the car. Upon seeing that the 4 people in the carriage besides Aaron were all women, Loki's expression became even more respectful and solemn. Regarding himself as a true knight, Jingwen, take them upstairs to familiarize them with the work. As soon as Aaron saw Loki and Thor, he knew that the two of them had come with no good intentions. After telling Gwen and the others to leave, he then led Loki and the hesitant Thor to the reception room. "Tell me what happened in Asgard." Aaron sipped the drink prepared by Felicia, who had rushed to serve him after hearing the news. Thor, who had been eagerly waiting, was about to speak when Loki, without looking at him, spoke first, uncliquely. "It's not that we wanted to find you this time, but rather that Mother entrusted us to wait for you. The Empress Dowager should already know that you have returned, and she will be coming down soon," Thor quickly added. "It's like this, her father, the All-Father, has disappeared. Asgard may face a great threat, not missing." Loki interrupted Thor, continuing, "Father seems to be going to do something dangerous, intending to solve all of Asgard's troubles once and for all. But he seems to have encountered some difficulties. However, I think Thor is exaggerating. How could Asgard possibly be a threat?" Loki unconsciously touched the hilt of the dragon fang sword. "The ancestors of Asgard protected this land, and now, with you, Uncle, Asgard is as solid as a rock, of course. If necessary, a yoni of only 2 Valkyries in Asgard may also learn from my predecessors and slay all the wicked." Loki looked at Thor provocatively. The Valkyrie was the most famous legend in Asgard. They are the most elite army in the 9 realms. And Thor and Loki both grew up listening to their legends. "Well said, Loki, you've really grown up." A gentle female voice came from outside the door. Loki and Thor both jumped up in surprise. "Mother." The newcomer was Frigga. She looked at Loki with great surprise, never expecting that her son would have such awareness. This greatly shocked her. Frigga gestured for the two to sit down, then looked at Aaron, who was smiling slightly at her. Her previously agitated and flustered heart gradually calmed down. "Frigga, please have a seat." Aaron waved his hand, and a chair appeared out of thin air beside him. Seeing this, Frigga sat down without any hesitation. Aaron was not at all surprised by Frigga's arrival. He had noticed the subtle energy fluctuations as soon as the Rainbow Bridge's light faded. He even knew that Frigga had been teleported directly outside the door. After Frigga sat down, after hesitating for a moment, he then bluntly asked, "Aaron, do you want a wife?" Aaron was drinking a beverage when he heard this and spat it out. "A wife?" Aaron was a little confused. Hadn't Odin just given away his wife, Sif Savannah Nina? And even the enchantress Lorelei Count? Thor and Loki also looked at Frigga with surprise, never expecting their mother to make such an outrageous statement. Even Frigga felt a little embarrassed. But remembering Odin's instructions before he left, she had to inform him in advance. "You may not know this, but Odin actually has another child." What? Thor and Loki were shocked. How come another competitor has emerged? She is Hela, Odin's first child, and she is a girl, Frigga. Gia then recounted Hela's story in detail. Aaron remained very calm throughout. Thor and Loki felt like the sky had fallen. They even have an older sister, Hela, the goddess of death, who helped Odin conquer the 9 realms. Upon hearing that Hela had been banished for fighting Odin because of her power, she enraged and slaughtered the entire Valkyrie army. Loki, whose heart was already cold, felt even colder. Despite the sweltering heat, he felt icy cold to the bone. Loki, your courage is truly remarkable. I hope you can carry on the legacy of the Valkyrie Legion and live up to their illustrious name. Frigga's words here also carried a line from Loki. Loki forced a smile. No, do I take back what I just said? I was just kidding, don't take it seriously. The Valkyrie is female, I'm at most a male Valkyrie. So I really can't inherit her will. Loki was on the verge of tears. Upon hearing that Hela was such a formidable woman, he realized he was far inferior to her. Even Thor probably wouldn't be a match for that kind of ruthless person. Loki then said weakly, Uncle, could you restore my frost? Cannot. Aaron immediately retorted Loki. You can't take back what you've said. You were the one who didn't want the complete frost giant king physique in the first place. Loki was helpless. If he possessed the complete frost giant physique, he might even be able to play around with Hela. But now the entire Valkyrie Legion has been slaughtered. And this imposter is going to have to shoulder the burden. Thor chuckled and said, Loki, why don't you give me this set of equipment? I'll go play with her. Thor patted his new axe, which would later become the Stormbreaker. Before Odin left, he deliberately prepared a new weapon for him in advance. How could Loki possibly agree to this? He could kneel down. He could surrender. But he absolutely could not lose face in front of Saul. No need. I, Loki, am the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms. The mere goddess of death is nothing to me. Loki then pulled out his 2 daggers and hid them carefully. Seeing this, Frigga shook her head and continued. Odin wanted to reconcile with Hela in his final moments and hoped that Hela would become one of your wives. To protect the 9 realms together, boundary, however. A day has passed now, and it seems the 2 of them haven't reached an agreement. Frigga unconsciously revealed a hint of worry. Hela was very powerful. Her reputation once surpassed that of Odin. And she was known by the people of the other 9 kingdoms as the most ruthless vice-ruler of Asgard. Although Odin is more powerful, he is old. Can he defeat Hela, who is still in her prime? Sister and uncle, that won't do. Thor looked up in surprise. Loki's eyes flickered. And he suddenly realized something was amiss. I think this will work. Thor turned his head, his face full of disbelief. Frigga coughed twice without explaining. And Aaron didn't say anything either. He and Hela weren't related by blood, so what's the big deal? But I thought you were a sucker. But you want to be my father-in-law. At your age, you still want to fight. Aren't you afraid of hurting your back? Aaron doubted whether Odin would survive the winter. Think of the loneliness and resentment Hela accumulated over 2,000 years. A true, resentful woman confined to her chambers. Does this mean he's given up on Thor? Aaron easily guessed Odin's thoughts. If Hela were to marry him and bear him a child, Asgard would truly be secure. Unfortunately, Odin's plan was destined to fail. Aaron can hit the bullseye every time he sets his mind to it. But if he doesn't want to, the probability is 0. Aaron would not refuse Odin's offer. They're practically offering their daughters to him, even sending them to his bed. He's not some saint, how could he possibly refuse? Frigga breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw that Aaron didn't seem to be opposed to it. I must inform Aaron about this matter certainly. It's okay if Aaron doesn't agree in any case. Odin insisted on completely eliminating Hela's problem. He caused this and he must take responsibility for it. With Aaron in Asgard, Odin has no worries whatsoever. If he waits another 2 years, he will grow even older and will truly be unable to continue. Aaron didn't put much effort into this matter. It just so happens that Frigga is here. Aaron asked another question. Frigga, I remember you're also from Vanaheim. Do you know where the descendants of the Vanir kings are? Frigga looked over with a puzzled expression and pondered. As far as I know, the descendants of the Vanir God King have disappeared. And I don't know where they are. If you need to contact them, you can tell me, actually. I possess a trace of the bloodline of the Warner God King within me. Aaron was quite surprised to hear this. The mountains and rivers seemed to block the way. But the path appeared effortlessly. Then Frigga began to explain. Aaron understood. The Vanir gods are essentially the same as the Aesir gods, with their power passed down from generation to generation. The Vanir gods have more diverse bloodlines, but they are also more mixed. Frigga possessed a very weak bloodline, which was one of the reasons why she was able to represent the Vanir gods in a marriage alliance with Odin. The same applies to Sif, Heimdall, and Lugin. They were sent to Asgard by the Vanir gods as hostages for peace. Strictly speaking, they also have a small amount of Vanir divine blood. Aaron was still puzzled as to why no one from the Vanir gods had attended the banquet a while ago. Looking back now, Frigga represents the Vanir gods. Aaron sighed deeply back then. The Vanir gods were a powerful god race on par with the Aesir gods. But after thousands of years, this great god race didn't have a single one who could be considered a hero. In the original story, after the Rainbow Bridge was damaged, a group of outsiders and raiders were able to run rampant in Vanaheim with impunity. While internal strife within the Vanir gods certainly played a part, this also demonstrates that the Vanir gods had weakened to the point where they could no longer even protect their own divine realm. It's not surprising in the normal timeline. Asgard was even destroyed, leaving only Thor as a significant threat in this respect. Asgard is in an even more dire situation than the Vanir gods, since the bloodline of the Vanir gods is right before our eyes. Aaron didn't stand on ceremony and used his telekinesis and teleportation abilities to obtain a strand of Frigga's hair without her noticing. Smelted casually. Warner Power Fragment. A similar ability has been detected to have merged control of water. You have gained the inherited power of the Warner gods, thus wielding the power of storms and the sea. Encyclopedia of Magic Frigga. You have gained all the magical properties that Frigga possesses. Aaron glanced at it and then ignored it. He has gradually come to look down on this level of divine authority. He was more eager to see what kind of results would be achieved after these forces were combined. Aaron and Frigga chatted for a few more minutes. Thor and Loki listened the whole time, until a certain moment. Aaron suddenly stopped, his expression unreadable. You can go back now. Thor was taken aback, while Loki seemed to be deep in thought, as if he had thought of something. Frigga reacted quickly. Odin is back, Aaron nodded, then vanished from the reception room in a flash. When they reappeared, they had arrived at the Rainbow Bridge at this moment. Heimdall, the guardian deity, watched Hela warily. The latter paid no attention to his gaze. Hela opened her arms as if embracing the entire sky. I'm finally back, Odin sighed. His current condition is not good. The destroyer armor has several holes that have not yet been fully repaired. Strands of hair that had fallen out from the helmet seam were slightly messy. They were no longer the dignified and noble figures they had been before setting off. Even Odin's eyes no longer held the same brilliance as before. Hela made a promising the name of the Spear of Eternity. Of course, my dear father. Who told me to lose to you again? Hela smiled insincerely, speaking the most intimate words in the coldest tone. She had had enough of the sealed land. Her power was weaker than ever before, and she made no progress for 2,000 years. The battle with the Valkyrie further deprived her of the power to break the seal. As a result, he was slightly outmatched when fighting Odin. They had no choice but to agree to Odin's ridiculous conditions. Speaking of which, where is my dear uncle? You described him as the greatest and most powerful god king in history. I can't wait to see what he looks like. A sharp glint flashed in Hela's eyes. Upon setting foot on Asgardian soil, she began to absorb the power of Asgard continuously. This weak and empty body was quickly filled. She was like a traveler who had been in the desert for many days. Parched and desperate, who had finally arrived at a place with water and became greedy and insatiable, demanding everything. Her strength was rapidly recovering, and her ambition was also growing rapidly. Odin saw through her thoughts, but he already knew this would be the outcome when he released the hungry wolf. But he doesn't regret it even if something goes wrong. At worst, he could risk his life to suppress and seal Hela again. Of course, Hela agreed to that condition. She had no more chances. My dearest uncle, I know you can hear my voice. Your favorite niece is here. Hela shouted towards the golden palace, completely ignoring the strange looks from the golden-armored guards around her. Oh, my dear niece, you miss me that much. Hela and Odin turned around at the same time, and then, without anyone noticing, Binlun appeared behind them. They were less than 3 meters away. He's gotten even stronger. Odin found Eren increasingly difficult to understand, as if the two were now separated by 2 dimensions. Hela was also somewhat surprised, but she didn't think about it too much. The moment she saw Eren, her blood boiled, and a surge of overwhelming passion was hard to contain. Uncle, you're so handsome. Hela brandished 2 longswords with both hands and approached Eren with elegant and noble steps. Swaying slightly, I am Hela, daughter of Odin, the goddess of death. At the original times, your spot should have belonged to my eldest niece. Odin said with a double meaning, Eren. I'm entrusting my daughter to you, don't be shy. Her body can withstand the strain, goodness. This father is so afraid that his daughter will be taken advantage of by other men. Instead of feeling sorry for them, you even encouraged them to push harder. Aren't you afraid of being made to cry? Eren glanced at Odin and said meaningfully, Odin, your ability to educate children needs improvement. They're either ambitious, reckless, or scheming, the whole package. Odin coughed twice, looking extremely embarrassed. He was wise and capable his whole life. So why was his parenting a complete disaster? Hela's expression was displeased. Uncle, your niece has heard that you are the strongest in the 9 realms. So I suddenly had the idea to ask you to spar with me, uncle. Please don't hesitate to guide me with all your might, okay? I most look forward to fighting strong people. Hela smiled dismissively now. Having been replenished by Asgard, her strength is many times greater than it was during her time in the Sealed Lands. Even if she were to fight Odin again, she was confident she could kill that utterly wicked old man. Eren, the strongest in the 9 realms. Only Hela isn't here. Now that she's here, she is heaven, she is queen. As she spoke, Hela raised her hand and swung her sword. However, her sword in the night sky seemed to slice through the air. Falling straight down into the air, Hela raised an eyebrow. Illusions, doppelgangers. Uncle's magic is quite impressive. Congratulations, you guessed wrong, Eren. Who should have been an illusion shook his head. Ignored the sword of night sky and slowly stepped forward, piercing straight through Hela's body and trapping her behind her. Hela's expression changed slightly. This was no illusion. She immediately turned around and unleashed another sword strike. However, when the blow landed on Eren's unprotected body, even with all its might, it could not be delivered. Hela felt a little uneasy. Eren, like a humanoid Uru metal, completely ignored her slashes. Do you need a better sword? Yours looks rather ordinary. Suddenly, another sword of the night sky appeared in Eren's hand. With a casual swing, it cleaved Hela's sword in 2 with a clang. Hela's expression changed drastically. That's impossible, her night sky sword. Though a magical creationist, no less sturdy than Uru metal, she could break through even Odin's destroyer armor with ease. However, the methods Eren is now using have shattered her understanding. Could this also be an illusion? Are you the master of illusion if you're still a man? Then have a real fight, instead of just using some meaningless magic. With a wave of Hela's hand, countless swords of the night sky appeared all around her. At this moment, she seemed to gleam like gold, with a royal treasure trove behind her. Hela's sharp gaze swept around. If you're so capable, then stay hidden here forever. But Hela mistook it for an illusion. Eren walked up to her, his hot breath brushing against her earlobe. Little Hela, I've always been in front of you, Hela froze. Then gritted her teeth and summoned the sword of the night sky, piercing her own body again and again as she attacked Eren. A dense array of swords in the night sky covered the entire surrounding area. However, Eren just stood there, letting the sword strike his body with a clanging sound, before falling limply to the ground. Not even a single hair was cut. Eren's defenses were completely unbroken. But Hela's defenses were breached. She was trying to recover her body when she discovered that Eren had done nothing and had used his body to block all her attacks. Is this reasonable? How come she'd never heard of Asgard possessing such powerful physiques? Damn it, what kind of tricks are you using? Eren didn't answer, but instead shook his head in frustration. I always thought that you, who are known as the goddess of death, would be someone I could have some fun with. But your attack is weaker than I expected. Is it because they didn't eat enough? Or is this all they have? Hela gritted her teeth. It was blatant humiliation. Hela had never suffered such injustice before. But Eren was telling the truth. Hela is very powerful. Although she doesn't appear much in the MCU, she always overwhelms Thor and Loki. Her aura as a villainous boss is extremely impressive. Having just left the sealed land, her body was tattered and weak. Yet she could crush the seemingly indestructible Mjolnir with a single hand. This gave Thor his first experience of terror, which frightened Loki and Thor so much that they immediately ran away. Upon returning to Asgard, Hela, having gradually regained her strength, easily wiped out tens of thousands of Asgardian troops single-handedly. With his army of the undead, he unified the immortal palace, and for a time, no one could rival him even after Thor awakened. He was no match for Hela and could only delay for a while before leading some of his people to retreat. Of course, her invincibility buff disappeared after the appearance of Eternal Surtur. Surtur fully formed, cleaved Asgard in two with a single sword strike. And in the final explosion, he and Asgard together headed for Valhalla. Eren had thought that Hela could get him to put in a little effort. But now it seems too weak, requesting Flowers 0. Its attack power was so great that it did not even trigger the passive mechanism of the superdimensional divine body. In short, it's completely impenetrable. Oh right. It's not that Hela is too weak, it's that I'm too strong. Hela, unable to save face, glared fiercely at Odin, then gritted her teeth and summoned yet another sword of the night sky. A flash of light from his hand, a wisp of blue light, carrying a force exceeding 10,000 tons. Slashed down once more, Eren finally felt a bit of force. Hand of Glories. By using magic to temporarily strengthen the physical body and concentrate power on one point, one can unleash power thousands of times greater than oneself and complete an incredible ultimate attack. This is finally starting to get interesting. Eren saw through Hela's scheme in a single sentence. And to the latter's astonishment, Eren used energy enhancement and temporary burst, combined with his steel body and passive energy absorption, to absorb the energy contained in the sword. The blade met the skin, and this time, it finally broke through a layer of skin. It was embedded several centimeters deep into the flesh. But that's all. That's more like it. Compared to Thor, you are indeed much better. Eren seemed oblivious to the pain. He gently gripped the night sky sword, and with a slight exertion, the entire sword shattered into pieces as easily as tofu. Not a drop of blood flowed from the injured area, and it healed completely in the blink of an eye. No. Impossible. Why are you so powerful? Hela staggered backward, and at that moment, she looked exactly like Thor later when Ernir looked at her after Thor was crushed. They look so alike. It seems this must be due to inheriting Odin's bloodline. So is Odin the same? Eren glanced at Odin, and sure enough, the latter's facial expression was exactly the same, as if they were cut from the same mold. Noticing Eren's gaze, Odin quickly shut his mouth, a slow smile appearing on his lips as he nodded, as if to say, interesting. Eren withdrew his gaze and looked at Hela again, a golden chain appearing in his hand. These are the crimson chains of Setorak. but they are based on his energy and remain unbreakable. With a wave of his hand, the chains automatically bound Hela. The latter did not resist and remained in a daze. I lost. Yes, you lost, so you must accept the punishment. Aaron, holding the dog leash in one hand, led Hela away. Hela didn't care from the moment she lost. It meant she had to keep her promise to Odin. The contract has been made. Those who break it will pay the price, and the price to pay is. Hela is a very strong-willed person, but at the same time, she is also someone who is willing to put aside her pride. Aaron defeated her with overwhelming power. She willingly accepted the punishment. My uncle, you are absolutely amazing, but one day, I will become stronger than you. Because Asgardian blood flows in my veins. As time goes by, I will eventually become invincible. Hela, dragged along by the chains, barely mustered her spirits and uttered some harsh words. Hearing this, Aaron smiled. What a coincidence, me too. Zod. And my improvement rate should be a little bit faster than yours. Oh, Hela blinked in a daze. She seemed to see Aaron's body devouring the surrounding energy. Hela even had a delusion that the closer she was to Aaron, the slower her energy increased. Is this really just an illusion? Suddenly, Aaron pulled high to his side with a forceful pull. Hey, what are you doing? Lost in thought, Hela nearly tripped and fell. Aaron showed no pity, raising an eyebrow and saying, Didn't you and Odin both say that we don't need to be polite to you? But as far as I'm concerned, I can't possibly use my full strength. As he spoke, he directly fused Hela's abilities. Asgardian power, similar abilities have been detected. Odin's power, Thor's power, Hela's power. You have gained full Asgardian access and can mobilize Asgardian powers at any time. Asgard uses all its energy to defend against the enemy. Power of Death, Grim Reaper's authority. You have gained a portion of the authority over deaths, enabling you to control the life and death of most beings in the 9 realms. And to a certain extent, to be immune to negative influences such as death, contamination, and simultaneously gaining control of Helheim. Encyclopedia of Magic Hela. You have gained magical attributes such as Hand of Glory, Sword of the Night Sky, and manipulation of magical energy. Wow, it's a double yolk egg. Hela alone mended 2 worlds. Aaron was quite satisfied of the 9 kingdoms. Only Waddelheim of the Dark Elves, Nidavellir of the Dwarves, and Earth remains. Thinking about this, Aaron suddenly remembered what should be done about Earth. I don't recall ever hearing of any truly indigenous deities being born on Earth. Are we going to go find Gaia to play with? If that's the case, it will be quite difficult. Gaia, the Mother Earth, is one of the 4 most powerful ancient gods who survived from the ancient times. The strongest of the 4 gods is undoubtedly Sithon. But Gaia excels in creation and healing. Is no pushover either. Even among the many-dimensional demons, they are all formidable figures. No. Gaia and the other 4 ancient gods are products of the main universe. Earth in this universe is not at such a high level. Perhaps, I have already gathered the primordial power of the Earth. What are you thinking about? Hela was bound. Suddenly noticed that the chains were pulling a little less, which made her quite uncomfortable. Aaron glanced at her but didn't explain. Hela wasn't annoyed. Suddenly she leaned closer and said in a seductive tone, Uncle, it is said that you have killed the eternal Surtur and suppressed the frost giant, making the 9 realms submit to you at the same time. So how do you plan to develop Asgard? What do you want to say? Aaron's eyelids darkened. Unsolicited kindness must have ulterior motives, Hela, feigning a submissive demeanor, said. I have a proposal. Let's conquer the universe and make all civilizations submit to Asgard. I am willing to be a vanguard to fight for you, Uncle. Across the world until my death, just as I thought. Aaron remained unmoved. Hela was getting anxious. After her defeat, she lost her chance to become the king of Asgard. In her opinion, since she couldn't be the king, she might as well become the king's woman. If Aaron agrees to conquer the universe, wouldn't she be able to conquer the whole world by conquering Aaron? All roads led to Rome. She had no confidence in persuading Odin, that stubborn old man. But Hela was very confident she could seduce Eren. You can't even beat me and you want to conquer the world. Eren showed no mercy in belittling the other party. Hela's face stiffened and she retorted defiantly. We are gods of the great Aesir. And you are the strongest among us. Is there anyone in this universe who can stop your divine might? I am me and you are you. You're going to act as the vanguard. Are you sure you won't just get yourself killed? Eren shook his head. The universe is far beyond your imagination. Even within the 9 realms with your strength, you can't be considered the strongest. At least I can rank 2nd, maybe 3rd, Hela retorted. Believe me, even within the 9 realms. You can't even make it into the top 5, let alone the top 10. Hela was shocked to hear this. Impossible. I am the goddess of deaths. You're nothing but the goddess of deaths. Anyone who doesn't know better would think you are death itself. Eren was not lying in the world of American comics. Earth is often the center of the universe. This place is full of hidden talents. No one knows when a devastating character will suddenly appear. At the current stage, Hela cannot defeat Eren Odin. The Ancient One or the Sleeping Tiamat. There is also the Phoenix Harp. Although Jean hasn't awakened yet, Phoenix can actually control Jean's body at any time once a high-intensity battle breaks out. Then there's the large group of Charles' sons, whose whereabouts are unknown. Perhaps even in some mental hospital, even Apocalypse. The first mutant to fall into a deep sleep would likely be a match for Hela, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Then there's Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. If this were on Earth, Hela might not be able to defeat her opponent. Then came the death of Surtur, here alone. There are 9 who are on par with Hela or who could easily defeat her. Not to mention Kang, who died from a headbutt Ghost Rider, who was wandering around and Wandaho was still growing up. How could Hela possibly conquer the 9 realms? Earth alone was enough to make Hela question the meaning of life. Don't underestimate the average human combat strength. They can't compete with the sheer luck of others, who can unleash their full power at any moment, even Charles. Once he uses the brainwave enhancement machine, Hela might not be able to resist. Speaking of which, we should have got a brainwave enhancement machine back then. I'll ask Charles for a blueprint later. Eren thought to himself. Hela's face darkened slightly. You must be lying to me. How could there be so many powerful beings in the 9 realms? 2,000 years ago, Odin and I had already conquered the 9 realms. Lie to you? What do you have that I would lie to? I'm just telling the truth. Eren shook his head and led Hela to his villa in the fairy palace. Hela, times have changed. Don't dwell on the world of over 2,000 years ago. The 9 realms are far more powerful than you imagine. Even Odin at his peak, if he entered Earth upright, he would have to leave horizontally in the end. Even if you conquer the 9 realms, you will still have to face the gods of the omnipotent city, the Godslayer who strikes fear into the hearts of the gods, and the elusive Celestials. Don't overthink it. Hela's expression changed repeatedly. She refused to believe that she couldn't even make it into the top 10. She is Hela, the goddess of death, the vice-ruler of Asgard, who strikes fear into the hearts of the gods of the 9 realms and whom Odin dreads. But Eren's strength was unlike anything she had ever seen in her life. And Eren had no reason to deceive her. But if that's really the case, then wouldn't her so-called conquest of the universe become a joke? Forget the universe. She can't even fight her way out of the 9 realms by herself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She wanted to see for herself. Eren's one-sided account was not to be trusted. Hela thought to herself. Then I saw the big bed. Hela hardened her heart. Fine, you say I can't beat you. Then I'll show you the power of the Asgardian children. Today I, the princess, will subdue you. Hela was completely unafraid of Eren, who was holding a whip. Come on, use all your strength to please me. If I beg for mercy, I'm a dog. While you're getting a bit arrogant, aren't you? Eren's lips curled into a smile. Yes, that's exactly how you want to look. You must keep it that way. That's exactly what I want you to look like. Every great knight has the ambition to tame a magnificent wild horse on the grasslands all by himself. Eren liked Hela's appearance very much. The more unruly and arrogant they are, the more satisfying it is to conquer them 1 hour later. Wait, I'm not coming anymore, I beg for mercy. I was wrong. Don't be like that, I've only just started warming up. Quickly get back to your arrogant self. No, I won't. Don't be afraid, this is Asgard. You can continuously absorb energy to restore your strength. Let's continue. Eren raised his hand and delivered a direct strike to the heart of the enemy. Another hour has passed. Uncle Hela knows she was wrong, woof woof woof. Hela, you've disappointed me so much. As a child of Asgard, is this all you've got? Woof woof woof. Eren picked up the chain, shook his head, and stood up. The mighty goddess of deaths. In hand-to-hand combat training. Only lasted 2 hours before completely losing her will to fight. Seeing Hela completely limp and powerless, Eren had no choice but to temporarily abandon his warm-up exercises and, in the name of his uncle and the father of the gods, channeled his deep love, along with the energy and blessings permeating Asgard, into Hela's body to quickly help her recover her energy and strength. Hela quickly recovered some of her strength before Eren. This wild horse of hers completely yielded, becoming docile and obedient, never daring to question Eren's words. Eren was quite satisfied with this. To deal with such an arrogant person, one should crush all of Xiao Yi's arrogance. Only by bringing her down to earth will she behave. Still trying to convince me. They really don't know their own limitations. Alright, I'm going to Earth to have some fun. You stay in Asgard and don't cause any trouble. Eren stroked Hela's hair and spoke earnestly. Hela rolled her eyes and looked up. Ugh. I want to go to Earth too. Eren hissed, his brow furrowing slightly. What are you going to Earth for? Hela slowed her pace. I'm going to see the strong man you spoke of, uncle. I'd like to see just how capable they are. Eren's face hardened and he exclaimed in shock. Still questioning me, huh? Hela gagged a few times in fright. No, I just want to improve my strength in battle. It's too tiring for Uncle to shoulder the burden of Asgard and the 9 realms all by himself. I really want to help you, Uncle, so I need more power. Eren closed his eyes and after a long while, he said listlessly, fine, since you've been obedient. I'll let you go to Earth for a few days, remember. Don't cause any trouble, or you'll be punished according to family rules. Hela kissed him and nodded repeatedly. I will definitely listen to my uncle. If my uncle tells me to go east, I will never go west. If I want to do anything, I must ask my uncle first. All right, drink this first, and your body will be almost fully recovered. But you don't need to work any harder to repair your body, which has been depleted for over 2,000 years. Eren personally concocted a special beverage that could beautify and whiten skin, and also repair Hela's body, activate her physical constitution. During the more than 2,000 years that Hela was sealed away, her strength did not improve at all, and her body was also affected. Eren couldn't stand by and watch, so he personally helped Hela solve her problems. Hela licked her lips after finishing her drink, overjoyed. She felt a surge of energy flowing into her limbs and bones, greatly increasing her recovery speed. The body is already filled, I'm so full, want more. Hela quickly shook her head, no, I really can't eat anymore. Touching her round bulging belly, Hela wondered how many days it would take to digest this amount. She felt herself constantly getting stronger, and her efficiency had increased by at least 100%. Seeing this, Eren remotely informed Odin. He then took Hela back to Earth. Odin, who had been waiting for news of Hela in the Golden Palace, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Frigga, who had already returned, showed a flicker of interest. Is everything settled? Odin smiled and nodded. As expected of Aronanli, he could suppress Hela. Who dares to defy anyone? A smile also appeared on Frigga's face. That's wonderful. Hela can finally resolve her hatred for you. With Eren and Hela by your side, Asgard's future will be unbreakable. Odin was genuinely grateful to Eren at that moment. The images of Ragnarok, which had tormented his mind day and night, have finally stopped appearing these past few days. Eren has dealt with Asgard's two most formidable enemies one after another. Under Eren's leadership, Asgard is sure to enjoy peace and prosperity for at least 5,000 years. I hope Hela will give birth to a divine child soon. Odin was lost in his fantasies, but he knew that his aged body probably wouldn't live to see that day. At this very moment, at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Professor, we have prepared everything. A total of 123 items. After Jean left, Aurora became Charles's assistant and was subtly groomed by Charles to be his new heir. Scott was originally Charles's preferred candidate. But because of Jean, Scott's relationship ended before it even began. He watched helplessly as Jean and Eren became intimate, fantasizing about Jean being subjected to all sorts of intense sexual acts by Eren. He was in great pain just now. He went to drink with his fellow sufferer Logan, and they made friends over drinks. That's why Charles abandoned Scott and chose Orlo instead. Although Aurora had never been to school, she was at least more rational and better able to control her emotions than Scott. Charles glanced at the neatly arranged reagents, thought for a moment and said, "Give me one." Aurora was astonished. Charles gripped the steel handles of the wheelchair tightly with both hands. Come on, our ex-Jean is nothing in Eren's eyes. He had another idea. He wanted to get back on his feet. Currently, only Eren has this ability. Actually, a long time ago, he and the Beast then developed a reagent that would allow him to stand up. But if he stands up, he will lose his mutant ability. This is the most contradictory aspect. If he loses his mutant abilities, he will be unable to protect the mutant school. If he shelters the school, he will never be able to stand up. After some time of deliberation, Sol chose to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. But he was not content with this. And Eren might have the ability to create a restorative potion that achieves both goals. Because he is a miracle after a moment's hesitation, Aurora personally drew Charles's blood. Charles waved his hand, "Go. Deliver the stuff to the Osborn Corporation. For the future of mutants." Upon hearing this, Aurora turned and walked towards the hangar. On her way to the hangars, she encountered Iceman, Poppy, and Colossus. Iceman glanced at the briefcase in Aurora's hand. His eyes gleaming and said, "Teacher Aurora, are you going to the Asia group to find Mr. Miracle?" Poppy, the Iceman, and Colossus are among the oldest and most outstanding mutants in this class. Moreover, their ability to mutate is quite good. They could pass the X-Men test at any time and become official X-Men. Working alongside her, so Aurora didn't try to hide anything from the two of them, and nodded with a smile. "Is there something you need?" Iceman glanced at Colossus, who scratched his head. "Professor Aurora, do you know where Shadowcat went?" Iceman then added, "And Anna, we wanted to play with them, but we couldn't find them anywhere in the whole school." A hint of sympathy flashed in Aurora's eyes after hearing this. Anna and Katie went to the Eren Corporation with Mr. Eren. They need to resolve their mutant abilities. Aurora gave the two a simple explanation. Upon hearing this, Colossus's expression changed. He actually had feelings for Phantom Cat. But just as he was about to pursue her, she was snatched away by someone else. Colossus said bitterly, "Will Phantom Cat and the others ever come back?" Aurora thought for a moment, then said, "Daytime meeting. But whether it will be intact when it returns is hard to say. After all, the mutant school is their home, and it's normal for them to come back to visit." These words went through Aurora's mind, but she didn't say them aloud, lest she hurt their fragile hearts even more. Colossus kept his head down and remained silent. 3-5. Bobby, on the other hand, didn't seem too upset. His eyes flickered slightly. "Mr. Eren, he must be very capable," Aurora nodded. "After all, he's Mr. Miracle. All right, I'm leaving now. Be careful at school and don't go out unnecessarily during this time. Perhaps soon mutants will receive some good news." Aurora waved to the two men while carrying the briefcase and headed straight for the hangar. Bobby said thoughtfully, "Colossus, Do you know what's in that box? Colossus asked doubtfully. I heard that Aaron needs our blood to develop a gene-enhancing drug to help us better control our abilities. You do not know. Bobby's heart skipped a beat. Of course, I'm just confirming. All right, I'm leaving too. Goodbyes. Colossus looked at Poppy's back with confusion. But she soon fell into the pain of heartbreak. Unconsciously, they arrived at the restaurant and saw Scott and Logan drinking together, their arms around each other's shoulders. Colossus's heart skipped a beat. He'd found his people. Before long, three burly men started drinking together. However, after leaving Colossus, Poppy turned and headed towards the nearby sewers. Eric, we're in trouble. Little Rascal has been taken away by Aaron and Jean. Aaron, which Aaron? Wait, Mr. Miracle. On the other end of the phone, Magneto's Eric looked grim. Before he could process it, the other party dropped another bombshell. What fuck? Charles gave Aaron all the mutant blood data. What is he trying to do? Is he willingly handing over leverage against humans, letting them decide the life and death of mutants? Eric couldn't help but burst into a tirade of curses. That's Aaron if he acquires so many mutant genes. Could he develop a targeted genocide virus? Charles is a sinner. Brotherhood assemble. Eric waved his hand, and the mind helmet flew over automatically from afar and was precisely put on. The toad mutants, who had been lying motionless on the railing at the castle gate like a toad, shook its head and swallowed a fly. Hearing the call to assemble, it leaped more than 10 meters away. In just a few breaths, we arrived at the meeting point. Another strong, slightly dull-looking man walked out of a room and then jumped down from a height of several meters. With a snap, it was gone. Eric looked over and saw the saber-toothed tiger lying on the ground. Struggling to get up, Eric shook his head, his hands behind his back, a metal disc beneath his feet lifting him into the air. Exuding nobility and elegance, boss got a job. The toad asked cautiously. Eric tilted his head back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. That traitor Charles sent the blood data of more than 100 mutants to the A.C. group and gave it to Aaron. His foolish actions will plunge mutants into utter ruin. With Aaron's research in biological genes, he alone is worth more than all the world's biological experts. We absolutely cannot let him get his hands on that genetic data. Otherwise, in less than a month, the mutants will be killed by that damned genetic virus. Upon hearing this, the toad's face paled slightly. Mr. Miracle can also kill. In their eyes were not even human, Eric snorted coldly. Just as he did not regard ordinary people as a race. Those damn bastards secretly wish they could exterminate all mutants. Conflicts between the two sides have been ongoing for decades. They are clearly the next stage of human evolution. A new kind of humans, and should rightfully have the right to control the world's discourse. But those remnants of the old era are still unwilling to relinquish their power and attempt to oppress the new generation in order to maintain their authority. Magneto Eric must undo Shul's mistake. Although Aaron has saved countless lives, he is still a human being. We cannot put a rope around our heads and hand over our lives to the other party. More importantly, Anna is in his hands. Eric glanced at the instrument in the center of the hall. This is a gene converter. It can activate the X gene in the human body, causing it to be expressed dominantly. Eric, will create a world populated only by mutants. All of humanity will evolve in sync. If there were only mutants in the world, there would be no 23 people persecuting mutants. And perhaps Eric could become the king of the new world. But this machine requires a strong magnetic field. Eric wanted to live until the new world was born. So he couldn't die, therefore. Someone else with electromagnetic abilities must die in his place. That's how the little rascal came into his view. Unfortunately, that idiot Sabretooth was defeated by the X-Men, allowing Rogue to escape from Fengjiang. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten ourselves into so much trouble for no reason. Useless trash. Eric glared at the bewildered saber-toothed tiger, then turned and left without paying attention to his two underlings. Head to the Asia group immediately. Make sure to bring little rascal and the suitcase back. In less than half an hour, Ororo then piloted his modified Blackbird fighter jet to a nearby private airport and successfully joined the Asia group, Mr. Aaron, here is what you need, thank you for your help. Aurora gave Hela a strange look. Hela was not wearing the Asgardian leather outfit at this moment, but had changed into a maid outfit. Hela didn't know where this thing came from. She just thought the clothes were rather nice. After Aaron took the suitcase, Ororo took out a USB drive. This contains data from the brainwave enhancement machine. The professor said if you want Chin to use it, be very careful about what's in her brain. Charles agreed to Aaron's request for a brainwave enhancement machine after only a moment's thought. Although this thing is quite dangerous, but so what? Can he refuse Aaron if Aaron wants to do something? Is it possible that he can't do it without the brainwave enhancement machine? The ferocious beasts in Lion Chin's mind were all little creatures in the other person's eyes. Who can stop them? Charles knew this. And rather than refusing and causing displeasure, he decided to hand it over voluntarily. Aaron was their only and most important ally. Now they're sending her Pianozana and Katie, and all their genetic data. If we stop here, the sunk costs will be too high. It's not worth it. So Charles thought about it and simply arranged for another mutant to deliver the items. Aaron glanced at the woman behind Ororo. She was about 16 years old, and her figure was already quite well developed. Most importantly, she looked somewhat like a younger version of Wu Jiaki. Aurora noticed Aaron's gaze and introduced. This is Clarice Ferguson, codename Blink. Her ability is to warp space and create portals. The USB drive was brought by her. Clarice glanced shyly at Aaron, who had a handsome face. She felt even closer to the other person because they shared the same skin color. She said in a clear voice, "Hello, Mr. Aaron." "Hello, Clarice, it's nice to meet you." Aaron reached out and shook hands with Clarice, praising her. "Good Abolita and a good person too." Clarice became even more shy after hearing this, her whole face turning red. Aurora, who had been smiling, froze upon hearing this. Oh no, another little girl has been captivated. No, how can you be so charming? Are you sure it's not the legendary succubus? Aurora somewhat regretted bringing Clarice along. Aaron's single smile was enough to captivate the love-struck Clarice. Although Omenlo was reluctant to admit it, it was the truth. Aaron did indeed exude an indescribable charm. His aura, his appearance, and his every move drove women crazy. Even she was quite attracted to Aaron. This is one of the reasons why Anna and Phantom Cat would take the initiative to seek out Aaron. Aaron's charisma and status are a surefire way to win over any woman. But Omerlo can control her charm because she has a responsibility to the mutants. And the school needs her, but Clarice. After glancing at the other person, Ororo sighed inwardly. Storm, do you have anything to say? Aaron noticed the subtle change in Storm's expression and asked in confusion. He knew the other person was confused, but he wouldn't explain why. He originally had the ability to freely control all the hormones in his body and could easily create external hormones that could bewitch the minds of others. After acquiring the traits of the Enchantress Lorelei, his charm has only grown stronger if he wanted. No matter if it was a young girl or a mature woman. They couldn't escape his grasp, to put it bluntly. Any female ability user standing opposite him receives a negative buff even before the battle begins. Unless the opponent's mental power is too strong. Strong enough to crush Aaron. But that level doesn't exist on Earth anyway. Aurora forced a smile and said, it's all right. I've already delivered the items. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. She looked at Clarice, who seemed quite reluctant to part with her. Aaron gave her a feeling of being in love. Like a prince charming in a fairy tale. She swears that this might be what others call love at first sight. Seeing this, Ororo sighed inwardly again. Mr. Aaron are an NK here. Aaron nodded. They're in my office. Do you want to go see them? Ororo shook her head upon hearing this. No. I still have many things to take care of, however. Clarice and Anna Katie are very close. And she asked me about Anna's situation before she came. I think maybe Clarice can chat with Anna and the others a little longer. You don't mind having one more person here, do you? Clarice's eyes were practically glued to Aaron. Aurora was certain that even if she were taken away today, Clarice would probably sneak out to find Aaron late at night and open a portal to play with him. Rather than playing the villains, it's better to go with the flow and let Clarice play around here. Clarice was taken aback, close to Anna and the others. Really, how come she didn't know? She didn't get along well with other people at school. Moreover, she was rather introverted, often spending her days in the library and no one pursued her. She was like an invisible person whom no one cared about. But now, Clarice nodded repeatedly and said earnestly, Mr. Aaron, may I stay? I'd love to chat with Anna and Katie. Of course, my house. Cough cough, my house is very big and my office is big too. Even if the number of people doubled, it wouldn't be a problem. Just stay here and relax, I'll take care of your studies. Aaron naturally wouldn't refuse this small request. Aurora rolled her eyes, thinking it best to avoid coming here as much as possible in the future. She felt that if things continued like this, even she would eventually succumb to temptation. After chatting for a few more minutes, Aurora realized there was no place for her. So she got up and took her leave. Aaron pressed the secretary's bell, and Katie fell straight down from the ceiling. Katie. Clarice rushed over with a joyful expression. As if she were seeing a good friend, you are blink. Katie stared for a while before finally recognizing the other person as her classmate. He was wondering why Clarice was here too. I'm so happy to finally see you all. Clarice tried very hard to pretend that she and Katie had a good relationship. Once you tell one lie, you have to tell countless more to cover it up. Even though Clarice and Katie weren't particularly close, they had to pretend to be very good friends at this moment. Aaron then came to Clarice's rescue saying, Katie, from now on Clarice will stay and work at the Asia group. Just like you, I'll arrange for the three of you to go to school together. Just like normal people. Upon hearing this, Katie put her doubts aside and nodded with a smile agreeing. Clarice breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, my acting was good, no one noticed anything unusual about me. Maybe I could become a big star someday. Aaron told Katie to take Clarice to Gwen's office. Gwen will help them get acquainted with their new environment. The Asia Group building is over 100 stories high. It takes a lot of effort just to become familiar with the environment of each floor. Even Gwen herself didn't keep a complete record of every single place. On the contrary, Maria Hills, who had only been there for 2 days, was able to accurately state the door number and purpose of every room on every floor. Soon the room became empty again. Aaron picked up his hand. He lifted the box and instantly melted it down. Protective Force Field creates a special energy protective field that can isolate attacks while also being used to launch attacks. Emotional manipulation. Similar abilities have been detected. Emotional resonance. You can easily perceive and change the emotional state of nearby organisms and resonate with them. Skeleton control. You can transform your weapons into various other weapons, or throw them. Squirrel language. You can communicate with squirrels without any problems and control their movements. Bear transformation. You can transform into a giant brown bear, gaining all the abilities of a brown bear. Wolf transformation. You can transform into a werewolf, even more ferocious than a ruthless person. Stilification. Your body can freely change its attributes. Transforming into a steel body. Aaron glanced at it. The abilities of over 100 mutants had virtually no impact on his improvement. The only things that seem plausible are the protective force field and emotional manipulation. Upon seeing the third one, Aaron's lips twitched slightly. So there was another bone pulse mutant. It does require a bit more calcium. Tempered glass. Do I really need tempered glass? What steel is harder than a body made of steel? Regarding this result, Aaron was not disappointed. The main problem is that he already possesses many abilities, which overlap significantly, and the quality of these abilities is not high. So it's naturally difficult for him to make a significant improvement. Can Charles's mental power be as strong as the Phoenix Force's inherent power? Moreover, also unearth Chin's potential, making her mental abilities even more powerful, more terrifying than Charles's. The abilities of Laser Eyes have long overlapped. He can now absorb most cosmic rays and re-emit them in various forms. Laser Eye is just playing with what he left over. 977 Storm's weather control didn't benefit him either. He possessed the power of Thor, Vanaheim, and Odin, in addition to the weak all-around domain. As long as he has a single thought, it could cause torrential snow to fall in the sweltering heat of June, alter tides, ignite volcanoes, or cause continental plates to shift, returning to the Pangu continent compared to these. Aaron, however, valued the USB drive in his hand more. After the delegation from Augur Group, Aaron already knew that as long as the data contained enough information, he could obtain the characteristics or concepts by directly smelting the data. As long as Charles didn't hold back, there's no need to find someone else to replicate the brainwave enhancement machine. If all else fails, then let Ivan Vanko do the research. With his hands-on skills, I believe it won't be difficult for him to create this thing. After Aaron attempted to devour it, thousandfold amplification mental ability, you can freely enhance your mental power, up to a level that can boost your royal status. Note, an excessively large mind will place a huge burden on the body. Do not abuse this ability, or you may transform into a spiritual entity. That's awesome, a noble percentage increase. And it's 1,000 times. Aaron opened his eyes wide. I never imagined that such a simple machine could bring him such a big improvement. Consider Charles. Although he possesses strong mental abilities, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to simultaneously control the minds of everyone in the world. However, after using the brainwave enhancement machine, he was able to detect and invade the consciousness of all living beings in a very short time and carry out a devastating attack. After being amplified, Charles could destroy human civilization in minutes. What about the even more powerful hymns? Moreover, this increase, even after his mental power advances to a higher level, it will still increase 1,000-fold. In a battle of spiritual power at the same level, this 1,000-fold increase is enough to make him invincible among his peers. A smile involuntarily crept onto Aaron's lips. This ability was enough to accompany him until the very end. The stronger his basic mental abilities, the greater his overall strength. Although there is one flaw that is not a flaw, it may manifest as a spiritual entity. But in some ways, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Without a physical body, the spiritual entity is virtually immortal. Aaron attempted to amplify his mental power. He can easily amplify his mental abilities 1,000-fold without any pressure. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense, after all. He is a god with a superdimensional body, and cannot be viewed by ordinary standards. If it were Charles, he wouldn't dare to use this power so recklessly. After Aaron discovered the amplification of his mental power, his telekinetic abilities also became stronger. His current telekinetic power, when unleashed at full force, may be even stronger than his physical strength. From now on, I won't even need to lift a finger in a fight. Aaron thought for a moment, and when facing other enemies in the future, he would put his hands behind his back, so that even with only his hands, the enemy would still be invincible. That's a bit too outrageous, speaking of which. With my current mental strength, am I capable of directly controlling the Phoenix in Chin's mind? Or directly penetrate Magneto's isolation helmet? Aaron was thinking. With a sudden thought, he looked outside. Speak of the devil and he appears, the gate of the Asia group. Eric Toad and Sabertooth Tiger stopped here, looking at this super building, which is over 100 stories high and easily 300 or 400 meters tall. Eric was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "The Asia group, it truly is a place full of miracles. It's a pity that it will be razed to the ground today." The Toad chimed in. Eric snapped out of his daze and smiled. "That depends on whether our Mr. Miracle cooperates obediently, a miracle of humankind. He sighed inexplicably, but inwardly he was quite disdainful of it. Mutants are a miracle of humankind. They are the ones who deserve the highest level of treatment, instead of becoming a public enemy hated by everyone. Of course, Eric was only thinking about it. He didn't dare do anything to Aaron, at most. They would destroy the other party's building and then use force to achieve their goal. After all, Aaron is one of the most famous people in the world. Although he admired force, he was not stupid. During this period of time, the cost of killing Aaron was greater than the cost of killing the US president. Those powerful and wealthy people who are eagerly awaiting a new life will be happy to stand up for Aaron. Completely crush the mutants. Be careful what you do later so as not to disturb Mr. Miracle. Remember, we are here to make friends with him, not to wage war. Understand? Eric glanced at the dazed saber-toothed tiger and the overly brutal and monstrous toad, and still feeling uneasy gave them another word of advice. The saber-toothed tiger tilted its head in confusion, while the toad scratched its head. Boss, isn't that why we came here to open it? Eric frowned. Are you questioning my decisions? Am I the boss, or are you what you want to take my place? The toad shook its head repeatedly, saying it dared not. Mr. Aaron is a distinguished guest. If we can avoid making a move, let's just demonstrate our strength. I believe he will make the wisest choice. Eric's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't want to create any unnecessary complications before the plan was realized. Neither Anna nor mutant blood mattered to Eric. Aaron had no reason to risk offending Magneto by doing things that would do more harm than good. Eric, besides being incredibly strong, is also very skilled at negotiation. He was about to lead his men inside. I happened to run into Aurora upon seeing Magneto. Aurora's expression changed drastically. Oh no, it's Magneto. Without hesitation, Olo immediately called Charles. Upon hearing this, Charles, who was in his office, hurriedly said, "Where's Blink? Tell her to come back immediately and take us there." Aurora opened her mouth and said slowly, "Professor, Clarice has become Aaron's intern secretary. She won't be coming back." What? Another one ran away? Charles was stunned. Had his parenting style completely failed? Why are students and teachers running away one after another? Is Aaron really that charming? How could a man be completely oblivious? Damn it, I shouldn't have let Blink and Aaron meet. Scott Logan. Charles instinctively contacted other teachers. However, it was quiet outside. When Charles used his telepathic abilities to locate the two, his face turned pale. Scott and his two companions were completely drunk. Each of them had at least 20 bottles of liquor in front of them, and they were not fully conscious. Three grown men were intimately embracing each other, saying things like, "I love you so much, you can't live," and "Can you promise me?" Creepy statements that made one's anus tighten. In particular, there was a Colossus who was underage. Scott and his colleague, both teachers, actually got a male student drunk and did this kind of thing. That's indecent. Charles took a deep breath and turned his head away. I'm too old to see these kinds of things, but in this way. There wasn't a single X-Men member in the entire school who could be mobilized. The school's defenses were virtually non-existent. Only this old man, who could not walk and could only move around in a wheelchair, was left to guard the central government. What a tragedy. Charles sighed. He knew he would have to figure it out himself. In any case, he couldn't let his old buddy mess things up. He wasn't afraid that Eric would make too much noise, but rather that Aaron would get angry and destroy the good relationship he had painstakingly built. Aurora, we must stop him. This war belongs to us. And we absolutely cannot let Aaron make a move. Charles could only give instructions to Aurora first. Upon hearing this, Aurora took a deep breath, her eyes rolling back in her head. In an instant, the azure sky of New York was covered with dark clouds, with occasional bolts of lightning flashing through the clouds. Aaron and Hela had already arrived at the gates. Noticing the arrival of Aaron and the others, while manipulating the lightning, Aurora said, "Mr. Aaron, leave everything here to us. Rest assured, I will do my best to avoid affecting this area. Hela scoffed after hearing this and asked Aaron, "Is that old man considered an earthling?" Aaron thought for a moment at most. It can be considered an elite monster, boring. Hela immediately lost interest after hearing this. Hela was a fiercely competitive person who only played high-level games. She wouldn't even bother with anyone who wasn't at Odin Aaron's level. Aurora was speechless upon hearing their conversation. That's Magneto. How come one of the two most powerful mutants is just a background character who won't even survive 2 episodes? According to you guys. Eric noticed the commotion at the entrance, glanced indifferently at the changing sky. His expression unmoved, completely unaffected by Storm's abilities. He ignored Storm and Hela and smiled at Aaron. This must be Mr. Miracle Aaron. I am Magneto Eric Lanshear, a mutant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Aaron simply nodded. Eric's smile froze. You young man, you're a bit too hot-blooded. If young people aren't young and energetic, are they still young? Do they have to wait until they're old and can't breathe anymore to still be wandering around like big shots? Eric's face twitched slightly. This was different from the Aaron he remembered. Who are the people at the scene? Why did he feel that Aaron's words were implying something? The Toad then jumped out, "You brat. How dare you talk to our boss like that, you, sizzle." A lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky in an instant, slicing the Toad to a crisp. Magneto frowned at the equally shocked Aurora Storm. While it's true that you Toad have no right to speak to Aaron, my subordinates are none of your business. Omenlo blinked. I don't know. I was clearly still gathering my strength. I hadn't made a move yet. Could it be that God couldn't stand the Toad being too arrogant? You Toad, if you're not dead, squeak something. After Eric finished warning Orlo, he casually said something. The Toad didn't speak. The saber-toothed tiger twitched its nose. Brother, you smell so good, he poked the Toad, which immediately collapsed and remained motionless. Just then Magneto looked over, and Sabertooth looked at him with an innocent expression. It wasn't male waste. Eric's words had a double meaning and his face darkened. The saber-toothed tiger first flew into a rage, then called me trash. But then I thought it must be referring to a Toad, right? He's truly trash. He can't even withstand this level of attack. If it were him, it would be no problem at all. Is this how Charles teaches you? HMPH, it seems I need to teach you a lesson on his behalf. Eric was dissatisfied. Even if the Toad overstepped his bounds, it shouldn't be the same person as the lackey Ao Feng knew, who should have taken action. All right, I did it. Is there a problem? As Aaron spoke, he beckoned and took a portion of the Toad's tissue, which he then melted down upon closer inspection. The giant tongue whip had intensified, its length and resilience making it unbearable. Everyone who has tried it says it's great, unfortunately. This must never be known to the female anchor. Storm, you dare to do it but not admit it. Fine, follow me. I'd like to see how you're going to chop people up today. Eric didn't believe Aaron at all. He is both the world's richest man and can control thunder. Why don't you just say you're Superman? What a joke. He manipulated the surrounding steel bars to form long, thin lightning rods that stood around him, deeply embedded in the earth. It directly negates Aurora's lightning power. Aurora was truly speechless. She really didn't do anything. Okay, I did it. Come on, I want to see just how powerful Magneto really is. Since things had come to this point, Aurora had no choice but to take the blame. If Magneto were to go and fight Aaron, the nature of the situation would change. The conflict escalated directly from a mutant infighting to an international incident. The battle begins today. The relevant documents will be released tomorrow, and the mutants will be wiped out the day after tomorrow. Aaron is now the world's godfather. Who wouldn't try to curry favor with him? Aurora gritted his teeth, summoning a gale and lightning, hoping to make Magneto back down. But Eric was not afraid at all, as a top-tier level 4 mutant. He had practiced his mutant abilities for decades. He has crossed more bridges than Diane Beaulieu has walked roads. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding steel automatically condensed into spears and swords. Hela found this scene quite interesting. This guy is interesting, he has some of my style. These kinds of people are just considered elite monsters on Earth. I can't wait to see who the real strong ones are. Aaron automatically ignored Hela's arrogant remarks. He attempted to control Magneto's consciousness, however. The opponent's helmet was able to effectively block his mental abilities 1,000 times greater. This surprised Aaron, another cutting-edge technology. However, this does not mean that Aaron cannot do anything about the helmet. In fact, mental abilities are a type of spiritual power. Besides mind control, telekinesis is also a variant of mental power. He could easily use telekinesis to destroy Magneto's helmet and then control him. At this time, Aaron suddenly sensed another unfamiliar spiritual power. The owner of this power noticed Aaron's consciousness and even came up to spy on him. But Aaron easily overpowered this force with a little effort. Amidst Charles hissed, "It's Aaron." Charles, far away at the Mutant Academy, opened his eyes with a solemn expression. When he touched Aaron's mental abilities in his view, that power was like an unshakable mountain range, or an endless Pacific Ocean. But this is just a relatively wide lake or river. There is an insurmountable gap between the two. Charles even suspected that even with brainwave enhancers, he wouldn't be a match for Aaron's. Are you some kind of superhero? How come you have all sorts of abilities? Are you trying to kill all the mutants out there? Charles felt a sense of satisfaction that someone had defeated him in his area of expertise. He was both frustrated and disappointed, however. He quickly regained his spirits and once again spread his mental power to control the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger pounced and pinned Eric to the ground. Sharp bone claws pressed against Magneto's neck. "Eric, stop, you have nowhere to run." Eric was initially angry at the smelly guy on top of him. But upon hearing this tone, he relaxed completely. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. "Charles, you idiot, you think you can stop me? Do you know what you've done?" "I know what I did, but do you know what you did? You are dragging mutants into the abyss, X2. The two spoke at the same time, then both paused in surprise. At this moment, Aaron walked over with Hela saying, "I didn't expect you two to have such good chemistry." "Who has the same chemistry with him, X2? Eric, losing face, snapped. "Charles, shut up. Get up now, I need to talk to Aaron's." Sabertooth said sternly, "Eric, shut up. I'm going to throw you in jail until the mutant world is at peace." "Eric, fine. So you're saying this to get me sentenced to life imprisonment?" "Mr. Aaron, you have seen my power, this is not my limit. If I wanted to, I could turn this entire street into ruins in a few breaths. Instead of cooperating with Charles, why don't we join forces and become the masters of the new world?" Upon hearing the word overlords, Hela seemed to have a special switch activated, and she was instantly wide awake, seeing an opportunity. Eric quickly said, "You have money and wisdom, while I have strength and manpower. If we cooperate, we will be invincible." Charles scoffed after hearing this. "That's it." He glanced disdainfully at Eric, who was pinned beneath him. With the scruffy, dumbfounded face of the saber-toothed tiger, "Mr. Aaron, how are Anna and Katie? Is Clarice bothering you? Is Kingsley adjusting to her new life?" A seemingly nonsensical sentence contains a wealth of information. "Old buddy, I've already gone all in and given everyone to Aaron's. What do you have left to fight me?" As if telepathically connected, the image flashed through Eric's mind. His face instantly darkened. "Charles, you actually went so far as to offer up so many of your fellow mutants just to win over humanity. You've changed, become a stranger, and turned into a madam. How disgusting. I feel ashamed to be one of the two kings of mutants." Just like you, Eric pictured Mystique in his mind, then shook his head repeatedly. That woman was just a business partner to him. He couldn't possibly decide to let her win over Aaron. What a pity if Mystique agreed. She would have to sleep with all the women. Eric pondered as he subtly manipulated the nearby metallic particles. They secretly gathered together, preparing to rip out the heart and lungs of saber-toothed tiger Li Nuohao. However, just as he was about to make a move suddenly, he sensed another force descending like a god, easily shattering his abilities. What's going on? Eric was shocked. This was the first time he had ever encountered something like this. Something's up with Charles. There were also third parties secretly watching at the scene, and he also seemed to have the power to manipulate metal. Charles was shocked to hear this. He scanned his surroundings with his mental power but found no one else. No need to look anymore, it's me. Aaron remained silent. Even though he was such a big guy, Eric and Charles acted as if they didn't see him at all. Is this true love? Once they meet, they can't tolerate a third person. You. Eric looked incredulous. Charles paused for a moment, instinctively thinking it was impossible. But when you think about the abilities Aaron has demonstrated, it doesn't seem strange. It's a mini-sun again, and it's the power of the mind again. Now there are multiple magnetic forces, so it doesn't seem so hard to accept. Charles appeared indifferent, but inwardly he was drooling with envy. Aaron beckoned and Eric's helmet was about to take off. Seeing this, Eric quickly manipulated his abilities to try and stay. Without his helmet, all his thoughts were exposed to Charles. He has absolutely no secrets. But Aaron's telekinesis is far beyond what Magneto can currently match. Even Magneto, who was enhanced by Apocalypse and possessed the power to manipulate the Earth's magnetic field, was nothing more than this in front of him. He bullied a 3-year-old child like a strong man, forcibly taking away the helmet of his soul in a single encounter. Reverse hand smelting. Psychic immunity, similar abilities have been detected. Regardless of your form, you are perfectly immune to psychic abilities, and no one can detect your emotional changes. Aaron then obtained some of Magneto's and Sabertooth's body tissues, which after being melted down did not change much. However, Eric was stunned. It really is you. Is there a problem? Aaron asked, looking down indifferently. It's not just that there's a problem. It's that this village is extremely problematic. Are you perhaps God himself? Magneto, having lost his helmet, was controlled by Charles and dragged into an empty room in an astronomical corporation. That's the situation. With Charles's help, Eric revealed his entire plan. I came to you because I want to take Honor away and take the briefcase containing mutant blood data. Everything I've done is for mutants. While Magneto was speaking, he was still having a telepathic conversation with Charles. Charles, Eric, so your original target wasn't Logan. But the little rascal, Eric, Logan, who's that? Oh, the idiot who stopped my plans. I'll have some fun with him next time. Let's talk about something else first, Charles. Look at the stupid thing you've done. Don't you know how powerful Aaron's biological genetics are? If he has access to a large amount of mutant genes, he could very well create a mutant virus that targets the X gene. Or they might target and wipe us all out. Or they might develop a special ingredient to suppress our abilities and put it in our everyday products or food, which would make mutants an endangered species. As a biological geneticist, don't you understand this principle? Charles, Eric, if Mr. Aaron wanted to target mutants, he wouldn't need to go to so much trouble. He only needs to say a word. And both the Brotherhood of Mutants and the School of Mutants would be destroyed by the army the very next day. He's more powerful than you and I can imagine. He might be the most powerful superhuman on Earth. Do you still dare to come looking for death, Eric? I don't know, so now you know. Eric and Charles were bickering in their minds, while the saber-toothed tiger was bound by iron chains. Hela, standing to the side, yawned boredly. These two are too weak. Isn't there a single strong character among the mutants? Eric glared at him. How dare you call me weak? If I can't beat Aaron, surely I can beat you. Hela noticed his expression, and a long sword made of non-iron appeared in her hand. You have a problem with that, of course. Before Eric could speak, Charles quickly said she is Hela, the goddess of death, the one from Norse mythology. whose father is Odin, and whose brothers are Thor and the god of lies. He once followed Odin in conquering 8 powerful cosmic civilizations. Hearing this, Eric changed his tone abruptly, nearly bursting into tears, and forced a smile. Of course, I have no objection. You're right if you're strong, and you have to accept your opinion even if you don't. Although Eric usually considers himself a god, he chickens out when faced with a real god, especially a goddess who controls death. If it were Thor, Eric would have to teach the other a lesson too. Earth cannot be insulted, but Hela is the goddess of death. Sis, Eric sends his regards to you. There's no way around it. A local official is more powerful than a county magistrate. What if someone gets upset because of a single sentence and takes your life with a flick of their finger? That would be a huge loss. Upon hearing this, Aaron thought for a moment and said, "There are still a few decent opponents among the mutants." Hela immediately became interested. Who's there? I'll go test the water, for example, Apocalypse. He should be sleeping somewhere in Egypt right now. Sleep. I'll wake him up right now. Hela got up to leave. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned back and asked, "Where is Egypt?" I've heard that Earth has some kind of airplane-based transportation. I think I could try it out. Hela looked at Aaron with a questioning gaze. Although Asgard has a more efficient rainbow bridge, however, this generation of guardian gods harbored resentment towards Hela for challenging Odin and Aaron one after another. It cannot be said that the two had no relationship at all, but they were almost enemies. To build a bridge for Hela, that's impossible. Shouting until your horse won't help, Apocalypse. Is there such a character in the mutants? Eric turned his attention to them. According to Aaron and Hela, Magneto, mighty Magnet, was only considered an elite monster. So who qualifies as the boss? Chingli. In the current Apocalypse, Apocalypse, whom I've never heard of, wants to be the boss. Magneto will be the first to disagree. Aaron glanced at Eric. Have you two finished whispering to each other? Eric was puzzled when Charles took control of his body. I'm sorry, Mr. Aaron, I was just trying to reason with him. Logic, isn't this the logic? Aaron raised his fist and waved it. What else makes sense besides this? Hela's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands loudly. Uncle, you're absolutely right. I'm finding myself liking you more and more. You truly are Hela's man. Isn't logic just about fists? Hela deeply understands this. When Asgard became the ruler of the 9 realms and maintained order for thousands of years, was it because it spoke of reason and won people over with virtue? What a joke, they won it all with swords and shields. In the later ideological conflict, Hela was simply not powerful enough, so she didn't mention Odin when trying to reason with him, and was sealed away for thousands of years. His existence and glory were even erased, making him an invisible man of Asgard a taboo. If she had been the victor back then, where would Thor and Loki be now, Uncle Amans? Charles and Eric were both shocked. Had the Protos gotten this sophisticated all the time? If you didn't know better, you'd think they were Greek gods. Aaron ignored the two who were having a disagreement, and he didn't bother to explain. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Just hand over that gene converter of yours. A machine that can activate the X gene sounds pretty good. But it was destined to be a failure. And it was never as successful as Magneto had imagined. But if he could melt it down, could he remove its flaws and extract only its useful properties? Eric instinctively wanted to refuse. But Charles immediately said, no problem. I'll have someone bring it to you right now, Charles. Eric never expected his old friend to betray him like this. They were the ones who met first. Enough, Eric. This is my turf and you do as I say. Charles spoke as if he were the true owner of this body, in a tone that brooked no refusal. Eric cursed inwardly, this is my body. You thief who usurped my place, get out of here. In the past, Charles wouldn't have been so forceful in taking possession of Eric's body. But now they're facing Aaron's. Do your best to meet any requests this gentleman may have. Otherwise, we risk being attacked from all sides by humanity. Hela ignored Eric and Charles, with her eyes fixed on Aaron. Hela knew that if there weren't other people around, she would have made Aaron experience what it meant to be ecstatic to the point of death. All right, once the gene converter arrives, I'll take you to Egypt without me. Even if I hand over the plane to you, you'll still be a mess if you lose Egypt. The abilities of mutants are not strictly speaking products of Earth. There must be many features and even concepts that can improve him. He naturally wouldn't let go of Apocalypse, this special being who is known as the first mutant. Hela was overjoyed upon hearing this. Eric took this very seriously in all his years. Apart from the Black King show, only Aaron had ever made him feel so embarrassed. He wanted to see just how capable this mutant, whom Aaron had described as a boss, really was. Aaron released Magneto, allowing Charles to control him and bring the item. Charles was clearly in a hurry. It was the first time he had used Eric's body to control magnetic flight or walk at will. This feeling was quite peculiar to him. Eric was still bickering with Charles in his mind, but his body was very honest and cooperated by controlling the gene converter to fly towards New York. 1 hour later, the two men, carrying a room-sized instrument, walked straight through the bustling city center as if no one else was around, and arrived at the gate of the Asia groups. Coulson and his team of SHIELD agents surrounded them, SHIELD on business. Magneto, what are you doing at AstraZeneca? Coulson and the others remained on guard. When Nick Fury learned that Magneto had swaggered into the Astronautical Corporation with his men, he immediately dispatched Coulson, equipped with weapons that used plastic bullets, to help him out. Get out of my way, this is something Mr. Aaron specifically requested, do you think you can stop me? Eric showed these people absolutely no respect. Magneto, he's a man of pride. Coulson and the others were stunned when they heard this. No. What right do you villains have to speak to righteous government departments like that? This is utterly upside down. What, you work for Aaron? Never mind then. Coulson, bewildered, waved to his men to make way. They watched as Eric arrogantly carried his things into the underground garage. Sir, some SHIELD members were eyeing Magneto's back with eager anticipation. Don't do anything reckless, that's Aaron. Coulson shook his head. One sentence from someone scared Nick Fury so much that he didn't get a good night's sleep for many days and was so busy that he couldn't stop running around. Why would Coulson dare to provoke the other party? Don't you want to live long enough, CDFE Charles? I never imagined I'd be able to openly and legitimately command an army and make them obediently make way for me. Eric had to admit that he had come to somewhat enjoy the feeling of bullying others by taking advantage of their power. Moreover, the other side was a group of what appeared to be a rather extraordinary intelligence agency. He suddenly wondered if he had done something wrong. Just by doing things for Aaron, he could wield such power. If he could possess the same power as Aaron, wouldn't he be able to get rid of these guys with just a word? Don't overthink it, Aaron is a miracle. In all these years, he's the only one like him in the world. Charles exclaimed. Eric, have you finally realized how terrifying Aaron is? We are not only weaker than him, but we also lack his influence. Eric, times have changed. These days, no matter how good you are at fighting, it's useless. You have to consider your power and background. The reason we mutants have such a hard life is because we lack connections. Charles shook his head, suddenly realizing how ridiculous his initial thoughts had been. Even though he went to great lengths and did so much for mutants, it wasn't as effective as a single word from Aaron. Eric thought for a moment, comparing himself to Aaron, and then felt a headache coming on. I don't want to think about it anymore, it's so annoying. He's simply a prodigy. The more Eric understood Aaron, the more he realized how terrifying Aaron was. How can the differences between people be so vast? Once the items are brought up, Aaron had just finished sending Norman's secretary away. Tell Coulson and his men to stay out of the way and leave immediately. We don't need their help here. After Eric left, Coulson still politely called to inquire about Aaron. However, Aaron had no time to waste arguing with a bunch of grown men. When Eric returns, He went alone to the underground garage and melted down the gene converter. Gene activation. Similar abilities have been detected as fused genetic evolution. You can activate any species possessing the X gene or inhuman genes, making their genes dominantly expressed, thereby randomly granting them genetic abilities. There is a certain probability that this will cause mutants to undergo a secondary mutation. Genetic testing. You can detect whether an organism contains the X gene or genes from other races. Once I've melted down the apocalypse, I will be the god of the Inhumans and mutants. Aaron thought to himself that if he wanted, he could completely control both the mutant and inhuman races. They could even mobilize an army of superpowered individuals at any time. After so many years of inheritance, there are at least tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, of people in the human race who possess the X gene. In addition, there's the inhuman race. Even dual gene holders, even if most of them are not very capable. With such a large base, there are definitely quite a few level 3 and above mutants. On another note, maybe I could open a free health checkup station. Give everyone a check-up and collect their blood samples. Wouldn't that make it easy to obtain and fuse everyone's genes? Aaron suddenly had a brilliant idea, combining this with the newborn suit. It was entirely feasible. People may not trust the government, but they will never doubt the Asia groups, which can give them a second life. By the way, a free medical checkup is also a kind of benefit. People who love bargains will definitely not miss this opportunity. Thinking of this, Aaron made a phone call to Norman. After recounting the incident, Norman thought for a moment and gave an affirmative answer. Boss, there's no problem implementing this plan. Given the current situation in the United States, even the most basic physical examination would cost at least several hundred US. If we can guarantee with the reputation of the Asia Group, at least half of the people will be willing to participate in this public welfare project. We can set up a Knox Life Foundation, which can also legally avoid taxes. However, boss, this project could cost at least tens of billions. The labor costs in this country are too high. For large-scale global charitable events like this, you simply can't get them done without tens of billions of dollars. No matter how much it costs, I'll do my best for this. We will implement this policy as much as possible, regardless of the region or country. Norman immediately agreed. Arrange for someone to start the new plan immediately. The Asia Group is not short of money now. Many people came to the door waving their munjager to buy. The only problem might be that this project involves some sensitive topics. The execution process may not be smooth. Aaron understood, so he did not issue a death order. With such a large base, a little more or less makes no difference. Once I'm strong enough, I still need to go to the World Forge where the Celestial Supreme resides. That place contains almost all the data and gene pools in the universe. They're all valuable resources. And the void where the Elder Collector of the universe resides. The Marvel universe may lack many things, but it certainly doesn't lack all sorts of weird gadgets. Aaron's mind flashed through a series of images, some of cutting-edge technology, others of extraordinary gadgets. When they returned to their room, Hela is fully armed. She donned her black battle armor, her 2 swords of the night sky poised in battle. Where is Apocalypse? Let's go fight the boss now. Looking at Helaho was eager to try. Binglan shook his head helplessly. Let's go to Egypt now. This time Aaron didn't invite Daisy and Jane. It takes at least half a day to fly from the United States to Egypt. No need, however, he called Katie, Anna, and Clarice over. Chin was also invited. With the activation of the all-seeing eye, he instantly traversed thousands of miles and saw the location of Egypt. He drew a circle with his right hand, a golden halo appeared. Let's go, we'll meet the queens. Aaron led the way and stepped inside. Wait, mister. Aaron, may we go? Charles, controlling Eric's body, said. Eric wanted to goblet under Aaron's powerful He didn't dare to speak, Charles, being understanding, helped him ask the question, of course. This is definitely not because he is also curious about the so-called apocalypse. Aaron replied without turning his head, whatever. Passing through the golden portal, the group of people traveled thousands of miles to Egypt on the other side of the world. Charles and Eric were both amazed by Aaron's abilities. It's like crossing half the globe in an instant. Even the red devils of yesteryear couldn't do that. Where do we go next? Aaron pointed to the golden sand not far away. It's underground. Apocalypse is one of the oldest mutants born during the first dynasty of Egypt. He can transfer his consciousness into other mutants or humans and acquire their abilities. Over the past few centuries, he has acquired at least dozens of abilities by constantly shifting his consciousness, thus gaining godlike powers. But during a consciousness transfer, the mortal overturned the pyramid, sealing him forever underground at this point. Aaron suddenly looked at Hela, speaking of which. He was imprisoned for longer than you. Sealed away for at least 4,000 years. Hela frowned slightly. So he and Scheiding were from the same era, interesting. I didn't expect there to be such powerful beings on Earth. No wonder we didn't have a single strong resistance when we conquered Earth. Eric was slightly horrified after hearing this. Putting everything else aside, the fact that the other party had lived for 5,000 years was enough to put him 18 times better. 5,000 years have passed. Is Tianqi still alive? Killing him won't be that easy. Aaron was speaking to both Eric and Hela. Hela is quite powerful, but Apocalypse is no pushover either. Both possess powerful super healing abilities. The only way to kill an opponent is to destroy their body at the cellular level as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the two sides are more likely to remain deadlocked indefinitely. Or one side retreats. Hela became increasingly interested. I hope he's really as powerful as you say. Hela touched her head and the antler helmet materialized. With a wave of her hand, she directly created the Sword of Darkmoz, which was tens of meters long and several meters wide. Hanging in the sky, come on, let me have some fun, Abu. A huge black spike fell, penetrating dozens of meters into the ground. Aaron shook his head helplessly at the sight. With a light stomp of his right foot, a cloud of yellow sand, stretching for tens of thousands of meters, suddenly shot into the sky like a waterfall. It flows upwards, forming a layer of yellow sand clouds thousands of meters above the ground, blocking out the sun and even lowering the temperature by more than 10 degrees. The pyramid ruins located underground are now exposed in the air. Eric glanced at the yellow sand and clouds, completely stunned. Charles, this dust. There must be at least hundreds of millions of tons, right? You're wrong, it's at least 1 billion tons. Charles also fell silent. I'm so lucky to have survived. It's like Lady Luck is on my side, Eric thought to himself. Charles replied, I'm not a woman, Hela. Standing to the side was also taken aback for a moment. But she didn't dwell on it. Aaron was her dear uncle. What did it matter if he was a little stronger this time? She summoned hundreds of meters long black spikes again, and pierced the pyramid with a single sword strike. Who is it? An angry voice came from inside the pyramid. Then a blue mutant appeared in their field of vision, tearing through space. When Apocalypse saw Aaron and the others, he was immediately drawn to Katie, Anna, Claris, and the others. I can sense the power within you. You are my compatriots. Apocalypse never expected that he would see 4 promising mutants as soon as he woke up from the darkness. He still vividly remembers the final moment the pyramids collapsed, and how his 4 horsemen of the apocalypse were killed in a sneak attack by mortals while protecting him. Apocalypse didn't know what year it was, but he knew he needed new subordinates. My fellow countrymen, are you willing to become my knights? I will grant you even greater powers. As soon as Apocalypse spoke, Hela summoned even more black thorns without stopping. She was as elegant as a lioness. With a flick of her pale fingers, she could create magical black spikes powerful enough to pierce through any metal in the world. These weapons, materialized from energy, are capable of inflicting devastating damage on even the hardest metals. Apocalypse instantly activates its force field shield. When the black spikes struck the shield heavily, They did not budge, but Apocalypse's expression changed slightly. Not bad strength, but I don't sense any fellow countryman's energy within you. You're not a mutant, so who are you? Hela chuckled, the one who killed you, as she spoke. She walked forward, summoning more black thorns. Apocalypse looked back at the pyramid that had been cleaved in two by a single sword strike. You almost hit me just now. It seems you are a descendant of those lowly slaves. Hela was furious when she heard this. Descendant of slaves, humble mortal. Standing before you is Hela, daughter of Odin, the goddess of death. Hela was very angry, and the consequences were severe. She had originally planned to have some fun with the weather, but now she'd rather end the fight quickly. She took a heavy step, instantly covering dozens of meters. Facing the indestructible force field shield, she merely raised her fist, break, boom. The magic power and force field shield gathered at the fist collided, and the violent energy stirred up a 100-meter-high sandstorm. Then two figures flew out at the same time. Hela floated upside down in the air. Apocalypse was like a ball, rolling several meters on the ground before stopping. He struggled to his feet, touching his bruised face. The wounds, though healed, still bled slightly. Very well. You actually dared to make a supreme god bleed. Apocalypse gradually became serious. He considered himself the strongest mutant, but he encountered a ruthless character who could harm him right after his birth. This surprised and angered him. Hela glanced at Aaron subconsciously, her expression showing some embarrassment. To think that she, dignified deity, could actually be knocked away by a mere mutant. This is a tremendous disgrace, without saying a word. She landed on the ground and then swept forward again, relying on her immense superhuman strength. Her speed is at least close to the speed of sound, making it impossible for ordinary people to react. But Apocalypse clearly possesses mutant abilities such as dynamic vision. His eyes turn white and the whole world seems to slow down. With a wave of his right hand, the sand and dust on the ground transformed into a giant hand that grabbed Hela's ankle as she moved at high speed. More sand and dust under his control transformed into tiny bullets, attempting to pierce Hela's heart with 1,000 arrows. Hela quickly summoned Blackthorn to block it, and with a forceful pull, she dispersed the giant hand formed by the sand. The sandstorm bombarded the Blackthorn, gradually carrying it away until it was completely torn apart. The remaining sandstorm continued its relentless advance, each grain striking Hela. Though most were blocked by her Uru metal armors, however, some of the attacks hit unprotected areas, easily piercing Hela's body. Hela shielded her face while channeling her magic to create more black spikes. The injured areas also recovered rapidly with the replenishment of Asgardian energy. Two highly capable, stationary superhumans with high output and high recovery were evenly matched for a time, neither able to gain the upper hand at this moment. Apocalypse noticed the yellow sand in the sky. He paused for a moment, then looked at Aaron and the others, his gaze sweeping over them as if searching for the culprit. Then he sensed another consciousness within Eric. Telekinesis at this moment. Charles left Eric's consciousness and went straight to Apocalypse's mind. In Apocalypse's mind, Charles was finally able to stand up like a normal person. However, before he could help Hela, Apocalypse also materialized into a spiritual form, and with a single punch sent the aged Charles flying. Charles was surprised. He hadn't expected Apocalypse to possess such powerful mental abilities. In the exchange just now, he was actually at a disadvantage. This is unbelievable, Charles, unwilling to admit defeat, once again focused his mental energy, but Apocalypse, with its stronger physique, lifted Charles up and gave him a brutal beating. I have seen you. I will go to you. Take good care of your body. I will get it. As Apocalypse spoke, he punched Charles, sending him flying upon regaining consciousness. Apocalypse once again summoned the force field shield and manipulated billions of tons of sand in the sky, attempting to seize control of the sand and bury Hela completely. But just as he was trying to control the yellow sand, he discovered that another invisible force was pushing his power away. Apocalypse realized something and finally turned his gaze to Aaron, whom he had been ignoring. Aaron always stood in the center of the crowd, but he did not possess the X gene. So Apocalypse did not take him seriously at all, but now. Is that your power? Apocalypse grew increasingly astonished at Hela, who was still lively and about to break free from his sandstorm restraints. You and she are from the same place, Apocalypse, who had always believed that only mutants possessed superhuman powers, now realized that there were other lucky individuals besides them. Moreover, their strength is quite remarkable. This created a sense of crisis within him. Aaron ignored Apocalypse and looked at Hela instead. Hela, you have failed this time on Earth. Hela can only replenish a limited amount of Asgardian energy. Her power was not at its peak either. Even if the fight continues, it will only be a 50-50 match with Apocalypse. Although Hela possessed great talent, he was only a few decades old when he joined Odin in conquering the 9 realms. But she didn't have enough time to accumulate energy and learn magic. As a result, her current offensive methods are very limited. Admittedly, every one of her abilities is very powerful. But Apocalypse is not an ordinary mutant. He has more methods at his disposal. And with his super regenerative abilities, it's difficult for Hela, who lacks offensive capabilities, to launch a fatal attack against him. Hela was clearly aware of her limitations. Super regenerative abilities are disgusting. Aaron raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and said, "You're talking about yourself." Hela replied without batting an eye. "I hate people with super healing abilities. But I don't hate that I am one." After saying that, Hela took another bite. "It's all Odin's fault. If he hadn't sealed me away, why would we have gone through all this trouble today? Forget it, it's pointless to play, I'm done." Hela certainly possesses the authority to kill, and could perhaps directly take Apocalypse's life. But that's just a possibility. Apocalypse possesses superhuman resilience and the ability to transfer consciousness. With his many abilities, he was practically indestructible. Its attack methods are weak, but it's very annoying. Upon hearing this, Apocalypse stopped what he was doing and looked at Aaron and Hela without saying a word. "Armistice, of course not. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. To possess mutant powers without being a mutant means that the other party has the experience to challenge mutants." Moreover, Charles realized that the world was completely ruled by the descendants of slaves. He wants to change this chaotic world. Let things get back on track and let the mutants become the kings of the new world. But the most important thing is to get rid of Lion and Hela. They will not rest in peace until they die. As Tianqi was thinking, Aaron suddenly looked over. "Are you going to kill us?" Tianqi's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his aloof and indifferent demeanor. And he remained silent. He was thinking about how to quickly end the battle. Aaron smiled. "You like being mute. Fine, I'll grant your wish." Aaron suddenly teleported to a spot not far from Apocalypse, clenched his right fist, and slammed it into the force field shield like a cannonball. That immense force, exceeding 1,000,000 tons, shattered the shield that even the sword of the knight couldn't penetrate in an instant. Tianqi's expression changed drastically as he watched the fist slowly approaching. For some reason, he had the unsettling feeling that he absolutely couldn't dodge it. Unable to defeat them by force, Apocalypse immediately opened a portal, took a step back, and instantly arrived dozens of meters away. When he looked back at the spots, he found that Aaron had disappeared there behind. Apocalypse immediately turned around, only to see a fist the size of a sandbag rapidly enlarging. Only the dead can never speak, as Aaron's voice faded. He blasted Apocalypse's head into steam with a single punch. The headless body is still rapidly growing granulation tissue. But Aaron grabbed his body and used the primal furnace. However, in a short while, the mutant god who had put Hela in such a difficult battle was completely melted down. Force field shield. Similar abilities have been detected. Protective force field. You can create a special energy protective field that can both isolate and attack. Energy transfer enhancement. similar abilities have been detected. Energy enhancement. You can use your own energy to enhance the other party's abilities, including but not limited to human, divine, mutant, inhuman, and other life forms. 00. Consciousness transfer possession. You can freely transfer your consciousness into another person, thereby perfectly acquiring their abilities and lifespan. Aaron glanced at it. What he values most is undoubtedly energy enhancement, an ability that allows him to enhance mutants or any other life form with energy on a large scale. The cost is one's own energy, but is Aaron lacking energy? He doesn't need it at all. The energy he gained every moment surpassed that of the little boy. He still has a lot of overflowing energy, which he has contained within his body. This energy can be used to help others strengthen themselves. Clarice, Katie, Anna come here. Upon hearing this, Clarice and the other two quickly opened a portal and arrived in front of him. Aaron produced a ball of energy in his hand and poured it into the three people's bodies. In an instant, his power frantically enhanced the three women's X genes, bringing them closer to perfection, further unlocking the potential of their mutant abilities. My abilities seem to have become stronger. Clarice instinctively touched her forehead. She felt something on her head. Those were 2 purple marks, a testament to her increased strength. Clarice raised her hand and opened the teleportation point. One after another, they created 28 spatial gates simultaneously without any effort. Clarice herself was surprised by the abilities she had demonstrated. In the past, when she summoned a door, she had to close it first before she could summon a second one. This means that she can only face attacks from one direction or one enemy at a time. When facing multiple enemies, a moment's carelessness can lead to certain death. In Days of Future Past, she died from an attack by 2 whistle robots for this reason. But now she can summon multiple gates at will, greatly increasing her combat power. As for Phantom Cat and Anna, they only felt that their abilities seemed to have improved, but they didn't know the specifics of how the improvement had manifested. This requires them to practice further before they can master it. However, they were certain that they had gained a great deal. Aaron then called Hela over. Come here. I'll enhance your abilities. Hela asked, puzzled. I'm not a mutant. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Or maybe we should just forget about it? Aaron said with a playful smile. Seeing that Aaron wasn't joking, Hela's sixth sense told her that she would regret missing this opportunity for the rest of her life. Wait, why don't we give it a try? Hela obediently moved closer. Aaron pressed himself against her, using energy enhancement to channel some of his excess energy into Hela's body. In an instant, these energies rapidly strengthened Hela's body, greatly enhancing her strength, defense, and vitality. Hela's energy is immense. Xiping's energy doubled. Is this the blessing of the God King? Hela was stunned. Aaron's move had saved her at least 100 years of cultivation. No, this is my blessing. Aaron stopped. There was still plenty of energy left, but there was no rush. Forcing growth too much is not a good thing. MJGZNDKWMZCYNTI3 and JQ5MD as ODU equals. In other words, Aaron, if it were Apocalypse, simply couldn't do that. The reason he only strengthens 4 Apocalypse Knights each time he revives is not because he doesn't want to strengthen more people, but simply because he doesn't have enough energy to distribute. But Aaron is different. If he wanted to, increasing the number 10,000 times wouldn't be a problem. Just then, Aaron noticed the call from the Ancient One. A thought struck me. Had I heard something from the mountain? The situation has changed. I will be leaving Earth for a while, Hela's. When you return, you will follow Felicia. She will show you around Earth. Clarice, Anna, Katie. Your temporary accommodations have been arranged. Felicia will take you there. Before leaving, Aaron made all the arrangements. Eric then lined in, grinning as if he wanted to say something. You wish. Get lost. Aaron knew without guessing that Eric also wanted to enhance his abilities. That's a pretty nice idea. Eric was not disappointed. He knew this would be the outcome. But how would he know if he didn't try? Charles, are you there? I am. Charles's voice was weak. He's already so old. Yet he still got a good beating in Apocalypse's mental world. Young people lack sportsmanship and bully the elderly. Wait a minute, isn't Apocalypse the old man? That's all right then, Eric glanced in Aaron's direction. What do you think about me following Aaron? I think he is the future of mutants. Eric, maybe you should get your brain checked. Charles simply opened Eric's head to see what was inside. Eric's expression changed. What are you doing? Did nothing, you're spying on my mind. No, absolutely not, I'm not that kind of person. You be ****D, Charles changed the subject saying. I heard that some people have followed Aaron and acquired some remarkable abilities. If you're really determined, then be prepared to kill someone, Eric was overjoyed. Such a good thing, Charles. He forgot that Eric had always disliked ordinary people. Even his own compatriots. Anyone who dared to obstruct his grand plan would die. Given his personality, following Aaron would be no burden for him at all. They'll probably still be doing quite well, Mr. Miracle. I want to follow 317, Eric quickly came over. Aaron, who had just finished explaining the precautions, looked over upon hearing this. He looked Eric up and down, are you sure? Although Magneto's strength has declined considerably, he is still barely adequate as a regular henchman. Eric nodded. I want mutants to be able to live openly and honestly, without having to worry about being ambushed on the street. He liked the feeling when he recalled the scene when he faced Hidld marvelous after listening. Aaron pondered for a moment, then you have a lot to do. There is never a shortage of people in this world who covet extraordinary power. Eric understood the implication, no problem. I'm super fast, it's just murder, isn't it? He might not be good with his brains, but when it comes to killing us, absolutely deadly. In all my decades of work, this is the only mistake I've made. Okay, do a few things for me first. Once you pass the probation period, you can apply for the position of Deputy Security Supervisor at Asia Group. Aaron had no interest in dealing with those little rats. The Venom Squad was still a bit too weak. Magneto barely passed the test, Eric was overjoyed. Once Eric realized that there was an insurmountable gap between himself and Aaron, he knew that his inner desires would never be realized. Even someone as powerful as Apocalypse, capable of confronting the goddess of death, so what? Aaron annihilated Apocalypse with a single punch. This overwhelming power prevents anyone from harboring any disloyal thoughts. If you can't beat them, then join them. By using the YA group's name as a shield, he can also act with impunity. As soon as Aaron snapped his fingers, several addresses and names appeared on Eric's phone. I need to see the news of their deaths before I come back. Is that a problem? Eric glanced at it and said. No problem, I'll take care of it, in Eric's mind. Charles watched the two make a deal right in front of him. For a moment, Soul didn't know what to say. He was worried that knowing too much might cause him to drown that night. If he wasn't mistaken, one of them was a member of Congress. Will Eric escalate things and prematurely ignite a war between ordinary humans and mutants? No, I have to keep an eye on things and at least keep them under control. Charles has already begun to think about how to clean up Eric's mess. Aaron opened the portals. It reminds me of Charles and the Apocalypse. We'll give all women a psychological boost. We still need to be wary of a scumbag like Charles. Psychic abilities are strong but also very common. Many mutants, Eternals, or aliens who appear out of nowhere, possess some form of psychic ability. It's completely overused. Although different people have different levels of mental strength, just in case all of them are given an anti-peeping buff. Aaron certainly didn't want his intimate moments with women to be viewed like a movie. Do what you want to do after returning. Aaron visited the Aaron Group villa, Barbara's residence, and gave all the women psychological immunity. I also gave them a boost in abilities. Even if he's not here for a few days, there's no need to worry about anything happening. After it's done, Aaron then teleported to Kamar-Taj. Guyi had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Aaron's arrival, the Ancient One used golden magic to mark a coordinate. This is what you need, a rather special universe. Aaron made a mental note of it and casually said, thanks. Guya shook her head, they're all minor matters. If you want to go to that world you can tell me in advance. And I will make some arrangements, Aaron looked at her. You mean a magical barrier, Gu nodded, you know. Kamar-Taj has protected the Earth for thousands of years. Mainly to protect the magical barrier formed by the three temples. This magic array can isolate external forces from colliding with the real universe. And it is also used to block those dimensional demons. Aaron understood what she meant. This was because he was worried that he would run into a magical barrier while teleporting. But there's no need, Aaron waved his hand. And a circle of light appeared beneath his feet. He waved again, bye-bye. With that, Li Lun disappeared from the spot. Guya's big mouth was wide open in a daze. They quickly contacted the guardian mages of the three temples. Did the magic circle change just now? No. Everything is normal, peace and tranquility as always. No problem, how did he do that? Guya was puzzled. That was a super magic array created by the three gods of Vishanti. Even the mightiest demon god Setorak would have to suffer a crushing defeat. How did Aaron bypass the magic circle and leave? The Ancient One was puzzled, actually. There were ways to bypass the magic circle, such as the Sorcerer Supreme of each generation. They left marks on the magic circle, and when they were teleported to different universes, the magic circle would recognize them as its own people, thus allowing them to travel smoothly. But what about Aaron? That's strange, could it be a bug? Guya sat down in meditation and fell into deep thought. After a while, he personally went to check every node of the magic array, trying to find a bug that did not exist. Aaron was unaware of the Ancient One's actions. His dimensional teleportation ability, combined with the characteristics of the Ancient One, naturally allowed him to pass through security checks smoothly. Password does not exist, my face is the password. I can come in whenever I want and leave whenever I want. It's completely my own home. Aaron expended enormous energy to teleport to the universe at the coordinates. I carefully examined the energy consumption. I've used up about 1/10 of my energy. His looks like I'm still too weak, Aaron sighed. If the Ancient One heard this, she would definitely shut up. In order to find this universe, she commissioned the Sorcerers Supreme of thousands of other universes. This time, the Transformers universe was found in a remote area tens of thousands of units away. However, Aaron traversed such a vast distance with only this much energy. One can imagine how terrifying the energy contained within Aaron's body must be. Even if it were the Ancient One, she would have to give Dormammu a good beating before she could get here. I reckon Dormammu will be cursing him for hundreds of years. Aaron finds himself in an unknown high school. He glanced around, I'm sure this is Los Angeles. Hey handsome, are you waiting for someone here? As Aaron was pondering, a sweet female voice came from beside him. Hello sir, do you need help? Aaron looked back and suddenly felt wide awake. This is a woman with an incredibly sexy and hot body. With her long, black hair casually draped over her shoulders and a well-proportioned figure. She has a perfect hourglass shape. Aaron could also see her healthy abs with defined muscles. Her slender waist and perky buttocks and her long, straight legs in that instant. Aaron recalled a scene under the setting sun. My name is Michaela Bainessen, ordinary high school senior. Michaela also looked Aaron up and down. Her eyes lighting up, oh no, it feels like it's moving. Smelling the faint exotic fragrance. Michaela felt weak, all over, pursed her lips tightly, and spoke even softer. I guess you must be a tourist visiting Los Angeles. Maybe I can help you get to know this beautiful place faster. Really, that's wonderful. Aaron originally wanted to get straight to the point, but now it seems that he could also go straight to another topic first. My name is Aaron, but many people call me Mr. Miracle. Michaela found it very interesting, Mr. Miracle. Could it be that you can create miracles, like a magician? You could understand it that way to some extent. Aaron nodded. Michaela found Aaron even more charming. Handsome, smells good, and can do magic. Sounds awesome. Would it be convenient for you to take a look at it? Michaela's eyes flickered. Then she felt it might be too abrupt, and worried that Aaron might have other ideas. So she quickly said, "Of course, if it's not convenient right now." "No, it's very convenient now," Aaron pointed. "The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Blink." Michaela looked up at the sky, following the direction of her finger. "I said let there be wind." Michaela blinked and then she felt a breeze. "I said let there be clouds." Michaela's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my God, dark clouds have appeared." "I said there has to be thunder," Aaron smiled. Moved his finger and Michaela followed the movement. Suddenly a bolt of lightning shot out from the clouds, illuminating the sky. "Oh my God, how did you do that?" Michaela gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She had originally wanted to see a small magic trick, like a magic card show. But now Aaron has put on a large-scale outdoor magic show, which is quite surprising, yet he can summon wind and rain. "I said let it rain." A short while later, a light rain was falling from the sky. Michaela was stunned. Even more surprisingly, she looked around and found that a rainless zone with a radius of 3 meters had formed around the two of them. She looked up at the sky, but there was nothing obstructing her view. Michaela's heart was pounding. Is this really magic? Or could it be sorcery? Aaron suddenly snapped his fingers. The rain has stopped. The sun was high in the sky. If it weren't for the rain still falling on the ground and the clouds not having completely cleared, Michaela would have even wondered if she was under a spell. She was certain that she had not taken drugs. My God. This is absolutely the greatest miracle of this century. You're truly a miracle worker. Michaela didn't know how to describe what had just happened. Weather forecast. Have you ever seen a weather forecast that's so accurate? Even predicting the exact times when wind clouds thunder and rain will occur if it really exists. I'll definitely subscribe to this weather forecast every day. Michaela couldn't explain this phenomenon, perhaps. Aaron, as he said, was good at creating miracles. Could this be the legendary Max Lucky? Michaela guessed. Aaron chuckled softly, perhaps. Michaela thought for a moment and then said, "Let's go somewhere." She took Aaron's hand and ran to a convenience store outside the school. "With your abilities, this is where you'll be on your home turf." Michaela pointed to the lottery ticket. Aaron raised an eyebrow. "Actually, there's absolutely no need to play these games." "Michaela, look over here, do you believe it or not? We could go out right now and find tens of thousands of dollars worth of gold." Aaron smiled mysteriously. Michaela's curiosity was immediately piqued. "I don't believe it, shall we go?" Aaron took out a map of the Yan Kingdom, a very short one. "If we found money, we could imagine how we'd spend it today. Like at a bar." Michaela thought for a moment, then nodded. "No problem." Go. Michaela hurriedly pulled Aaron out the door. In the United States, where cash and credit cards are the norm, finding money is not unexpected. But picking up tens of thousands of dollars is no easy task. Who's got a brain fart and throws money around like that? It's not here and it's not there either. Michaela glanced around. "Looks like we can't go." "That's not necessarily true." Aaron gestured for her to look up. Suddenly a black bag fell from the sky, just as Michaela was about to look up. The bag landed half a meter away from her toes. "No way." Michaela glanced at Aaron, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and opened the black bag. A whole bag full of 100 yuan bills. At a glance, it probably costs over 100,000 US dollars. Michaela was truly impressed. She instinctively looked up at the sky but didn't see who had thrown it. 014601323 Feilu 130 3,073,330 won this money. Aaron noticed her hesitation. "There's no problem with the money, don't forget who I am." In that instant, Mikey 3.3 was drawn to Aaron's confidence. She was filled with curiosity about Aaron. And when a woman is curious about a man, she is not far from falling into depravity, not to mention. Aaron's alluring aura was something Michaela simply couldn't resist. Michaela bit her lips. "Shall we go to the bar now? Walk." Going to a bar naturally means drinking. What people do after drinking is obvious to everyone, especially in the United States. Even if you haven't experienced it, you can understand just by hearing about it. Between men and women, it's just that kind of thing. Just as the two were heading to a nearby bar, a short-haired man walked out of the school. Looking at Aaron and Michaela's backs, I felt a sense of familiarity. That's Baines. Sam's expression changed slightly. Michaela Baines was his dream girl, however being a loser. He simply didn't have the courage to pursue her. Oh no, he's hugging her. The man has wrapped his arms around the woman's waist. And she didn't refuse. Sam immediately shouted, "Hey, Baines." The two turned around, and Aaron felt the man looked familiar. Who is he? Michaela thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, "It seems to be a classmate of ours. I think his name is Sam." Not familiar with each other, Michaela nodded. "Let's go then, let's not waste time on people we don't know." Aaron knew that was the protagonist of the Transformers universe. But so what? After he arrived, Sam continued living his ordinary life. This isn't a movie, it's the real world. The protagonist's halo doesn't exist here. Michaela nodded, ignoring Sam, and took Aaron's hand as they left. Sam was stunned. It felt as if a heart had broken tonight. His first love will be cruelly violated by another man. That night Sam has grown up, Michaela has grown up too. Hijo Sansao. Sam sat in the classroom, staring blankly at the only empty seat. Baines hasn't come yet. She went home to sleep last night. No, maybe she just drank too much. At least Baines' father didn't call. So everything must be all right. Sam sat there blankly, feeling as if something inside him had disappeared. On the other side, oh my God, I'm late. Michaela gasped and jumped up, frantically picking up her undershirt from the floor. But with a sudden movement, Michaela frowned, stopped, and looked down. It was so red and painful. Fragments of last night flashed through her mind. She was brutally penetrated in this way and that. Good heavens, she never expected it to be this crazy. Aaron was like a machine that never knew fatigue. Pressing down, hugging, dragging with one hand. Oh right. My inner layers. Michaela suddenly remembered something and realized that her inner garment had been roughly torn to shreds by Aaron. Jay's the plan for the day is made in the morning. And the plan for the year is made in the spring. Let's not waste time on meaningless things and continue to enjoy the good times. Aaron, who snapped to his senses the moment he noticed Michaela's movement, gently touched her smooth back with his fingers. As she moved her fingers, Michaela felt all her fatigue vanish instantly. The muscles in her thighs, red and tired vulva, the red hickeys around her neck, and even the stains on her body all disappeared instantly. Michaela blinked. I must still be dreaming. Then she felt a tremendous force surge from her waist and abdomen. And before she could react, she was already in a state of utter chaos. Hissed Tilda. I'm going to die, Mom, I saw heaven. Michaela was completely confused. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he regained consciousness. It was already noon. This is really the end. Michaela sighed, rubbing her round belly. I'm full, I really can't eat anymore. Are you still worried about school? Aaron noticed that Michaela seemed a little distracted and shifted his position. Michaela emphasized, I'm going to college this year, and I need to be fully prepared. I don't want to work hard for 3 years and then fail at the last minute. Aaron asked nonchalantly, have you decided which school you want to go to? Harvard, University of Pennsylvania, Yale University. Michaela rolled her eyes, her voice trembling. It's not like I can just go wherever I want after making a choice. I'm not like you, who can probably get all A's on the exam no matter what. 23. Aaron smiled. Maybe we really can choose whatever we want. I added in my mind, this doesn't apply to this world. Aaron is destined to return to his own time and space. To put it bluntly, if you put a list of the world's top universities in front of you, you can just close your eyes and pick one randomly, regardless of which school he ultimately chooses. It's all up to him in the blink of an eye. Michaela didn't speak. She was too preoccupied to reply. As if she were lost in a dream having ascended to paradise. Michaela collapsed from exhaustion. I can't go on, let me rest for a while. Aaron patted her shoulder, and the familiar feeling surged back, making Michaela feel a wave of relief wash over her. Sensing something stirring within, she opened her eyes wide. No way again. Are you the Terminators? No, if it's the Terminator, wouldn't it be all engine oil? You're not an angel, are you? This power, this special ability, is something that ordinary people can never possess. Add to that powerful magic that seems to summon wind and rain. Michaela suddenly felt anxious and uncertain. After today, will she really never see him again? My beautiful first loves. The craziest and most wonderful medical school. Although I really want to say yes, I'm sorry, I'm not an angel. Aaron patted Michaela's head, and when she looked over and noticed his gaze, she immediately understood and lowered her head. Michaela worked very hard this time, treating today as her last day. Since you might return to an ordinary life after waking up, why not seize the time and make the most of these rare golden opportunities in life? She must do her utmost to grasp it and strive for it. She was certain that if Aaron disappeared in the future, she would never be able to find another man. Because other men are simply not good enough for me. And their sizes are too different. They're just not suitable. Unless she goes to find a pile driver. No, I really can't take it anymore, I'm already full. Michaela ultimately couldn't hold on. Today's meal is far too luxurious and extravagant. All right, then you should get some rest. I'll go take care of some important business. Upon seeing this, Aaron lightly tapped the door, and the entire room was instantly transformed. These are Kamar-Taj's little cleaning magic tricks. A must-have for lazy people. Michaela's expression changed upon hearing this, and she asked softly, when will you be back? She was a little worried that the other person might never return, and felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. Aaron thought for a moment, it depends on the situation. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Michaela gritted her teeth, can I go with you? I can drive, I can fix cars too, actually. My father is a car mechanic and I know cars very well. You'll definitely need me. Michaela began to sound less confident as she spoke. Her father was not only a car mechanic, but also worked part-time as a used car thief. Influenced by her father from a young age, she mastered excellent car repair skills, which is why her fingers are so nimble. Aaron was very satisfied with her cooking skills. Aaron turned and met her gaze, and under Michaela's uneasy gaze slowly nodded. Since you want to follow me, you'd better be mentally prepared. I'm ready. Well, Michaela nodded. What could be more exciting than what had just happened? She even left herself a criminal record to protect her father. That's a crime. Michaela may only be a high school senior, but she has a wealth of experience. What's there to be afraid of until half an hour later? Michaela was dumbfounded when he saw the massive Hoover Dam in front of him. Oh my God, this is where you're headed. She turned to look at Aaron, her expression unreadable, and said, what should we do next? Go in. So you must have some FBI or CIA work ID. Michaela felt an even greater sense of unease. Aaron shook his head, I don't need those by this time. People in the distance had already noticed the situation, and the patrol team was running towards them. Michaela finally realized the situation. Are we going to break in? Clever, seriously, is it that exciting? She always thought she was being crazy enough, but it turns out she was still too conservative. This is a military-restricted area. Entry is prohibited. Please stop immediately, the guards approached with guns. But Aaron pulled. Michaela's heart was pounding. Forward, then the guards seemed to freeze in place, letting the two walk forward. Michaela's eyes widened as she listened to the guard say to something, everything is normal. After a few steps, several more guards appeared. Same as before, they had only taken a few steps closer when, as if possessed, they reported into the communicator that everything was normal. It was as if they hadn't seen Aaron and Michaela at all. The two arrived at the entrance to Hoover Dam without any obstacles. Strict preparations have been made here at a glance. At least dozens of guards were aiming their rifles at this direction. There were also 2 men dressed in black at the main entrance. "Sir, madam, I think we can talk over there." The man in black watched the 2 approach with a serious expression. He secretly made a gesture, and everyone became alert and on guard. "I am the head of District 7. Before things get out of control, perhaps you could answer why you're here and how you managed to get my men to let you in without me noticing." Aaron glanced around before fixing his gaze on him. "It's very simple, just like this." With a single thought from Aaron, everyone present was controlled by his mental power. "Let's go." Aaron pulled Michaela along as they continued walking inside. Michaela was led away in a daze, looking left and right, and remembered the special disc that a classmate had introduced her to. "Is this hypnosis? You can understand it that way." Aaron said casually, "This is not the time to explain." He led Michaela all the way to the deepest part of the Hoover Dam. A giant Rubik's Cube-like object stood upright in midair. And on the side, there was also a giant robot that was constantly being frozen solid by the freezing cold. "Oh my God, what exactly are they hiding from the citizens? Is this a robot from a science fiction movie?" Michaela was greatly shocked and took out her phone to take a few photos. "It is Megatron, a transformer robot. You can think of it as a silicon-based life form or an intelligent life form." Aaron glanced at Megatron, then focused his attention on the Allspark. This thing can be considered one of the most powerful artifacts in Transformers. It can give machines a soul and energy, and can turn any electronic device into a robot. At the same time, it also contains tremendous energy. Theoretically, it can revive dead Transformers that are not completely damaged, or repair their injuries. Not only that, the source of the spark also contains the technology and science that Cybertronian civilization has inherited for many years. Whoever obtains it can easily build an army of robots and master numerous technologies on par with a civilization. Place your hand on it in a few breaths. The source of the spark shrank to the size of a normal Rubik's Cube, and with a flick of the wrist, the Rubik's Cube was melted and refined by the primordial. At this moment, several streams of light rushed into his body. "Machine Overlord, you possess the ability to create silicon-based life forms, transforming any electronic product into a robot, imbuing it with a soul, igniting its life force energy and core, and granting it the ability to think independently. Furthermore, you can freely revive robots whose core energy remains intact, giving them new lives. Hyperdimensional memory, your thoughts and memories can exist in a hyperdimensional form. Even after death, they will not disappear. They will exist in space or be temporarily stored in other life forms, until it recovers again. Time forbidden given sufficient energy. You can stop the molecular motion of any object at will, pausing time within a certain range. Space warp, space distortion with sufficient energy. You can travel faster than the speed of light in the universe by warping space. Form transformation, you can forcibly change the robot's form, forcing it to switch to another form. Wow, that's a lot of abilities. Moreover, it's primarily about practical skills, with its focus on both time and space. It must be said that the technological level of the Cybertronian civilization is indeed extraordinary. No wonder even in the movie version of Transformers, it can also easily teleport to Cybertron. However, Aaron was puzzled because something seemed to be missing. In my memory, there are other artifacts in the Transformers universe, such as the Matrix of Leadership, the Talisman of Knights, the Scepter of Life, and the Star Harvester. However, no similar technology was extracted from the source of the spark. Could it be that those technologies were not incorporated into the Allspark? Aaron couldn't help but speculate. Some technologies are prohibited technologies in themselves, or it may be in the hands of a single primordial Vajra. Even non-Cybertron technologies. It seems we'll need to spend some more time collecting those things. Aaron pondered for a moment, and a coordinate appeared in his mind. This is the last Star Harvester left behind by the Cybertronian civilization in Egypt. The Stellar Harvester is a super weapon created by the original King Kong to harvest stellar energy. Although the source of the spark contains a vast amount of energy, it will eventually be exhausted at this point. They would harvest the star, collect its energy, and inject it into the Allspark, providing it with a continuous source of energy. However, for Aaron, the stellar harvest was both necessary and essential. He can create countless eternal phoenix cores at any time and use the power of the Allspark without limit. However, it's still worthwhile to collect these things. When Aaron came to his senses, he noticed that Michaela was staring at him without blinking. Is everything done? What should we do next, T? Aaron looked at Megatron, of course. We should gather the Autobots, huh? Michaela was puzzled. An Autobot. Could it be a giant frozen in ice? With a thought, Aaron left a message and coordinates in the invisible network world of 823. At the same time, the Bumblebee, disguised as a nearly scrapped second-hand Chevrolet, was lurking in the parking lot when its headlights suddenly flashed. Then it suddenly accelerated and moved in one direction. At the same time, an electronic signal is sent into the sky. Not long after, strands of meteorites streaked across the sky, heading towards the area around Hoover Dam. On the other side, an F-15 fighter jet parked at an Air Force base suddenly took off. A helicopter that was carrying out a mission in midair suddenly broke formation and flew in another direction. At a military base, a tank crashed through a military fence and headed toward Hoover Dam. They saw the message and coordinates left by Aaron almost simultaneously. The text says nothingly 3 terms, Cybertron Allspark, and Hoover Dam. Moreover, it's Cybertronian, which even if humans saw it, they wouldn't be able to understand it for a while. Neither the Decepticons nor the Autobots knew who sent the message, but they all understood that even if the Hoover Dam was a trap set for them, they had to go through it. The Allspark will determine the outcome of the war between the Decepticons and the Autobots. The civilization and technology of the Earth's inhabitants in this world were developed by analyzing Megatron. Therefore, electronic devices created by humans are inherently marked by the Democrats. Once the Decepticons obtain the Allspark, they can easily transform all the electronic devices on Earth into an endless horde of Decepticons. At that time, both humans and Autobots will surely die. As the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime, upon seeing Bumblebee's message, immediately led his team into the space capsule and onto Earth. They are undoubtedly much faster than the Decepticons scattered around the world. In just over 10 minutes, clusters of meteorites crashed around Hoover Dam. When Optimus Prime arrived at Hoover Dam with Ironhide, Ratchet and Jazz, he found that all the humans there had laid down their weapons and were huddled together. What are these humans doing? Is this Earth's party culture? Or is it some kind of ritual to worship a deity? The silver-haired Jazz scratched his head. He couldn't find a matching image in Earth's culture. And it all felt strangely eerie. Ignore all that. They weren't carrying any weapons, so their source of information clearly isn't them. Optimus Prime glanced at it and then looked away. Where's Bumblebee? Ironhide glanced at Bumblebee's coordinates. He's still on his way from Los Angeles. It'll probably take him at least another half hour to arrive. Optimus Prime nodded. Let's hurry and get the Allspark before the Decepticons arrive. With that, he led the way toward Hoover Dam. All Autobots are armed and ready to deal with any potential enemies. However, when they reached the innermost part, they only saw a man and a woman sitting in chairs. Watching them with great interest, more importantly, he sensed the energy fluctuations of the spark source emanating from the man. Human Autobot or Decepticon? Aaron stood up. Perhaps you can call me the Machine Overlord. Intelligent organization, Optimus Prime murmured, his enormous pupils flashing with light. Cybertron has no one like you. You look more like a human. Humans? Do you even think there are humans like me? Aaron tapped the screen, and a cell phone beside him began to spin wildly like a gear, transforming into a new robot in the eyes of the Autobots. And it also bears the Decepticon mark. It's a Decepticon. Jazz was shocked and a huge cannon appeared in his hand. thicker than the body of the Decepticon. The mobile phone robot stared blankly at the giant transformer and the massive cannon. After comparing his own body with the other person's, they decisively abandoned the idea of attacking. Then it looked at Aaron and suddenly knelt down on one knee. The Decepticons pay homage to the great ruler. Optimus Prime and the other Autobots simultaneously lost their facial features. Their complex faces revealed a human-like astonishment. The great overlord, you are the leader of the Decepticons. What? No, the current leader of the Decepticons is Megatron. Who are you? The spark is in your hands. Wait, how can humans control the Decepticons? Optimus Prime's mind raced. He couldn't understand. He just couldn't understand. When have the Decepticons ever obeyed a human's orders? Could he be Megatron's? The ambulance driver said in a low voice. Jazz compared his height to Aaron's, who was 1.8 meters tall, and himself, who was 4.5 meters tall, and couldn't help but mutter. I always thought Megatron would be very tall. But why is he so small? Aaron triggered the sensitive words with a wave of his hand. Jazz, who was originally 15 feet tall, shrank rapidly in the eyes of Optimus Prime and the others. In the eyes of the Jazz, he only felt that Aaron was growing rapidly, soon becoming as tall as him and then even taller. What? Why are you so tall? The Jazz was stunned. He turned his head and only saw Optimus Prime and the ambulance's calves. I was shocked again. How did you all become so tall? Wait, you evolved without me. The Jazz was incredibly powerful. The ambulance driver bent down, asking, is it possible that you've shrunk, Jazz? Wait, I don't understand. Why did I shrink? Optimus Prime stared intently at Aaron. He only saw the other raise his hand. And then Jazz suddenly shrank. This was too abnormal. It's you. The other Autobots realized what was happening and looked over at the same time. At that moment, mobile phone Decepticon looked at Jazz, who was about the same size as itself, and cautiously came up behind him. It then kicked Jazz, sending him sprawling to the ground. The Jazz man was furious, got up and chased after him. Kid, don't you dare run away. Seeing this, Optimus Prime and the other Autobots were speechless. Didn't Jazz understand the seriousness of the situation? You've shrunk, you shrunk. Does shrinking body mean even the brain is malfunctioning? How did you do that? Optimus Prime suppressed the shocking data stream, remaining wary of Aaron's, fearing that he might raise his hand to target another Autobot. It's very simple. First it's like this, then it's like that, to put it bluntly. It's a simple application of quantum power, understand? Aaron smiled. Although he had only mastered a small portion of the properties of quantum mechanics, shrinking silicon-based lifeforms was still not difficult. Optimus Prime and the other Autobots were speechless. Quantum technology, it's simple. Why is it that I can understand each word you say individually, but not when they're put together? The Cybertronian civilization naturally mastered some of the sub-technology, but that doesn't mean they will. They are either combat-oriented or medical-oriented Autobots. But there are no research-oriented Autobots. An unknown android overlords. After gathering his thoughts, Optimus Prime asked cautiously and respectfully, did you obtain the Allspark and post that message online? Perhaps you can hand it over to us. Megatron and the Decepticons are on their way. If they find out you obtained the Allspark, they will definitely not let you go, Optimus Prime. Fearing Aaron might not understand the seriousness of the situation, further explained, we Autobots are the Autobots. We love peace and justice, while the Decepticons are the Decepticons. They are bloodthirsty and warlike, and they love to conquer everything. They were dictators who attempted to start a war. So we engaged in a long battle with them. But due to the disparity in strength and numbers, our defeat was inevitable. Our planet Cybertron has been destroyed by war and has become a desolate wasteland without energy supply. The Allspark is the medium to save Cybertron. He will never let go of this hope and bring the war to Earth. Aaron raised his hand. All right, I understand everything you've said. Aaron raised his hand one after another. Sparks of fire appeared in his palm. You need this. Still this one or perhaps this. 3 sparks floated in the air simultaneously, emanating a unique aura. Optimus Prime and his companions looked left and right, their eyes spinning from the sight. They both fell into a daze almost simultaneously. Is there only one source of fire in this world at this moment? Aaron spoke up. What will you do now that you've obtained the Allspark? Without hesitation, Optimus Prime said, we'll take it with us and go somewhere the Decepticons will never find us. Then what? What are you Autobots going to do? Just let the Decepticons keep chasing and slaughtering you? Or are you saying you can gather an army and fight the Decepticons to the death? Optimus Prime fell silent. The Autobots have already lost. The only thing we can do is stop the Decepticons from escalating the war. Aaron frowned. And then you're just going to become a nomadic race, leading your comrades, wandering endlessly through the vast universe. Perhaps one day I'll just die on some garbage planet, or be found by the Decepticons and hunted down. The ambulance and the metal vehicle exchanged glances. Are they willing to accept this? No, they are not reconciled. They would rather die in battle than live a life of dishonor. But what other options are there? Optimus Prime sighed. We have no other choice. Since you have no other choice, I have another option that is not a choice at all. Aaron revealed the secret. Follow me, and I will protect you and even restore the glory of Cybertronian civilization. Human, perhaps you've misunderstood something. Optimus Prime shook his head and said, the Allspark is very powerful, but even so, you cannot rely on it to rule Cybertron and defeat the Decepticons. Look around. All of this technology was obtained by humans from Megatron. It contains the mark of the Decepticons and was originally Megatron's army. You may be able to control them now, but once Megatron arrives, they will betray you instantly. Oh no, I need backup. Megatron is here. Megatron. Optimus Prime and the others immediately became alert and looked to the side. Just then the Jazz, who was barely taller than a person's calf, ran out through a door exclaiming in panic. Megatron is inside. He's huge. Megatron was 35 feet tall, which is about 1 kilometer high. It was indeed too big compared to today's Jazz. Even though the Jazz are a formidable team, they wisely chose to retreat in the face of such a large disparity in strength. Oh no, the cell phone robot you modified is going to cause trouble, Optimus Prime said urgently. Once the mobile Decepticons realize their own position, they will definitely contact the other Decepticons. However, Aaron remained calm and said, don't worry. Everything is under control, admittedly. The mobile Decepticons come with Megatron's faction attributes. However, Aaron truly mastered the power of the spark. When giving life to electronic devices, this point will naturally be taken into account. The cell phone Decepticons still possess formidable offensive capabilities, but they are loyal to only one person, Aaron Megatron Ha. A guy who doesn't even have a leadership module. How much cohesion can he possibly have? Does the Allspark itself make the Transformers more worthy of loyalty? Aaron pulled Michaela's, who had remained silent and whose worldview had been shattered, to walk ahead. Optimus Prime and the others exchanged glances and silently followed behind Aaron. Stepping through the gates, Megatron, frozen in ice, was right in the very center. However, the cell phone Decepticons did not defect to the enemy on the spot, as Optimus Prime had expected. Even after carefully examining Megatron and seeing the familiar marks on him, it showed no reaction. This scene greatly surprised Optimus Prime. It didn't make sense. Is Megatron too weak or is Aaron too special? How's your decision? Aaron walked up to Megatron and sized up the Decepticon leader, who seemed to be constantly getting frustrated or on his way to getting frustrated. I have to say, he really looks cool up close. Optimus Prime hesitated, then asked, may I ask what you plan to do next? Do what? Aaron thought for a moment. Let's move. Optimus Prime was dumbfounded. What kind of plan was this? I will create a new Cybertronian universe in another universe, and you will settle there and serve me. Aaron still values the Cybertronian civilization highly. This is a purely natural, intelligent, mechanical life civilization. Moreover, it possesses a powerful ability to self-evolve. He studies and strengthens himself. And apart from providing them with energy on a regular basis, he doesn't need to worry about anything else. The entire civilization worked for him, developing all sorts of powerful technologies. He can reap the greatest benefits simply by sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Isn't this more comfortable than spending time researching it yourself? Aaron, who was a cow or horse in his previous life, said, "I've time-traveled and gained superpowers. Can't I even enjoy myself?" Keep the music playing, keep dancing at that moment. Michaelaho was holding Aaron's arm tightly. Suddenly tightened her grip. Aaron looked over and saw that Michaela's face was filled with worry and fear. Like a puppy about to be abandoned by its owner, pitiful. Humbly and helpless, Aaron smiled slightly at her. "You should decide which university you want to go to first. But it's Earth in another universe." Michaela was not alarmed by what she heard in the contrary. She was overjoyed she won't be abandoned. She can leave with Aaron too. Michaela didn't have much affection for this world. All she had left was her father, a mechanic and a car thief. It's not a big deal if we go to live in another universe with Aaron. Optimus Prime was taken aback. Could it be another parallel universe? Aaron nodded. A universe without Cybertron, but Earth still exists. I will bring Cybertron there and rebuild my own Cybertronian civilization. Aaron did not hide his ambition from Optimus Prime and the others. He glanced at the still hesitant. "The Autobots reminded me whether you agree or not. I'm going to do it." Aaron didn't really care whether the Autobots submitted or not. "At worst, I can just create more Transformers of my own." Subduing Optimus Prime and his allies was merely a result of my own selfish desires before I traveled through time. It just looks pleasing to the eye. His purpose in coming here has always been the gods and technology left behind by Botan. You will be mainly responsible for developing technology for me, and also for dealing with some small bugs that I'm too lazy to deal with. You can live on Cybertron or you can live on Earth. As long as I'm here, you don't need to worry about your safety." Aaron glanced at the time. "You have at most 1 day to consider it. I don't have that much time to wait for you, and you too." Aaron looked at Megatron, who seemed like a dead man, and said, "Think it over carefully, my patience and time are limited." Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the door. An F-15 fighter jet streaked across the sky, rapidly transforming as it was about to crash to the ground. The Decepticons are assembling. After landing gracefully, Red Spider also saw the group of humans. Compared to Optimus Prime and his crew, Starscream is clearly much more ruthless. Even though those humans posed no threat to him, he still raised his gun and fired a shot, however. As the shell approached the crowd, it was blocked by an energy shield and dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Red Spider's eyes flashed, and he immediately looked toward the gate of Hoover Dam. This thing is clearly not Earth-based technology. Therefore, there is only one answer: Autobots. His red eyes flashed again, and he rationally refrained from rushing forward. At this moment, Dizzy, who was also a flight unit and had transformed into a medium-sized transport helicopter. "A sea stallion arrived at the dam, Dizzy. Go check what's going on inside." Unperturbed by the dizziness, he transformed into human form and swaggered toward the dam. Right at the entrance, Aaron appeared with Michaela, followed closely by Optimus Prime and the others who were worried about Aaron's safety. "It's an Autobot 123. Red Spider, I need backups. I have to say the dizziness is really intense." In the original story was clearly a weak-willed coward. Yet in this world, despite knowing that the opponent was a leader-level being, the nearly 9-meter-tall Optimus Prime still dared. "Draw your sword, brothers, I'm going in." A true warrior dares to face the bleakness of life and the dripping oil. Aaron sighed, and Optimus Prime leaped up from behind to stand in front of everyone. After enduring a powerful cannon shot from the dazzling head, Optimus Prime conjured a laser cannon from his right arm. blasting the dazzling head apart with a single shot, scattering oil and parts all over the ground. Starscream was clearly much smarter, okay. And upon realizing the unfavorable reality of 2v3, oh no. It's 1v3 now. He immediately transformed into an F-15 fighter jet to escape. However, Aaron raised his hand. His 5 fingers loosely clenched. Red Spider was compressed and deformed by an unseen force. And in less than 3 seconds, he was crushed into a ball of iron by the powerful invisible force. Upon seeing this, the Jazz, which had already returned to its original size, instinctively shrank back. How terrifying. Suddenly he saw Aaron turn his head and look at him. "You're so handsome, you're my idol." Aaron turned around. And the Jazz let out a long sigh of relief. The ambulance and the metal truck beside him stared at him with strange looks. Well, the Jazz are finished. Optimus Prime stepped forward to examine Starscream's remains, and saw that the once enormous Starscream had been reduced to an iron ball no bigger than his head. Even Optimus Prime couldn't help but feel terrified. What terrifying force field control? Who exactly is he? Optimus Prime looked back and found that Aaron and Michaela had disappeared. Just then, a black and white Ford Mustang police car drove by in the distance. Optimus Prime knew that more Decepticons would be arriving, so he quickly called for his companions to retreat. The police car transformed halfway through its journey, revealing itself to be a Decepticon roadblock. Instead of chasing Optimus Prime and the others alone, he headed straight for the interior of the dam. Once he releases Megatron, Megatron investigated the dam's surveillance cameras and observed what was happening outside. Even the supreme leader of the Decepticon army couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had naturally heard what Aaron had just said. He was frozen, but his mind was not imprisoned. Aaron didn't hide anything from him. Those words were meant for Optimus Prime and also for him. The roadblock stared in disbelief at the headless corpse and the red spider that had turned into a ball. This Decepticon warrior who had fought for many years felt death so close for the first time. If he had gone any faster, wouldn't he have become an iron ball too, Chief Minister? Megatron raised his hand to stop him. All Decepticons, cease all operations, Earth is in danger. Aaron's appearance. This completely disrupted the plans of both the Autobots and Decepticons. Optimus Prime and the others hesitated because of the debate over Aaron's choice. After Megatron summoned the Decepticons, he ordered them all to hide on the spot. He himself then used a spacecraft to travel to Mars. Optimus Prime and the others were unaware that Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, actually had other collaborators. And this collaborator is none other than the fallen Vajra Zhen Tianzun, one of the original Vajras, as the oldest primordial Vajra created by Primordial Lord. The Fallen's power is absolutely among the top tier in Cybertron's history. He and his other original brothers ruled Cybertron. But for personal reasons, Megatron fell into darkness. He was defeated by the other original Titans and forced to leave Cybertron. It wasn't until Megatron came to Earth to search for the Allspark that the two established a cooperative relationship, or rather a superior subordinate relationship. Megatron needs to repair Cybertron, while the Fallen provides strategies and, if necessary, military support. Compensation is part of the leadership module, however. At the crucial moment when Megatron arrived on Earth in 1887 to find the source of Allspark, the two were separated for more than 100 years due to the freezing cold of the Arctic. Aaron's appearance made Megatron realize that he might not be able to achieve his goals on his own. So he thought of the Fallen as a partner. "My master, I failed you on Earth. I lost consciousness at the last moment before obtaining the Allspark. And when I regained consciousness, it had already fallen into the hands of 10 humanoid transformers. He possesses immense strength, capable of crushing my Lieutenant Red Spider into an iron ball in an instant. Furthermore, according to the intelligence we have, he seems to possess some kind of transformation ability, capable of simultaneously creating 3 sources of fire. Furthermore, he also possesses some form of teleportation ability and mind control ability. The Fallen was lounging on an iron sofa, leisurely listening to Megatron's report. Upon hearing about the humanoid robot special abilities and transformation abilities, he immediately rolled over and got up. His red eyes kept flashing. What did she say her name was? Aaron, that shouldn't be hers. The Fallen muttered to himself. He thought of another humanoid transformer, a female transformer named Quintessa. Even he was quite wary of that guy. If the other party gets involved at this point, things will become complicated. This is bad news, but it's also good news. If it wasn't Quintessa, then he didn't need to worry. He's the Fallen. Even after billions of years and a huge loss of energy, it is still incomparable to other small Karami 893s. You still have a lot to learn, my apprentice. The Fallen regained its elegant demeanor. The spark is not so easy to create. Its energy and knowledge are difficult to replicate. That human simply used some kind of projection ability to deceive you. And his special abilities. It's just a very ordinary little trick. The Fallen was very confident. Megatron lowered his head slightly after all. You are my master, the original leader of Cybertron. The Fallen raised his hand, gesturing for him to keep a low profile. My disciple, you will succeed for millennia. Ever since I was betrayed by those leaders who were like brothers to me, I have dreamed of returning to that damned planet. In the entire universe, only other leaders could defeat me. And now there is only one leader left. He is Optimus Prime, the reincarnation of my brother. I need you to kill him and get that thing back. Megatron nodded, then shook his head, but master, the Allspark is in that human's hands. He also said he's going to take all the Transformers away from this world to live in another universe, including Cybertron. We can only find out where the module is if we get the spark first. But I might not be able to defeat him. Once he learns how to use the spark, the country. Humans cannot control the source of fire. The Fallen reacted violently, but after a moment's thought, he glanced at Megatron and said, where are the humans? I'll go deal with them. Without modules, I am invincible. Megatron kept his head down, showing the Fallen with the same respect as always, Master. With your intervention, I believe the Decepticons will rise again and become the masters of the universe. How the hell, me apprentice? Perhaps you should deal with humans less. The Fallen laughed. He picked up the scepter and stood up. His body was taller than Megatron's, but very thin even so. The even more imposing Megatron was extremely cautious in his presence. Let me meet that mysterious Earthling. Decepticons attack at this moment. After leaving Hoover Dams, Aaron and Michaela arrived in Washington, D.C. Aaron took Michaela on a tour of 6th Street as if they were on vacation. They strolled leisurely to the location between the 6th and 7th Streets, the U.S. Air and Space Museum. Michaela turned to Aaron and said, I bet there are Transformers here, clever. Aaron nodded in approval, saying, 10 ancient Decepticon robots are hidden here. In that short time, he had already given Michaela a brief account of the origins of the Transformers. He also revealed that he came from another universe. When Aaron asked Michaela again if she would like to go to another universe with him, Michaela agreed without hesitation. She felt she could never leave Aaron again. What was the point of living in a world without him? Then isn't he our enemy? Michaela instinctively grabbed Aaron tightly. Those robots are cool but also dangerous. Other women would absolutely not be willing to get involved in such a dangerous matter. But Michaela is different, has an adventurous spirit. And this kind of thing sounds so cool, Aaron smiled. No, he's just an old man who sees through everything. Do you believe he'll switch sides and join the Autobots the moment he sees you? Michaela didn't believe it, no way. The Decepticons are practically Cybertronians. Pure and simple, Aaron laughed, then let's make a bet. If I win, I'll start from behind. Michaela instinctively tensed up behind her. Clamping her legs tightly together, it'll break. Maybe you can win if you win. I'll cooperate with you next time, how about that? Michaela immediately thought of many things and looked forward to buying them. Sir, madam, the museum is closed. Museum security guards came up and tried to stop them. However, when Aaron glanced at him, the security guard immediately stopped and opened the door for the two of them. Your abilities are truly amazing. Perhaps you could become a god in this world. Michaela said enviously. Aaron asked mysteriously, is it possible that I am a god in another world? Then wouldn't I be God's lover? Michaela smiled mischievously. The security guards in front completely ignored the two people flirting. He stiffly opened the door and stood guard at the entrance to prevent outsiders from disturbing him. Aaron led Michaela to a weathered-looking Blackbird fighter jet. With a flick of his finger, the Omnic Overlord's power immediately activated the Blackbird's spark source and infused it with new power. In an instant, the Blackbird fighter jet transformed into a dark gray, aged Decepticon with a beard. He was also leaning on a cane that had been converted from a landing gear in his right hand. What kind of lousy place is this? Wait, two ancient vertebrates, are you enemies? Then I'll show you the eternal glory of my heavenly fire. Activate the remote system. The old Tianhu, which had been dormant for many years, was clearly grumpy when it woke up, and instinctively activated its weapon system. However, as soon as he turned around abruptly, a part of unknown origin fell to the ground with a clatter. Tianhuo looked down. Aaron and Michaela were watching as well. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Don't think I'm bullying you just because I'm old. Let me tell you, I, Skyfer, am a ruthless mercenary. Even if I'm missing a few small parts, I can still fight. Tianhuo, leaning heavily on his crutch, shouted loudly. Michaela frowned. Is he an idiot? Maybe he's just sleep-deprived. But it's okay, a beating will make them behave. Aaron opened his right hand and pressed it down. The heavenly fire was instantly suppressed to the ground by telekinesis. Utterly powerless to resist. Wait, I'm an old man. You can't bully old people, but you're a robot. Aaron was speechless. Was this how you were supposed to be? A once-renowned Decepticon legendary mercenary. Reduced to this wretched state. Okay, I'm sober now. It was all a misunderstanding. You humans have the concept of being grumpy when you wake up. And robots do too. Some people wake up feeling really grumpy. But my irritability is entirely inherited from my mother. It has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, I never intended to take action, you see. Tianhuo gestured for the two to look at his right arm. The hand cannon with a loud clang. The hand cannon detached from the arm, revealing its already rotten interior. Look. I'm just an old man who can't even kill a chicken now. I can't even put out my hand cannons. The eternal radiance of heavenly fire. Michaela was greatly shocked. Come on, what's eternal? It's long since turned to dust. Tianhuo spread his hands and said self-deprecatingly, I can sense the energy of the Allspark from you. Are you human or a robot? Is the robot civil war still going on? Who won? Michaela noticed Aaron's signal and replied, Decepticons, all right. Looks like I'll have to switch sides to the Autobots then. Skyfair felt no guilt about betraying the Decepticons, and said casually, why? Michaela looked at Aaron in surprise, then felt a sense of impending doom. That size, it'll definitely break. Tianhu shook his head and said if they continue to do that, the universe will be destroyed. I don't want to keep up with their nonsense. They're causing destruction. They're destroying everything at this moment. Tianhuo raised his head and asked, So what do you need me to do? Tell me where the leadership module is, Aaron said. Skyfair was one of the Fallen's earliest followers and participated in many battles. And know where the leadership module, which represents the significance of Cybertron's leadership, is located. The leadership module is inanimate. Aaron can find it himself by spending a little more time. But since we can ask the heavens for help, why bother with all that trouble? Leadership module. You should have said so earlier. Tianhua seemed easy to talk to, but before I tell you, could you please take this thing away first? Aaron withdrew his telekinetic powers upon hearing this. Tianhuo struggled to his feet, and several large parts fell off with a clatter. Michaela couldn't help but worry, won't he die on the way? Tianhuo retorted, death impossible. I'm still very strong, it's just a few major parts missing. I can still move freely. Tianhuo, leaning on a cane, looked utterly unconvincing. Michaela became even more worried. She wasn't afraid that Tianhuo would die, but rather that he would die without helping Eren achieve his goal. I'll take you there now. Under the pressure of absolute power, Tianhuo behaved himself, however. He made this decision mainly because Eren and Michaela were not bad people. Well, maybe Eren is an exception. With the perspective and experience of an old man, he always felt that Eren was quite dangerous. As Skyfire activated its thrusters, it muttered to itself, "That damned Fallen making me rust here, I swear. If I ever get the chance, I'll kick his asterisk hard with my boots. I swear I will, there will be an opportunity." Eren said that his target for forging was also the Fallen. However, the fire stopped there for several seconds, with its thrusters emitting thick black smoke. Skyfire turned around awkwardly, sorry. The thrusters are broken, I bet you'll say don't worry. It'll fly just as well without a thruster, Eren retorted. Tianhu shook his head, no. It really can't fly without propulsion. This is really troublesome. Eren shook his head upon seeing this and then placed his hand on Skyfire. Just as the latter was about to say something, he suddenly felt a huge surge of energy rushing into his core. At the same time, his dilapidated body was also being wildly transformed by some kind of force. In just a few breaths, Tianhuo shed its original dilapidated appearance and transformed into a stronger and more majestic body. My God, you can actually turn back the clock. Tianhuo was very uncomfortable with his new body. He sensed a power even stronger than his peak self. He tapped the core armor, producing a crisp resonant clang. That beautiful paint job, that indestructible armor. I feel like I could really give the Fallen a good beating. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be the legendary celestial being of life, would you? Tianhuo thought of something and looked Eren up and down. All right, stop making wild guesses. Take a look at this first, Eren. Too lazy to waste words with the other party. Use the power of the data controller to transfer memories to his partner. Tianhuo quickly processed the limited amount of information, but what it contains is enough to overturn Tianhuo's worldview. The gods of other universes wield the power of the Allspark, possessing a power akin to that of creator gods. You are the savior of Cybertron. Tianhuo was both surprised and delighted. Cybertron is saved, I am willing to follow you and join the Asian faction. Let's end the chaotic Cybertronian civil war together, so that the robots can live freely and without worries. I'll take you to get the leadership module right now. Smallpox responded very positively this time. Eren displayed unparalleled power. This is the best way to surpass the Fallen and perfectly solve the Cybertronian problem. In reality, Eren only had one trump card, unlimited energy. Cybertron's current state is simply due to a lack of energy. But for Eren, the one thing we have no shortage of is energy. As long as he's willing, it can restore the ruined planet Cybertron to its original state at any time. Upon learning this news, Tianhuo decided to switch sides once again. They shifted from the Autobots to the Asians. I'm now beginning to build a time-space bridge with the goals, and Tianhuo had just finished speaking when Eren simply raised his hand. The two people and the machine arrived in Egypt. Where exactly? Eren continued to ask. Tianhuo was somewhat bewildered. This method doesn't seem to be some kind of technology. Without much thought, Tianhuo gave another set of coordinates. Eren once again led the three of them through space. We arrived at a desert. Okay, I don't know where to go next. I have a symbol in my mind, but I don't know what it means. Perhaps you can come in and take a look yourself. Tianhuo pointed to his head. This is his mission: to point out the old standard to those who need it. Perhaps this is the manifestation of the spirits of the deceased primordial Vajra beings. Eren tentatively tried to sense the symbol. I originally thought it would require some kind of decryption. However, when these symbols come into contact with him, time transforms into a complete coordinate system. Aaron and Skyfer were both stunned, it seems. They've accepted you. Tianhuo became even more excited upon seeing this. Who knows? Aaron shrugged and then teleported the group directly to a cave. This is the tomb of the original Vajraith Tomb of the Leader. The Tomb of the Leader is a sealed place built by the 6 primordial Vajras through their self-sacrifice. It can also be considered the tomb of the original Vajra. Inside the tomb, there was only one thing. That is another sacred object of Cybertron, namely the leadership module, symbol of power. Anyone who wears it will automatically become the leader of Cybertron and wield immense power. At this time, a green, diamond-shaped object is sitting quietly on the table. Tianhuo looked at it with a look of nostalgia. This is what you need. And it's also the key to a giant machine. That was a weapon built by our ancestors to harvest stars for energy blocks. If nothing unexpected happens, the Fallen is right here with me. Once the Fallen obtains the leadership module, he can activate the weapon and destroy the sun, at which point humanity will be wiped out. I suggest you take it away immediately. The farther the better. It would be best to destroy that machine. Otherwise, the Earth could be destroyed at any time. The fire gently reminds us Michaela was a little scared. These aliens were terrifying. They could destroy stars at the drop of a hat. But with Aaron by her side, Michaela felt a little more at ease. Even if Earth is destroyed, they can go to another Earth to live. Aaron walked forward, took the leadership module in his hand, and without further examining it directly melted it down. Having experienced Sam's transformation in Transformers 2, Aaron naturally knew that this thing was not as simple as it seemed. The leadership module has the ability to select its holders. If the holder is not recognized, then even if you obtain it, you cannot use it, and coincidentally, only Optimus Prime was qualified to use it in this generation. Even if Megatron and the others got their hands on it, they could only use it as a key. Aaron also knew. The leadership module contains the consciousness of the 6 primordial Vajras. Although they are dead, their consciousness continues to observe the real world in some way. After Sam acquired it, the leadership module was immediately reduced to ashes. In the end, He relied on his bravery, fearlessness, and willingness to sacrifice, as well as Optimus Prime's own efforts, bloodline, to restore the leadership module to normal. Optimus Prime was then resurrected using the Matrix of Leadership, and equipped with the gear bestowed upon him by Jetfire's self-sacrifice. Only by breaking through head-on and defeating the Fallen in close combat can one achieve this. This form of Optimus Prime is also its strongest form. Aaron didn't have the time to play house with the original King Kong. Primordial Celestial Power, Residual. You have gained the power characteristics of Primordial Celestial, the creator of the Transformers, which to some extent counters the power of Unicron and allows you to launch a fatal attack against him. What? God of Machines. Similar abilities have been detected fused with Omnic Overlord. You can freely transform between silicon-based life forms, carbon-based life forms, or hyperdimensional divine bodies. You can create and resurrect Transformers and enhance their abilities. What? Chaos Core. Similar abilities have been detected fused with Eternal Phoenix Core. The miniature sun within the body possesses the characteristics of a spark source, capable of transforming carbon-based life forms into silicon-based life forms and endowing them with an eternal energy core. What? Could this thing really be related to Primordial Lord Transformers? What? Aaron had always thought that the leadership module was something like a power bank. It is equivalent to a miniaturized, scaled-down version of the spark source. Unexpectedly, this thing actually allowed Aaron to obtain a portion of the power and characteristics of the Primordial Celestial. Now he truly calls himself the God of Machines. As long as he's willing, he can easily transform all mechanical creations into mechanical life and endow them with consciousness and soul. He can also enhance the Transformers at any time, giving them greater power. Moreover, he can also cease to be human at any time and become a silicon-based life form. Just like Quintasha, theoretically speaking. The Transformers he created are absolutely loyal to him. He can create and he can also take away its power and life. He can control everything about the Transformers at will. Aaron's command is the divine will that the Transformers are willing to dedicate everything to. There will absolutely not be any traitors like the Fallen. Because he has absolute control over Transformers. Certainly they also possess a sense of self, they can think. And they experience joy and sorrow and happiness. Tianhuo looked at Aaron with suspicion and uncertainty. In that instant, he felt as if he were looking directly at the Creator God. He unconsciously bent down. "What are you doing?" Michaela was quite puzzled. It's nothing, I was just tired of standing. Yes, you Norobots get old too. It's normal to have multiple lifetimes. As Tianhuo continued talking, even he himself stopped believing it. Not to mention Michaela. Perhaps even he himself felt that this explanation was clumsy. Tianhuo finally admitted it. "Okay, I admit it, I'm on a pilgrimage." He looked at Aaron and said, "I sense the presence of the Creator in you." Aaron beckoned to Skyfire with his finger. "Come over." Tianhuo approached obediently, bending down as much as possible to appear almost prone. His body, which was over 10 meters tall, was aligned perfectly with Aaron's forehead. Aaron touched the forehead of the Skyfire with his index finger. A powerful and creative force was rapidly strengthening the heavenly fire. It was a sudden whim of his. Skyfire is not a transformer he created, but rather a second-generation robot descendant created by the original Transformers such as Fallen. From this perspective, Aaron does not have absolute control over the Transformers like Skyfire. But what if you use your own power to strengthen the opponent again, replacing their original body? Under the infusion of the Eternal Core, the Heavenly Fire's body became even taller. The Heavenly Fire, which was already over 10 meters tall, suddenly rose to 15 meters in height. The dark gray armor now had some gold added, making it even more mysterious and noble. His full armor was also replaced by a more special and powerful fused metal by Aaron. It is a combination of Uru-metal vibranium and adamantium alloy based on this. Skyfire has become extremely tough and powerful in both strength and armor. To unleash even greater power from this body, Aaron also added eternal energy to his core of fire. It possesses 3 metallic properties and has gained the property of permanence. His fiery energy is almost inexhaustible. And even after millions of years, he will still maintain this youthful state at the same time. Even if he is shattered by a more powerful force, he will automatically recover and regenerate under the blessing of eternal energy. Besides, he also possessed the superdimensional consciousness of the primordial Vajra. And even if he died, his consciousness would return to his body after being revived. Even if the body is completely annihilated, the consciousness can continue to exist in reality until the day of resurrection, or reside in some special energy object. To completely eliminate them, only special energy or higher dimensional properties can be used. 014601323 Felu, 133,103,451. When his body was fully modified, Aaron could sense that the other person had established a connection with him. He can reclaim the other person's consciousness at any time and forcibly transform or dissolve it. Great Creator, you gave me a new life. Skyfire knelt on one knee, offering his complete loyalty to Aaron. Feeling the power within his body, Tianhuo felt nothing but awe and submission, with no other thoughts whatsoever. If Aaron had only repaired his aged body, giving him the power to fight against leaders like Optimus Prime and Megatron, and even the possibility of exchanging blows with the Fallen, then now, he has enough confidence to make intimate contact between the boots and the fallen King Kong's buttocks. Because he is now, it has become a powerful robot comparable to or even surpassing the original Kongo. Aaron nodded slightly, then pulled Michaela along and flew to Skyfire's shoulder. Take us to the Star Harvester, yes, Creator. Tianhuo respectfully accepted the order. He who would normally need time to activate the space bridge, can now activate it at will with just a thought. He led Aaron and Michaela to a pyramid in Egypt. In Aaron's view, it contained a huge machine. The creator is the Fallen, Tianhuo bowed slightly. Above the pyramids, it was already filled with Decepticons of all models. It features Barricade, Bonecrusher, Brawl, Confusion, and Sack from Transformers 1, as well as the Hercules combo from Transformers 2. In addition, there are at least 100 unnamed Decepticon cannon fodder units. When Aaron and Cypher arrived, at Megatron's signal, the Hercules team begin transforming and combining immediately. The head is a concrete mixer truck. The body is a hydraulic mining excavator. The left arm is a tower cranith, right arm is a bulldozer. The right leg is a trailer truck. And the left leg is a bulldozer. When the 6 Transformers combine into one, they instantly transform into a colossal creature 32 meters tall. I knew you would come here, the Fallens. Wielding his scepter swept it over Aaron and Cypher. Who is this guy? Megatron shook his head. I've never seen it before, but it has the Decepticon symbol on it. The new Decepticons. The Fallen looked at it and said in a low voice, "It dares to be taller than me." Hercules, standing nearby, instinctively tried to lower his head and hide his presence. "Creator, please wait a moment. I will deal with them immediately." Tianhuo could no longer suppress his desire to fight. He's a Decepticon and he's going to fight hard. Wait a minute. There are still audience members who haven't arrived yet. Aaron looked to one side. Suddenly, a sandstorm swept up from that direction. Led by a tractor-trailer, a yellow Chevrolet black SUV, a yellow Hummer ambulance, and a black Pontiac burst through the swirling yellow sand, approaching the pyramid at lightning speed. "It's Optimus Prime and the others," Megatron said in a low voice. The Fallen's expression changed. "Go and take care of them. Whatever you do, don't let Optimus Prime come into contact with that human." He was not afraid of Aaron alone, nor was he afraid of Optimus Prime alone. But he was particularly afraid of Optimus Prime, who had a leadership module. Megatron nodded and immediately leaped down. Decepticons attack as the order was given. Hundreds of Decepticons jumped down at the same time. They charged toward Optimus Prime and Aaron, among others. "Go for it, don't let me down," Aaron said calmly. Tianhu nodded, threw away the landing gear cane, and drew a large knife from behind him. "Come on, you scum, my greatsword is itching for a fight." Tianhuo rushed forward, easily spun his greatsword, and cleaved 5 tyrant tigers in one fell swoop. Transformed into a main battle tank, it becomes irritable and restless in the wilderness, enjoying bullying and arguing with the strong over the weak. Breaking out from the Decepticons. The cannons on the right arm and shoulder fired simultaneously. Cannons powerful enough to tear steel apart. The bullet hit the Cypher accurately. A vast expanse of yellow sand and smoke rose up, obscuring his entire body. Ko Now's lips curled into a smile, as if he could already see his opponent falling apart. However, a dazzling beam of light ripped through the wilderness, tearing through the mist. Tianhuo's powerful voice rang out, "It's numb. How dare a mere junior ambush me? Behold the true, eternal radiance of my heavenly fire." Die with a single slash from Tianhuo. Ko Now had no time to react before his body was sliced in 2 vertically. "You bunch of worthless cowards. Who else wants to die?" Tianhu laughed wildly and killed 7 more tyrant tigers with a single strike. He used his strong body to withstand the Decepticons' explosive tilt. Slightly turn your body to one side. It then unleashed a violent shockwave. This was a horrifying explosive attack that rebounded after absorbing and storing various kinetic energy impacts. The shockwave instantly knocked over several Decepticons. Cypher stepped forward to finish off the attacker. The enormous Hercules trudged with heavy steps. Each step causing a minor tremor, he threw a punch. But Tianhuo grabbed the huge fist with one hand, and with a little force, lifted the huge thing high and slammed it heavily to the ground. With a swift turn of his sword, he shattered Hercules' head. His left arm popped out of the cannon barrel, and another shot shattered Hercules' torso. In a short time, Heavenly Fire God can kill any god who gets in his way, and even a Buddha who gets in his way. The entire Decepticon army was so frightened that they hid and dared not move forward. Optimus Prime and the others were also stunned. This must be the reincarnation of the primordial Vajra, including Megatron Wei Zhenshin, who was always degenerate and second only to the eldest brother, dared not step forward in the face of the terrifying and monstrous Tianhuo. He was worried that someone would chop him to pieces with a single blow. Megatron looked at the Fallen. Those eyes seemed to say, "Boss, if you don't come up soon, we're leaving." The Fallen, his face dark, looked at Skyfire with a feeling akin to facing his former brothers. They looked so alike that was the same level of aura. Suddenly, he noticed something and exclaimed in surprise, "You are Heavenly Fire." Upon hearing this, Tianhuo looked over and his expression darkened slightly. "In private you can call me Heavenly Fire, but outside, remember to call me Heavenly Fire Essence." He raised his broadsword horizontally, and at that moment, it was as if a god of war had descended. "Heavenly Fire Venerable, you." The Fallen wanted to laugh these days. Everyone calls themselves a golden vessel or an ancestor. Jokes, you want to become the Heavenly Fire Lord. Do you have our power? How arrogance. Tianhuo looked at Aaron and said, "The Creator has given me a new life, restored my old and rusty body to its original state, and also endowed me with great power. Now I can kill you." Upon hearing this, the Fallen, Megatron, and the others all looked at Aaron. Everyone has different thoughts. Heavenly Fire. They vaguely remembered the names. I've heard that Skyfire was one of the earliest Decepticons, possessing power comparable to a super leader, and is the author of the Botan legend. 014601323 Feilu, 133,103,451. But Megatron was certain that even the legendary Heavenly Fire could not possibly possess such a powerful dominance. If it were him fighting against Heavenly Fire Venerable, he could finish the battle in 3 moves at most. He'll die a horrible death. Could the changes in the Heavenly Fire be related to Aaron? How did he do it? Megatron increasingly felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Optimus Prime is about to get close, taking advantage of the opening. Seeing this, the Fallen Celestial knew he could not wait any longer. "Heavenly Fire Lord Creators, then I will send you to eternal sleep." The Fallen King Kong didn't believe the nonsense that the Heavenly Fire Lord had said. He had confirmed that Aaron was not Quintassia, so there was nothing to fear. The cane was raised, and the Fallen King Kong clenched it with his large hand. The entire earth was shaken by an invisible force. Large amounts of gravel and yellow sand flew into the air. The fire was about to fly into the sky. Aaron slowly uttered a single word, "Stop." The fire stopped and he thought it was calling him. Just as he was about to turn around, he found that the yellow sand and gravel had stopped moving, as if time had been paused. The Fallen was shocked. He tried his best to manipulate gravity, but still couldn't shake the power of sharing. "Fall." Aaron said calmly. All the rubble and sand fell again, and everything returned to calm. What happened? The Fallen sensed that things were going badly. Suddenly, Tianhuo teleported over and slashed down with his sword. Upon seeing this, the Fallen immediately teleported to Megatron's side, pointed at Aaron and said, "Go and kill him." Megatron's pupils contracted, and red light flashed continuously. "We have the numerical advantage if we attack together. We can definitely kill that human," the Fallen snorted. "What do you think that as the original leader? I can't do anything to humans. He can't use the leadership module. Victory is ours." "Yes, victory belongs to us," Megatron nodded, then drew his longsword and turned to strike. "You're right, victory belongs to us, not you." Megatron's you. The Fallen looked down at the large sword embedded in his chest, his red eyes gradually dimming. "If I join the Creator, won't victory be ours?" There's a saying that's very true. Those who understand the times are the wise ones. The greatsword slowly moved upwards, and sparks kept flying from the fallen's chest. Because his shoulders were being pinned down, he was powerless to struggle as a ranged mage. He didn't have enough energy to replenish. And facing Megatron, who was known for his strength, at close range was no different from facing an ordinary transformer. Wait, I need to come here. Upon seeing this, Heavenly Fire Lord immediately teleported behind fallen King Kong and kicked him, shattering the connection between fallen King Kong's lower body and body. The vow has been fulfilled. Upon seeing this, Megatron beheaded fallen King Kong with his sword. All Decepticons, heed my command. Lay down your weapons and follow me to pay homage to the great creator. Megatron, in a loud and clear voice, was the first to bow his head and kneel down. All the Decepticons looked at each other, then laid down their weapons and knelt on one knee before Aaron. The Decepticons respect the strong. Although the Fallen was the first Decepticon leader, he died since Megatronos, the current leader, did this. The Decepticons naturally dared not disobey, especially. The tyrant looked at the Heavenly Fire Lord with awe, and at the even more mysterious and unpredictable Aaron. This is not a battle, this is a massacre. Amidst the admiring gazes of countless Decepticons, Aaron led Michaela forwards, like the king and queen of Cybertron. As Aaron passed by Megatron, he gently placed his hand on its shoulder, leaving a deep mark on its shoulder armor. Megatron, I thought you would fight me to the death. Megatron was shaken to his core. I dare not. The fallen King Kong has acted perversely and defied your creator's will. He truly deserves to die. Aaron smiled and knew that his lord, Thunder God, was not as loyal as Xavier. Megatron was more afraid of his power, but also hoped to save 010 and Cybertron. But Aaron didn't care. You are very smart, and I hope you will continue to be smart in the future. Aaron gently patted him, and countless rays of light emanated from Megatron's body. A mysterious power was injected into him, rapidly transforming his body and causing him to grow taller from 9 meters to about 13 meters. Parts of the armor on his body turned gold, with a more dazzling luster, but it was still somewhat inferior to the Heavenly Fire. Megatron's armor was also replaced with fused metal. But Aaron did not inject the Eternal Energy Core, even so. In terms of actual combat power, he is absolutely no less than any of the original Vajra. Thank you, Creator. Megatron suppressed his surprise and awe, bowing his head with utmost respect for some reason. After being strengthened, he felt even more awe towards Aaron. He even had a vague feeling that Aaron seemed to have his life and death in his hands. Optimus Prime, have you made up your mind? Aaron looked at Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots. The latter led the Autobots over, and seeing the battlefield where everyone had died in a single encounter, he was shocked and made a decision in his heart. Greetings, Creator Optimus Prime. On behalf of the Autobots, pledge my loyalty to you, and together we will rebuild Cybertron. Optimus Prime also knelt down on one knee to show his loyalty. Aaron could bring new life to Cybertron and allow the Autobots to live in peace. He couldn't refuse this offer. He could not take his brothers and sisters and wander endlessly in the vast universe until he died and decayed, and could never return to his homeland. Earth may be wonderful, but it's not my home. You made a wise choice. Aaron also placed his hand on Optimus Prime's forehead. Megatron was able to witness the changes that had just occurred firsthand. The more I observe, the more awe I feel. Aaron's methods are simply unprecedented. Even with the legendary leadership module, it would be impossible to achieve this level of skill right. In no time, the nearly 9-meter-tall Optimus Prime has also risen to about 13 meters, the same height as Megatron, and is slightly shorter than Xavier. Thank you, Creator. Optimus Prime lowered his head slightly. Aaron nodded, then led Michaela toward the pyramids. Aaron made no moves. The pyramids seemed to be welcoming the return of the Divine Emperor. It automatically disintegrated to create a wide road, revealing a technologically advanced star harvester inside. Tianhuo and the others grew increasingly awe-inspiring. Such power was truly beyond comprehension, even with Cybertronian technology that allows for travel throughout the universe. They still cannot see through Aaron's methods. Xavier glanced at Optimus Prime and Megatron, a smirk playing on his lips. Brothers, your armor isn't as good-looking as mine. He straightened his chest, revealing the dazzling eternal energy core at his heart. Do you see that? This is the power that surpasses the sun. Look at the eternal core of infinite energy. Even if I'm blown to bits, I can quickly regenerate. This is a gift from the Creator. You all need to follow me and the Creator and work hard. The better days are yet to come. Megatron's red eyes flickered slightly. Thank you for your guidance, Celestial Fire Lord. I will follow the Creator wholeheartedly, even if it means being shattered to pieces. Optimus Prime nodded, then with a slightly worried look. He turned his gaze to the inside of the pyramid. Stellar Harvester. Could Aaron be planning to activate this machine and destroy the sun? But soon, Optimus Prime realized he was overthinking things. After Aaron came into contact with the Star Harvester, he immediately melted it down with a wave of his hand. Aaron glanced around and noticed that the devouring ability had been further enhanced. Consider the incredible efficiency of a Star Harvester. It can absorb and extinguish a star the size of the sun in just a few days, turning it into an energy block. Aaron could also do that at this point, however. While he can devour, his cells cannot keep up with the rate of evolution. Actually, his evolution speed is already fast enough. He grows stronger every day than the day before. His physical strength is beyond quantifiable, however, compared to the speed at which its ability to devour others increases. Its evolution speed is still very slow, to put it simply. Every second he gains power is equivalent to, or even surpasses that of a second-generation reactor. And this growth rate is increasing at an astonishing pace. 014601323 Chinese letter 130 3,113,321. This ability to become exponentially stronger while lying down is a must-have for lazy people. This allows him to do all the things he loves without worry. Then Aaron waved his hand. The fallen and the remains of all the dead Decepticons flew towards him. In the blink of an eye, all the Decepticons were melted down in the primal furnace. Megatron, Aaron shouted. Megatron immediately walked over and bowed slightly to receive the order. Tell all the Decepticons to stop hunting the Autobots and get to Earth as soon as possible. I'm going to give all the Decepticons a uniform power-up. Upon hearing this, Megatron whispered, there are still some Decepticons on Cybertron then. We'll talk about it later. Aaron had already decided to go to Cybertron. But first he needed to modify the Decepticons scattered around. Make them absolutely loyal to you, Optimus Prime. You also immediately send a message to the entire universe, calling on all Autobots to come here right away. Yes, Creator, Optimus Prime nodded. He exchanged a glance with Megatron at this moment. Both of them felt as if they had returned to another world, dreaming back to those days. They were all disciples of the previous leader, Sentinel Prime, and they were like brothers, however. Due to differences in their philosophies, the two parted ways. They then became leaders of their respective factions and engaged in a great war with each other until the Autobots were defeated and fled. Unexpectedly, fate is so magical that they became colleagues again, turning hostility into friendship and serving the same person. By the way, Megatrons, immediately have Soundwave find a nobleman named Sir Edmund Burton, the British Empire, and find all information about Transformers from the time of King Arthur, especially the dragons. Aaron thought of the Scepter of Life and the Amulet of Life, which were guarded by the Knights of Cybertron in Transformers 5. These are all good things, since these things were Quintessa's creations. He did not obtain any relevant information from the source of the Allspark. Since we're already here, and with the mentality of plucking feathers from a passing goose and leaving skin for an animal, we naturally can't miss these treasures. Even if it's useless to him, he can still give it to his woman to play with later. Megatron didn't understand, but he didn't ask. Immediately transmit the command to the sound waves that have transformed into a satellite. At Aaron's command, the Decepticons and Autobots began their respective operations. However, before they left, Aaron casually tossed out hundreds of orbs of light. They were respectively incorporated into the Autobots and Decepticons. They reinforced their armor, further enhancing their combat capabilities. Elite warriors such as Bumblebee and Ambulance have arrived at the 9-meter and even high-altitude mining sites. Their strength is equivalent to that of Optimus Prime and Megatron. This refers to what is known as a leader-level powerhouse. And those Decepticon members who had no names. It was then enhanced into an elite warrior similar to Starscream, or a quasi-leader moreover. This batch of simultaneously enhanced Transformers not only lacked the eternal energy core, but also the fusion device. Aaron only used the basic enhancement ability. They strengthened their energy core and overall armor. But even so, the abilities Aaron demonstrated, it still managed to win the hearts and minds of these Autobots and Decepticons. Aaron called Bumblebee and Skyfire. Heavenly Fire will later become Aaron's means of flight. Aaron intended to further enhance and transform it into a luxurious armed transport aircraft, possessing powerful combat capabilities while also having ample living space similar to that of a passenger plane or transport aircraft. Bumblebee, on the other hand, became a means of land transportation. Although a yellow Chevrolet is not a car of Aaron's caliber, but Aaron has long since moved beyond the level of proving his strength with luxury cars. To this end, Aaron specially modified Bumblebee. It was transformed from a 10-meter-tall structure into a fusion armor and an eternal core. He appears to be only the size of a leader, but in reality, his strength is only slightly weaker than that of Tianhuo. Actually, Aaron is more inclined to be a female transformer. It's mainly because it makes things easier. Strictly speaking, artificial intelligence has no gender. But when its form is altered by humans, it can be considered to have developed a gender. Aaron did not want to be with other Menevan robots. When he was doing certain special activities, he remembered that there were 3 female transformers in this world, named Arcee, Claudia, and Alitae, 3 sisters. But their transformed form is just a motorcycle, therefore. Bumblebee and Skyfire are the only options for the current transition. Let's just use it as a means of transportation for administrative purposes. The Creator. From now on, you will be under my direct command. Any problems? Feeling the sudden surge of power within his body, Dawang B glanced at Optimus Prime's back. Forgive my older brothers. It's mainly because the Creator has given us too much. No problem, Bumblebee is always at your service. Aaron waved his hand. All right. We'll only need you for a short time. After that, you can follow Optimus Prime, yes. Hearing that he could return to Optimus Prime's side, Bumblebee was even happier. Brother, did you hear that? Master only needs me for a short time, after which I will still belong to you, but now. All of this is the Master's task. Michaela, standing to the side, felt something was off. Why did she feel like she was being stared at by a minotaur? When Aaron took Michaela on the Bumblebee, Creator, would you like some music? Bring on some high-energy music, let me see your limits. Aaron was very curious about Bumblebee's current speed. I also took the opportunity to experience the features of my new vehicle. All right, everyone, get red-eyed drivers starting the car. Bumblebee proactively closed the car door. Fasten the seatbelts for the 2. And the roar of the engine echoed through the sky. Then Bumblebee transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, speeding across the desert like a whirlwind. 100 yards, 200 yards, 300 yards. It quickly broke the current world's fastest racing car speed limit. The speed continues to increase. Heading towards the speed of sound, Aaron deliberately enhanced Michaela's body, allowing her to easily withstand speeds of several times Mach without any impact. A loud explosion followed. Bumblebee easily broke the sound barrier, and the dial continued to increase. Oh my God, are we about to take off? Michaela screamed. She had never experienced anything so thrilling. She felt like her whole body was about to fly away. The intense pushback sensation wildly stimulates the secretion of hormones. Creator, do you want it to be even faster? Bumblebee was worried that if they went any faster, their mistress Michaela would run into trouble. The fragile human body is far inferior to steel. Continue. Aaron gestured for him to let go and ride freely. Upon hearing this, Bumblebee accelerated again. The Eternal Energy Core allows him to unleash powerful output and enables his engine to operate at full capacity. This is far from his limit soon. Bumblebee then broke through Mach 2, Mach 3, Mach 5s, and continued to increase to Mach 10 before the speed of the dial slowed down. Without a doubt, Bumblebee's current fighting prowess is enough to rival that of the world's top superheroes in the MCU. This incredible speed alone surpasses Quicksilver's. Its armor is so formidable that even Sir and Hulk would find it terrifying. Alright, let's go back to Los Angeles now. Upon hearing this, Bumblebee immediately activated the space bridge technology. Although the space bridge was built by the Decepticons, he now has the right to use it. It can easily travel between major cities. What are we going to Los Angeles for? Michaela asked, puzzled. 2 Aaron looked at her in surprise upon hearing this. Don't you feel like you've forgotten something? What? Your father? Michaela suddenly remembered that she had a father. Go talk to your father and I'll get him a job at my company. I have some things to take care of first, Aaron, thinking that he would later try to smelt the Cosmic Emperor, asked Michaela to take care of things at home for the time being. Upon hearing this, Michaela immediately patted her chest and assured everyone that there would be no problem. We drove all the way to Michaela's house. Aaron then had Bumblebee temporarily stay with Michaela as her bodyguard. As for Tianhuo, it activated its stealth technology and circled around in the sky. Sir, would you like to know about a new sports car? Just then, a blonde beauty with a perfect figure walked over from the side. Kelly, who had just become a sports car saleswoman, always felt that having a keen eye was an important prerequisite for working hard in this industry. Although the man in front of me was driving a mid-range Chevrolet, but she keenly noticed that this Chevrolet was very different from other Chevrolets. This appears to be a customized, ultra-luxury version. It comes equipped with special features that many luxury cars do not have. Based on this detail, Kelly immediately realized that Aaron was a wealthy man and definitely an excellent client. However, when she mustered the courage to walk up and saw Aaron's handsome face, Kelly suddenly didn't want to try anymore. P.S. Sorry for the slow updates these past few days. There's just too much information to gather. And Baidu and other search engines are really unreliable. I can't find a lot of things there. And searching takes longer than usual. I still have a long time to write. I'm specifically criticizing Daxia Mobile and Daxia Unicom. I'm busy from noon to 10 p.m. every day. There's just no way around it. So I'll finish transitioning to Transformers as soon as possible and return to familiar territory. The World of Hands is written furthermore. Transformers 7 and Bumblebee are not set in the same universe as the first 5 movies. The 5th movie isn't really either. I've decided to integrate the first 5 movies together and leave the 7th one out. Hello, Kelly, who had prepared a prepared speech in advance, was so nervous when she saw Aaron that she couldn't even speak properly. Are you a salesperson? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that Kelly, the female lead from Transformers 3? Kelly took a deep breath, intending to calm herself down and complete her first deal. However, a unique fragrance wafted into my nostrils and permeated my heart and soul. In that instant, Kelly felt her whole body go limp. A blush appeared on her cheeks. Oh my God, what's wrong with me? She actually looks like a lovesick woman. Kelly bit her lower lip, trying to calm herself down. Was that your wife just now? No, she's my girlfriend. Kelly's eyes lit up, not his wife. Then she still had a chance if you wield your hoe well. There's no corner you can't dig down. Your girlfriend is beautiful. But I think you probably don't need another sports car. That yellow, modified luxury Chevrolet you just drove is completely unworthy of a successful person like you. Kelly spoke in a serious tone, then changed the subject. Took out her phone, opened her photo album, and said meaningfully, I have a car here, it's fantastic. Brand new engine, gleaming headlights, a beautiful horn. A flawless model, Aaron said with great interest. Wait, the car you're talking about, isn't it a used car? Kelly's eyes lit up and she said confidently, of course. It's 100% original, you deserve it. Sounds pretty good. Aaron smiled knowingly, he likes cars. The bigger the headlights, the better. And the more comfortable the interior, the better. Kelly's description of the car resonated with him perfectly. Aaron had originally planned to go to the British Isles first. But now, perhaps we can take a look at another car first. I happen to need another car right now. And if the car is in good condition, our deal will be very pleasant. Kelly took Aaron's arm and said, please come with me. As a sports car salesperson, she had never thought of offering to help customers test drive cars. But now Kelly has changed her mind, the customer is king. She needs to serve the customer wholeheartedly and ensure they have a perfect test drive experience. After all, she was a sports car saleswoman, serving successful people naturally. We must provide customers with comprehensive services and be as attentive as possible in every aspect. While walking, Aaron suddenly said, I think we can test drive it in the car. 23 Kelly was bewildered. How could she test drive the car if she wasn't in it? Then she suddenly realized, but he was quite hesitant. That would easily get the new car dirty. And our supervisor wouldn't agree to it. Aaron pulled out a card. Perhaps I can try to persuade your supervisor. Kelly's eyes lit up, of course. I think this test drive experience will be more enjoyable than ever before. The two turned around and left through the hotel entrance, heading towards Kelly's workplace for Franklin's sake. Kelly's supervisor was indeed persuaded and smiled as he saw Aaron and Kelly off. Aaron drove Kelly onto the main road, beginning a brand new test drive experience. I must say this car is indeed as great as Kelly said. Both the top and bottom doors are very smooth. Perhaps Aaron drove too aggressively, causing irreparable damage to the new car. But all of this is acceptable, moreover. This car is currently the high-end luxury version. From the time it left the factory until now, it has only served Aaron. It also features an autonomous driving mode, making it irresistible. While Michaela was still trying to persuade her father, Aaron then temporarily took the car to the British Isles. Unfortunately, perhaps it's because sports cars are too pampered, having just arrived in the land where the sun never sets. The new car was temporarily shut down and had to cool down and recover on its own. Seeing this, Aaron could only summon heavenly fire. With Kelly and Tothi boarded the spacious cabin and, based on Megatron's intelligence, headed to Fulgen Castle in England at that very moment. Cybertron, a planet countless light years away from Earth. Giant loudspeakers echoed with Megatron's electronic voice. All Decepticons, listen up. Immediately cease your pursuit of the Autobots and, depending on your circumstances, proceed to Cybertron or Earth. Our creator Aaron has returned, and Cybertron is about to be reborn, the creator Aaron. A female robot about the size of a human floats in the air, looking bewildered as she lifts up to buy something. His blue eyes flickered slightly as if he were thinking, could it be one of the primordial Vajra who survived the ordeal? Or has that person recovered? No, impossible. They have both fallen into a deep sleep. Except for the fallen Vajra. All the original Vajra have perished. Looks like some guy is just like me, trying to conquer Cybertron. The female robot Quintasha pondered silently. Confinement, a menacing silver-white robot emerged. Do you know anything about Earths? Lockdown pulled out a document. On my way here, I happened to buy a document about Earth. The Fallen is dead, and Aaron, who seems to be the creator, has taken control of the Autobots and Decepticon leaders. Is there any more detailed information? Quintasha was quite dissatisfied with the vague message. Confined head Boyd said, I'm sorry. The situation on Earth is very strange right now. None of the Decepticons and Autobots who participated in this battle have had much intelligence exchange with the outside world. My informant is not on Earth. All the information he has comes from the Decepticons stationed on Mars and the Moon. They only know of a creator named Aaron who has the ability to resurrect and strengthen Cybertronian warriors. And the Fallen was killed by Celestial Fire Lord because Megatron rebelled. Heavenly Fire Venerable, Quintasha was stunned again. Does Cybertron have a formidable figure like the Celestial Fire Lord? How could she not know? Could it be that all the information she knew was false? Could the Heavenly Fire Lord be the legendary Tyrant Tiger? Heavenly Fires. I can only guess, confined, he speculated. Quintasha shook her head. He's not bad, but he's just an ordinary leader. Heavenly Fire Lords, he's not worthy. She knew Skyfer, a mere underling of the Fallen. They were sent to Earth many years ago to build a star harvester, while civilians remained on Earth to guard intelligence. After the Fallen was banished, Skyfire and other former Fallen minions were abandoned. It's probably still rusting somewhere in the ground right now. No matter who they are, I will not allow anyone to use my name to commit evil. There is only one creator of Cybertron, and that is me. Quintasha's voice was cold. She had given herself the name Life Goddess. It means the creator of Transformers, the master of Cybertron and the Allspark. Perhaps I need to go to Earth myself. With Megatron and Optimus Prime joining forces, your strength has already rendered you incapable of completing the mission. Quintessa originally intended for Lockdown, a bounty hunter, to take his pet to deal with the thieves who betrayed her, the Cybertronian Knights currently based on Earth. She is assessing Earth to see if the Autobots are still worth reclaiming. If the assessment is not passed, Lockdown also needs to deal with those annoying Autobots while it's at it. As Cybertron's most renowned ruthless, and 100% mission success rate super mercenary, although confined strength was only at the quasi-leader level, his wisdom and cunning made up for his weaknesses, and make him a being that the Decepticons fear greatly. On his Cybertronian Knight warship were many ancient Kong prisoners whom he had killed or imprisoned. Among them are many super leaders, but they have all become the remains of medals of honor. His armory is filled with weapons from various ancient Vajras or ancient knights. He will greedily seize anything of value. This would greatly satisfy his inner pleasure. Lord of Lifeltho, you are my employer. That does not mean you can insult my character. Confinement was very dissatisfied. He was not Quintessa's subordinate but her collaborator. He will not pledge allegiance to anyone. No one is worthy of his loyalty, whether it's the Autobots or the Decepticons. In his eyes, they were all children. Even when facing the so-called celestial being Quintasha, he was not afraid at all. Quintessa looked over. Or can you defeat the Decepticons and the Autobots combined? Snord. Instead of answering directly, Confinement said, I'm not good at direct combats, but the reason I can complete my missions 100% is not just because of strength. There's something even more important, a scheme. Give me some time, and I will get you the heads of Megatron and Optimus Prime, and take back what you want. And you also need to give me what I want. Quintasha shook her head. It's too late. They are assembling an army. Autobots and Decepticons from all over the universe are gathering. Once they've assembled, your crappy spaceship and mechanical dog won't be worth a second. Quintasha looked at him. Now I am amending the contract as the employer. Lockdown frowned, changed the contract at the last minute. Who do you take me for? I'm a professional bounty hunter. I would never do something so unethical. Quintasha stared straight at him. After a long silence, he said, I need more money. Quintasha looked away. Deal. I need you to immediately lead your army and come with me to Earth. Destroy them before he completes his wicked, unseen plan. Quintasha flew into the sky, and Lockdown followed without saying a word. And in the sky above this dilapidated palace, a huge, inverted round table-shaped spaceship is hovering above. This is the Lockdown Knight spaceship. It used to be the exclusive spaceship of the ancient knights of Cybertron. But after the Knights betrayed Quintessa and took the Scepter of Life, the spaceship was seized and imprisoned, becoming his personal throne and aerial prison. Quintessa originally intended to first control Megatron, thereby indirectly gaining control of Cybertron and commanding all Decepticon members. Then they manipulated Cybertron to travel to Earth and directly drain Earth's energy. But now it seems that those damned Autobots and Decepticons have deviated from her planned strategy. As the two boarded the warship, the night spaceship quickly took off, and it traveled rapidly toward Earth through a wormhole. And at this moment, before Aaron entered the castle, Megatron and Optimus Prime arrived first. Creator, something's happened on Cybertron. Megatron rushed to Aaron before him. According to reports from our members stationed on Cybertron, an unknown transformer claiming to be Quintessa, the celestial being of life, defeated and they enslaved Cybertron. Cybertron has now become her private domain, and our brothers are enslaved by her, but just now. Quintessa led the bounty hunters out of confinement. Their destination unknown, another small pink Autobot standing next to Optimus Prime said, Creator, we suspect she might be on her way here. Perhaps we should prepare for the worst. Aaron looked at the Autobot who had spoken. Wasn't this the female Autobot he had just been thinking about? Optimus Prime then introduced them. These are the three sisters Arcee, Claudia, and Alita. Don't let their small stature fool you. They are extremely agile warriors. The three Arcee sisters looked at Aaron with curiosity. Upon receiving Optimus Prime's message, they immediately rushed over from nearby star systems. They were also very curious about this legendary creator. Aaron looked the three female Transformers up and down. He wondered if it was the color, but they did look quite unique. His tilde Aaron took a deep breath. Could it be that he's been getting angry lately? And Kelly and Michaela alone aren't enough to vent his frustration. Even female robots now look so pretty. No, this won't do. They're robots after all. But shouldn't robots be better at arguing? No, I'm so damn stupid. What the hell am I thinking? Aaron abandoned his strange thoughts and smiled and nodded at the three Arcee sisters. Welcome to the new Cybertronian family. Upon hearing this, the three Arcee sisters immediately developed a much better impression of Aaron. The legendary creator 247 seems quite easy to get along with. I just don't know if it's really as amazing as Optimus Prime said. Aaron then instructed, have the Decepticons and Autobots get ready. Quintessa's target is Earth. I think she already knows what we're up to and is eager to carry out her plan. Optimus Prime was puzzled. She will claim to be the creator of the Transformers and make you serve her and reclaim the Scepter of Life in order to sacrifice Earth to save Cybertron. In addition, she also possesses a data invasion ability. As long as she hits your head, she can bewitch your consciousness and turn you into her slaves. Aaron was unsure whether Quintessa was the true creator. According to the original setting, Quintessa is a planet. The home of the Quintessons, those guys invaded Cybertron, rewrote history and brainwashed the Cybertronians. They were driven out by the awakened Cybertronians later on. In Transformers 5, Quintessa, calling herself the Celestial of Life, prepares to use the Scepter of Life to absorb the energy of Unicron within Earth, thereby restoring Cybertron, seemingly dedicated to the cause of Cybertron. Its appearance, however, many of her actions are suspicious, and she may still be an outsider, just as originally intended. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Knights of Cybertron to betray Quintessa and denounce her as a fraud. As the creator, she could only rely on the Scepter of Life to save Cybertron. From this perspective, it seems far too unreliable. Is this all the creator has to offer for Aaron? He didn't care whether Quintessa was the creator or not, because since his appearance, there has only been one creator, and that is him. Megatron and Optimus Prime exchanged a glance upon hearing this. They were not moved, on the contrary. They were filled with rejection of the so-called creator. Quintessa in the past. Megatron might have considered Quintessa, as his goal had always been to save Cybertron. even at the cost of the sun or earth, but now. He had already decided in his heart that Aaron was the only creator. Quintessa was a heretic creator. I am willing to lead the Autobots to slay that heretic. Optimus Prime immediately volunteered. Megatron reacted quickly, immediately saying, "Me too." Aaron waved his hand to interrupt the two competing individuals. "All right, let her come over, I'm just about to meet her." Seeing this, Optimus Prime and Megatron had no choice but to bow their heads and obey. The three RC sisters were even more curious. They never expected that the mighty Emperor would be so submissive to someone. This doesn't fit their understanding of Megatron. Aaron then looked at the three sisters Arcee and Alcee and asked, "Are you three sisters one?" Arcee nodded. "We were originally ones, but now we have lost the ability to combine." Aaron thought for a moment, then separated three orbs of light and merged them into the bodies of the three Arcee sisters. In an instant, their colors are more vibrant. And although their height remains the same, the internal armor structure has undergone a significant change. While strengthening them, Aaron also enhanced their transforming metal modules. The three sisters, who were originally a unified trinity, are now united once again, Transformers combine. The three Arcee sisters, who were undergoing enhancement, felt a certain stirring within their hearts. They seemed to be connected by this power. Their minds in tune, they instinctively lined together. And as the gears and chain meshed, the three humanoid Transformers instantly merged into a 4-meter-tall medium-sized robot made of pink. Blooper planed some gold. Its entire body is made of fused metal, and it is covered with faint mysterious runes. There was a pulsating eternal core in her chest, as fiery as a red heart. Her figure was actually quite slender, and her metallic face was not as uneven as that of a typical Transformer. Instead, it was a face with the smooth, almost flawless features of a human woman. If viewed from a distance, she just seemed like a beautiful girl with gigantism. "My power, my gods. I feel like I've become more than 100 times stronger. The power output alone is 1,000,000 times greater than before. And the total energy is impossible to predict." Arcee felt the invincible body she now possessed, which contained endless eternal energy. And she couldn't describe the feeling anyway. She felt she could crush Optimus Prime and Megatron, who were 13 meters tall, with one hand. Don't let her height of less than a third of two people fool you. Compared to other Transformers, she seems somewhat malnourished. But the energy contained within her body is enough to terrify any Transformer. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. "Try the transformation first. Yes, follow the object." Arcee became even more obedient to Aaron, obediently carrying out his orders. As her internal structure rotated, she transformed from a humanoid robot into a pink, futuristic Cybertronian 2-seater convertible sports car. Aaron immediately got into the car to experience the new vehicle. "I must say, this car is really high-end, in terms of both materials and comfort. It far surpasses any other human running car. Moreover, the unknown bionic skin on his back is very soft and can automatically adjust to Aaron's body shape. Even the steering wheel is quite nice. The engine sound was also pleasant, strong and powerful." Aaron gently stroked the new car. He liked it very much. "Arcee, could you open the sunroof? Or change the car's color?" Of course, the creator. As Arcee's mature and sophisticated voice rang out, the entire interior of the car began to rotate, eventually transforming into a black Rolls-Royce. Aaron was even more satisfied. "It's a pity there are only two. We might not be able to utilize them all," Aaron sighed. "I have a way." After hearing this, Arcee began to transform again, turning 2 seats into 4. Your shape-shifting ability." Aaron carefully examined Arcee's body and discovered that the concentration of deformable metal within her body was very high, giving her a strong ability to reshape and transform. She can be considered the mystique of mutants. Aaron suddenly realized that Bumblebee could be eliminated. The enhanced Arcee is way better than Bumblebee. "Creator, are you satisfied this time?" The voice was switched to Claudia's. Which was more cheerful and clear? Arcee's voice is sweeter as for Alita. She leans towards a gentle and shy voice, somewhat like a young girl's voice. Very good, you'll be following me from now on. It is our honor to serve the Creator. Three female voices with slightly different expressions rang out at the same time, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Seeing that the three Arcee sisters made Eren so happy, Megatron subconsciously glanced at Sky Pillar. You big, sick-browed pillar, you caught me completely off guard. The three Arcee sisters somehow managed to hitch a ride on the Creator's chariot, and instantly gained power surpassing his own. When the three of them combined, they are even comparable to the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. No. Even if the three of them are separate, they might all have the fighting power of the original Vajra. Megatron turned around and glanced at a mechanical dog that had transformed into human form behind him. This is a spy unit with special variant characteristics, having copied the genes of a Cybertronian organism, thus enabling it to transform into human form. They look no different from ordinary people, and are deeply influenced by Earth's culture, and can perform almost any kind of action. However, no matter how well she performs, she cannot change the fact that she is a mechanical dog. Beneath that human skin, gears still turn and engine oil flows. If this thing were given to the owner, that's really too offensive, Megatron was thinking. Eren has already separated the three Arcee sisters. The three Arcee sisters know in human form again, are over 2 meters tall, and their appearance is more detailed than before. After the fusion, they had very similar faces. She was like a female general wearing heavy armor. Eren thought for a moment. I feel that this image is still lacking. He gestured for Arcee and the other two to come closer. It incorporates an enhanced version of the transformation ability. The creator of the three Arcee sisters, sensing the unseen data, were extremely hesitant. Eren nodded and said, "Let's test your new abilities." Yes, creator, the three Arcee sisters exchanged glances, then closed their eyes. Optimus Prime and Megatron were both very puzzled. Arcee and the other two looked hesitant, even somewhat horrified. Did the creator endow them with some indescribable ability? Just then, Claudia was the first to use her ability. A faint blue halo suddenly erupted from her metallic blue body. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Claudia has transformed from a silicon-based life form into a carbon-based life form. She transformed into a woman just over 2 meters tall, with a slender figurea, full figurined fair skin. Her blue armor transformed into a long blue dress. Her long, straight black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Claudia looked at her new body with a sense of bewilderment, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As a silicon-based life form, she can control the most minute structural changes in every part of her body in an instant. However, after transforming into carbon-based life forms, her physical strength was still considerable, but she could no longer control her body as perfectly as before. Their strength has also decreased considerably. At this moment, the purple Alita and the pink Arcee also completed their transformations. They all transformed into unconventional 8-foot ladies, each over 2 meters tall. Okay, from now on, you'll all come in with me in this state. Eren was even more satisfied. It has a unique kind of beauty, actually. It's not impossible for a transformer to be in this state. They are now no different from humans. The three Arcee sisters all felt uncomfortable with their bodies. However, since the creator likes it. As you wish, creator, the three sisters bowed slightly, their full breasts bulging but not exposed. Eren deliberately instilled in them some common sense about humanity. For example, it cannot be revealed in front of outsiders, except in front of him, the creator, cough cough. Eren looked at Megatron and the other man, Optimus Prime. Megatron, you and your men should be on guard. Quintessa's army could arrive at any moment, especially the Mars and lunar bases. Immediately send them back to Earth. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. The Decepticons have bases or outposts on Mars and the Moon. On Mars in particular, Megatron even established a production line specifically for incubating Decepticons, to provide him with a continuous supply of Decepticon troops. However, those basic Decepticons, lacking energy and without effective equipment upgrades, were entirely reliant on artillery. Even the original Bumblebee Ironhide and others could be easily killed in single combat. Sending them to deal with the confinement army would be like sending them to their deaths. Yes, creator Megatron was about to step down. Aaron suddenly spoke up. Megatron, is there something else you haven't said? Megatron was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Oh right. The moon also has the former super leader Sentinel Prime, who is currently in a deep sleep. I reached some agreements with him. Megatron knelt down in fear. I'm sorry, creator. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was worried that he would hinder your plans once he regained consciousness. Self-destruction is attempting to use the energy pillars to open a portal and teleport Cybertron directly to Earth. He's a stubborn man and I doubt he'll easily change his mind. Optimus Prime turned around abruptly, surprised to learn that this was actually happening. Wait, is his teacher Sentinel Prime connected to Megatron? If he finds Sentinel Prime someday in the future, wouldn't he be vulnerable to being betrayed? Hiss. You Megatrona's treacherous cunning. And despicable as ever, Aaron gave Megatron a deep look, knowing that the other man had no ulterior motives and was genuinely looking out for him. That's for the best. I hate it when people take it upon themselves to hide things from me. I'll let it go this time, but don't let it happen again. Yes, creator. Megatron bowed his head deeply, cursing himself for being an idiot. Before the creator, what is Sentinel Prime? He actually worried that Sentinel Prime would disrupt the creator's plans. How stupid. After giving Megatron a dressing down, Aaron gestured for the three Arcee sisters to follow. Surrounded by the 8-foot-tall triplets, Aaron went directly into Fulgen Castle with a gentle wave. The originally sturdy iron gate opened automatically. Seeing this, the three sisters each went in front of Aaron, forming a triangle to shelter him inside. Despite knowing that Aaron was more powerful than them, the Arcee sisters still positioned themselves as bodyguards and servants. Aaron did not stop them. The view from this angle is actually quite nice. Praise be to nature. Praise be to the god of all machines. Let me see who's here. A group of uninvited guests of unknown origin. We invited them to our afternoon tea party. At the castle gate, an old man in a black tailcoat, followed by a robotic butler, looked at Aaron and his companions, who had entered the castle without any hindrance, and asked in bewilderment, Sir Edmund, I can confirm that they are not on the invitation list. Your schedule is quite light these 2 days. The mechanical butler's gear bowed like a gentleman. Edmund glanced at the three women who looked like bodyguards in front of him. I must say they're incredibly tall. Are there really women this tall and beautiful? Wheeltooth thought for a moment. At least in the 700 years since I came to the castle, I have never seen a human like this. Do you think they could be humans? Edmund, though old, was very vigilant. Three so tall, so beautiful, and so alike. At least I can be sure that they are not robots in human skin. Wheeltooth's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not detect any robotic signals on the other party. Even the vibrations when walking are so subtle. Edmund was relieved to hear this. 4 distinguished and mysterious guests. My name is Edmund Burton. Hello, Count Fulgen XII. The last survivor of the Whitwigen family. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. Edmund did not rashly drive them away, fully demonstrating the refined qualities of a nobleman, even if the other party is so tall and strong. But with his teeth by his side, he was fearless of any threat. Aaron waved his Hondond as Arcee, and the other two retreated. They watched Wheel Gear warily. They had no memory of the robot's identity, but its blue pupils at least proved that it was not an evil Decepticon. Yea, the Decepticons of the past, even now. The Arcee sisters' views on the Decepticons cannot be reversed by time. Mr. Redmond, I have come here for only one thing, I want to know everything about Merlin's scepter. What? Aaron slowly walked to a position 2 meters in front of Edmund. His gears subtly poised as if ready to strike at any moment. Fulgen feigned ignorance, saying, I don't understand what you mean, 067 perhaps. You can peruse those beautiful poems that are constantly being recited, instead of asking this old man who is about to be buried. Of course, perhaps you can also look for some kind of token or keepsake. And maybe you'll find something. Edmund gave a subtle hint. The secret he's guarding can't be told to just anyone. Aside from Merlin's descendants or the last knight. The beginning of a beautiful epic story often requires a beautiful princess and a valiant knight. However, these uninvited guests, well, to put it another way, it was 3 strong female knights and a handsome prince. However, this is not his target candidate. Why do you think it wouldn't be me, don't you think, Arcee? Claudia and Alita aren't princesses. Look how beautiful they are, why shouldn't I be a knight? Aaron saw through the other person's thoughts and said with a smile. Edmund glanced at the 3 Arcee sisters. They are beautiful, absolutely princess-like. But they are far too tall. Edmund shook his head, then looked at Aaron. Wheel. Please tell this gentleman about the qualities of a knight. Wheelgear said elegantly its true essence is a pure heart. Courage, honor, virtue, and integrity, Edmund nodded. The most important thing is purity. He glanced at the 3 women discreetly. Is Aaron pure? It's obvious even to a fool that it's impossible. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Look into my eyes, do you think I'm not pure enough? Edmund looked over, momentarily dazed. I must say the man in front of me is really handsome. If it were a woman, she would definitely say she is pure and innocent. But as a man, he also deeply understood the terrifying destructive power contained within this physical body. If this man is pure, then he is practically a saint. Edmund shook his head upon seeing this. The 3 Arcee sisters all took a step forward. How dare you describe our master in such a way? Wheeltooth also stepped forward, blocking Edmund behind it. Ladies, may you please step back, strictly speaking. You are now invading the gentleman's private property. I have the right to kick you all out. Why don't you give it a try? Arcee's arm transformed into a mechanical structure, from which a cannon barrel flashing blue light protruded. Don't let its small barrel fool you. Its power even surpasses Optimus Prime's convergence cannon. Even a super leader would be pulverized by a single blow. Wheelgear looked at Arcee and the other 2 with great confusion. Half machine, half human, could they be cyborgs? But why didn't he notice anything amiss? Before he could think further, as the blue light surged, the energy index skyrocketed. Upon noticing the drastic change, Wheeltooth's expression instantly changed. The strength of this force. He had no chance of stopping it, he was sure to die. Master, they are dangerous, please leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Edmund turned to leave without any hesitation. All right. Don't disturb Sir Edmund. We're not here to fight but for world peace. Aaron raised his hand to signal the 3 Arcee sisters to stop their attack, and walked towards Edmund without any fear of the gears. Sir Edmund, if you insist on protecting your secret, then only destruction awaits you and the 12 knights. Edmund's expression changed drastically. Are you threatening me? The Fulgen family has had madmen, criminals, scientists, and down on their luck poets throughout the ages, but never cowards. We have guarded the secret history of Transformers for generations, for hundreds of years, and have never revealed a single word of it. If you think you can threaten me, you're sorely mistaken. Even if you destroy this entire place, you won't get what you want. Aaron shook his head and said, no, you misunderstood me. Do you know why the 12 knights came here? The being they first, that charlatan madman, is about to descend upon Earth if you do not inform them. What awaits them is eternal death in their sleep. Edmund sensed something was wrong upon hearing this. Are you trying to trick me into telling me something? Although I'd love to say yes, you're not actually in a position to make me do that. Aaron gestured for the 3 Arcee sisters to follow. What you up to? Edmund hurried to catch up. Wheel gear nimbly arrived in front of Aaron's. Attempting to stop him, however, Aaron's single glance was enough to force the gears to stop. Then, to Edmund's astonishment, the wheel teeth and body changed uncontrollably, transforming from a human form into a motorcycle form. Jazz, I can't control my body. It seems to have invaded my brain and is forcibly changing my form. The sound of the gear teeth was strange, as if it contained some kind of special emotion. In his memory, no one had ever been able to force another robot to transform. How did Aaron do it? Edmund realized that Aaron was far more powerful than he had anticipated. One look from him could cripple his strongest fighting force. Seeing that something was wrong, Edmund quickly said, "Sir, please stop." In fact, the alien knight had already been integrated into Merlin's DNA when he arrived on Earth. Therefore, only Merlin's descendants can unlock that alien power and wield the staff normally. Although I don't know how you know this news, believe me. Even if you get the staff, it won't be of any use. You can possess it, but you can never truly possess its heart. Aaron's lips curled into a smile. But all I need is the thing itself. Does it matter whether it's genuine or not? Edmund looked apprehensive, unexpected with his secret. Passed down through generations. Encountered problems during his final term. If this person were to actually obtain it, he would be letting down all his ancestors. No, this won't do, noisy. With a single glance from Aaron, Edmund was immediately restrained and moved aside. Aaron scanned his surroundings and wrote down all the information about Cybertron. Utilizing supercomputing and parallel computing, he quickly deduced the coordinates of the 12 Guardian Knights. That is, the coordinates of the Scepter of Life. Your mission is complete. Aaron never expected Edmund to cooperate willingly. He was neither a descendant of Merlin nor the Last Knight. Even if Edmund tells the other party that he is the creator and the god of machines, he is still completely dumbfounded. For these stubborn old men, secret guardians immersed in the glory of their ancestors, soft tactics are completely useless. So while he was talking, he went through the other person's entire memory and learned everything that interested him. Aaron patted Arcee on the shoulder. "Arcee, lie down, I want to ride you." Edmund was greatly shocked by what he heard, and didn't even have time to think about the deeper meaning of Aaron's words. But then they saw that Arcee was actually lying on the ground, instantly transforming into a luxury Harley-Davidson 2006 motorcycle. Aaron rode it directly and tried it out. It felt great. "Today is a good day to test Arcee's performance," said off. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Harley-Davidson motorcycle transformed into a streak of red lightning and sped away. At the same time, Claudia and Alida also transformed into purple and blue motorcycles. There was also a 3D projection of a woman on the motorcycle, which transformed into blue and purple lightning bolts that followed closely behind. Their speed broke the sound barrier in an instant, and they disappeared from sight in a few breaths. Oh my god. Who are they, Master? Perhaps I know. He is the creator. The three motorcycles sped along, traversing mountains and rivers. Their speed exceeded the limits of human vision. Like the wind, like thunder, it vanished from sight in an instant. According to the coordinates provided by Aaron, the three Arcee sisters transformed and combined into a sports car halfway through the journey, completely sealing off the surroundings, before plunging headfirst into the sea. As the original Transformer-class Transformer, their combined forms are capable of anything, from ascending to the heavens to diving into the sea. It can perfectly isolate seawater and extract oxygen from it, ensuring the rider's safety. Without a doubt, this is a perfect car. Obedient and sensible, always considerate of the driver's feelings, providing the most perfect and supreme service soon. On one side of the sea, a huge spaceship came into view. This is where the 12 Guardian Knights are located. It is also the location where the Staff of Life is stored. The moment Aaron stepped onto the spaceship, he could already sense the spaceship and the messages from the sleeping knight. Before the knights could wake up, Aaron forcibly transformed them. He couldn't be bothered to explain to these stubborn knights why there was yet another creator. Having already been deceived once, the knights clearly found it difficult to accept the existence of another creator in a short period of time. Rather than wasting time and effort, it's better to force it on you, as he told Edmund. He only needs to win people over, not their hearts. Because once he gets a person, he can easily win their heart. The modified knights possessed fusion armor, but did not have an eternal energy core. Aaron infused them with abundant energy, allowing them to return to their peak. The 12 Guardian Knights voluntarily awoke, feeling the data stream injected by Aaron. The knights exchanged glances, then simultaneously bowed in a knightly salute to Aaron as he entered. Guardian Knight pay homage to the creator. Surrounded by Arcee and her 2 companions, Aaron gestured for the knights to rise. Where is the scepter of life? The leading knight immediately presented the scepter. This is the property of that fraudster Quintessa creator. It is dangerous. Aaron took the scepter, ignored the knight's well-intentioned suggestion, and immediately melted it down. Cybertron Overlord, you have gained the ability to contact and control the planet Cybertron, including the ability to control flight and even teleport to Cybertron. Mechanical Dragon, you can remotely summon 12 Guardian Knights who transform into the Steel Dragon Storm Dragon to join the battle. Aaron shook his head slightly upon seeing this, not expecting that the Scepter of Life would only bring him this little bit of bonus. But thinking about it, the Scepter of Life is only a smaller version of the Spark. Quintessa isn't the primordial Lord of Heaven. If she really created an artifact more powerful than the Allspark or the Leader module, then she is a creator even if she isn't one. Storm Ruler, where is the amulet? Aaron looked at the Red Knight at the head of the group. He was the leader of this knightly team and the most powerful knight on land. He's with the Guardian Knight. I'll contact him now. The Storm Ruler used remote communication to make contact with the Guardian Knights. In fact, the term 12 Guardian Knights is a general term. There are more than 12 knights here, but the Guardian Knight is not considered one of the 12 knights. There are more than 12 people here alone. The 12 most powerful knights can combine to form the Storm Dragon. He once helped King Arthur and Merlin unify Great Britain. The Guardian Knight is only about 3 meters tall and is the weakest. He usually disguises himself as a human knight and gives the Guardian Knight to humans who fit the characteristics of a knight. During this time, the Guardian Knight wandered around in the sky until he encountered the Transformers' Rapid Response Force and was shot and killed. Of course, with Aaron's arrival, Redneck Cade had no chance to become a knight again, nor would he have the opportunity to save the world. The Guardian Knight naturally no longer needed to wander around aimlessly. Upon hearing this, Aaron pondered for a moment and then said, "You and the Guardian Knights should immediately prepare your gear and rendezvous with Optimus Prime and Megatron. During this time, you need to contact all the Transformers you can reach and get them to Earth as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, the Storm Ruler respectfully replied, "Yes, Creator." The Guardian Knights turned to take control of the warship. Although the warship sank to the bottom of the sea thousands of years ago, it has not suffered much damage. Aaron then took the 3 Arcee sisters and returned to Los Angeles. Kelly had just woken up from her deep sleep when he saw Aaron come to him full of energy. The saleswoman was so frightened that her face turned pale instantly. "Wait, maybe you should go find Michaela first. Better to die than to die myself." She truly dared not face Aaron alone. Although the feeling of ecstasy is incredibly intense, it doesn't feel so good afterward. She feels weak all over. At that moment, she saw the 3 Arcee sisters. My eyes lit up instantly. They all seem very capable. Actually, it's not that we can't fight again. Kelly suddenly felt better again, with the seemingly formidable triplets keeping things under control. It's 4 against 1, giving us the advantage. The 3 Arcee sisters were puzzled and didn't quite understand Kelly's behavior. Aaron's lips twitched slightly and he shook his head, saying, "All right, no is not the time to think about those things. Do you have parents?" Kelly was taken aback. "They're divorced and I live alone now." "So how deep are your feelings for them?" Kelly was even more puzzled and shook her head. I haven't had any contact with them since I became an adult. Did something happen to them? Aaron wasn't surprised when he heard this. Transformers is a typical Hollywood blockbuster. A combination of robots, losers, and hot girls. Who has the time to meticulously craft the background and identity of a hot girl who only needs to provide a sexy body? Adding 2 more extras would mean spending more money. Instead of wasting time on that, she'd be better off showing off her figure and stimulating men's hormones. That's all Aaron told Kelly about his origins. After dealing with Quintessa, resolving the Cybertronian problem and Unicron, this universe won't be coming anytime soon. The Transformers universe is also very complex. In the original works, both the primordial celestial and the cosmic emperor are multiverse-level beings. They have one true individual. These universes of them are merely clones. Utterly insignificant, even if he were to come back. He would consider playing with those two after he had smelted the Infinity Stones and obtained the 6 power concepts. Kelly covered her mouth upon hearing Thais exclaiming, "Oh my God, today must be my lucky day. I never expected that a customer I randomly bumped into on the street would have such a big background." She actually became the lover of a god. No wonder Aaron is so strong, he's a god. She received the love of the gods thinking of this. Kelly licked her lips, crossed her legs and said, "Perhaps we can cherish our last moments together." Damn, that's just asking for trouble. Seeing this, Aaron waved for the RC sisters to leave. Kelly's smile froze instantly. Oh no, 2 hours later. Aaron and the limp Kelly rode on the 3 RC sisters and arrived at a repair shop in a county near Los Angeles. Just as I arrived at the door, then I saw Michaela and a burly middle-aged man leaning against Bumblebee. The middle-aged man kept rubbing his hands, looking extremely nervous. He is Michaela's father, XX Baines. When he heard his daughter say that she had found love with a great deity from another universe, Baines thought his daughter must be crazy. However, when Bumblebee transformed into a 10-meter-tall, powerful robot right in front of him, Bainston immediately felt his legs go weak. Michaela also displayed extraordinary powers that were completely different from those of ordinary people. Baines then believed that his daughter had really taken off. Oh God above, it seems I'm facing elimination so soon. Suddenly Bumblebee sighed upon hearing this. Michaela looked at the blue sports car speeding towards her from a distance and was overjoyed. "Honey," she waved her hand vigorously. Bainston felt his heart leap into his throat. The gods have arrived. The blue sports car drifted and stopped in front of the 2 people and their car. Aaron and Kelly got out of the cars. The sports car instantly disintegrated into the 3 RC sisters in their Transformers form. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the great gods." Baines' legs buckled and he knelt on the ground. This made Michaelaho had wanted to rush up and hug Aaron. Feel extremely embarrassed. My father was unaware of the rituals of the gods. Michaela said awkwardly that she didn't really understand either. All she needed to know was to serve Aaron well. Aaron waved his hand to lift Baines up. "We don't do that where I'm from. If you really want to kneel, then do a knight's salute." Baines was extremely embarrassed upon hearing this, and quickly changed to kneeling on one knee. A rather awkward and clumsy action, however. It is clear that they underwent intensive short-term training. Has everything been agreed upon? Aaron asked Michaela. Michaela nodded repeatedly. Baines said excitedly, "God, I'm perfectly fine on my end. I can go to another universe with you at any time." Aaron nodded in, seeing that Quintasha hadn't arrived yet. He decided to stay at the repair shop for the time being. Until the next day, the Cybertronian night spacecraft finally arrived on Earth using space bridge technology. They encountered no resistance along the way. Both the Mars Tyrant base and the Lunar Branch base are now deserted. Quintasha is here. Aaron looked up at the sky. The round-shaped spaceship is slowly descending towards Los Angeles. Scattered around are thousands of aircraft or space robots of various types. Quintasha and Lockdown stood at the hatch looking down. It was as if she and Aaron were looking at each other. "Did you see that?" Quintasha smiled. "That's the creator." He stared intently at him. But I didn't see anything unusual about him. Hess, our creators, seems to prefer living on Earth as a human. Quintess's smile turned cold. He clearly knows that the interior of Earth is where Cybertron's mortal enemy. Unicron recites it, he remains unmoved. Or rather, he didn't even know of the existence of Unicron. Jinguan looked over in surprise, he didn't know either. Quintasha raised her hand. His henchmen are coming, prepare your army. Since the Autobots and Decepticons won't obey, then let's destroy them all, is everything all right? Jinguan snapped out of his daze and sneered, of course. No problems. Let's wipe them all out today and restore peace to the universe. With a wave of his hand, the powerful gatekeeper issued the order. All troops attack behind the confinement. Countless mechanical wolves and robot night hunter legions headed towards the various exits. Among them were 6 hell monsters, who jumped together and transformed into a giant hellfire, rain-summoning demon. It resembled a demon with 2 horns on its head. A humanoid physiqueed, a ferocious and terrifying face. Surrounded by a pack of petite mechanical wolves, Hellfire leaped directly off the spaceship at this time. The human army had not yet reacted, meanwhile sports cars, SUV struck sedans, and construction vehicles parked in various parking lots transformed into human shapes. Optimus Prime and Megatron, both 13 meters tall, leaped out simultaneously. Autobots, let's go abroad. Decepticons attack. The 12 Guardian Knights gathered together and transformed into a giant storm dragon with 3 heads. It's like a mechanical Ghidorah that's constantly changing channels. Even after being strengthened and evolving from over 20 meters tall to over 40 meters tall, and from over 90 meters to nearly 200 meters in wingspan, the Storm Dragon is still only a small dragon in front of Ghidorah. However, among the minions of Transformers, he is definitely a powerful leader. However, the combined number of Autobots and Decepticons is quite large, amounting to over 1,000. But compared to a well-prepared lockdown, it was still far too little. The countless mechanical wolves, numbering at least tens of thousands, and the night hunters swarmed the Autobots and Decepticons like ants. Oh, yeah. Having just jumped off the spaceship, Jinguan, who was holed up in a building as the 6th member of the group, couldn't help but sneer upon seeing this. Tens of thousands versus thousands. The advantage is on my side. With such a massive army pressing in, how could I possibly lose? However, his triumph in confinement didn't last long. Suddenly, they realized that the enemy was ridiculously strong. He blinked. I saw a yellow Autobot about 10 meters tall, wielding a long sword and sweeping away 6 mechanical wolves with a single strike. He's got some skills, is he? Optimus Prime. Something's off about that color. Just as I was thinking about it, I was locked up. Another silver-gray Autobot about 10 meters tall blasted 2 mechanical wolves apart with a single shot. Then he caught another night hunter, grabbed its shoulders and ripped it in half. Green oily blood dripped down like rains. My eyelids twitched as I watched. That's too brutal. This guy must be an evil Decepticon. However, just thinking this, I saw another giant bulldozer Decepticon, lifting up the 2 robots with its huge claws and crushing their heads. With a sweep of its other claw on its back, it tore several mechanical wolves to shreds. Judging by his height, he's even over 10 meters tall. Who exactly is Optimus Prime? Megatron. Confined, he fell into deep thought, but soon, etc. Confinement suddenly realized. Turn on scan mode to perform a detailed scan of the entire area. It's okay if you don't look, but once you do, your heart will almost jump out of your chest. There are dozens of Autobots and Decepticons who are over 10 meters tall. The others are at least 8 meters or taller, with over 1,000 being over 9 meters tall. Although the strength of Transformers is not necessarily related to their size, but to some extent, the larger King Kongs are definitely not weak. Moreover, the power these Transformers displayed. He completely crushed his men. He even wondered if he had traveled through time and arrived in the ancient era of King Kong. Each of these guys could absolutely make a name for themselves in the universe. Confinement was thinking a massive fighter jet, ridiculously large and even larger than the Storm Dragon, swooped down from the sky. They launched a dozen missiles and laser cannons directly at the ground, directly or indirectly eliminating hundreds of mechanical wolves and night hunters. It changes rapidly just before hitting the ground. It transformed into a super Vajra statue. Standing 15 meters tall, you scum. Come and taste the mechanical storm of Grandpa Eternal Skyfare. Boom, boom, boom. The so-called bullets are more like cannonballs, each one capable of blasting apart a mechanical wolf about 3 meters tall. In the blink of an eye, he killed hundreds of enemies. He must be Megatron. Lockdown remembers Megatron's transformation being an airplane, which, while somewhat excessively large, gave him such power, making him absolutely the leader of the Decepticons. The confined man's face suddenly changed, and within 2 seconds a sniper rifle extended and transformed, aiming at the Skyfer and firing a shot bang. The sniper bullet hit the enemy, producing only a small spark, but the enemy remained completely still. Confinement was truly bewildering. Even a leader-level expert would be severely injured by his sniper bullets. This guy impossible. The confinement fired several more bullets. However, the fire was completely unharmed. Perhaps it sensed that the bullet was a bit more powerful than the ones used by the small fry. Tianhuo looked in the direction the bullet was pointing. A bullet hit his right eye directly, and it got stuck in his eyelid. Who the hell dares to ambush Lord Heavenly Fire? Court Death, the Heavenly Fire, is enraged. Its attack power is not high, but its insulting nature is extremely strong. He casually removed the bullet, his body shuddered, and a high-energy shockwave erupted, knocking over all the surrounding enemies. He then went straight to Confinement. Damn it. Confinement's expression changed drastically at only 6 meters tall. Had no courage to fight this monster, which was almost 3 times his size. Except for shouting 666. He turned and jumped off the building to escape. The wolf pack and the night hunters, disregarding their own lives, surged headlong into the apocalypse. However, at this time, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Then a huge head suddenly emerged from the ground, with several rotating drills on its head. The head in the middle was as ferocious as an ancient worm. Covered with sharp teeth, it is the pet of Shockwave, the Decepticons' most powerful general, second only to Megatron, Diamond Demon. Aaron specially enhanced it, giving this Diamond Demon the ability to fuse metal, making it over 600 meters long. Truly the most terrifying war machine. It entered the battlefield and began to frantically slaughter and devour wolf packs and night hunters. Wherever they went, the road was shattered, and steel was scattered like scraps of paper. Kontasha, aren't you going to do it? I can't hold on much longer. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the building was now a haunted mansion. The Decepticons and Autobots are ridiculously overpowered. If those guys had had that kind of ability back then, how could he have gotten into prison and risen to prominence? That's unscientific and a waste. Previous next Quintasha, who was overseeing the overall situation on the spaceship, heard the distress call from the confinement area and looked on with disdain. Waste? How could they not be useless? Most of the Decepticons here are original forms. Energy was insufficient, and weapons were not fully equipped. It can be said to be the most basic unit of the Decepticons. Confined, he kept calling himself invincible and indiscriminately killing. As a result, they were beaten up and had to call for help after only a short time. The most powerful bounty hunter, nothing special. Despite saying this, Quintasha acted quickly, activating the ship's fire support system to prepare to provide fire support for Lockdown. She herself flew out of the spaceship and headed in the direction of Aaron. She had just left the spaceship. Megatron then flew onto the Knight's ship and fired several powerful hand cannon shots at the ship. They shot down the mothership, which was several kilometers in diameter. Even Quintasha turned around in surprise. Megatron. How is he so powerful? Wait, his size. Quintessa sensed that Megatron's strength was abnormal. Looking down at the battlefield again, they discovered that all the Transformers had become incredibly strange. They were clearly Decepticon cannon fodder in their original form. They were able to completely overpower and defeat several Night Hunters. Nearly 9-meter-tall quasi-leader-level Decepticons and leader-level Autobots can be seen everywhere. Megatron and Optimus Prime are both 13 meters tall, no less than the original King Kong. What's even more surprising is the fact that Lee Zuan is a scourge. That guy was reckless and unruly. Any Night Hunter or mechanical wolf is as fragile as tofu in his presence. Since its appearance, the rate at which the army under confinement is being consumed has doubled. This war confinement has already lost the creator. Is that guy at this moment? Quintessa realized something was wrong, it seems. She's met her soulmate. Despite the fact that 810 often claims to the outside world that she is the god of life, the creator of Cybertron, and the creator of the Transformers. In reality, only she knows that all of this is fake. Everything she did was to dominate Cybertron, after all. These robots are quite powerful, but simple-minded and easy to fool. As for why he wanted to kill Unicron, every cosmic being has something in common to do. And none of them would not want to kill the Cosmic Emperor. This B*******D represents destruction. It will destroy everything or every living thing it sees. Even Quintessa found this behavior too extreme. If we don't destroy the Cosmic Emperor, are we supposed to wait for him to awaken and then destroy ourselves? Cybertron was restored once the energy of Unicron was absorbed. It's a win-win situation. You can kill a powerful enemy and gain the loyalty of the Transformers. All she needs to do is get the scepter back. Quintessa thought for a moment, then knew she had no choice but to act. Since she's already here, if she doesn't do something, all her previous preparations will have been for nothing. Quintessa moved a few seconds faster. She needs to get this sorted out before the entire confinement army is wiped out. Otherwise, even she would have difficulty resisting so many quasi-leader and super-leader level beings. Quintessa disguised herself as a human, deceiving both the Autobots and Decepticons, and went straight to the repair shop. Aaron was leisurely eating grapes, being served by the 3 RC sisters. RC gently and carefully peeled off the grape skins and put them into Aaron's mouth. Claudia held the waters. Alita, on the other hand, was massaging Aaron's legs. Life is so comfortable, Aaron lay in RC's arms, his broad chest shielding him from the glaring sun. He half closed his eyes, enjoying the warm moment. He seemed completely oblivious to the massive battle raging around the auto repair shop. Seeing this, Quintessa couldn't help but break down. You are the so-called creator. Aaron glanced at her sideways. Quintessa, the celestial being of life. The 3 RC sisters tensed up, watching Quintessa warily. Aaron patted his fleshy thighs. Don't be nervous, she's just like you now. Upon hearing this, the 3 RC sisters continued to serve Aaron. Quintessa couldn't help but clench her fists. Quintessa glanced at RC and the other 2, slightly startled but not forgetting to sow discord. Your men are shedding blood outside, while you're indulging in a life of pleasure and debauchery. Does someone who claims to be the creator not even care about the lives of his own creations? Aaron smiled dismissively. Is that so? Your army has suffered more than 1/3 of its casualties, and you're still wasting your breath talking to me. The celestial venerable of life. Do you think that just because primordial Vajra is dead, no one can expose your hypocritical pretense? Quintessa's expression changed slightly. Looking at the scepter stuck in the ground beside Aaron, she said unwillingly enough, hand over the scepter or I will destroy the earth. So you're really amazing. Aaron gestured for Alita to stop and climbed out of Al's arms. The 3 RC sisters also stood up and simultaneously metallized, changing from carbon-based life forms to silicon-based life forms. Seeing this, Quintessa also changed her form, transforming into a metallic figure with clearly defined muscles. What, aren't you going to transform yet? Seeing that Aaron was still in a human body, Quintasha was ready to slap him with her right hand. Aaron stretched. I am just like this, I don't need to transform. Quintasha was furious. Is this a sign of disrespect towards her? Although she is not the creator of Cybertron and her body is too small, that does not mean she is weak. Quintessa appeared before Aaron in an instant. Arcee blocked her way, clenching her right fist and punching out. Quintessa dodged to the side, but then faced Claudia's bullets head-on. Quintasha could only teleport behind them again, but Alita, who was prepared, delivered a whip kick as she turned. Quintessa spread her arms wide, and blue electricity formed a magnetic force, tightly controlling Alita. How dare you lay a hand on your gods? I am the creator who made you. The three Arcee sisters couldn't be bothered to listen. Ignoring Quintasha's constant lies, he fired a shot. Seeing this, Quintasha increased her strength to control the shell, and they tried to control all three at the same time, however. The combined power of Arcee and her two companions was too great. That petite body contains a power of thousands of tons. Even though Quintessa had a deep understanding of electromagnetic forces, she couldn't control the three of them for a while. It had no choice but to transform into a blue ball of light once more and leap to the side of the group. Gods, what weak gods. Aaron yawned. He had overestimated Quintasha. Although she was indeed very imposing when she appeared in the original work, he easily restrained Optimus Prime, a super leader level being, and successfully invaded his consciousness with a single slap, altering his memories. But now it seems Quintessa's raw strength is actually about the same as the Fallen. If those 7 original Vajra Kings were still alive, Quintasha wouldn't have the right to cause trouble, however. Despite their petite stature, the three Arcee sisters possess strength comparable to that of the primordial Vajra. Their direct combat capabilities are actually far superior to the original Congo. But the reason the latter was able to dominate is because they mastered powerful science and technology. They can use technology to create magical artifacts, thereby unleashing even greater power. For example, the Fallen's telekinesis and teleportation. This is actually gravity manipulation and space bridge technology. It simply means becoming more proficient in its use and being able to play a greater role on the battlefield. The same goes for Quintasha. Her individual strength is actually not that strong. However, the technology she possesses is on the same level as the primordial Vajra. If an ordinary transformer were not prepared, it would likely be killed on sight in front of her. However, Quintasha was unlucky. They encountered 3 ancestral-level combatants at once. Even someone as powerful as her could not break through the defenses of Arcee and her 2 companions. A red blush appeared on Quintasha's right hand. This is her unique cyber hacking ability. By hitting the Transformer's brain, one can influence and control its mind. Even the original Optimus Prime and Megatron were not exempt. Quintessa originally didn't want to use this move so soon. She was waiting for the perfect moment. When Aaron switches to his transformed form, a slap will allow you to directly control him. Then they can indirectly control all Autobots and Decepticons. All problems will be solved, however. The 3 Arcee sisters' strength exceeded expectations. Even in a one-on-one situation, she doesn't have an advantage. Not to mention 1 against 3. Using this tactic might alert the enemy. But she couldn't care less about that anymore. It's over. Quintessa teleported in front of Alita, who appeared to be the smallest, and slapped her across the face. However, the latter seemed to have anticipated this, and the hand cannons that had been prepared in advance unleashed a fierce barrage. Quintessa once again teleported away in a disheveled state. The figure vanished silently in midair. Look for an opportunity to attack Claudia, however. Claudia keenly sensed something amiss behind her. Her long legs suddenly exploded, striking Quintasha hard in the stomach with a supersonic kick. The latter flew backward uncontrollably. Before Quintasha could recover, she suddenly bumped into an indestructible wall. Quintasha was still thinking how hard it was when she suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from her waist. Not good. She looked ahead and saw that Aaron, who had been tightly protected by the three women, had disappeared at some point. So the person holding her waist is. Quintasha turned around to slap him. But Aaron grabbed her hands with one hand and hooked her chin with the other. You don't hit someone in the face. Don't you even understand that basic principle? Quintasha tried to break free, but even in human form, Aaron possessed a power far beyond her ability to resist. This surprised her greatly. Aaron flicked his finger, and 4 chains popped out from the ground. Quintasha's hands and feet were locked up separately. Arrange her in a star shape. Quintessa could not comprehend the abilities Aaron displayed. This goes against her common sense of science. We're still exploring technology, and you've already started playing with fantasy and magical arts. What the hell are you? Aaron lifted her chin and examined her closely. I am your creator, presumptuous. Just as Quintasha was about to speak, a terrifying suction force suddenly emanated from Aaron. Before she could react, he was then absorbed into the black hole in a flash. He was instantly melted down by Aaron. God of the network, similar abilities have been detected fused with Data Dominator. You now possess even greater network dominance, allowing you to easily monitor and acquire anything you desire. The information existing on the internet also possesses extremely powerful hacking capabilities, making it easy to hack into super leader-level transformers. Flexibility, similar abilities have been detected. Morphological alteration. Super simulation, you can freely control your body size, simulate and change the forms of other organisms, and possess this. An object has certain physical properties. Tusk, the dignified celestial venerable of life. Is this all you have? The thought that Quintessa, who called herself the creator all day long, was not much different from the scepter of life. Quintessa possesses electromagnetic forces, invisibility, teleportation, abilities, and more for air. It was nothing compared to the great wizard. Not worth mentioning. Even stacking them up isn't enough. Forget it. Let's deal with the battlefield first, then forge the cosmic emperor. Of course, there's also Cybertron. He didn't know whether Cybertron was an incarnation of the primordial celestial. He would only know after the fusion process. These two guys are perhaps the biggest takeaway from this Transformers universe. Quintessa can only be considered an appetizer. Aaron had a thought. Another Quintessa appeared beside her. The 3 RC sisters were shocked to see this and immediately teleported over. Beware's creators. Aaron raised his hand to signal them to stop. At this time, Quintessaho had been so aggressive, suddenly transformed into a woman and bowed to Aaron. Greetings, creator. Quintasha looked at Aaron with a gaze full of awe and reverence. She is still Quintessa, but she is no longer the Quintessa she once was. Instead, it was Quintessa who was completely controlled and dominated by Aaron. The 3 RC sisters were somewhat stunned by this. Aaron frowned slightly. Actually, I still prefer your unruly demeanor from earlier. Quintasha knelt down in fear. My creator, please forgive my rash actions just now. I am willing to accept any punishment. Aaron gladly accepted the title of creator, because this Quintessa was indeed created by him. But she inherited all her previous memories and consciousness. But he was completely obedient to Aaron. All right, we can talk about punishment later. Now go and deal with those guys in confinement. They're being a bit noisy. Quintasha lowered her head upon hearing this. Yes. Creator Mautianran, she retreated slowly. And in an instant, she arrived at the center of the battlefield. Confinement has been found. Upon meeting Quintasha, Confinement was quite surprised. Everything's resolved. Is that damned creator dead? These bastards are like they're on steroids, acting like they're not robots at all. Quintasha's expression changed slightly. How dare you? You dare insult the great creator, the Lord. You deserve to die. Before Lockdown could react, Quintasha, who could turn on him in an instant, waved her hand and restrained Lockdown. with a powerful burst of electromagnetic energy in his hand. He gently pushed the confined man's head, causing it to explode. Its core flame also dimmed. At this moment, heavenly fire descended from the sky, illuminating the headless imprisonment. "You stole my kill. This is the command of the Creator." Quintasha spoke softly and gently. All the anger in Tianhuo's heart vanished instantly. Hiding the large sword behind his back, he awkwardly said, with the back of his head facing away, 014601323 Feilu 133,153,121. I'll go deal with the two-horned monster first. It's mine. Quintasha smiled and said, "As you wish." Meanwhile, Hellfire, who was battling a 9-meter-tall leader-level Decepticon on the battlefield, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. When he turned his head, he saw Tianhuo chatting happily with his boss Quintasha. "No way, we were ready to fight to the deaths. Why did your majesty surrender first?" It was at this time that, suddenly the sky above the earth darkened. Everyone looked up at the sky. They saw a vast mass of energy gathering in the sky. A corner of a colossal steel planet is slowly descending upon Earth through a massive interstellar portal. And in the sky, Eren maintained the portal with one hand while using his mind to slowly move the desolate and lifeless planet Cybertron. He did not use the power of the Cybertronian overmind. Instead, it simply used telekinesis. With immense telekinetic power, he controlled the movement of a giant steel planet. It was at this time that the Earth suddenly trembled. Earthquakes struck simultaneously around the world. In different parts of the Earth, a giant horn pierces the ground. Or perhaps they sense the arrival of Cybertron. The consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor is gradually awakening. Cybertron, that's the planet Cybertron. The great creator has summoned the planet Cybertron. My God, how did he do that? I didn't see any teleportation device. Could it be that he couldn't find it and just pulled Cybertron from afar across countless light years? The Transformers were all amazed with their technology. They could actually teleport to Cybertron. But that would require a massive amount of energy. What they lack most right now is energy. Sentinel does have some energy pillars, however. They were certain that Eren was not using an energy pillar, transmigrating across light years to a planet as large as Earth. Cybertron would consume a considerable amount of energy for Eren. However, with its ability to devour energy and the energy replenishment from 5 solar stars, the lost energy can be recovered in less than an hour. As Cybertron drew closer, Eren created a super gravitational field that could prevent gravitational collisions between Cybertron and Earth. Such massive celestial bodies being too close together would inevitably cause apocalyptic effects. If Quintessa's plan from Transformers 5 were followed, Earth would have already deviated from its orbit before Cybertron was restored. Even if Quintasha is ultimately stopped, humanity has almost no chance of survival, however. For Eren, creating a planetary-level gravitational field was not a difficult task. In comparison, what's more worrying is the Minister of Space, who is about to be revived inside this small, broken ball at our feet. The great creator Unicron has sensed Cybertron's energy and may awaken at any moment. We must make a quick decision. The Scepter of Life can absorb Unicron's energy and inject it into Cybertron. Once the Cosmic Emperor awakens, even you will likely find it quite troublesome to deal with him. Quintasha flew to Eren's side and said respectfully. The 3 Arcee sisters also flew up. Hearing the conversation between the two, the 3 Arcee sisters felt extremely worried. HMPH, the creator is our creator god. Even if the Cosmic Emperor awakens, he would be no match for the creator. Skyfear used a flight pack to fly over to Quintessa's side, and instinctively retorted upon hearing those words. Quintasha glanced at Skyfear. I believe that the creator will surely be able to destroy the Cosmic Emperor. But the Cosmic Emperor is, after all, the god of darkness and the lord of destruction. He is the most terrifying god of destruction in the universe. He could extinguish stars with a single blow, and his breath could extinguish the sun's brilliance. He is like a glutton who never knows what satiety is, constantly feeding on planets in the universe. The Creator will surely defeat him. But humanity and Cybertron will most likely be destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. Confronting was, after all, a progenitor-level figure. Her birth predated Tianhuo, and she knew no fewer secrets than any of the original Vajra. To be honest, when the universe gets big, it looks a lot like a Marvel version of Galactus. What's even more coincidental is that while Unicron could easily defeat other planets, he consistently failed when dealing with Earth, the center of the universe in this respect. He and Galactus are truly brothers in misfortune, of course. It is undeniable that, like Galactus, it can be considered a cosmic-level threat. Aaron then looked at Quintassia. How can you guarantee that Cybertron's needs, after absorbing Unicron's energy, will not be corrupted by its dark power this week? The essence of the power of the Cosmic Emperor is darkness. Their consciousness can exist in a transdimensional form as energy. Those who attempt to absorb its energy will inevitably suffer the potential backlash. Quintassia was speechless. She hadn't considered that possibility, because his understanding of the Cosmic Emperor was actually limited to a corner of history books. Just how powerful is Unicron? How terrifying is he? Actually, nobody knows, according to Quintessa's idea. Unicron is also a living being, and once all of his energy is absorbed, he will also fall into a deep sleep. And this time could be forever. If Cybertron absorbs Unicron's energy, will he inherit Unicron's consciousness and become another Unicron? Actually, this is almost impossible. Aaron has already noticed the complex mechanical structure inside the planet Cybertron, which is clearly the legendary primordial celestial. However, the situation of Yuanqi Tianzun was even worse than that of the great emperor of the universe. Humanity's destruction of Earth is limited to the surface, while the Transformers' exploitation of Cybertron goes deep into its very core. The two sides' energy needs were on completely different levels, and the long-term civil war depleted Cybertron's last bit of energy. Perhaps in just a few years Cybertron will be torn apart, turning into the desolate scene depicted in Transformers 5. Arcee asked nervously, "Creator, what should we do now?" Aaron looked at the dilapidated Cybertron and then at Unicron beneath his feet. Then he took out the spark cube. Aaron suddenly thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. He placed the source of fire into the primordial furnace. Then the concepts of the phoenix, eternal fire, and the small sun are combined into the core of the eternal phoenix, which is then directly fused with the source of fire. He injected 10 cores in one go. When the ignition source was taken out again, it unleashed a violent energy surge. The once damaged planet Cybertron rapidly recovered thanks to a continuous supply of energy. The cores of the 10 suns can continuously provide energy to the source of the fire. Even if it were to provide energy to a planetary object, the duration would be in the tens of thousands of years. Cybertron is rapidly experiencing a second spring. It is self-healing. The ravines that had appeared due to energy depletion were being rapidly filled. Countless gears and chains were turning, and the complex mechanical structure was perfectly fitted together under the unknown force. The Transformers cheered with joy at the sight. Earth may be wonderful, but it's not a foreign land. The beautiful planet Cybertron is back. Somewhere on the battlefield, Sentinel Prime watched Cybertron return to normal, and even a few drops of clear engine oil appeared in the corner of his eye. After he was awakened by the Decepticons, Sentinel Prime originally intended to use the space bridge to teleport Cybertron to Cybertron. Following Megatron's plan, through the efforts of the Ruya humans, help restore the energy of Cybertron. However, to his surprise, after he awoke, Megatron told him the plan was cancelled. 014601323 Chinese letter 133,163,061. He was furious and wanted to settle scores with Megatron. However, when they clashed, he discovered that Megatron had grown taller, as if he had undergone a second growth spurt. His power far surpassed that of his master. Sentinel Prime didn't really believe Megatron and Optimus Prime's joint guarantee of the creator's existence. However, now, after witnessing Eren instantly restore Cybertron, did he have to believe that the creator had truly returned? However, the joyous celebration did not last long. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. Some are happy while others are sad. The one who was worried was not his imprisoned subordinates, but the cosmic overlord located inside the Earth. As Cybertron grew stronger and more powerful, Unicron grew increasingly enraged. The Earth began to shake violently again. The horn-like substance grew taller, longer, and thicker. The consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor was projected onto the Earth's atmosphere in some form. A majestic and furious voice like thunder resounded throughout the sky. "I am the great Emperor of the universe. You insects, stop right now." Unicron looked at Eren and could sense the vibrant energy emanating from the spark in Eren's hand. That was such immense energy. It made him feel a slight sense of crisis. His body continued to emerge from the Earth's surface, creating countless large rifts. Humans fled in all directions, their cries for help echoing everywhere. He is like Tiamat, the sleeping god in the divine manifestation. With just a slight movement of his body, he could cause the destruction of human civilization on Earth. Cosmic Emperor, you've finally woken up. I thought you were going to keep pretending to be dead. Eren was not surprised by the appearance of the consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor was in a much better state than the primordial celestial venerable. Beings like him could perceive changes in their surroundings at any time. Their deepest desires make them acutely aware of the intense fluctuations in the energy around them. In the past, Unicron would at most glance at the battle on Earth and then ignore these minions. However, on Cybertron was reborn, Unicron could no longer remain indifferent. "You insect. Who gave you permission to speak to me like that?" Unicron disliked Eren's sarcastic tone. A massive whirlpool spanning thousands of miles suddenly appeared in the calm deep sea, followed by a colossal mechanical arm that blasted away billions of tons of seawater. That arm, even larger than Mount Everest, ripped through the high clouds. The temperature, rising sharply due to the violent movement, evaporated the seawater, and the water vapor formed ripples as if space itself had been shattered. The raging giant hand like Mount Tai crashing down unleashed a terrifying power 100 or 1,000 times greater than that of Ivan the Great, slamming down fiercely towards Eren. This is a terrifying force capable of turning Japan into dust and shattering continental plates. It terrified countless humans and Transformers alike. They never imagined that such a powerful being existed in the world. A single hand is enough to crush the Earth. Eren raised his head, feeling the devastating wind pressure, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he simply raised one finger. The next moment, the huge mechanical arm seemed to have struck an indestructible wall of air and could no longer fall. The consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor was quite surprised. His tone remained cold and indifferent. Very good. It can be considered a slightly larger insect. But if you think this will put you against me, oh. The Cosmic Emperor remained expressionless, his pupils blazing red light. An even greater force surged into the mechanical arm. 640 heard a roar like an engine. Black smoke billowed from his arm. The air wall seemed to be breaking, and his arm pressed down little by little. The air is breaking apart. It is no longer the ripples of water vapor evaporating, but a violent force compressed into a single point, creating a terrifying oppressive force on the real space. The drill demon, which was originally on the ground, suddenly took flight and bit down on one of the protruding horns of the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor glanced indifferently at the Diamond Demon, the little worm a defenseless act of resistance. He looked up to observe Eren's panicked face, but soon realized he had misunderstood. The seemingly insignificant sharp Diamond Demon was actually chewing and biting at his horn little by little. Unicron was quite surprised, for the steel on his body was harder than the stars, making it the hardest metal in the universe. These Cybertronian mining bugs were actually able to damage his body. This made him slightly raise his voice. So much interest, just a tiny bit, he then flew into a rage. The little worm actually ate the tip of his horn, and then chewed along the tip towards the center. Although this damage was insignificant compared to his body, which was comparable in size to a star, it was the horns on his head that represented his important image. The damage caused by the diamond-wielding demon was not significant, but it was extremely insulting at this moment. Skyfer, Optimus Prime and Megatron, who had just made a significant contribution to the drill demon, exchanged glances. They then drew their long swords and, without a word, headed towards the Longhorn. They were also made of fused metal, so naturally they could cause a little damage to the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor was even more furious. Just as he was about to move slightly to overturn the insects, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from Aaron's side, startling him. To Unicron, Aaron is like bacteria on a human body. Yet this very bacterium unleashed an energy that even the Cosmic Emperor couldn't comprehend. Aaron was engulfed in flames, and a massive phoenix phantom appeared in the surrounding space. The Cosmic Emperor sensed an intense aura of destruction emanating from it. Before the Cosmic Emperor could react, Aaron suddenly teleported above the mechanical giant hand. Phoenix fire surged into his outstretched right hand, unleashing a destructive beam that slammed into the mechanical giant hand. The destructive force of disintegration tore apart the giant hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the hand was destroyed, revealing the internal structure that was constantly crackling with electricity and mechanical tissue. The expression on the face of the Cosmic Emperor finally changed. What a joke! I am the god of destruction and annihilation. How come you're even more extreme than me, strange? Destructive power simultaneously teeming with an eerie, rich vitality. What exactly are you? The Cosmic Emperor was astonished, considering how many years he has traversed the universe. The only truly worthy opponent he encountered was Yuan Tianzun. Aaron's power. This was truly the first time he had ever seen it. Aaron did not answer. He frantically extracted the energy from the 5 chaos cores, continuously transforming it into scorching flames that destroyed everything. This contains the immortality of the eternal flame, the life and spirit of the Phoenix Force, as well as destruction, the fire of the sun, and the fire of the primordial giants, let alone Unicron. Even Aaron wouldn't know what this thing is. Since it is the core of chaos, then it might as well destroy chaos itself. Like the burning techniques, it merges all the characteristics and concepts of flames, transforming into the most terrifying and all-powerful omnipotent fire in the universe. The Cosmic Emperor was still too naive about the path of destruction. He is destruction on a physical level, but Aaron represents destruction in terms of both characteristics and concepts. It truly destroys everything, leaving not even ashes. Unicron watched as a small portion of his right hand was disintegrated. This is an intolerable loss for him as well. Stop right there, you damn bugs. You have completely enraged me. The Cosmic Emperor roared incessantly. The entire Earth was shaking violently and trembling constantly. Unicron continued to emerge from the Earth's core, while another gravitational and electromagnetic force emanated from his body. It collides with the great unification barrier created by Aaron. He attempted to drag Earth directly into the Doomsday Countdown, erasing Aaron and the world they protected. The seemingly enormous Earth, in the blink of an eye, became like a glass ball as if it could shatter at any moment. Aaron frowned upon seeing this. Earth is not Cybertron. In terms of hardness, it cannot compare with the latter. The power of the Cosmic Emperor is enough to shatter the Earth with a single blow. If he continues to cause trouble like this little broken ball is really going to break. It's time to end this getting anxious. You finally realize you're getting anxious, insect. I will destroy everything you know about the world, and you cannot stop me. Unicron revealed his complete head and half of his body. Perhaps it's because Transformers was filmed in the United States. Even the body of the Cosmic Emperor is half located in the western part of the United States. The rest is located in the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean waters surged outwards, creating towering waves thousands of meters high that instantly submerged all the nearby island nations. These human nations didn't even have time to react before being protected by billions of tons of seawater. The desert states of the western United States are fragmented. The number of casualties is incalculable. The cosmic emperor thousands of kilometers away had accumulated destructive particle waves in his chest. Its violent power even surpasses the total energy of natural disasters. My God, Unicron has accumulated a staggering 10 to the power of 40 joules of energy. Once it's unleashed, the Earth will be instantly reduced to dust. Even some smaller stars will shatter into pieces. We must find a way to stop him. The three RC sisters transformed into a combined super robot. However, Revan with her eternal cores, she was powerless against this force unless the eternal core in our chest possesses the energy of a miniature sun. If we could overload the body of the Cosmic Emperor and unleash all its power at the same time, perhaps it could destroy Unicron from the inside out. Alcai said in a deep voice. Quintasha glanced at him repeatedly after hearing this. This quirky little gadget is actually a miniature star. In other words, you are mobile Earth bombs. Quintasha quietly moved a little further away from them. No wonder she couldn't beat her opponents. It turns out she was fighting a planet. Wait a minute. If the Creator can bestow upon us an eternal energy core, doesn't that mean he can easily manipulate power of the same level? Claudia had a flash of inspiration. All three of them possess the eternal energy core. As do Skyfire and Bumblebee, that's what I mean. Arcee looked at Aaron at this time. The Cosmic Emperor seemed worried that Aaron might interfere. So he deliberately released an electromagnetic cannon in this direction. Worried that Aaron would be affected, Arcee immediately flew to the front and activated her shield in an attempt to block him. Aaron, on the other hand, thought about his numerous skill sets. He has plenty of ways to defeat his opponent, however. With half of Unicron's body still underground, it is almost unrealistic to destroy him without harming Earth. FFFFLX time stands still. Aaron threw out a blue quantum light ball. This is the ability gained after smelting the source of fire. As long as there is enough energy, it can stop the movement of all molecules in the area at will and pause time in the area. Hot Rod created this gun in Transformers 5, but it could only be used in an area of a few meters in radius. And Aaron's range of attack is the whole Earth. Theoretically speaking, directly stopping time on Earth would inevitably cause unpredictable consequences. All particles within the Earth will cease to move. The four fundamental forces have failed, however. The four fundamental forces outside Earth can still affect Earth. So even if they stop for a second, it will cause the collapse of the solar system's stability system. And the impact may be permanent, however. Aaron had created a great unification force barrier outside Earth beforehand. Even if time stopped on Earth, it would have no impact. Certainly including Aaron himself theoretically. He is also unable to move. Within this area, even photons cannot move. However, these all apply to ordinary living organisms. Aaron's figure suddenly became ethereal. Ordinary life forms in the universe can indeed be affected. But Hela is no ordinary life form. His body is a superdimensional divine body, transcending the definition of the real universe, and can transform into an ethereal dimensional body at any time to move. But Aaron did not do that. Instead, it used the power of time travel. However, Unicron was not so lucky. All his movements have stopped. It remained in an attacking stance like a perfect statue. Even the accumulating destructive particle cannons stopped particle movement. Clearly, Unicron, being a mechanical being, still falls into the category of ordinary beings. Aaron walked through the air to Arcee's side and grabbed her shoulder. Arcee also entered time travel mode simultaneously, restoring her action history and mindset. What happened? Arcee's mind was still stuck in the previous moment, looking at the Unicron who had stopped moving. And the Transformers. Then I saw the eerie seawater. the raging wind and the thunderbolts floating in midair. An absurd idea popped into Arcee's mind. Time has stopped, clever, Aaron nodded, picked her up, and flew towards the Cosmic Emperor. Then how can we move freely, Creator? Arcee was shocked, her mind filled with questions. As Cybertronians, they also came into contact with the technology of time. But this technology is forbidden, and even they cannot find a weapon to counter it. Therefore, it is better to simply ban its use. Aaron has stopped all particle motion, but now This involves concepts related to the fundamental structure of the universe. Perhaps Cybertron will have a chance to make contact in the future. Aaron said casually, the concept of time travel cannot be explained by real physics. If anyone can explain this concept, then the entire civilization can leap to the level of a godlike civilization and sit at the same table as the observers. However, Cybertron's current technology is still somewhat lacking. Arcee seemed to understand, but not quite soon. Aaron came to the chest of the Cosmic Emperor. This is where the destructive particle cannon is located. It is also the core of the spark of the Cosmic Emperor. Insect, what have you done? The terrified voice of the Cosmic Emperor rang out once more. Aaron was quite surprised. I didn't expect that you had barely broken free from the realm of ordinary beings and had one foot in the realm of gods. I am Unicron, I am the god of destruction. The Cosmic Emperor reiterated this point. However, Aaron had already raised his hand. Unicron didn't know what he was going to do. But even a fool could tell it wasn't a good thing. Wait, bugs, oh no, creators of Cybertron, we can talk. How about I leave Earth right now, let's talk this out. Arcee looked up in surprise at the motionless Cosmic Emperor. In the dim light, in her mind's eye appeared a mechanical giant with the same blue sky above its head and the earth beneath its feet. This is the extra-dimensional consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor. It's barely manageable to escape the time constraints. But his body was still mortal. No matter how strong his consciousness was, he could not influence reality by affecting his body. Arcee felt that the so-called god of destruction was nothing special. Even gods feel fear, she had a sudden realization. Of course, gods are also living beings. As long as they have emotions, they will naturally experience fear. As Aaron spoke, a ball of light appeared in his hand. Unicron, have you ever tried a fatal critical strike? The Cosmic Emperor was taken aback and he quickly said, I don't know, but I'm sure you can't kill me. My body is so great that even the primordial celestial venerable cannot kill me. Rather than both of us suffering heavy losses, how about we turn hostility into friendship and each take a step back? Don't people often say, take a step back and you'll see a wider world? Aaron laughed, really. I seem to remember that taking a step back only makes you feel like you're losing out. The voice of the Cosmic Overlord suddenly became urgent. Impossible, this is the power of the leadership module. The leadership module is Unicron's weakness. In the Transformers universe, the module leader is just that, unreasonable. From Megatron to Unicron, no matter how strong they are, they must kneel before the leadership module. This is also why Optimus Prime, after obtaining the leadership module, is always blessed with protagonist's aura and can kill anyone he encounters. Okay, I know I was wrong, I will make it up to you. Even if you use the power of the leadership module, you might not be able to kill me. Even its master can't do anything to me. There's no deep-seated hatred between us, is there? Aaron shook his head. You don't just know you're wrong. You know you're going to die. Unicron, you know I'm not like him. With the same power, believe it or not, you really will die. There was a moment of silence on the other end. What else did the Cosmic Emperor want to say? Aaron has been imprinted on the core of Unicron. The power of the primordial celestial venerable wantonly destroyed the core energy of the Cosmic Emperor, and was also attached to. It contained the core of chaos and the power of darkness. Wait, get out of here, what is this thing? This isn't normal. The consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor grew increasingly terrified. This is different from his past experiences. If the feeling that Yuan Shi Tianzun gave him was one of sacred order, It made him feel rather uncomfortable. Aaron's impression on him was that of a mixed bag. Sometimes gentle and sacred. Sometimes crazy and irritable. That force was neutralizing and destroying his essential power. At the same time, it is assimilating his mechanical body. No, you're even targeting robots. No, 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 no. With the energy core mostly destroyed, the Cosmic Emperor let out a desperate cry. Aaron then began to forge his body again. A small portion of the body was quickly melted down. The consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor was even more terrified. Wait, what are you doing now? Damn it, are you devouring me, insects, damn insects. Your name is Aaron, right? I'll remember you. We will meet again. Today is only a temporary farewell. I will return in the future, and I will make you pay 100-fold price for everything that happened today. Aaron, the Cosmic Emperor practically spat out these words through gritted teeth. Subsequently, most of his consciousness was melted down by Aaron along with his body. Aaron vaguely sensed that the dimensional power had vanished in a flash. Could it be the true Unicrons? He thought about it for a moment, then ignored it. The primordial celestial lord would not agree to whatever the Cosmic Emperor wanted to do. Let them love and hate each other. Even if Unicron wanted to find him, he would have to cross tens of thousands of universes. The powerful figures he encountered along the way were enough to give him a hard time. Even if Unicron did indeed find us. By then, Aaron was no longer afraid of him. With the melting of most of the body of the Cosmic Emperor, several thick streams of light surged into Aaron's body. Power of Unicron fragment. You have mastered the power characteristics of Unicron, representing nothingness, destruction, and darkness. The more worlds you destroy, the more planets you devour. The more you have, the stronger you will become. Devour, your concept of devouring is becoming increasingly powerful. As long as your body is strong enough, you can even easily devour planets and convert all matter into energy for your own use. Click to see details. 1. Power of Entropy Remnant. You have mastered the power of entropy and can manipulate the entropy of all objects in the universe at will, causing everything to become chaotic and disordered, including almost all energy. Yes, it's a huge hit. Aaron's lips curled slightly. I originally thought that this Cosmic Emperor was just an ordinary mechanical creation. Unexpectedly, it possessed a somewhat chaotic quality. It can only be said that he truly deserves to be one of the two most powerful deities in the Transformers universe. In one fell swoop, Aaron grasped the entropy, the fundamental rule of the universe. Entropy is a measure of the disorder of a system and a function that describes the thermodynamic state of the system. According to the second law of thermodynamics in modern science, in an isolated system, entropy increases rather than decreases. This is also known as the law of entropy increase. In other words, the universe is a process of constantly increasing entropy that is becoming more and more chaotic as time passes. When entropy reaches its maximum value, all other energy in the universe is converted into heat energy, and the temperature of all matter reaches thermal equilibrium, which is known as heat death in a heat-death universe. Life cannot exist nor can any motion occur. At this point, the universe was completely extinguished. For an individual life form, an increase in entropy is equivalent to cell aging, the passing of life, and ultimately, an irreversible decline into old age and death. This is equivalent to a different way of controlling time. In short, mastering entropy is tantamount to possessing the power to destroy the universe. By mastering entropy, one can make immortal gods die of old age, plunge the power of order into chaos, and drive unwavering will to madness, of course. This is all predicated on having a sufficiently high level of entropy knowledge. This is, after all, only the power of an avatar of the Cosmic Emperor. Although Aaron gained the power of entropy through smelting, the extent to which he can exert it depends on his mastery of this concept. It's like having grasped the concept of death. The difference between the death of the four abstract entities, the death of parallel universes, and even the difference between the gods of the underworld on a single planet is greater than the difference between a god and an ant. But having and not having are two different concepts. This is a breakthrough in achieving zero in the future. Aaron will surely go further in understanding the concept of entropy. Speaking of which, it seems that Eternity has a child who has mastered the power of entropy. Yeah, I'll ask him to hang out sometime, Aaron pondered, looking at the abilities he had obtained from the Cosmic Emperor. And his expression suddenly turned strange. Why do I feel like I'm going further and further down a dark path? According to this configuration 113, he could totally don purple armor and cosplay as Galactus. One bite and you have a tiny broken ball shaking his head. Aaron felt it was better not to be so extreme. Then he looked toward Cybertron. Cybertron has now been restored to its original state. This steel planet has been revitalized, and the major mechanical factories have begun to operate automatically. They continuously produce Autobots and Decepticons. Even the Cosmic Emperor brought about such a great change in him. So what about Cybertron certainly before that? Aaron still needs to fix up the Earth. Because of the death of the Cosmic Emperor, Aaron has withdrawn the power to stop time. A large hole has appeared in the Earth's core. If you look down from space, it was a dark, super hollow cavity filled with flowing lava. It occupies almost the entire Pacific Ocean and half of North America. Countless seawater flowed in through the huge hole, forming an unprecedented super vortex. It seemed as if it wanted to devour the entire Earth. It's like the gaping maw of a colossal beast in the abyss, greedily devouring everything in a short period of time. More than 1 trillion tons of seawater were swallowed by the cavity. Water and lava merged together, forming countless hot water vapors that surge into the sky. Countless fish and shrimp were cooked instantly. Oh my God, the Earth is doomed. RC seemed a little lost in thought, Creator. Do we need to mobilize all the Autobots and Decepticons to save humanity? Perhaps Cybertron could become humanity's second home. As an Autobot, RC treats all life equally. In her opinion, if it weren't for saving Cybertron, Earth wouldn't have suffered such a catastrophe. Judging from the current situation, although Unicron did not destroy Earth, but the mere act of hatching has left indelible scars on the Earth. This void will exist forever. It could even drain the entire ocean. Human civilization may not be destroyed in the short term, but absolutely none of them survived. The Earth's ecosystem will suffer irreversible damage, CDDB. If Aaron leaves, the Great Unification Force field barrier here will disappear. The massive void created by the disappearance of Unicron. This would cause the planet to derail and experience extreme temperatures. This includes the failure of a planet's self-protection mechanisms, such as its atmosphere and magnetic field, exposing the Earth's surface to various cosmic rays. Sooner or later, it will cause the complete extinction of life on Earth. Don't worry, I have a way. Aaron gestured for her to calm down. Aaron had already devised a solution when he first began forging the Cosmic Emperor. Earth's suffering is temporary unless the problem of the Cosmic Emperor is completely resolved. It's like a time bomb that could destroy the Earth. Once it's activated, there's no way to save it. Aaron did this simply to solve the problem once and for all. RC's eyes held a mixture of doubt and anticipation. Aaron opened his arms as if embracing the entire starry sky. A thunderous, majestic sound reached everyone's ears in a very short time. In the name of the Lord of the Earths, all things return to their rightful place. RC opened her eyes wide. All the Transformers who were busy rescuing people looked up at the man radiating endless sunlight. Earth, which is accelerating towards chaos, seemed to hear a supreme sacred sound. The gale ceased howling, the volcanoes stopped erupting. The seas stopped roaring. Everything that was increasing in entropy suddenly became peaceful and serene. And at the edge of the super cavity, a beat-up pickup truck kept speeding by, and Cade Igor kept his foot on the accelerator without letting go. However, the constantly collapsing Earth behind them seemed to relentlessly pursue them like the Grim Reaper. Dad, we're going to die, aren't we? At only 16 years old, The young girl with flowing golden hair watched the earthquake behind her with fear. And then I watched the buildings and cars continuously plummeting into the abyss. Tessaho had only been in high school for a short time. Had many thoughts flashing through her mind. Her mother died long ago, the band singer she admired. The boring knowledge, and finally she thought of her father, Kaid, who spent his days researching waste and making inventions. In this final moment of life, as humanity faces extinction, Tessa discovers that her life is a complete failure. I've never had a passionate romance, never had a proper conversation with my dad, and have no friend I can confide in. Besides that, she was still a virgin until her death. Don't talk nonsense, we can survive, we definitely can. Kaid was sweating profusely, pressing the accelerator pedal tightly and not daring to let go. However, the rumbling sound of the collapse could still be heard in my ears. Useless old man, didn't you hear what the radio said? A hole thousands of kilometers in diameter has appeared on Earth. Japan and the universe have been destroyed. And there are no survivors in the western United States. In just half an hour, hundreds of millions of people have died. Humanity is doomed, it's just a matter of time. Tessa was trembling all over. They buried their heads in their arms, as if they could run away from death as long as they couldn't see. Don't give up hope, there must be a way. Once we escape to the east, we'll be safe. I've heard the country is planning to build Noah's Ark. Let's find a way to sneak in. Then we'll go to Mount Everest together and start a new life. Before Cade could finish speaking, the pickup truck suddenly veered off course. Its center of gravity shifted backward, and the entire vehicle plummeted downwards completion. Cade was pale and Tessa screamed in terror. Death is so close, it's impossible to guard against. In the final moment before falling into the abyss, through the car window Tessa seemed to see a towering figure, bathed in the sun, and he faintly heard all things return to their place. The next moment, the pickup truck and the sinking rubble stopped in midair, then were pushed upwards again by a force. We're still alive when I return to the earth. Cade said with lingering fear, oh my God, is this time travel, Dad? I saw God. Tessa ignored the earth, which was rapidly recovering to its original state. She stared blankly at the sky, looking at that figure so far away yet so incredibly clear. Is that God? God is reshaping the world. Cade got out of the car and, seeing the awe-inspiring scene before him, prayed and praised in the direction of Aaron like a pilgrim. But would God be of Asian descent? Tessa hesitated. The intelligent human being he is certainly not God. He is the creator of Cybertron, he is Aron, the god of gods. A transformer with one half of its body broken came out, leading several children he had rescued. The creator has defeated the evil world eater Unicron, and your planet is saved from now on. You will no longer have to worry about your planet breaking like an egg at any time. The Autobot struggled to support his body, and under that sunlight, his body is also recovering rapidly, the creator. Tessa raised his head, his eyes shining. Aaron saved her when she was on the verge of death. This life-saving grace instantly transformed into reverence. All memories of the band idols in my mind were deleted with a single click, leaving only their majestic figures bathed in sunlight. Like a sun god, Cade did not argue with the Autobots. Whoever he is God to me, the Autobot nodded. Then looked at the previously damaged ground. The power of the creator is so immense. But how can the void in the Earth's core be filled? This is a problem, but for Aaron it was not a problem. He did not transform Earth in the same way he transformed Titan. Instead, it utilizes the power of the primordial furnace to smelt large quantities of rare mineral resources such as gold, rare earth elements, and oil. He stuffed all of these things deep into the Earth. It filled the huge void that had appeared due to the disappearance of Unicron. Then they repaired and patched up the surface. At this moment, Aaron is like a doctor performing surgery on a patient named Earth. He meticulously repaired one detail after another. Let the Earth return to its original state. Aaron's powerful senses allow him to clearly analyze the state of the entire Earth. Atmospheric composition and content. Magnetic field strength and direction. Composition and distribution of various gases. Abundance of various particles. From the quality of high mountains and oceans to the content of particle classification. Everything is clearly visible. Until everything is exactly the same as the original Earth. As soon as he stopped, the invisible omnipotent power receded like a tide. Not bad, isn't it? Aaron examined it closely. As if looking at a perfect work of art. The original hollow space on Earth has been filled with various rare resources. Enough for humanity to squander for a long time. But the treasure is there, it's up to humanity to find it. The three Arcee sisters were speechless after hearing this. This is considered not bad. It's practically the work of a creator god. Oh, Aaron was the creator god, that's all right then, Arcee. Claudia Alita. Go and notify all Autobots and Decepticons to assemble. I'll go deal with Cybertron first. After giving a few instructions, Aaron transformed into light and headed straight for Cybertron. Upon hearing this, the three Arcee sisters immediately sent Cybertronian communications to the entire Earth. In a short time, all the Transformers converged in the direction of Texas. This area was originally the edge of the underground cave. As for Kelly, Michael, and the others in Los Angeles, they were being teleported to the eastern New York area by Skyfire. Upon hearing this, they turned and headed towards Deju. As for Aaron, we have arrived on Cybertron. Place your hand on Cybertron. Aaron began to melt down the entire planet. This time, nothing unexpected happened. When Aaron injected Cybertronian energy, he deliberately did not restore the consciousness of primordial celestial. Aaron melted down all the Decepticons on the planet. Power of the primordial celestial fragment. A similar ability has been detected to have been fused. You have mastered the characteristics of the primordial celestial's power, representing light order and creation. The more orderly the universe is, the stronger your power will be. The power of negative entropy. You have mastered the power of negative entropy, enabling you to reduce entropy in the universe, thus allowing the universe to develop in a more orderly just and controlled direction, including energy, which has a purifying effect. Aaron's brow twitched. It is still a power of cosmic rule-level concepts. However, this time it was the power of order. The two forces combined. Aaron always felt like he had become another person, the middleman. The intermediary is a deity representing balance, jointly created by the abstract entities of the Lord of Order and the Lord of Chaos. Aaron was in this state at that moment. However, it is different from a middleman. The middleman is neither good nor evil, neither alive nor dead. His power comes from two great deities and is a fixed existence. Aaron possesses both the power of chaos and the power of order. He can become a god of destruction with a single thought. Thus, like the Chaos King who annihilated one of the infinite clones, he enhanced his destructive power by destroying countless multiverses. He can also transform into a champion of justice in an instant, saving and creating the universe. Thus, the power of justice is continuously enhanced, leading to a more powerful deity. Wow. I didn't expect there to be a multiple-choice question. Aaron thought about it and suddenly realized that this was not a black and white issue. The universe is destroyed, and he can enhance the power of darkness. He can save the universe and enhance the power of light. Wouldn't it be better to improve together? It can even destroy and create simultaneously. Good heavens, it's confirmed. He really has become a planet devourer. In the Marvel universe, when the planet devourer is hungry, it continuously devours planets when it is satiated. The golden planet devourer will save the world. Aaron could do the same, however. Those who act too wildly in the Marvel universe often meet a terrible end. Something like the destruction of the multiverse is essentially equivalent to a major event. Aaron thought about the living tribunal eternity deaths, annihilation and other big shots, as expected. I do have the potential to become a champion of justice. Aaron sighed insincerely. Of course, he couldn't possibly be some kind of saint. He'd rather spend his time with his woman, traveling and enjoying life than saving the world. In infinite life, travel through infinite universes and witness different landscapes. The primordial forge was the true shortcut to making him stronger. Order and destructive power are nothing more than icing on the cake. Aaron composed himself and then noticed that his body was reacting in some way. After obtaining the power of the primordial celestial venerable, perhaps it was because they killed Unicron and maintained cosmic stability, Aaron felt his own power of order increase significantly. Even the power of anti-entropy has been enhanced. He can see the ever-increasing entropy in the universe. The logic of how things develop was discovered from this. The battle between the Decepticons and Autobots on Cybertron. It's not simply a clash of ideologies in reality. There is also the influence of chaotic forces controlled by the Cosmic Emperor. It ignited the war-fighting desires of military robots. This is how entropy affects their consciousness. Yuan Tianzun exhausted his energy. Order cannot be maintained using the righteous force of anti-entropy. Therefore, the Autobots were defeated in the war. Similarly, the Yi can be applied to all things. Aaron felt more and more that the nature of the universe was so clear. Through the power of the weak Omnipotence, combine the grand unified field entropy and negative entropy, Aaron was able to see the big picture from small details and predict the future accurately. Before disaster strikes, this change must be very obvious. Moreover, it's much more reliable than predicting the future through the time stone. Although it can only predict the recent crisis, it is enough. After Aaron adjusted for a while, switch this state to passive activation. He is always aware of the changes in the world. At the same time, one can also perceive changes in people. If someone harbors hostility, or is corrupted and turned to darkness by dark forces, he can nip it in the bud when it first appears. Similarly, if someone is filled with the power of order and light, and their personality is changed, he can detect it immediately now. Even if someone wants to cause trouble for the people around him, it won't be possible. I'm talking to you, Sithon and Dormammu subsequently. Aaron then used the primal forge to create an identical Cybertron. However, compared to the original Cybertron, the primordial celestial lord of this planet has fully awakened. But Primus and all the Decepticons on Cybertron are 100% loyal to Aaron. Greetings, Creator. The Decepticons were automatically enhanced inside the primal forge. They all evolved into near-leader-level warriors. When Yuan Tianzun returned to normal, his body was strengthened and he gained even greater power. In their eyes, Aaron saved Cybertron, saved the universe, and enhanced their power. How could such a creator not be worthy of their loyalty? Including Yuan Tianzun. This clone was powerless to resist the primordial furnace. Aaron accepted the title without a second thought. As a creation of the primordial forge, he says it's perfectly fine for him to be the creator of these transformers. Aaron waited for a while. The transformers from Earth arrived on Cybertron in their spaceships. Most of the transformers scattered throughout the universe that were willing to return have already returned. Aaron didn't bother with those who didn't want to come back. Having lost the source of fire and the leadership module, these wild transformers will eventually die over time. 014601323 Failu, 133,183,211. Aaron glanced at the only spaceship containing humans. His eyes flashing, there's even a free gift included. He ignored the freebies and instead opened another portal to another time and space. At the same time, Marvel Kamar-Taj. Guyi sat cross-legged in the small dark room. Wang's sharp voice came from outside the door. Supreme Lord, something terrible has happened. Someone is forcibly breaking through the protective barrier. And it seems they have succeeded. Guyi's brow twitched and he got up and walked outside. Have you determined which demon it is? Wang shook his head. We are doing our best to investigate. And have already deliberately ruled out Dormammu Sithon. Shumaglasan Setorak, based on the energy analysis. This guy should be a very powerful one, my god. I think he's definitely trying to enter with his real body. Recalling the changes that had just occurred, Wang said with lingering fear, and he doesn't seem to possess an inherently evil nature. Upon hearing this, Guyi immediately understood. Aaron is back. Wang shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this. Impossible, Guyi was puzzled. You'll see when you go and take a look. Upon seeing this, Guyi personally investigated the protective barrier. She first investigated any abnormal fluctuations. However, no bugs were found. Aaron and the Kamar-Taj barrier seemed to have completely merged into one. It was like entering one's own home without any hindrance. And with ease, Guyi was much calmer this time. She had considered many possibilities. Although such a thing was rare, it had never happened before. Upon closer inspection of the magical fluctuations, she instantly understood why the king was so certain it wasn't Aaron. When Aaron left before, the magical barrier barely rippled, but this time, a huge vortex appeared within the magical barrier. The magical fluctuations were tens of thousands of times stronger than when Aaron left. What is he doing? He actually opened such a huge door. Guya's expression changed slightly. The thing that came through the door this time was way too big. It was so small last time, but this time it's many times bigger. And it's trying to squeeze in. Guya immediately sensed something was wrong. Could it be not Aaron, but some unknown dimensional demon? She quickly activated her detection magic to personally analyze the power. Subsequently, she was in the place where the energy fluctuations were most obvious. Then I saw Aaron and a gigantic steel planet. Guya was stunned. She had seen people go out looking for magical artifacts or people, but she had never seen anyone go out and bring back a planet. However, the future is unpredictable. She wanted to see what the future held, but there was nothing she could do after thinking about it. The Ancient One instructed the king to continue observing the barrier, while she herself opened a portal and arrived on Cybertron. Aaron knew the identity of the newcomer without turning around. Look at my new toy, isn't it beautiful? Ancient One looked down at the massive planet Cybertron. Then he looked at the Decepticons, who stood densely packed like soldiers a long time. She said casually, "Our Mr. Miracle, are you thinking of playing StarCraft? Actually, you didn't have to do this." The Ancient One wanted to say that you have already taken control of the sovereigns and can completely play the game of conquering the universe by supporting them. Backed by Asgard and other gods. Even the Kree Empire is worth a shot, StarCraft. No, I have no interest in playing those games. Aaron shook his head. Don't you think it's cool to have a transformer that can change shape? Gu opened his mouth, then shook his head helplessly. You are a man and I am a woman's. And an old woman from hundreds of years ago. I cannot understand the thoughts of you young gods. But Mr. R, next time you come back, could you please not make such a commotion? At least let us know in advance. Because of this unusual fluctuation, Kamar-Taj believed that a dimensional demon had entered the real universe. And everyone was on high alert, speaking of which. Guya sighed. Who would have thought that what entered wasn't a dimensional demon, but a planet? Guyi, don't make such a fuss. You've seen a lot of things. This little commotion is nothing. Aaron glanced back at the Ancient One and said casually, Kamar-Taj isn't just for me. Guya sighed helplessly. And seeing that Aaron wasn't listening, she changed the subject and said, all right. Let's not talk about this. Maybe you can tell me how you did it. Aaron raised an eyebrow. You means? How did you manage to teleport across dimensions without triggering a reaction to the Kamar-Taj magic circle? The Ancient One may not care what Aaron does, but this matter concerns whether the magical defensive barrier is still trustworthy. Aaron can do this today. Will other demons discover the loophole tomorrow and freely enter and exit? Those dimensional demons. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are all imprisoned above the world. But that doesn't mean they are weak. This magic array is a super magic array recorded in the Book of Vishanti. It is the strongest shield passed down from Agamotto of Vishanti, used to protect the real world from the invasion of demons. The reason Kamar-Taj has been able to protect the real universe for so many years is entirely due to the power of the magic array formed by the combination of the three temples. If there is no magic array, the Earth is now at least 10,000 times more chaotic. They could be invaded and destroyed by demons at any time. That's it, don't worry about it so much, Guyi. Although magical barriers are powerful, they can only shield demons. I can name 10 or 8 characters who can freely travel between the multiverses without regard to magic arrays. Aaron waved his hand, saying that Mingmo had said too much on this topic. Guya smiled faintly, her foolish eyes seeming to say, go on. I just don't believe you, Aaron understood her meaning. Thought for a moment and then said America Chavez. The incredible man Kang Vicente, eternity, death, infinity, etc. I believe you. Guya glanced around instinctively and said with a wry smile, Mr. Aaron, how do you know so many secrets? The beginning was normal, but what followed was truly agonizing. Are these things that can be said casually? In ordinary times, they are extremely cautious when mentioning these great beings. Use less obvious titles instead. These gods are actually all right. If Aaron were allowed to continue, who knows what other terrifying and chaotic characters will emerge? Even a casual glance from them is enough to plunge the universe into turmoil and chaos. Don't worry, the world is as peaceful as ever. Aaron glanced at the entropy value. It fluctuated slightly. But he wasn't bothered. The Ancient One did not know why Aaron was so certain. Anyway, she didn't dare to continue the conversation. Aaron had already talked to himself to death that day. I glanced at Cybertron, then glanced at it again. This planet, Aaron looked over. Guya shook her head. It's nothing, it must be my imagination. I'm leaving now, see you next time. Guya fled in haste. She was timid and usually just teased Dorma. Those great beings are simply beyond her scope to discuss. Even just their names might have unknown connections to them. Just like the Book of Vishanti, just like the Book of Darkness. A creator. Arcee walked over and glanced at the spot where the auspicious day had disappeared. Cybertron will be active on the World Tree from now on. I will reserve a suitable place for you as part of the World Tree. What? Aaron transmitted data about the World Tree and the Marvel Universe to the Cybertronian Data Center. All Cybertronians possess knowledge of this universe. Aaron chose a piece of unclaimed land on an upper branch of the World Tree. They used enormous amounts of energy to teleport Cybertron there. At this point, Cybertron was then established on the World Tree. It can also be accessed through the World Tree's unique spatial passages. It allows for rapid travel between different realms of the 9 realms. This includes Earth, and it also includes Adelaide. Aaron informed Heimdall and Odin's. Upon learning that Aaron had brought back a steel planet from another universe, even Odin was stunned. Cybertron Transformers, planetary mechanical lifeforms. Has another divine realm been added to the 9 realms? A robot the size of a planet, no matter how you look at it, is definitely a godlike being. Moreover, it is definitely not some low-level planetary god that is not even qualified to enter the city of all power. Upon hearing this, Frigga tentatively asked, so, will we change it to the 10 realms from now on, plus? Odin muttered something to himself, then shook his head after thinking it over. The reason why the 9 realms are called the 9 realms is precisely because these 9 kingdoms are the most special. And Cybertron, okay. Transformers and planets that can transform sound interesting and unique. However, whether or not to call it the 10 realms requires further observation. Send Thor and Loki there. Invite their leader to a feast that belongs to the gods. Odin had barely uttered the words when he suddenly realized what he had said. Wait, can they drink alcohol? This problem. The answer was received an hour later. Aaron met Thor and Loki, and after learning the purpose of their visit, he personally led the 3 Arcee sisters Quintessa, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Jetfire to Asgard. Members of the various divine races of the 9 realms still gather inside the Golden Palace. The celebration banquet, which was originally scheduled to last for a month. After Odin announced that Aaron had terraformed Titan, The curfew was extended by another month. Loki, the frost giant king who wanted to leave, had no choice but to stay and continue eating and drinking heartily with a blank expression. When Aaron personally led the Transformers into the venue, everyone was drawn to Aaron and the enormous figure behind him. By Aaron and Odin, these guys are really big. Even stone giants and mountain giants are small guys in front of them. Have you heard they are the Cybertronian gods? A high-level alien god race personally brought here by His Majesty Aaron. The power of our 9 realms has become even stronger. Judging by their physiques, they are powerful warriors. Perhaps it won't be long before the 9 realms are renamed the 10 realms. Loki also looked over when I saw Aaron. A flood of memories from the past flashed through my mind. Whether he admits it or not, the frost giants will grovel before Asgard for millions of years to come. Even Hela, the frost giant king, was left with only the fear of being dominated by absolute power before Aaron. 014601323 Failu, 133,183,581. Loki lowered her head again and continued eating by herself. He channeled his grief and anger into his appetite. Eat Asgard out of house and home. Aaron glanced at Loki, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. This is unbelievable, he's gotten stronger again. Why does even a frost giant like him feel cold? That was the bone-chilling cold of death. Loki stopped what he was doing and gave Aaron a forced smile. Aaron withdrew his gaze and walked towards the dwarf king. Loki finally breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Aaron's actions, Xavier, who was originally looking for a good place to drink, turned and gave Megatron and Optimus Prime a look, then, carrying his special large stool, he led the way towards Loki, who was eating heartily. The 3 enormous Transformers, due to their sheer size and the resulting imposing presence, caused passers-by to shun them. Loki noticed the strange looks from everyone and looked up in bewilderment at Tianhuo and the other 2, who were several times taller than him at this moment. Xavier, Megatron, and Optimus Prime, like mafia bosses, looked down at this king of giants. Old Deng, is the seat next to you taken? Loki glanced around in confusion and subconsciously shook his head. Because he was the only frost giant to attend the banquet, people from other kingdoms did not like to be around him. So Loki simply sat down to eat and drink alone. Occasionally, Odin would come to him and deliberately show off his kindness and swagger. Loki realized something and shook his head repeatedly. But Tianhuo and the other 2 ignored it and sat down directly. Tianhuo held a large wine glass and drank strong liquor. To everyone's astonishment, he was able to drink alcohol as freely as any ordinary being. One cup after another, Loki was stunned. It failed, even robots can drink alcohol at this time. Tianren frowned and slammed his wine glass heavily on the table. It attracted everyone's attention, good heavens. With Aaron and Odin here, who dares to bang on the table? Upon seeing that it was Cybertronians brought by Aaron, they turned to watch the spectacle on one side of the venue. Odin subtly warned Aaron. The Cybertronians might be in trouble. Aaron merely glanced at it. Ignore it, let them make a scene. The times have changed. It's time to give the people of the 9 realms a little shock. Upon hearing this, Odin felt a slight sense of worry. That planetary god on Cybertron is no weakling. But these little guys may not necessarily be that strong. Loki, on the other hand, was a powerful and ruthless figure at the height of his power. Isn't Aaron being a bit too arrogant at that moment? Xavier looked down at Loki and asked, "What are you looking at?" Loki jumped in fright. "It's nothing, I was just looking around, just browsing." Xavier snorted. "Old Deng. Don't think I don't know what you're looking at. What robots can't drink think I'm a crystal?" Loki sensed something was wrong. "You're here to cause trouble, aren't you?" Loki gritted his teeth and subconsciously glanced in Aaron's direction. They realized the other party wasn't paying attention at all. Instead, he had a pleasant conversation with the very reserved dwarf king. Odin and Frigga were also drinking with them. Loki realized that the other party might not care about what was going on here at all. Given their capabilities, It's impossible that they didn't know the situation here. Old Ding, let me tell you, the eternal heavenly fire venerable, have an incredibly explosive temper. Try taking another look if you dare. Perhaps it was because he had drunk a lot of alcohol. Loki was furious upon hearing this. I can't afford to mess with Odin. I can't afford to mess with Eren. So why shouldn't I mess with a mere robot like you? Since they don't care about you guys, what am I afraid of? What are you looking at? Old Deng, I'll definitely shove your head into your asterisk. Tianhuo also looked up and glanced in Eren's direction. They didn't realize that Eren intended to stop them. And the people around them were just stirring things up. He immediately felt relieved, sure enough. This little old man was not popular, in the contrary. He had a grudge against the creator, then you give it a try. Luffy slammed his hand on the table, conjuring ice in his hand, and then froze the heavenly fire along the round table. This was his proudest ice magic, as indestructible as 10,000-year-old ice. Against life forms like robots, freezing them is an absolute sure thing. However, a terrifying energy reaction suddenly erupted at the core of the heavenly fire energy. Intense, the temperature melted the ice in just a few breaths, revealing the unharmed heavenly fire within. Old Deng, you started this. A slap came down from the sky, and Luffy did his best to defend himself. He was quite confident in his own power, even considering Odin to be slightly inferior to him. However, with the blessing of the eternal core, the power of the fire is astonishing. The fusion metal armor granted him powerful magical and physical resistance, enabling him to perfectly withstand the berserk power of high power output. With a single slap, Xavier broke Luffy's arms and then slammed him to the ground, where he lay 5.8 meters on the ground. Old Deng, is this 100,000-year-old slap enough? 100,000 years, you've lived for 100,000 years. And you call me Old Deng, you old b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** of the heavenly fire was astonishing. They pressed him firmly to the ground and rubbed him against it. In a short time, the entire banquet hall was filled with noise. No one could have imagined that Loki, who was considered a strongman in the 9 realms, would be defeated in a single exchange against the so-called Cybertronian Celestial Fire Lord. Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Where did Eren get these monsters from? Even Odin, the former king of the gods, wasn't this much better, was he? Odin, the object of everyone's comparison, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Although everyone tried to suppress their discussions, they still managed to hear most of it. He glanced at the heavenly fire, which was being treated like a bullied infant, leaving aside their proven combat capabilities. Even in terms of sheer numbers, 2 of them wouldn't be enough to stop Tianhuo. Meanwhile, Yer touched Bingzi, eager to try. He also heard the others discussing it. 014601323 Feilu, 133,183,581. I feel like I have another great idea. Thor glanced at Dulan and Chu Ding. Then I looked at the Skyfire. He was recently crushed by Odin. Thor originally wanted to find an opportunity to play with Loki, but now it seems he's just a noob. On the path to becoming stronger, Eren is his ultimate goal. Odin is his primary goal, but he still lacks a new opponent. Yes, before surpassing Odin and Eren, Skyfire is his next opponent to surpass. Loki is not worthy. Eren, your subordinate is a bit too fierce, Odin said meaningfully. Eren shook his head with a faint smile. It's just so-so. A casual enhancement, easily enhance Odin, who was about to say something, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. If someone says that, he'll just think they're bragging. But Eren never plays games, he only plays for real. This means Eren could easily transform Cybertron into a planet populated entirely by powerful beings like Loki and Thor. With a large numbers, even Odin felt he was in serious trouble. Odin glanced at Thor. My silly boy. When are you going to catch up? All right, Skyfire. King Loki the Frost Giant is our honored guest. Even if you want to offer some guidance, Don't cause trouble at the banquet, Aaron's words, though seemingly a reprimand, actually define the nature of the matter directly. Upon hearing this, Skyfer immediately released his grip apologetically, then proactively grabbed Loki by the collar and lifted him up, enthusiastically brushing off the dust for him. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so weak. Oh no, I mean. Judging from your fierce appearance, I thought you were an enemy who had infiltrated the area. Well, actually, my brain has been rusty for a long time. Before I met the creators, I had been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years, and my brain often doesn't work properly. As he spoke, Tianhuo took the landing gear cane off his back, bent over, and planted it on the ground. Sigh when you get old. You have to admit it, young people are just healthier. Tianhuo stroked his steel beard and sighed with emotion. Loki felt a wave of dizziness. He couldn't reconcile this kind old man with the monstrous, brutal gangster boss he had just seen. You're insane. Skyfter noticed that Loki's eyes were somewhat fierce. He coughed twice, befooled by my steel body. Steel can rust and age just like spaceships and cars. If they are not used for a long time, they will decay and deteriorate. Actually, I'm already tired. You've already won this battle. Seemingly to strengthen his persuasiveness, Tianhuo took half a step forward, his body swaying slightly. Several parts fell off his body with a clatter. Everyone looked down, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. A 2-meter-long iron hammer, a 1-meter-long wrench, a 3-meter-long short dagger, a 2-meter-long pistol, and a short cannon as thick as a water bucket. The only somewhat normal thing was a screw a few decimeters long. But it didn't look like a part of his body at all. As a Ba-23 Tianhu robot that is about to be scrapped. Sometimes when my body breaks down, I always have to repair myself. So it's normal to have a hammer and a wrench, right? Look at me, I'm so old. I naturally need some self-defense tools. These short-barreled cannons, high-frequency particle guns and short daggers will do. Look, this is my cog in the machine. Maybe if we take 2 more steps, our country will fall apart completely. Tianhuo revealed a simple and innocent smile. Loki, who was staring blankly at the short gun with his head down, felt that the other party was insulting his intelligence. I am a frost giant, not a frost idiot. Loki wanted to expose his pretense, but considering the gap between them, Loki could only manage a forced smile and said yes. All of this makes perfect sense. Caring for the elderly is a virtue of the gods. So please have a seat. What more could Loki, an old man of Odin's generation who was also nearing his death, say? He's thousands of years old, while they're hundreds of thousands. That's enough to ruin your ancestors for 18 generations. They didn't dare to speak up after being hit, lest they invite an even more violent beating. Cybertronian barbarians. Tianhuo sat down weakly. Megatron and Optimus Prime watched each other's performance the whole time, standing motionless behind Skyfer like 2 giant pillars. They all clasped their hands together and waited for Tianhuo to sit down before sitting down at the same time. Seeing this, the others also looked away, but in his heart, he also thought that the Cybertronians were not to be trifled with. Sure enough, none of the people who followed Aaron were kind-hearted. They're all perverts. Seeing that the matter was resolved perfectly, Aaron looked away. King Atri the dwarf sat atop a large wine barrel, forcing a smile. King of the gods, the dwarves don't possess your powerful inherited divine power. We rely on our own 2 hands. We know nothing but drinking and forging. Despite standing at a full 4 meters tall, Atri was as awkward and uneasy as a child in front of Aaron. A pair of large hands had nowhere to go. I kept twisting and turning while sitting on the barrel. I just couldn't get used to sitting like that. Aaron originally attacked Nidavel's divine power from the side. However, Atri's answer was disappointing. At least Atri didn't know what the power they inherited was. Furthermore, they don't like fighting. All that height for nothing, unwilling to give up. Aaron took matters into his own hands and melted down a portion of Atri's hair. Master forging, you have mastered the forging techniques of the dwarven race. which are almost at the level of Tau, and can easily control energy to create all kinds of equipment. With Dwarven power, you have gained the wisdom and skills of forging passed down through the Dwarven race. Your wisdom and thinking have been greatly enhanced. Your focus has been strengthened, and your mental agility has been further improved. Wow. So the dwarves do have inherited powers. But these inherited powers are mostly related to the development of the brain. This is not merely a matter of forging wisdom. It's just that the dwarves preferred to apply this inherited power to forging. And they achieved remarkable success, in fact. This power can be described as the wisdom of the world tree. The dwarves could have used this in other areas as well, and gained a huge boost there as well, however. They did not do so thus wasting this inherited talent. They even lost their ability to protect themselves at one point. And once they lost Asgard's protection, they were powerless to resist foreign invaders, I see. Eren remained expressionless. After bidding farewell to the anxious tree, he went to find Sif and Queen Karnilla of Norn. During this period, the two women have become good friends, exchange experiences with each other. When they saw Eren walking towards them, their eyes lit up. The two exchanged a glance, then raised their glasses and approached Eren. Karnilla glanced at the three Arcee sisters and Quintessa without making a sound. Are these your new sisters? You're as strong as ever. Karnilla doesn't appreciate the taste. The food is the original sin. As long as they can accept the fact that they're not good at it, Eren won't mind how many women he dates. There was nothing they could do, they lost miserably. The three Arcee sisters were puzzled. Quintessa seemed lost in thought. Eren shook his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Arcee and the others are Cybertronians, while Quintessa is a life form from another planet. Strictly speaking, they are robots." Sif was taken aback and looked at the four of them suspiciously. Karnilla looked incredulous. They clearly smell like flesh. You can't fool a powerful mage. Who says robots can't become human? Eren gently touched her forehead as a great mage. Don't you know about certain life transformation or life-changing spells? Karnilla rolled her eyes. At least in the 9 realms, there's no such magic. Since Arcee and the others are robots. Karnilla loosened her grip and took Eren's left arm in hers. The wealthy and generous Karnilla let her arm sink into Eren's. Karnilla gave Sif a wink, and the latter hesitated for a moment before taking his other arm. Karnilla whispered in her ear, "Maybe we can do something fun and serious." Asgard automatic mode activated. The three Arcee sisters looked at each other. Claudia asked softly, "Should we still follow?" Arcee glared at her, "What do you think?" Alita hesitated, Robots and humans, is that okay too? What's on your mind?" Arcee was shocked. The creator is a robot, but those two women are human. This is absolutely insane, Alita's eyes flickered. Then, is it okay for robots to be together? Alita, something's wrong with you, Quintessa teased. Since you're so curious, don't you give it a try? It is said that it is the happiest thing. With your current human bodies, you may be able to experience a kind of joy that you could never have felt as robots. Her voice was like a devil's whisper, filled with endless temptation, and that's the great creator, for the great creator. It is acceptable to offer everything, including your own bodices in it. Alita was itching to do something. Arcee and Claudia were greatly shocked. That makes a lot of sense. No, the person is no longer normal. I will never be able to calmly face Eren's gaze again. Figure 2, the creator regarded them as his creations. But they were thinking about how to have S*X with him. That's absolutely insane in the end. The three Arcee sisters followed but did not break in. They stood like 3 guardian deities outside the door. Karnilla seemed to know about the 3 robot bodyguards outside and deliberately acted crazy. Of course, it really was crazy. Listening to the seductive music playing in their ears, the 3 sisters felt something was off about their bodies. I felt like I was on fire, my whole body was burning up. I don't know how much time passed. Eren walked out of the room still feeling unsatisfied. Let's go to Earth now, yes, Creator. The three RC sisters walked slowly. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Aaron. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. The three RC sisters shook their heads in unison. They dare not tell the truth, however, I don't know why. Lying to the face of the Creator always brings a sense of guilt. But it also excites them more. Quintessa opened Pandora's box, however. The three RC sisters were completely unaware of this. We can only move forward by following our own hearts, Aaron. Along with RC and the other two, found Quintessa and left Asgard, returning to the Asgardian group. As for Tianhuo and the others, he wasn't planning to call them. They will represent Cybertron in fostering good neighborly relations with other nations. Judging from Luffy's beaming smile, the effect was a great success. At least this dreaded ice demon can finally smile, boss. Upon Aaron's return, Felicia was very happy, Gwen Stacy, along with her assistants Katie, Anna, and Clarice. We're all thrilled in the office, and of course there's Ava. Ava, having shed her ghostly battle suit and donned a sophisticated urban professional outfit, exudes a unique charm, however. Having always been trained as a weapon, she is clearly not used to this lightweight outfit. This is because it was a convenient combat suit that Felicia deliberately designed. Easy to replace and convenient. Aaron, go up. Ava recalled the earnest teachings of her elder black cat. She bit her lip looking at Aaron's. Did she really have to do that? After some thought, I realized that this might be a necessary step in order to be a good secretary. Of course, now is not the time. Upon seeing the glamorous secretarial team, Aaron was quite satisfied. It is thanks to these people that the Asia Group has become the greatest company in the world. At least he will never see those mountains of documents again. There is strength in numbers. Now I'd like to introduce our new members. They are the three sisters, RC, Claudia, and Alita. From now on, they will be my secretaries, your colleagues. My bodyguards and my personal vehicles, Maria Hill, who was sitting on her desk with her arms crossed, was a little taken aback. Wait, boss. She hesitated, then asked, you just said they are your personal vehicles. Before Aaron could speak, Alita stepped forward and said earnestly, yes. We are our master's personal vehicles. Amazing vehicles that belong only to him. Looking at the other party's earnest and sincere speech, everyone was momentarily bewildered. Hill was even more dizzy. No, is this really the office atmosphere at the Lishi Group? To be a good secretary, you need to have your own personal vehicle. And even say it out loud. Sister, do you know what you're saying? The three Alita sisters look very alike. Almost like triplets, moreover. He was very tall and even richer and more generous than Carnilla. She's absolutely gorgeous, but don't tell anyone. Aaron knew they had misunderstood. It gave the three RC sisters a color. The three RC sisters nodded and went to an open area in the office. The three of them simultaneously and skillfully lay prone on the ground. His body transformed, turning into a transformer in front of everyone. Then it quickly transformed into three luxury motorcycles. Everyone was stunned. Then the motorcycles were combined to form a four-seater supercar. Aaron's office is huge, the kind you could play golf in. It can easily accommodate a sports car and several desks. It can even accommodate a super king-size bed. Felicia made several suggestions, saying that resting when tired could increase work efficiency. However, Hill firmly rejected this proposal. Is this supposed to improve work efficiency? Are you sure it's not for your own convenience? But for Aaron's, I'm too embarrassed to call you out on it. RC and the others, they've transformed. Oh my God, how can three living people turn into a supercar? Felicia walked up quickly and gently touched the car door. RC, can you hear me? Of course, Miss Felicia. A phantom figure appeared in the driver's seat. The passenger seat and the back seat. It is the human form of the three RC sisters. The women were even more surprised. While Felicia was surprised, she suddenly thought of some exciting and crazy things. Boss, I suddenly remembered that bald-headed guy from HILD wants to see you. Maybe we can hop in these two sports cars and head to SHIE. LD Felicia bit her lip. The Black Cat's intention wasn't in the wine, but in the tension and pressure upon hearing this. Aaron had the three Arcee sisters temporarily switch to human form. He had no intention of hiding the Transformers story. It'll be exposed sooner or later. So it's better to just say it directly. Let everyone get familiar with it first, so that they won't make a fuss about nothing later. Or perhaps she was secretly jealous that he always had to bring the three Arcee sisters along. They can ride anytime, anywhere, can you? So it's best not to think about anything unnecessary. They are Aaron's exclusive vehicles and, as of now, they are one of a kind, Hilgwen. You two take Quintasha around and familiarize her with the place. Quintasha is both human and robot. Though she can't transform, but she can definitely be of great help to you. We improve efficiency. In terms of efficiency in handling matters, Quintasha, as a walking artificial intelligence, is naturally much better than ordinary people. Since Quintasha can't ride all the time, she can only handle these documents. Gwen nodded blankly. Hill wanted to say that she was actually more familiar with HILD's ways, but she knew. Aaron isn't going to see Nick Fury at all. He's clearly trying out a new toy Transformers. These things actually exist in this world. And it's even cooler and more practical than in the comics. New York is big, but the roads are small and winding. Even the future model of the Arcee sports car got lost on the streets of New York. Arcee drove around 47th Avenue in New York City more than a dozen times. Strange noises occasionally came from inside the car. However, it is not obvious amidst the noisy music. Inside the car, the three Arcee sisters were sitting upright in the front row. Their ears perked up and their eyes fixed intently on what was in front of them. The three Arcee sisters are quite good drivers and occasionally offer some technical guidance. Perhaps it was because the car accelerated and sped onto the highway. Occasionally, a rosy glow would appear on the three sisters' cheeks. Alita's eyes gleamed and she murmured, "Oh my God." He touched me and Claudia blushed. Felicia, be gentle, don't kick me there, yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to, oh yes. Hiss, you did this on purpose. Claudia's eyes had turned into circles. Even the speed of the sports car decreased. Arcee said with exasperation, "You two better pay attention. It's just a highway, what's the big deal? Just drive carefully. Especially you, Alita, why are you leaking oil like that? It's so slippery, you know." Before she could finish speaking, Arcee suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God. Claudia and Alita, look over here." Arcee gritted her teeth, "It's nothing." That one moment was faster than a highway. Comparable to a supercar, but it's a minor issue. You all better be serious. The three Arcee sisters were focused on driving at SHI. ELD Nick Fury paced back and forth in his office. I glanced at the time occasionally. They haven't arrived yet, Nick Fury looked puzzled. It shouldn't have taken the Asia group half an hour to get. Right. An hour and a half has passed, why is there still no news? Have we run into trouble? Nick Fury called Coulson. Sir, we've confirmed that, Mr. Aaron's car has been lost on the streets of New York for over an hour. Lost? Is New York that big? I remember Felicia was a very capable secretary. Nick Fury frowned, Coulson said tactfully. It's normal to get lost sometimes. Like the time I went fishing. It took me 6 hours to walk back a half-hour route. Nick Fury is not stupid upon hearing this. His expression instantly turned strange. I remember when we were contacting the people from the Asia group. They said it would only be Aaron and Felicia this time. Who's driving? Coulson shook his head. Perhaps there's a third person in the car. After discussing for a while, the two finally reached an agreement. Nick Fury had no choice but to continue waiting. 1 hour later, Aaron's car finally arrived at the New York headquarters. When the special agent in charge of the reception said that there were only 2 people in the car, but 5 people came out of the parking lot, Nick Fury was even more confused. No, how come there are so many people? Was it teleported here? If you've already teleported, why drive a car? Nick Fury went to the door to greet him while pondering. But he had no clue what to do. Nick Fury, enough talk, where's the stuff? Upon meeting, Aaron got straight to the point. Nick Fury glanced at the three RC sisters, who looked like stunning triplets, and then at Felicia leaning against Aaron, feeling that something was off. Upon hearing Aaron's question, Nick Fury gestured for Coulson to lead the way. "PLZ, follow me." Aaron dragged Felicia along slowly, his gaze sweeping over the bustling buildings, and said with a mischievous grin, "Wow. There are so many people, you haven't done anything yet." Nick Fury's lips twitched. "We don't have a clue yet, SHI. ELDIS spread all over the world, directly or indirectly managing hundreds of thousands of people. It's not that easy to handle, hee." Aaron didn't believe a word Nick Fury said, however, since the other party didn't say anything. He was too lazy to ask. Whatever Nick Fury's plans are, there will be something funny to see in the end. Hydra isn't stupid, they won't just sit and wait to die. It's likely that Pierce now knows about Nick Fury's problem and has begun to act covertly. Regardless of who wins or loses, Aaron applauded. He didn't have a good impression of either side. It's just dogs fighting on the road. The group also spotted Level 7 Agent Sitwell. He also greeted Nick Fury and Aaron with a warm smile, appearing to be a very approachable agent. "He's also an academic," Nick Fury spoke abruptly, while secretly observing Aaron's expression. "I wanted to see something in his face." Aaron simply nodded and said nothing. Nick Fury was somewhat disappointed. He also wanted to use Aaron to distinguish who was loyal and who was treacherous. After all, Sitwell, a high-ranking agent, is already a pillar of SHIELD. Training such an outstanding agent requires a considerable amount of time and money. "By the way, Nick Fury, I heard you guys are working on a space plane," Aaron said meaningfully. Nick Fury's expression changed slightly. "How did you know?" But then he thought SHIELD is riddled with holes. It would be a real problem if they didn't know. This really won't work. The proposal we put forward this year is currently under development, and it will not be ready until at least 2012. The technology in the Marvel Universe should not be underestimated. Even though it was only 2010, they already possess the technology to build space carriers. 2 more years later, with Tony's involvement, they will be able to create 3 air bases capable of long-term suborbital navigation. Aaron was not discouraged upon hearing this. He wanted to build a space carrier, simply to transform it into a transformer. To put it bluntly, it's the desire to collect that's at play. If you really want to get a car with Cybertron's technology, building a planetary-level mothership is not out of the question. The huge amount of energy and resources required, Aaron could easily pull it out. "How about this? I'll apply to the United Nations to build one more, and you can have one of them. How about that?" Nick Fury said with a serious face. 10 times I'm thinking of you. 014601323 Failu 130 3,200,3,290. Aaron pouted. "Frey, don't think I don't know what you're thinking." In the face of the United Nations, the name of SHIELD is not as effective as Aaron's personal connections, even if it's just mentioning a name to indicate that it's related to Aaron. Everyone will give it the green light. That's the charm of new life. This is also an affirmation of Aaron's personal strength. Many people already know Aaron is a god powerful enough to destroy the world. It is also a god who can create the world at will. This god, upon arriving on Earth, not only did not seek domination, but instead brought blessings to humankind. What does that mean? He's such a domineering father. If my uncle says so, I'll definitely listen. If uncle has something to do, that's their problem. Nick Fury wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to line his own pocket. They apply for more funding for the project, then withdraw a portion to achieve their own ends. He is the king of spies, but he is also a human being with emotions and desires. No matter who sits in that position, They cannot remain indifferent when faced with the enormous sums of money flowing through their hands. This is human nature, inevitable. Even Cybertronian robots. He'll steal parts to replace his own. I hate it when people use my name to cause trouble. You know that Fury Aaron gave a warning, saying that it was necessary to give Nick Fury a proper talking to. Nick Fury's expression changed slightly, of course not. He looked regretful if Aaron had agreed SHIELD. Could have gained at least $1 billion in disposable funds. I wonder how many projects we can do not long after. Under the leadership of Nick Fury and Coulson, we arrived at a secret room, a huge white rock with a square black hole in front of it stands in the very center. This is the stone that Hydra treasured, which I forcibly took from Pierce. But judging from Pierce's expression, he doesn't seem to value this stone very much. Nick Fury recalled Pierce's expression and always found it rather strange. Aaron was not confused. No ambitious person wants to remain subservient to others for long. Pierce now holds absolute power, and he naturally doesn't want an ancient Hydra leader to suddenly appear and seize his authority. However, due to pressure from other branches of Hydra, he had to show as much toughness as possible to preserve the Kree monolith. But if Nick Fury is willing to help him get rid of the boulder, Pierce might outwardly refuse, but secretly he'd probably be eager to pass on this hot potato. It also provides an explanation to the other Hydra branches. See, I didn't give it to him on purpose, it was Nicky's waste. As the former director of SHIELD once he leaves, he has no choice but to submit to Nick Fury's tyranny. Isn't it normal for someone to lose some of their authority when they step down from their position? Nick Fury couldn't understand it. Pierce smiled but said nothing. Aaron didn't bother to explain. I'll take my things with me. Aaron leaned against the boulder right in front of Nick Fury. However, perhaps it was the mysterious power within Aaron that it sensed. The surrounding space was constantly surging. Aaron was sucked in out of thin air. Aaron did not resist deliberately, letting the suction force take effect. Seeing this scene, Felicia and the three Arcee sisters quickly chased after them, without any attempt to conceal their intentions. They moved like a gust of wind, instantly traversing a distance of several meters, and plunged into the portal before it disappeared. Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged a glance, looking at the room now restored to its original state, with only the two of them remaining. The two of them felt inexplicably flustered. Chief, will Aaron be all right? Coulson said dryly. Aaron really can't be hurt if something happens to him. Earth might enter Season 3 ahead of schedule. Every country's head should be blown to bits. Nick Fury rushed forward to examine the boulder, but it did not react to him at all. Is everything all right? Nick Fury said uncertainly, his face turning extremely grim. This giant rock is actually watching people. Aaron was very enthusiastic and attentive, but he ignored the bureau chief. This is absolutely outrageous. He really wanted to take a drill and blow the boulder up. But now Coulson classified this as top secret from now on. You and Barton will take turns monitoring this place 244 hours a day. Report to me immediately if there is any news about Aaron. Nick Fury cannot bear the responsibility for Aaron's disappearance. He was going to confront Pierce. Coulson subconsciously touched his increasingly dangerous hairline. He couldn't help but give a wry smile. This is terrible. Justin Coulson, when worried about your hairline. Aaron and his group of 5 passed through the portal and arrived on a desolate planet. Where is this place? Felicia looked around. The desolate climate and gloomy sky sent a chill down her spine. By comparing the planet with the star map, Arcee concluded, this should be an abandoned planet called the Death Star. Look, there's someone over there. Claudia pointed to a hazy figure in the distance. Several people looked over. Sure enough, I saw a human wearing a spacesuit. Hello, are you also lost souls from Earth? The astronaut man asked with an excited yet wary expression. It seemed like he hadn't seen so many people at once in a long time. His speech was also somewhat slurred. You're from Earth too? Felicia was initially just wary, but now she's on high alert. Aaron had told her that the people you need to be most wary of when you're out in the world are fellow villagers. The astronaut keenly noticed the change in Felicia's expression and instinctively stopped in his tracks. The gaze swept over the 5 men, finally settling on the only man. Aaron, he smells so good. The man swallowed subconsciously, feeling a strong urge to devour Aaron. No, damn it, what am I thinking? Humans cannot, and at least should not, eat other people. Hello, I'm Will Daniels, a former U.S. Air Force test pilot. I was recruited by NASA in 2001 to participate in a program. And I'm here with others to conduct scientific research. Daniels forced himself to calm down and gave a brief self-introduction. Aaron looked him up and down without saying a word. Is this a beehive? It seems that Hive still retains Daniels' self-awareness. Or rather, the Hive has completely devoured the other and has taken its place in that person. Thus they wait for the next batch of offerings. In fact, Daniels and several others were chosen from among the branches of Hydra to be sacrificed to the Hydra leader. The Hive is not a person or a god. He is the first inhuman to be modified by the Kree. But after the transformation, he actually became a parasite, manipulating these parasites with a honeycomb mentality, and was able to regenerate or parasitize by feeding on his target. And it can possess the other person's memories, perfectly replacing them for thousands of years. The Hydra has devoured the offerings it made and survived on the desolate Death Star to this day. Moreover, by consuming these offerings, he can not only achieve a different kind of immortality and repair his body, but also master most Earth languages, as well as many fighting techniques and skills. It can be considered the inhuman version of Apocalypse. However, he never devoured Inhumans. Not because the Hive couldn't, but because he considered Inhumans as his own kind. Otherwise, the Hive might have been able to acquire the abilities of other Inhumans. Seeing that Aaron didn't speak, Felicia immediately sensed Aaron's attitude. There's something fishy about this person. The same expression. She only ever saw Aaron when he encountered beautiful women or people with problems. Aaron dislikes men, so that person can only be an enemy. Alita then said he wasn't lying. His information is indeed in the Earth's records, but 10 years have passed and he seems to have changed no more. Upon hearing this, everyone became alert. Daniels took 2 steps back. I'm not a bad person, I really am a human, I don't know when. A sandstorm suddenly appeared around them. However, there is no wind now. I don't know what you're thinking. Daniels straightened his clothes to make himself look neater. I am the real Will Daniels. And I can clearly recall every single thing that happened in the past. You can by comparing my experience. I am willing to verify my identity. Felicia immediately sensed that something was wrong. You say you can recount everything that happened in the past. Certainly, because I am Will. Daniels was full of confidence. Felicia looked suspicious. Are human memories really that good? I remember that people don't actively erase memories to free up memory. No one can clearly recall anything that happened in the past. RC nodded. According to the comparison database of Earth, this is indeed the case. All 4 looked at Daniels simultaneously. So you have a problem. Daniels panicked and instinctively took a step back. No, I didn't. I am Will Daniels. Many memories flashed through his mind. From childhood to adulthood, everything is still vivid in my memory. He was certain that everything he had experienced was real and verifiable. But as Felicia said, his memories of the past are far too vivid. It's like watching a movie, quickly browsing through the memories you need. No, you're all liars. You're the ones with the problems. Daniels clutched his head and screamed, his eyes gradually turning red. The sandstorm is getting worse. There was clearly no wind, but a hazy dust cloud enveloped Daniels. Is this a sandstorm? I sense that this sandstorm contains some unknown danger. Felicia also had a spider sense. Her brain was frantically warning her not to enter the sandstorm, or something bad would happen. Aaron scanned his surroundings. and a faint light appeared in his hand. An invisible wall of air then rose up. Separate the crowd from the city of Shasheng by 350. Pay close attention to these gravels. Sometimes danger lies in these subtle details. Aaron intended to test Felicia and the others' awareness. The three Arcee sisters immediately activated their microscopic vision. With Cybertron technology, we have long been able to detect existence at the molecular and atomic levels. These grains of sand are alive, they are not sand, but countless nanoscale insects with life consciousness. Arcee was shocked looking around. She realized that this so-called sandstorm was made up of insects. However, there are so many of them that when they are mixed in with the sand, they create the illusion of a sandstorm. Then I looked at Daniels. Damn it, he's not human, he's an insect, a real insect. Autobots transform. The three Arcee sisters immediately transformed into silicon-based life forms. With their entire bodies made of fused metal, they now possess the ability to resist nanobots. Upon hearing this, Felicia instinctively moved closer to Aaron, an insect. Am I an insect? Daniels was overcome with painful memories of protecting the scientists who had entered the area to conduct their research. As they explored the planet, a strange sandstorm struck their camp. The other scientists became delirious and chose to commit suicide. In the end, he was left all alone, living a lonely life, yes. The sandstorms back then were just like those now. If sandstorms are made of insects, then were they attacked in the first place? Why is he the only one left? Daniels looked up again, his expression turning very strange. I am Will Daniels, I am the hive, and you are my food. The hive consciousness awakened and directly took over the insect's body. Daniels was never aware of anything from beginning to end. The hive deliberately brought Daniels out, simply to find an opportunity to return to Earth, but now that he's been exposed, he's going to have a big meal. Although there's still some time before lunchtime, but he doesn't mind changing his body in advance. Aaron's body was quite perfect. It exudes a fatal attraction. You smell so good, become a part of me. The hive roared loudly under his command. The gravel floating around them attacked the 5 people simultaneously. However, once the countless insects crossed a certain area, they instantly lost control as if they had lost gravity, and floated helplessly in the air, pulling up together. The hive sensed the pain and despair of the insects. What happened? The insect is part of his body, one of millions of him. He can control countless parasites simultaneously, as if controlling his fingers, but now these insects, however, seemed to have entered a vacuum environment. Vacuums could it be? Aaron extended his 5 fingers and clenched his fist tightly. In an instant, a heavy pressure appeared in the void, crushing all the insects to dust. To be honest, compared to Apocalypse, you're just a baby. They were also leaders of the same race. Apocalypse is way more sophisticated than Hive. It's like the difference between a middle-aged father and a son who has just learned to walk. Hive didn't know who Apocalypse was, but that didn't stop him from understanding the sarcasm in Aaron's tone. Come out if you dare, I'm out. The Hive was taken aback as it watched Aaron slowly walk out. I was just saying, and you actually came out. All right, your body is mine now, the bee. Having lost a large number of insects, urgently needs to be replenished. The more people he eats, the stronger he becomes. Having been starved for thousands of years, he was eager to have a big meal. He had a premonition that as long as he could eat Aaron, he would regain his peak condition. The Hive's body seemed to have shrunk, and its height appeared to have decreased as well. But even more dark gravel shot out like bullets. Aaron raised his hand, and the invisible force called entropy quickly acted on each sandbar. In an instant, these insects seemed to have lived through countless years, starving to death before drifting down to Earth. The Hive sensed the intense hunger they felt as they lay dying. First, he died of suffocation in the vacuum. Then he died of starvation. What exactly is this human being? The Hive realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. Then Aaron raised his hand again. and the starving insects on the ground like a wisp of smoke continuously poured into his right palm. Super parasite, similar abilities have been detected. Pandora parasite. Neural manipulation, shared symbiosis. Consciousness transfer. You have gained the ability to freely conjure energy or physical parasites. You can freely parasitize planet-human animals and various living or inanimate objects, absorbing their energy to replicate infinitely. You can also possess and regenerate consciousness or control the behavior of others. Attach to their surface CDBF to enhance their power. Puppetry, similar abilities have been detected. Puppet manipulation. Hormone control. You can easily manipulate the consciousness of inhumans or ordinary people. Non-psychic manipulation. Also effective against psychic abilities, not bad. I didn't expect that a mere beehive could bring him some benefits, especially those who can ignore telepathy and directly manipulate mental abilities. This was an unexpected surprise. The hive moved its feet slightly backward. Seeing that Aaron's attention was not on him, he immediately turned and ran. RC Claudia Alita. Aaron gave the order calmly. The three RC sisters simultaneously activated the infinite power mode. Supported by an eternal energy core, they can quickly convert energy into ammunition and firepower. As long as the core of the flame doesn't go out, they can unleash their ultimate abilities indefinitely. Autobots, let's go abroad. Eternal convergence cannon, eternal particle wave. Eternal electro cannons. The seemingly petite Alta sisters leaped into the sky, their arms unleashing a not-so-thick cannon barrel. In just a few seconds it accumulated terrifying energy, far exceeding that of human nuclear weapons. The fleeing beehive sensed the convergence of terrifying energy. He looked back and saw only a sky full of artillery fire. And within the endless radiance of those three small suns, Beehive vaguely saw his great-grandmother waving kindly at him. "Great-grandma, I saw the sun." The beehive murmured to itself, its body dissipating like sand the next second. The sky is crying out in sorrow and the earth is trembling. In just a few seconds, the three RC sisters had cleaned the distant ground. However, they continued their movements. They possess limitless energy, just like a basic attack. You can unleash your ultimate skill to your heart's content. Under Aaron's guidance when they take action, they are thinking from the perspective of eradicating the root cause. They completely disregarded the issue of energy loss. The tens of millions of square meters of land and sky in front of us were overturned by the energy tide. Even the ground was forcibly erased for hundreds of meters, forming a huge-pitted hole. Detection mode now activated. There are no living creatures within 100,000 meters ahead. Left side test complete, no issues. The test on the right side is complete, no issues found. There is no sign of life in the sky. There's nothing after that. The three RC sisters dutifully reported on the progress of their mission. And in the sky, Aaron held Felicia and looked down. He can easily sense all matter in his surroundings, including parasites in beehives. After scanning 3 times, only after confirming that the beehive had died peacefully did he call the 3 RC sisters back. Even though the 3 of them had launched such a terrifying attack, they remained completely unfazed, showing no signs of distress, except for my arms being a little hot. Felicia opened her mouth wide, looked at the 3 RC sisters who looked relaxed and harmless, and then looked at the deep pit where lava was churning. He instinctively shrank back. That's terrifying. It's like a human nuclear bomb. We should go. Aaron's consciousness swept across the entire planet, but he found no signs of the hive surviving. They immediately opened a portal and returned to Earth. At this moment, Nick Fury was giving Coulson and Hawkeye some instructions. Aaron and his 4 companions returned safely. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Coulson tugged at Nick Fury's sleeve, who looked behind the 5 at the portal that was about to close. When he saw the enormous, seemingly endless crater, his remaining eye shrank sharply. Seriously. They only left Earth a short while ago, and they already created a huge crater. You guys are really not the destroyers. Once the portal closes, Nick Fury snapped out of his daze. You just went to another planet. Did you encounter enemies? Just finished. The ancestor of Hydra died, the ancestor of Hydra. Nick Fury and the other two looked utterly bewildered. You'll find out later, Nick Fury, you should thank me. I took care of a tough enemy for you. Aaron looked at Nick Fury with a half-smile. The latter immediately sensed something was wrong, then. Thank you, that's it, Aaron asked, dissatisfied. Nick Fury was on the verge of tears. I don't know anything about this. Why did I incur such a huge debt without any explanation? Where is justice, where is fairness? Nick Fury had no choice but to promise that he would show Aaron any new things he collected in the future. Seeing this, Aaron turned and began to melt down the Kree boulder. Unfortunately, this broken stone brought absolutely nothing. After all, it's just a spatial portal. Aaron's dimensional teleportation ability far exceeds the limits of the Kree boulder. Since we're already here, we can't leave empty-handed. Aaron then said, by the way, Furido, you remember you had a cat. Nick Fury instinctively touched his black eye mask. I hate cats. Nick Fury's unusual behavior left everyone baffled. Only Aaron knew that Nick Fury's one eye was captured by the Flurkin. Why did he have to go pet the cats? There are countless ways to pet a cat. But safety is paramount. Improper cat petting will only bring tears to your eyes. Sorry, I don't keep cats, Nick Fury shook his head. Everyone knows I hate cats, especially the big orange. Nick Fury's expression turned serious for the first time. He used to be a cat lover too. But the cat hurt him and then left. Aaron raised an eyebrow. You think you can fool me? Okay, maybe you also have some kind of telepathic ability. Nick Fury thought for a moment. Superman didn't seem to possess telekinetic abilities. But he'd never seen an ordinary Superman capable of terraforming a habitable planet. I did have a cat more than 10 years ago. And I liked her very much at the time. Coulson's expression was strange. He hadn't expected Nick Fury to be such a director. And also a cat lover, but she hurt me my eye. Nick Fury shook his head. He had never spoken to anyone about the origins of his one eye. After all, how can the king of secret agents lead his men if he's blinded in one eye by a cat? Those who knew pointed to his eyes. Look. Nick Fury has been blinded by a cat. You may know that the cat is special. And indeed she is very powerful. But she is also very dangerous. After that day, I broke up with her. I don't know where she is now. Nick Fury finished speaking with a dark expression, saying that from that day on, he was no longer a cat lover and would never pet a cat again. Gugu deceived his feelings. It turned him into a one-eyed man upon hearing this. Aaron deliberately browsed through Nick Fury's memories. Nick wasn't lying about one thing, he genuinely didn't know where the Flurkin were. Even after Nick Fury was scratched, he resolved to keep a certain distance from the Flurkin. I deliberately kept it at home, however. The Flurkin possesses the ability to teleport, and can teleport to other places from time to time. But Aaron was certain that the Flurkin was still keeping an eye on Nick Fury. I thought about it. Aaron directly imitated Nick Fury's voice and breath. Cuckoo. Nick Fury's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. He thought of Barbara the Mockingbird, who had also gained her mimicry abilities from Aaron. A miscalculation, meow tilde with a confused meow. A large, fat orange cat appeared not far down the corridor. Cuckoo, get out of here. Nick Fury kept gesturing for the Flurkin to move further away. However, the Flurkin gave him a puzzled look, then walked gracefully toward Aaron. Nick Fury's eyes widened. What the heck? He was drawn in by my voice, but he's ignoring me, cuckoo. Nick Fury was astonished as he watched the Flurkin approach Aaron and affectionately wipe Aaron's trouser leg. No, we knew each other first. Your mark is still completely left on my body. Nick Fury, it seems this isn't your cat. It clearly prefers me. Aaron picked up the fell eater. He was also surprised, not expecting the devouring beast to be so close to him. Aaron guessed that this might be related to his incredible charm towards women, which greatly enhanced their affinity for him. Of course, it could also be other abilities. Aaron didn't dwell too much on the reason. But while petting the cat, he accidentally melted some of its fur. Dimensional pocket. A dimensional pocket has been created within you. A special dimensional bubble, the size of which is equivalent to the real universe, capable of containing objects from an entire universe. Dimensional teleportation. Your dimensional teleportation ability has been further enhanced, allowing you to travel between different parts of the universe without consuming resources. Using the dimensional bubbles within your body. Unhealing scar. Your attacks have a built-in effect that suppresses healing abilities, inhibiting the opponent's recovery and causing permanent damage, a physical-level suppression effect. Tentacle. You can create tentacles, cough cough. Tentacles or something, never mind. The protagonist doesn't know how to use them, good. This trip was worthwhile. Aaron was very satisfied and gently stroked the cat. Consciousness remained on the dimensional pocket. He secretly sensed the dimensional bubble within his body. In fact, the Flurkin's body is connected to more than just a dimensional pocket. It's connected to multiple dimensional bubbles. It can categorize the things it swallows and put them into different bubbles. Each bubble is essentially equivalent to a small dimension. Normally, these bubbles are only used to hold various swallowed objects. However, a bizarre idea kept popping into Aaron's mind. He was thinking, can he create more dimensional bubbles and integrate them into every cell? Each cell is a dimensional bubble. Then within the cell create a vast universe, then, using the power of creation, they created stars and life within the universe. Or it could store countless suns. It provides him with a constant source of energy, even if his body couldn't absorb such a massive amount of energy. However, these energies can also be stored using dimensional bubbles. Instead of closing all pores to prevent excess energy from damaging the outside world, as is the case now if this idea can actually succeed. Each of his cells is equivalent to a miniature dimension. 100 trillion cells equals 100 trillion universes. He is a walking multiverse, no more worrying about energy. Aaron was deeply shocked by this idea. If this theory succeeds, he is the dimensional demon god who wanders around with his home on his back. Even in the real universe, he can unleash his full power. Even if he were really killed, relying on energy from countless dimensions, he can also regenerate infinitely. He is immortal and can easily shout, "He was here then." He is here no P********* D himself, and once successful. He can keep his women in his body at any time. Cybertron can also be placed inside, wherever you go. With a wave of his hand, he could summon all the troops. Aaron fell into deep thought. This kind of thing requires careful consideration of its feasibility. This is a huge project, first of all. He does not yet possess the ability to create the entire universe. Secondly, he was wondering if he could swallow the universe whole. Or perhaps it will melt down those dimensional demons. This gives his dimensional bubbles different properties and powers. Darkness, fear, death, light, nightmares. Even within the universe of a cell. Construct other pocket universes, keep nesting. This creates an alternative infinite. And infinitely multiverse. Aaron dared not think any further. If we can really achieve this, that means he achieved an omnipotent cosmic level at the energy level. However, due to the limitations of his physical body, he is not yet able to unleash such great power. Aaron didn't even dare to unleash so much energy at once. It'll really burst. This theory is based on an infinite number of levels at the cellular level of the physical body. This means that once he abandons his physical body, he will no longer be able to possess this great power. Only by continuously improving and evolving his physical body to the point where it can withstand this power can he truly reach the state of perfection. Evolution. But what limits its power is the physical body. If Aaron chooses this path, the physical body will be an insurmountable obstacle. But it's not a big problem. As time goes by, he will eventually become invincible. Meowgugu squinted its eyes, enjoying Aaron's caresses. As a female cat, the Flurkin was also attracted by Aaron's unique aura. It smelled wonderful and made her feel completely relaxed. Aaron's expression suddenly changed slightly. Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Aaron picked up the cat and looked at her belly. This made Nick Fury's eyelids twitch. And his blind eye was also throbbing slightly. That's the move, that's the Chinese letter. My God, that's how he went blind. Cuckoo, calm down, stop using your claws, dude. You really shouldn't be holding that thing like that. Trust me, it's dangerous. If you don't want to become like me, don't do that. Nick Fury touched his one eye. The Skrull Talos had said something similar to him before. But he hadn't listened. Therefore, he paid a heavy price for it. He's blind, so be it, but if Aaron were blinded, the whole world would tremble at his rage. A cat caused a tragedy, the end of the world. Aaron smirked and brought the Duan Yuan beast over to Nick Fury. Don't do that. Nick Fury was startled and quickly covered his other eye. Backing away, he doesn't want to become truly blind. Wait, what's wrong? He used to threaten Talos in the same way. And now he's doing the opposite. Gugu scratches you because you can't tell the difference between the king and the queen. A cat slave is a cat slave. All you need to do is feed the cat and provide emotional support. Don't think you're Gugu's master. Maybe you should really spend more time surfing the internet. You're a pet owner, so don't overthink it. Aaron was not afraid that the Flurkin would harm him. On the one hand, he became closer to the fell devourer. On the other hand, he is fully capable of anticipating danger and reacting accordingly, as long as the reaction can be anticipated in advance. And with the help of the superdimensional divine body, it can disperse the damage caused by the devouring beast the moment it strikes. Even though the Flurkin has the characteristic of suppressing its regeneration ability, its reaction speed allows it to automatically predict and resolve injuries before they occur. However, if Aaron were to use this property to attack other transdimensional deities, they would be in serious trouble. Nick Fury is furious. It stared intently at the devouring beast as if to say, "Why aren't you reacting at all?" He's holding you, treating you like his master, however. The Fell Eater showed no intention of harming Aaron and remained as lazy as ever. Aaron carefully examined its belly. Gugu is pregnant. Ah, whose is it? Nick Fury was extremely nervous. In an instant, his action attracted strange looks from everyone. Why are you in such a hurry? Is the child still yours? Ah, you scumbag, you beast. Aaron sensed it carefully. It's Gugu's own. Didn't you know fell devourers can reproduce on their own? Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Although he dislikes cats, he doesn't want Gugu to get pregnant with other cats' kittens. That would be too terrible. All right, everything's settled, let's go, Aaron. Carrying the Fell Eater Felicia and the others away. Nick Fury wanted to keep Gugu, but unfortunately, Gugu didn't look at him once the whole time for some reason. Nick Fury always felt like he had been NTR'd. He couldn't understand where he went wrong. He clearly loved the devouring beast so much back then. He loved her, hugged her and made her happy. However, the other party hurt him and then left well. These days, even cats betray him. Nick Fury couldn't understand it and spat, F***KU. What an adorable kittens. When Aaron brought the Flurkin home, Savannah and Nina gathered around, picked up the Flurkin, and started petting it. Hela and Lorelei glanced at the cat, then looked at Felicia and the three Arcee sisters who were following behind Aaron. Hela walked up to the three Arcee sisters, looking at the three women who were a head taller and a size bigger than herself. Hela couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She is nearly 2 meters tall. But the three Arcee sisters are a head taller than her. Especially the two peaks at the front. Her swaying gait was captivating, drawing everyone's attention. And then there's the added bonus of triplets. She's simply a natural beauty. Who are these three sisters? They are Cybertronians. And they are also my personal vehiclist Arcee sisters. Hello, Helathis is Arcee Claudia. Alida from the Autobots saying hello. The three Arcee sisters gave their self-introductions in a very formal and organized manner. But when combined with their current physiques, it creates a kind of endearing contrast. The basketball wobbled repeatedly due to the excessive movement. Hela's eyelids twitched as she read it, Autobots. What a strange name, Hela silently turned her head away, no longer wanting to humiliate herself. The Cybertronians are all robots, but I have now transformed them into humans, and they can switch between the two life forms. RCs show Hela. No amount of explanation can be as effective as hands-on experience. Hela was wondering when she saw the three RC sisters lie down. That thing is even more illegal. Hela's breathing gradually became rapid. What a monster. Subsequently, the three RC sisters transformed into Autobots, and then into motorcycles. Hela then understood why Aaron had said they were his personal vehicles. So that's what it meant, 150. What were you thinking about just now? Aaron looked at Hela with a joking expression. Hela unconsciously turned her head away. I wasn't thinking about anything. It's a great ability, isn't it? Other women witnessed this scene. A sense of crisis arose in everyone's heart. The RC sisters are absolutely breaking the rules. A personal vehicle in every sense of the word. Because of the special characteristics of transformation, she can stay by Aaron's side around the clock. Another case of a small horse pulling a large cart. Another triplets added to the mix. There are also forbidden loves that transcend race. Even the enchantress Lorelei couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. This is a formidable opponent. Savannah was the only one present who was completely unaware. She happily petted the cats, perhaps sensing Savannah's gentle natural aura. The Flurkin doesn't seem to reject Savannah, but Aaron still reminded him. Be careful, don't move too much. Goo Goo is about to become a mother and she's a bit irritable. You know Nick Fury writes. His one eye was scratched by goosebumps, which can suppress healing abilities and cause permanent damage. Savannah, upon hearing this, became even more eager to absorb the fell devourer's power. Looking at the other person's harmless appearance, Savannah's eyes widened. This tiny cute little thing is so powerful. That's incredible. Hela turned her head to look, her brow furrowed in surprise. Is this a fell devourer? I heard that its stomach is connected to a parallel universe and can devour everything. According to ancient records, this creature was quite dangerous. But wasn't it said to have been extinct a long time ago? She's the last one, but she won't be for long. Aaron scanned the belly of the Flurkin. He tried to communicate with the other party using emotional manipulation and animal language. Among the previously acquired variant abilities, there are several animal communication abilities. Aaron now knows multiple languages including bat language, wolf dog language, bear language, eket language, and squirrel language. He can be considered a learned man in the animal kingdom. Meows, meows, meow, meows, meow. The devouring beast suddenly widened its eyes and looked at Aaron, shrinking its entire body backward. Then he leaped up and jumped onto Aaron. Savannah exclaimed in surprise. Were you just communicating with Google? Aaron nodded, quite surprised. I just wanted to try it out. I didn't expect it to actually allow for unimpeded communication. Hela's eyes lit up. If you can communicate with the Flurkin, wouldn't that mean you can get them to fight for you? His special abilities can greatly enhance our strength. As expected of a violent woman, all she thinks about is fighting. Aaron exchanged a few words with the Flurkin. All right. Gugu has promised me that she won't lay a hand on you anymore. But you shouldn't torment her too often either. Otherwise, Nick Fury will serve as a cautionary tale. Aaron bestowed his cat language ability upon everyone present. The Flurkin's abilities are quite good and it's female. If his women all mastered barrier-free communication skills, when he's not around, the Flurkin can act as a companion or a portable safe. Absolutely safe and reliable. They can also be used as henchmen or as a means of transportation when necessary. Absolutely perfect, meow meow. Savannah felt the cat language skills in her mind as if they were instinctive. I couldn't resist giving it a try, meow. The fell devourer was stunned. How come there's another human who can communicate with her? Nina also meowed. The fell devourer feels something is very strange right now. Wait, everyone can understand what she's saying. Does that mean she can't say whatever she wants anymore? Like before, when Nick Fury treated her like a normal cat and shook her around. She secretly cursed at him a few times. While Nick Fury laughed heartily, however, when they continued to shake her, she simply slapped them with her claws. But now, cats that have lost their freedom of speech are truly pitiful. Looking at the adorable yet pitiful appearance of the fell devourer, Hela suppressed the urge to M*****E and forcibly turned her head away. It's nothing serious, really. 014601323 Chinese letter 133,223,381. At that moment, Aaron received an email. Email address tag SM Barbara. Honey, I heard you're back. I've missed you so much. I recently prepared a few really awesome outfits. Would you be willing to attend our fashion week alone? Oh, by the way, my cousin Sharon is here too. She idolizes you, Mr. Miracle. I think you wouldn't refuse a 22-year-old girl's request. Would you? There was a picture behind the email address. A photo of Barbara Mantis and a blonde beauty. Barbara was wearing a rope bondage outfit with black stockings, and certain parts of her body were very shapely. The praying mantis woman with her big, innocent and naive eyes awkwardly wore a rabbit costume. All white with perky rabbit ears on its head. Meanwhile, her cousin Sharon was wearing a K-pop outfit, looking quite shy. That youthful and embarrassed appearance commands our utmost respect. Shaw using this to test cadres. Which cadre can't withstand such a test? I'm going out for a bit. Aaron closed his email, said something to the other sand, then turned and went out. The email service uses a private satellite network, making it absolutely secure and reliable. But Aaron still plans to go back and create a female transformer named Soundwave, who will become a satellite and be responsible for Aaron and his woman's network signal, simultaneously monitor the entire globe. Aaron is very busy. I've been so busy ever since I got back to Earth that my feet are constantly on the ground. I had just finished doing business with Felicia. Then I had to feed 3 more kittens. When Aaron arrived at Barbara's apartment, the person who opened the door was Sharon. Hello, I think you must be Sharon Morse. Looking at the tall man in front of her, Sharon felt a strange fragrance waft towards her, and she became completely infatuated. Damn it, what am I doing? Have you forgotten the code of espionage? We're on a mission right now in her days. Sharon instinctively wanted to retort, but then she realized that she was no longer Sharon Carter, but Barbara's cousin. Yes, I am Sharon Morse. In her panic, Sharon didn't realize that she was just Barbara's cousin, not her sister. Mr. Aaron is here. Sharon hurriedly turned around and called inside. He was in a hurry to run back. As a result, her legs went weak and she almost collapsed. Aaron reacted quickly, reaching out to grab Sharon around the waist. I'm sorry. Sharon's face flushed, and her eyes were already darting around. She greedily inhaled the scent of Aaron. Good heavens, she felt like she had a fever. Sharon. Barbara's surprised voice came from behind, and Barbara's face was displeased. Aaron is my friend. What do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Sharon panicked and reluctantly tried to get out of Aaron's arms. The intoxicating atmosphere still lingered in my mind, and my movements were slow. No, it's not what you think. Sharon was about to explain to her senior when Barbara turned and smiled. Sharon, if you really like Mr. Aaron, at least close the door first, okay? What follows is not suitable for children, so we can't let outsiders see it. Sharon was a little confused. Then she noticed that Barbara was only wearing a bathrobe. Going into battle without a vacuum, the praying mantis, busy in the kitchen, first poked its head out, then came out carrying an empty plate. Hi, Aaron's here. Sharon glared again and then nothing happened. A bare-chested apron. When did this happen? Before Sharon could turn her head, Aaron locked the door behind him. Sharon sensed something was wrong. When Aaron picked him up around the waist, Sharon was still completely bewildered. This wasn't how the original script was written. She was about to say something, Barbara said quietly. Sharon, have you forgotten what your uncle told you before we came? Sharon's mind went blank for a moment. But she vaguely remembered Nick Fury telling her, get Aaron at all costs. Complete the mission at the same time. She was also made to follow Barbara's arrangements. And everything that happened was part of the plan. Sharon was initially filled with enthusiasm, feeling that as an office worker, she finally had the opportunity to realize her ambitions. Like her Aunt Peggy Carter, she became a pillar of SHIE. LD, however, she never expected that she would actually have to hold the line against the current. But a single word can make all the difference. Is everything going according to plan? Sharon was bewildered. Sharon, you don't want your uncle to know that you went against his and my wishes, causing both of us to lose our jobs, do you? Barbara offered to help, and then he placed the mantis's empty plate aside. Now the food is served. The first dish was stir-fried abalone. Aaron made no attempt to be polite and enjoyed the feast that Barbara had specially prepared. Nick Fury acquiesced. Barbara acted as a go-between. And he himself, however, she would not refuse. And they will absolutely not be polite, since she's not one of us yet aside from the initial period. We haven't treated her with much care in the long run. Stir-fried abalone is a great dish he loves to eat. But after eating too much, Lun wanted to eat a second and third dish. Stir-fried mockingbirds and stir-fried insects. In addition, there is the ability to share emotions and perceptions. Aaron ate his fill afterwards. Aaron also called Nick Fury, Sharon is great. I think she should be given more responsibilities. On the other side, Nick Fury remained somewhat silent. In fact, he had long suspected that Barbara had betrayed HILD, betrayed her and completely become Aaron's shape. Aaron filled both the person and the room. But he still held onto a sliver of hope and sent Sharon over. On the one hand, it is also to cultivate his own superpowered individuals. He believes Sharon is an agent with unwavering convictions. Her Aunt Peggy Carter was a legendary figure. Sharon would never betray SHIELD. Even if his body belongs to Aaron, his heart will absolutely belong to SHIELD. He just didn't expect Sharon to be exposed so quickly. Barbara revealed her entire plan to Aaron. Moreover, I've specifically brought this up with him now. Nick Fury closed his eyes, and he could already imagine Sharon Carter lying next to Aaron. What a tragedy, he felt a little regretful. Perhaps we shouldn't have let Sharon, that little white rabbit, deliver herself to our doorstep. Nick Fury's voice was a little hoarse. 3. 8. I'll give her 2 internal privileges, she's really great. Or you can keep her and train her to be a secretary. She has a lot of experience in this area. Of course I will, thank you, Aaron answered with a smile. Nick Fury's lips twitched slightly. Mom's F***K. Beside Aaron, Ned Carter sighed. Sure enough, everything went according to plan. She was betrayed by SHIELD, but the buyer is great, making one so happy they forget all about the trouble. All right, shall we go for a walk? 014601323 Phalo, 133,223,381. Aaron removed the negative status effects from the 3 of them. Apart from their bellies being a little round from eating too much, they had all recovered their peak energy and spirit. Upon hearing this, the mantis woman jumped up exclaiming, "Yay!" She immediately clutched her stomach upon landing. That was close, I almost got caught. Sharon really wanted to go, but she was too embarrassed. But Barbara immediately pulled her up to change into normal clothes. To deal with this kind of little rabbit, we need to use both the stick and the carrot. Both the upper and lower body need to be fed well, that's good. This way, the little rabbit will behave and become a domestic rabbit. Aaron doesn't mind spending some time with the little rabbit. Soon after changing their clothes, the 4 headed straight to the Coney Island waterfront amusement park in Brooklyn. Passing by a coffee shop, Aaron noticed a gaze fixed on him. When he turned his head away, the woman quickly turned her head away, deliberately adjusting her sunglasses and pretending to be engrossed in reading the newspaper. Aaron also noted that, not far from the woman, there was a man in a purple suit with a strange smile on his lips. Oha, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unfortunately, the best hunters always appear as prey. Knock, knock, knock. Aaron tapped lightly on the table. Jessica looked up blankly, finding confusion, and asked, "Is there something you need, sir? Madam, are you alone?" Aaron sat down by himself. Meanwhile, Barbara, along with Mantis and Sharon, stood in a nearby clothing store selecting clothes. Jessica felt a little flustered. "No, you were out with a woman. And while she's choosing clothes, you try to flirt with another woman. Uggs, what a scumbag." Jessica looked at her strangely and shook her head, saying, "Of course not. I came with my boyfriend. You'd better leave before he gets back. He's a boxing champion, someone like you. I'll punch you to death and you won't turn back." Upon hearing this, Aaron smiled even more broadly. "Really, that's quite a coincidence. I also practiced martial arts for a while and am proficient in various styles of boxing, including Wing Chun, Brazilian kickboxing, Sanda, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Then I'll wait here and see how powerful this so-called boxing champion really is." Jessica's smile stiffened upon hearing this. She just said it casually. Why did she take it seriously? The records don't mention Aaron knowing so many fighting techniques. Was he bluffing me? Jessica thought about it and agreed that it was definitely possible. She was about to speak when she noticed Aaron drinking through a straw. Jessica smirked. "Sorry, the juice you're drinking is mine. I drank from it." "I don't mind, but I mind." Jessica was furious inside, but her face showed a helpless expression. "You want some too? Here, have a sip." Aaron handed it over, looking at the straw that had been bitten flat and brought to my lips. Jessica was reluctant just as she was about to speak. Aaron seized the opportunity and thrust in forcefully. Jessica's eyes widened. "Drink." Aaron's face hardened and his tone became more forceful. But for some reason, Jessica was obediently drinking her juice. Seeing this, Aaron nodded in satisfaction. "That's how it should be if you're thirsty. You should drink juice." 23, by the way, is that your boyfriend? He looks pretty angry. He's just a bit too skinny, a lightweight boxer. Aaron gestured for Jessica to look to her right. A man in a purple suit was standing next to a street lamp, staring at them with a ferocious expression. When Jessica turned around and continued drinking her juice, his expression became even more complicated and strange. Jessica shook her head as she drank. "I don't know him." "Then you'd better watch out. Look here." Aaron pointed to a corner of a newspaper, which featured a news story about a stalker holding a spoon. "There have been a lot of stalkers in New York lately, so be careful when you're out and about." Jessica didn't understand. Her smile gradually faded, and she mistakenly thought that Aaron already knew she was following him. Feeling guilty, Jessica's smile became even more unnatural. I'm not afraid. Actually, I'm very capable. I'm also a boxing champion, the women's boxing champion." Jessica clenched her fist, but her frail body didn't carry much weight. However, Aaron believed it because she is Jessica Jones, who survived a car accident involving radioactive chemicals and gained superpowers. Aaron looked Jessica up and down. She was at the peak of her beauty as a European or American woman. "I'd guess he's 17 or 18. Jessica felt a little nervous under their gaze. She also smelled a very pleasant fragrant scent, which made her somewhat hyperactive. "Don't you believe me? Actually, we can try. I'm really amazing." Jessica reached out her hand, wanting to arm wrestle with Aaron. Aaron ignored her right hand and asked with a strange expression, "You're also a student at Midtown High School?" Jessica was taken aback. "How did you know?" In that instant, Jessica suddenly felt as if she had been seen through. It was as if Aaron already knew her purpose. "Peter and Harry are your classmates." "You mean Peter Parker and Harry Osborn?" Jessica nodded nervously. Aaron's smile widened. "I think we're very destined for each other, huh?" Aaron's behavior was completely different from what Jessica had expected. "Shouldn't we take action? Such a powerful figure is definitely not someone to be trifled with." If you know Harry, you should have heard of me from him. I'm his uncle, so you should call me uncle too, uncle. Jessica was a little confused, but she still explained. I was in a coma for several months because of a car accident, so I'm not familiar with them. It's okay if we're not familiar with each other yet. We'll definitely become very familiar with each other in the future. Aaron said seriously. From now on, Harry will call you Auntie. How can we not be familiar with each other? It must be said that the city middle school is truly a place of outstanding people and resources. It's Mary Jane Spider-Man Green Goblin too. And Jessica Jones again. Jessica didn't respond. She glanced to the side. Aaron's women hadn't come out yet, but she was already feeling quite uneasy. Despite Aaron's amiable demeanor, she felt guilty and couldn't stay any longer. Her buttocks kept wiggling, and she tried to get up and leave several times. But she didn't dare to. Aaron's aura was astonishing. Moreover, Jessica was somewhat reluctant to leave. She lingered longingly at the scent emanating from Aaron. Just as the two were talking, the man in purple standing to the side looked even more ferocious. He seemed to have encountered some trouble. His expression was complicated and strange, and he was somewhat exasperated just then. 5 tattooed black men walked by, swaggering past him and calling him a sissy. The man in purple turned his head away. Sissy, that's you. How come you want some mugwort? I'll draw a few for you. Seeing the purple-clad man's defiant and fierce, yet stubborn gaze, Nico's violent desires were ignited. The 5 black men were about to surround them when they suddenly stopped halfway, their expressions becoming blank. That man belongs to you. Go and take him away. The man in purple pointed at Aaron. The 5 black men, as if possessed, turned and headed in the direction where Jessica was. Jessica and Aaron both noticed something was wrong. You still say he's not your boyfriend? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Jessica panicked and quickly shook her head. Okay. I lied just now. I don't have a boyfriend at all. I can't connect with those little kids for some reason. Jessica didn't want to continue deceiving Aaron. It was as if deceiving him would cause her to feel guilty. Looking at Aaron's calm expression, Jessica suddenly thought that she might be able to show off her skills in front of Aaron. Aaron would be quite surprised to see that he had taken down 5 burly men in no time. Jessica was looking forward to that moment. She stood up, turned around and said playfully, okay, I'll come clean. I'm actually a superwoman with that. Jessica snapped the iron chair that was fixed to the ground in half and strode menacingly toward Nico. As she walked, she imagined Aaron behind her with his mouth agape. Haha, his expression must be priceless. Jessica was filled with anticipation. But when she had only moved 5 meters away from Aaron, a strange sensation surged into my brain. Her body suddenly became uncontrollable. Jessica, go away, don't disturb our little game. The man in purple looked slightly pleased and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jessica couldn't answer. Her body was completely out of her control, and she actually moved aside to make way for them. They watched helplessly as Nico walked toward Aaron. Good heavens, what am I doing? Why is my body out of control? Get moving, damn it. Could it be that jerk in the purple suit who's behind this? Jessica, who was trying to make a good impression as a superhero for the first time, suffered a crushing defeat just like in the original story. Despite possessing superhuman strength, she was utterly powerless against the purple man's hormonal control. Aaron had anticipated this. He glanced at the 5 black men, activated his puppetry technique, and forcibly took control of their bodies. Go play with him. Aaron nodded slightly and the 5 black men, upon hearing this, turned away again and left the wealthy purple-haired man. Have fun, I don't want him to see tomorrow's sun. Aaron's deep voice was like a devil's whisper. The 5 black men were breathing rapidly, and their whole bodies were burning with fever. It's like 5 gorillas in heat not fully evolved. Wait, what are you doing? My abilities. My ability has failed. The purple-haired man was terrified. He can manipulate those around him by releasing pheromones, making them completely obedient to him. His abilities had always been invincible in the past, Many real-life hypnosis sessions were conducted without the knowledge of many people. Recently, he set his sights on Jessica, this beautiful, innocent, and powerful girl became his next hypnosis target. When he saw Jessica and Aaron chatting and laughing like lovers, the purple-haired man was enraged. As someone whose words are as law as God's, he has always been the one to commit crimes against others and has never been a victim himself. But now he actually understood the feelings of the victim. Enraged, he decided to manipulate Aaron and Jessica. But perhaps due to the distance, his hormones failed to work. Xavier never imagined that there was another person in this world with even greater control abilities. His abilities were rendered ineffective in front of this man. Impossible as 5 black men surged forward, their pungent, sweaty and hormonal scent filling the air. The purple man felt a silent fear. No, don't do that, Amazon is doomed. The purple man turned to run. But how could he outrun a muscular but simple-minded chimpanzee? He had only run 2 steps when 5 black men picked him up on the street and carried him toward a small hotel nearby. The purple-haired man's face filled with terror cried out. "Spare me, I know I was wrong, spare you. Why didn't you think about those you insulted?" Although Aaron had no intention of becoming a vigilante, he didn't mind punishing a scoundrel. You still dare to make a move on him? That's a truly righteous way to die. Aaron came to Jessica's side and gently stroked her face. I have to say, we are really destined to meet. I'm coming clean, I'm actually Superman. The next instant, Jessica smelled Aaron's exotic fragrance again, and her body returned to normal 163. Jessica's eyes gleamed with surprise, and she breathed heavily, still shaken, said just now. That person's ability. He is a purple man who can manipulate the consciousness of others through hormones and commit many sins. Yes, just like you think, he likes to target girls like you, imprisoning, torturing, and humiliating you. Aaron smiled. Faye laughed and said, do you want to call the police? He might go to jail for it, or he might be released that same day. Jessica was about to nod when she suddenly realized something. Is calling the police useful? His abilities can also be effective against the police. Even she was powerless to resist. Not to mention ordinary people, if it weren't for Aaron's. Jessica couldn't bear to think about what would happen to her. Thank you, you saved me, Jessica expressed her gratitude. Then hesitated and asked, you have that ability too? Of course, but I would never stoop to using this ability. Aaron readily admitted, pointing to his face. Do you think I need that things? Jessica looked at it again and again. Her face slightly flushed and shook her head, saying, okay. You don't need any, just snap your fingers. And you'll have plenty of women to play with. He's rich, handsome, and very talented. They have very strong capital. How could a loser like Xavier compare to a man like that? At that moment, Aaron suddenly beckoned to Jessica with his finger. Jessica was taken aback. Then I realized what was happening. She glanced instinctively at the clothing store next door. Barbara and the others hadn't come out yet. Jessica breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to be annoyed. Don't say that, I'm not that kind of person, really. That's such a pity. I always thought something would happen after a hero saves a damsel in distress. But it seems those are just fairy tales. Aaron looked regretful. Jessica knew Aaron was doing it on purpose. But for some reason, she couldn't bear to see Aaron so regretful and tormented inside. After thinking about it, Jessica stood on tiptoe and pressed her foot directly onto the paper. However, as soon as she did so, Jessica realized she was in trouble. Because she felt she had a fever, her body couldn't help but twist and turn. Hold on tight and don't let go, I don't know how long I ate it. Aaron whispered in her ear, woman, you're burning up. I've decided to punish you properly. Aaron has an ability called the Enchanting Kiss, which he has never used voluntarily. But Jessica took the initiative to come closer. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll just have to enjoy it as an extra treat. Jessica was already infatuated. She did not lose consciousness. On the contrary, I like this feeling. Aaron pulled Jessica to the clothing store next door. I picked out a red inner layer and had Jessica wear it. It was in the tiny changing room. There were other women's voices next door. Jessica gritted her teeth. She felt like she was going crazy. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of her hormone control. She felt very uncomfortable and could only lean against the door. Trying her best to maintain her balance, the door, which wasn't very sturdy, was already overwhelmed. A knock came from the door of the changing room next door. And a woman's voice answered, "Hey, need help?" Jessica covered her mouth, and after a long while she said, "No, it's nothing, I'm just a little uncomfortable, I'll change in a bit." The woman next door immediately fell silent. A while later, there was another knock from next door. "Is it not over yet? If you need help, just ask." "I'm happy to help you." Jessica's eyes widened. What was all this about? Wait, the sound, it's them. The image of that woman flashed through Jessica's mind. Suddenly a strange feeling arose in my heart. And the experience seemed even better. No. Hurry up and get out of Herathier outside too. But Aaron was getting into the swing of things. So naturally he didn't go out while firing at full power. Aaron also combined the abilities of Jessica and the Purple Man. Flight, a similar ability has been detected. Flight. You can now fly freely without relying on any energy before your stamina is depleted. Aaron was somewhat surprised. What was this all about? Didn't he already know how to fly? Wait, is this some kind of physical concept about flight? The Marvel Universe is unreasonable. Some flight patterns can be explained by underlying principles. However, some flights make no sense at all and completely violate the laws of physics. He had a deep understanding of Jessica's body and knew that she did not have any kind of chi or other energy within her. There is also no superhuman biofield. But after training, she was able to fly. So now I can fly even without energy or other abilities. Aaron thought about it and accepted this ability that defied physics. It's better to have something than nothing. Aaron continued to try to understand Jessica more deeply. I didn't discover this ability earlier. It must be because my understanding of it wasn't deep enough. So Aaron used a new ability as well. Jessica is numb. A while later, Aaron then left with Jessica, who had changed into a dress. He greeted Barbara and the others with a smile. Jessica didn't dare to look up at them. They were afraid of being caught in the street. However, Barbara said nothing and remained calm. The praying mantis woman was very curious, but didn't have much of a concept of these things. As for Sharon, they are still consumed by resentment at being betrayed. She hates Child, it's too dirty there. In her eyes, Jessica and Barbara were no different. Although the team suddenly had an extra person, Aaron still went to the amusement park as planned and had a great time for the second time. Scoring twice. Happiness left its mark in almost every place. Aaron used a mirrored dimension space before the start, combining various shielding magic dark energy and a unified force field. Even the all-seeing eye probably couldn't see through it. The vast mirrored world is a projection of reality. The thrill of playing alone is so captivating. They played wildly until night. Aaron was still full of energy. Barbara and her friends were exhausted, but a hint of excitement remained in their eyes. That night, Aaron made a point of accompanying Barbara and the others. But at the same time, Purple Man, however, was not having such a good time. He had never experienced anything like it before. That was a hell he could neither imagine nor face. Tears of regret streamed down the Purple Man's face. But he is now completely unable to speak. Until the sun was high in the sky the next day. Another person has been lost in this world. But nobody cares. Aaron didn't care at all. After my usual morning exercise, Aaron then went to the balcony alone. The initial concept before starting: incorporate dimensional bubbles into every cell. This does not impose a huge load like the core. Aaron completely treated his own cells as a magical artifact, and then incorporated magic concepts into them. Each of his cells is both one of his working cells and a universe in itself. A special space that is empty and devoid of objects. Aaron first tested a cell. Then they created several thousand more chaos cores and put them in. Then rallying on his weak omnipotent power, he created one Earth after another in the shape of Earth and stuffed them all into the Earth. But this does not mean that the universe has taken shape. Aaron used the grand unified force field to allow this world to operate naturally. Just like the real universe, but that's still not enough. The dimensional universe was a success. But it lacked life and its various logical laws were incomplete. If this universe is allowed to develop on its own, it will take a very long time. But now it can be used as an energy pack or power bank. It can store the energy emitted by the chaos core for Aaron. It can be used whenever needed, after thinking for a while. Aaron gave himself to every cell. They are all integrated into a single dimensional bubble. Each dimensional universe contains thousands of chaotic cores. These cores house fragments of the Phoenix Force. Perhaps it was mutual attraction. The Phoenix Force from every dimensional universe actively merges together. This formed a larger fragment of the Phoenix Force. Seeing this scene, Aaron changed his strategy. The Phoenix Force was removed from the Chaos Core that was subsequently added. He certainly didn't want to be the creator of his own universe, only to be brutally beaten by his own creations. The fusion of thousands of Phoenix fragments is still under control. Anymore, and it might turn against the Heavenly Gang. Aaron carefully sensed the simplified version of the trillion-dimensional world. Through the characteristic of absolute control, he has perfect control over every part of his body and every cell. Nature can also easily peek into the world inside every cell. At this point, each cell is equivalent to a weakened version of the universe. If we consider the real universe as a vast world, then these unfinished dimensional worlds can only be considered small worlds. But the combined energy of trillions of them would be enough to destroy any universe. In terms of destructive power, Aaron has now even surpassed the level of a single universe. Although he could not perfectly control this power, however, he will no longer have to worry about energy issues in the future. These forces share the same origin as him and are essentially one. He is not a dimensional demon god. Yet he is even more powerful than a dimensional demon god. If any dimensional demon knew of his masterpiece at this moment, it would surely go mad, especially things like eye-demons. He went through countless hardships to destroy hundreds of worlds. But Aaron effortlessly merged into trillions of pocket universes. That's enough to keep the eye-demon busy for a lifetime. However, Aaron naturally wouldn't talk about these things with anyone else right now. If those demons really found out that he was a walking encyclopedia of the universe, well, they will definitely travel thousands of miles to capture him and bring him back. He integrated himself into the dimensional world, enhancing himself for those demons. The more universes they devour and merge, and the larger the dimensions they encompass, the stronger they become. Aaron could actually do that too. But he was unwilling to do so at the cost of completely abandoning the real universe. This is a terrible mistake. Putting the cart before the horse. Next, Aaron tried to mobilize this power, no problem. It also unleashed its power in the mirror dimension world. There was nothing unusual. Aaron even deliberately went to Kamar-Taj and took a few steps in front of the Ancient One. Guya watched in bewilderment as Aaron floated in. Greeted Harand, then floated away. At this point, Aaron can be certain that the plan to integrate cells into the dimensional universe and use them as power banks is entirely feasible. Currently, there are no reported side effects. It is also not easy for others to notice anything unusual. Aaron subconsciously glanced at the auxiliary intelligent tools that were extracted and upgraded after the Smelting artificial intelligence. Name: Aaron, lifespan unlimited. Race: human, ultimate life form god. Attributes: maximum 7. 7 represents immeasurable, intelligence 7, strength 7. Speed 7, faster than light speed. Endurance 7, near immortal, never tired, energy intensity 7. Abilities: hyperdimensional divine body. Primordial celestial power, Unicron power. Entropy negative entropy, power dimensional pocket. Dimensional teleportation, incurable scars. Super parasitism, devouring god of the network. Grand Unified Force Field Chaos Core God of Machines. Hyperdimensional Memory Time Freeze Space Distortion. Thousandfold Amplification Weak Omnipotent Power. Dark Power Phoenix Power Fear Control. Warner/Asgardian/Death/Light Spirits Primordial Giants Dwarf Power. Encyclopedic Magic, most Asgardian and Kamar-Taj magic. Etc. Only major abilities are listed, click to view details. The first comment has been updated. Now that our strength is about right, perhaps we should start thinking about the Infinity Stones. And Aaron fell into deep thought. He had previously worried that his body could not perfectly bear the power of the gem. But now, his physical strength alone could easily destroy a star. A person with perfect control over their abilities could destroy galaxies and other cosmic structures. If it's a battle to the death, even destroying the universe would be nothing to them. His prior experience provided him with a strong foundation for forging the Infinity Stones. But the only problem is, solving Tiamat could lead to facing Arasham, a being on the scale of a single universe or even a multiverse. To collect the Infinity Stones, one must confront the concept of the Soul Stone Egg. Sacrifice, he absolutely does not want to be sacrificed. He strives for perfection, forget it. I'll just take a soul gem when I go to other universes. Aaron thought for a moment and shook his head. He gazed into the distance. I saw a woman in the distance. The woman also looked at him. Great God, Ajax sends his greetings to you, Heahaojao. P.S. The main character's abilities have been updated. A brief introduction to most of the abilities is in the first pinned comment. Please take a look next. I'll travel to the past to fill in the gaps with Mystique, Diamond Girl and others. Then I'll enter the Spider-Man parallel universe, followed by the Marvel Cinematic Universe's War of the Titans. Since War of the Titans is relatively new, I'll only treat it as a side story, returning to the main Marvel universe later. Whether or not I joins Godzilla, Pacific Rim, The Black Robe, Resident Evil, etc. are things I'd like to watch in American TV shows. I can add those later. Comment 1 if you agree and 2 if you disagree. Uller Automata, I haven't played it yet, so I'll put it later and get a feel for the story first. Also, the protagonist's abilities need to be upgraded further, as the current character design doesn't yet support it. The ability to run that far, but 2B sister will take it all away. Save the beautiful sisters. In addition, I will definitely include some DC Universe movies, which belong to the same American comic book universe as Marvel. Okay, that's all for now. I've been writing slower lately because organizing the information is very time-consuming. Just organizing the main character's abilities took 2 hours today. Once I've finished organizing my thoughts, things will get better. The speed should pick up soon. Thanks for your support, O'Wright and Natasha too. If I get her, I'll get a lot of flack, but if I don't, I'll miss out. I'm torn. Adhering to the principle of getting all the C-rank characters. Maybe I should go back in time to correct the Red House. Alternatively, you could recruit Natasha from the early stages of a parallel universe. Once you do, you don't need to worry about any negative stats, as there's only one female protagonist in each multiverse. Other female characters from parallel universes will be. I won't go into detail about his role replacement. As for whether or not Natasha will accept him, that's still up in the air. Please be gentle with your criticism, I'm just kidding.